This happened 7 years ago. That's when this terrible catastrophe happened. The horror known as the dungeon breakout began, but none of the citizens were prepared for it. Many different monsters emerged from dozens of rifts that appeared across the country, and as a result of this incident, many people died because the monsters did not spare anyone. Among the dead were also his parents. That day, Michael Nodfort lost everything in an instant. Then he promised to take revenge, shedding bloody tears, which made it even more annoying. He vowed to himself to become a monster hunter, but 7 years later, nothing has changed. He was kicked out of the hunter training center, and now the guy was sitting in despair. At this time, an inspector approached him and addressed Michael, calling him a participant. The man told him not to come to the hunter training center anymore because he had nothing to do there. Of course, Michael couldn't just accept this and asked why he was being kicked out. To this, the inspector replied that he himself knew that a couple of months was enough for a normal, awakened person. This is quite enough to complete training as a hunter, but he has been here for 7 years already. Michael looked at him, not understanding why he suddenly decided to tell him this now. And the man continued, saying that he didn't have an ounce of talent, and in general, he could be considered trash. And if they let him stay here, the image of their center will also suffer due to the lack of good personnel. But deep down, he felt sorry for the guy because he always saw how hard he trained every morning. But, on the other hand, during these 7 years of training, his stats never improved, not to mention unlocking unique characteristics and acquiring skills. Now he sat in the memorial park, clutching a can of cold coffee in anger. Suddenly, he heard the voice of a woman asking her child if she remembered how her father died. The girl replied that she knew everything because her mother had told her about it more than once. She added that when the monsters attacked, Dad died fearlessly, saving people until the very end. Mom praised her and then asked her what to do if difficulties arise in life in the future. The little girl's answer surprised Michael because she said that you need to be brave and not give up. After that, her mother hugged her, saying that her daughter was the smartest, and she laughed happily. Michael rose from his seat and walked over to them, which slightly surprised the woman and child. They wanted to ask who he was, but the guy only bowed and the next moment ran away. He didn't want to talk to them so as not to tell them about his life because he felt like a worthless person. But he was also grateful to them for the words they said. He agreed with them. But he didn't live up to them yet. And after 7 years, he couldn't just give up. With this thought, he ran to the place from which he had been kicked out today, wanting to get a second chance. It started raining in the evening, but that didn't stop the guy. He came to the right place and knocked. The inspector did not open the door right away because it was late and he was not expecting guests, so he was surprised to see him. But soon his face frowned and he told the guy to leave here because he told him everything today. Then Michael asked him to help him pass the hunter exam for the last time. He explained that he couldn't just give up, and it even seemed to him that the curator thought about his words. However, this turned out to be a false judgment. The man's name was David, and he was very angry at his request. Michael had never seen him like that before, so he was a little surprised, and he continued. He asked if the guy had come here to get his money back, but Michael said no. He shouted that for him it was not about money, because he did not come for that, but for the opportunity. But David apparently thought otherwise. He hit him and sent him away, telling the guy not to dare come here. Michael flew into the trash cans and hit his head on the wall, which caused him great pain and disappointment. David, meanwhile, said that the guy might not even be lying to him since he knows him inside and out. After calling Michael a scumbag, the man turned around to leave, leaving the boy lying on the ground. After a while, he managed to sit up, but his head hurt and his mood was depressed. He thought that if he too had a unique characteristic, or better to say, had at least a little talent, then he could change his worthless life, from which he now received only pain and suffering. Suddenly, he saw some system window informing him that the trial tower was praising him for his iron will. After reading this, Michael was surprised twice. First, that for the first time in his life someone was praising him, and then that it was some kind of tower. And then, something incredible happened. He realized that he was starting to fall somewhere into the unknown. At first, the guy was surprised, and then he got really scared because nothing like this had ever happened to him before. Then, there was a huge explosion that even David heard from his room. He didn't understand what happened there, since Michael had left there just a while ago, but he decided to go out and take a look. It seemed to him that the boy was calling for help, but when he went out to look, he was not there. Surprised, David looked around, but Michael was still nowhere to be seen. He then looked at the trash cans where he last saw the guy and saw that he was gone. Michael himself, meanwhile, was falling somewhere into the abyss, not understanding what was happening to him. It was as if he was underwater, and after a while he realized that he couldn't breathe and needed to get out. But then the water ran out, and he realized that he was continuing to fall somewhere into the unknown. He read another message, which said that the testing tower had selected all suitable candidates from the ground. And then he was asked to choose a difficulty level, and the reward he would receive would depend on the difficulty he chose. Michael didn't understand what was happening to him, but his intuition told him that he was on the right path. The guy, without thinking twice, chose the difficult difficulty level because he had nothing to lose. He realized that he had been given a chance and he had to use it to his advantage. And then something started to change and the system window said they hoped he would get good results. Then it was said that he would soon enter the first floor of the test tower, and Michael still didn't understand anything. He suspected that he was dead and dreaming all this, but his head still hurt from hitting the wall. And then suddenly he read that all status ailments and injuries were healed. The test was about to begin, and he knew something important was about to happen. But the guy never expected to find himself in the desert and without any resources. A moment later, however, he was given a sword, and Michael thought that with a weapon his chances were better. Apparently, it was some kind of survival, although he didn't fully understand why it was all there. But soon his thoughts were confirmed by the system, saying that the reward for this test was the discovery of a unique characteristic. Seeing this, Michael froze in surprise because this had been his dream for many years, as far back as he could remember. The guy thought that he would finally learn what he had been working hard on for the last 7 years of his life. After all, this unique characteristic allowed him to easily become a hunter, as he wanted. It was so incredible that it even seemed crazy. And Michael even thought that he had gone crazy. But he soon realized that his mind was not clouded, and the first thing he decided to do was take his new weapon. But as he approached the sword, the sand beneath his feet suddenly began to stir and move. Michael began to run away from him, and he rose higher and higher, forming a huge hump of sand. The guy read in the system window that a training test was about to begin. His difficulty level, which he had chosen, was displayed there, and Michael realized that this was not a good thing. A huge sand golem suddenly appeared in front of him, looking just at the guy, and he froze in horror. For him, this was something incredible, because in his life he had never defeated a single monster. And then the status window announced that he had to survive for 10 minutes, and then the task would be completed. Michael was not happy with this prospect. He began to run away as fast as he could to avoid being hit by the golem. He was also surprised that the punishment for failing this test was death in the real world. He ran away from the monster in the hope that it would not pursue him. But of course it did not. Michael himself began to doubt whether he could escape from him in this way, because it was exhausting. Moreover, the golem turned out to be much faster than he thought, and this only made his survival more difficult. First of all, because of the sand and his stamina, it was impossible to run for 10 minutes. And it was also worth doing this without rest, because at any moment he could be overtaken by death at the hands of the golem. The system had given him the sword and told him to survive, so he had little choice, and Michael knew it. He would either die trying to escape or he would die fighting. He preferred the second option. So the guy stopped and quickly thought about how he could defeat this creature, since it was made entirely of sand. Suddenly, the faces of all those who had laughed at him all these years and mocked him flashed before his eyes. Michael remembered how many times he had been called a loser and shouted that he was fed up with it. He didn't want to die a miserable death trying to just run away, even if it seemed safer. But he will never become a hunter and will never avenge his parents, who died as a result of that disaster. Of course, he wasn't going to agree to this. The guy decided to fight to the end, even if he lost. When it came to theory, he could confidently say that he knew more than many hunters. So he knew that running away was a bad idea, because the golems would only stop moving in one case. If their core is destroyed, however, it is usually located in hard-to-reach places. And if so, then he must first find the location of the core and then destroy it. Michael ran up. He knew that the core was usually located near the heart in humans, but sometimes it could also be the hand. All that was needed was to detect a faint red glow, as if from the heart. Michael decided to give it a try. He pushed off from the sandhill, intending to hit the golem with his sword. It turned out to be more difficult to do than he imagined, but Michael did not give up. He managed to reach the top of the hill just as the sand began to pour out. This played into his hands because, with his movements at the foot of the hill, he caused a small sand avalanche. Thanks to her, the golem lost its balance, and Michael was able to approach it on a sand wave. He thought he could only do it if he timed it right, so he waited a bit. And then he pushed off and jumped. A moment later, he was already on the body of the falling golem and saw its core. Michael stood up happily and walked towards him, swinging his arm to strike and keeping his balance. And then he hit it with all his strength, and the blade went straight into the core, but for some reason not all the way. It turned out to be harder than Michael thought, so only a crack remained on it from his blow. Michael froze in surprise because he hoped to end everything with one attack, but it was not enough. He realized with horror that he would need one more blow to break it completely. But the guy couldn't do it because the golem suddenly screamed in pain and started waving its arms. Michael realized in horror that the golem was about to tear him to pieces, and this thought made him nervous. He decided that he would have time to hit again, because that should be enough, but the golem's hand was already near his body. The monster grabbed him and squeezed him tightly. If it had been a stone golem, there would have been nothing left of the guy. Michael screamed furiously in pain. No matter what you say, sand in large quantities squeezes worse than a boa constrictor. For a moment, instead of the golem, he saw the faces of all those who laughed at him, mocked him, especially now. Then the guy decided that this could not go on any longer, and he would either die in battle or win. Michael gripped his sword tighter and shouted at them all to shut up, and suddenly rage gave him strength. He managed to free his hand from the golem's grip and threw his sword straight at its core, hoping to pierce it. And then, to his surprise, it happened. The sword hit the monster right in the heart and it loosened its grip. After that, he screamed loudly and began to crumble, since he was made of sand. The system window displayed a message that the guy had successfully destroyed the sand golem's core in 3 minutes. This meant that he had completed the training trial and would soon receive a reward. Michael himself was left with almost no strength. He spent the last of it to throw the sword, and now he was lying on the ground. He didn't know how long he lay like that, but if it hadn't been for the heat, which was unbearable, he wouldn't have gotten up. The boy fell to his knees, covered in sand from the fight with the golem. He couldn't believe he had done it. He was spitting blood and breathing heavily, but he was alive, and this thought warmed him, giving him new strength. Of course it was dangerous, and at any moment he could say goodbye to his life, but he still succeeded. Michael stood up and was very glad that he survived, and the system window congratulated him on passing the first floor. As a reward for clearing it, he received a unique characteristic and 1,000 points. He also received the quick recovery skill as an additional reward and another 500 points. Michael looked at all this with wide eyes. He still did not understand what all these glasses meant. However, if this was true, then the most important thing for him was that he was receiving a unique characteristic. He put in so much effort over the past 7 years and all he got in return was scorn and ridicule. The system window gave a message that he was receiving a unique necromancy characteristic. The boy thought with excitement that now he too could finally become a hunter. In this way, he will realize his dream, but this will only happen if he survives. He wanted to think about it some more, but suddenly he felt some strange changes in his body. And then, at the place where he killed the golem, some strange red round thing appeared. It was covered in black fog and resembled ball lightning, and this surprised the guy very much. He decided to touch her, and at that moment another system window appeared with a notification. It said that his necromancy stat had been activated, and he now had to make a choice. He was asked if he wanted to absorb the soul of the sand golem, and Michael thought about it with surprise. He realized that this black fog must be his unique characteristic, and made his choice. It was positive, and soon some tentacles began to extend from the ball lightning. They all entered his body, and, as Michael realized, they sucked right into his heart, which caused him pain. And then he read that he had successfully absorbed the sand golem's soul, and his skill had increased by 7%. For some time, the tentacles continued to enter him, and all of this was swallowed up by the black fog. Michael was also surprised that he suddenly stopped feeling any pain in the area of his heart. The only emotion he had was surprise at how the absorption process was happening. But then the golem's soul itself approached him and entered his body where the guy's heart was. The soul left no signs of injury behind, and everything happened without pain. The system window showed that he still had 4 of the 5 souls left, and Michael suddenly realized that he could feel the golem's soul. It turned out that he could store souls if he absorbed them, and the guy thought that this could be used. Then he read that he could also increase his stats by receiving souls, and he decided to use this. His strength increased by 3, his stamina by 2 points, and the guy even felt something. It seemed to him as if energy was filling his body, and the most mysterious thing was that this was actually the case. His stats actually increased, and he hadn't been able to raise them for the last 7 years. According to his characteristics, he could not only store souls but also use them as he pleased. The boy happily thought that he could become an excellent hunter if he managed to return. And then suddenly he saw a small portal form in front of him, and the window changed too. He was asked to go to the waiting room, and Michael decided that he should enter this portal. Besides, it didn't seem like he had any other choice, so he slowly headed towards the portal. He walked slowly because his whole body ached from the fight with the golem, and it was serious. When he entered the waiting room, he immediately fell down from lack of strength and great pain throughout his body. Michael thought he had underestimated his wounds, but it was too late to change anything now. Suddenly, his body was enveloped in a strange green mist that had a pleasant medicinal smell. After this, the boy realized that all his wounds were suddenly healed, and he was able to stand up, wondering what had happened. He looked around and noticed that in such a rather large room there was only one bed. But Michael was too tired to think about it, so he immediately lay down on her. He thought about what he should do now, because getting out of the tower seemed like a difficult task. He also didn't understand why this tower had called him here, but suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by another message. It said that he now had 5 commands available: information, store, community, inventory, and challenge, saying the command would activate it, and Michael slapped himself in the face, saying that he had to survive first and foremost. He called the test command and saw that there was almost 1 day left until the next test on the 2nd floor. He couldn't choose it yet, but the guy noticed that he would probably have a lot of such tests. He then called up the community team and was faced with an hour of people discussing the same topic. Everyone in the thicket was confused, and it looked like there were some here who weren't hunters. But suddenly the chat was blocked because the admin entered it, and Michael was even more surprised by this. The admin, meanwhile, said that he had important information that he could share with them. Michael realized that he had to focus because it could help him get out of here. The admin talked about the points they received after the test. Here they served as local currency. They were necessary for survival because without them they would not receive even a drop of water in the Tower of Trials. Michael thought that since points were only earned through challenges, he should do everything to have enough. After all, without them he won't be able to survive. The admin said that that was all for him and left the chat. Michael realized that at first he had hoped to become a hunter simply after returning home. But it seems like he's stuck in this trial tower now and has to play by its rules. His gaze fell on the sword, but he knew that he could do little with just a sword. Then he called the shop command, and after some time he was successfully training with the acquired shield. It seemed to Michael that all the hunters had lost all their stats when they entered the tower, but they had an advantage. After all, they should be able to more easily master the skills they had previously mastered. And this was important to Michael. After all, he was at different levels than them, so he had to train to catch up with the others. After a couple of minutes of exhausting training, he fell to the floor, exhausted, breathing heavily from fatigue. He thought about taking a break, but suddenly he felt his strength returning. Thanks to the healing effect of the waiting room, he realized that he could train without any problems. But soon the guy felt a new problem. It was hunger, which was ruining all his training. Of course, he couldn't just leave it like that, so he called the inventory command. There he saw the items he had already purchased, on which he had spent almost all of his points, of which he had only 40 left. If it weren't for the additional reward, he wouldn't even be able to dream of a shield. But now he needed to satisfy his hunger. Time flew by unnoticed, and there were already 17 minutes and the same number of seconds left before the 2nd floor test. Michael noticed that even the restless chat had quieted down, as it was almost time for the next test. For a moment he wondered if he could survive again, because this time everything would be even more difficult. However, the guy quickly dismissed this thought, telling himself that he would definitely survive this time too. Meanwhile, there were only 10 seconds left before the test, and apparently every participant was on edge. And then the waiting time was over, and everyone heard a deafening sound in their waiting rooms. A final message from the system appeared, asking if they were ready for the test. Michael responded positively, and soon a new portal appeared that he had to enter, and the guy did so. The guy was surprised to notice that this time the location was a forest, and on the one hand it made everything easier. Then he read that the purpose of this test was murder. He had to kill the leader of the orc tribe. Most likely he had such tasks because he chose the hard difficulty. But killing the chieftain of the orc tribe was nothing compared to the sand golem, and that made him nervous. Michael couldn't believe that he would have to sneak into a camp infested with monsters and kill their boss. He stood on the mountain and managed to count at least 20 orcs who had not yet noticed him. The guy decided that it would be harder to survive this time, but that didn't mean he was giving up. As you know, orcs are not particularly developed creatures. They kept to small camps and had their own boss. All the monsters obeyed him, but at their core, each one was just a dumb creature with honed skills. Michael knew he could defeat the chieftain without even engaging in a fight with the rest of the orcs, but it would be difficult. The guy also knew that usually in the dungeons, if there is a sentry in the orc tribe, one should also expect a hunter. However, Michael was not sure that he could defeat even one hunter, because they were stronger than the others. The problem was that there were too many orcs, so hunters usually had to form a group. He couldn't do it alone, and Michael knew what he had to do, but the idea seemed ridiculous to him. He decided to take a step back for now and come up with a plan, because he was impeccable in one thing, and that was his mental skills. After a while, he realized with a smile on his face that he had come up with a way to pass this test. After some time, he had already collected the required amount of materials needed for his plan. Now there was only one thing left to do, to move on to its implementation. Michael constructed some kind of torch, and then he called the inventory command and sent his new product there. The system window with his inventory showed that he had a new item, and Michael smiled contentedly. This meant that his theory had worked, and now he could move on to the next point of his plan. Although orcs look like lazy pigs, they are actually quite a diligent race. They stay in small groups, which allows them to quickly respond to any danger. Hunters always leave for hunting in the morning and return by sunset, so he still has plenty of time. The biggest obstacle in this mission was breaking through the numerical superiority, so he had to use something that would make all the orcs scatter and open the way for him to reach the chieftain. Michael knew that, according to the Hunters Association, the orc sentry was not always on guard. They usually return to the village to eat or rest for a while. Therefore, he must use this time to perform a deceptive maneuver for his plan to work. Michael threw the torch into the bushes and hurried to the pond, which was located near the village. After some time, when the fire spread, the orcs also noticed it. And the boy knew that if the flames completely engulfed the village, he would not have to worry about meeting the hunters. After all, they would be returning from hunting, but first, he had to kill at least 2 orc workers. As expected, several of them ran to the pond to get water and put out the flames. That's where he was waiting for them, and when one orc filled a bucket with water, the guy went behind him. The next moment, his blade pierced the orc's neck and he dropped the bucket from his hands and fell to the ground. Michael, meanwhile, activated his unique necromancy ability. The system window asked if he wanted to absorb the orc's soul, and the guy answered positively. When he did this, his skill increased to 9% and he felt another soul inside him. However, immediately after that, he heard someone approaching him from behind. It turned out to be an orc guard. Michael managed to react to his attack in time and put his shield under the blow, protecting his head. This orc was stronger than the others, and the guy barely managed to hold back his onslaught, but he did not give up. Then, an unexpected solution came to him. He realized that he could add strength to himself if he lacked it. Why did Michael use the absorbed soul of LRK to improve his stats? As a result, his strength increased by 4 and his agility by 2 points, allowing him to repel the sentry's attack. After a couple of minutes, the orc was defeated, and Michael activated his characteristic again, absorbing his soul. He increased his stats again, and in the meantime, his quick recovery skill was working. Thanks to the new soul, his agility increased by 3, strength by 2, and endurance by 4 points. After some time, he moved away from the pond, the area around which had already caught fire. He was noticed by the other orcs, who were preparing for another battle, but Michael's face showed confidence. He had already killed 3 workers, 1 sentry, and an old chieftain, successfully absorbing their souls and increasing their stats. The boy understood that if he was careful with the sentries, he would have no problem defeating the leader. Additionally, thanks to the absorption of the sentry, the orc workers no longer posed a threat. Michael easily defeated them one after another and did not forget to absorb souls, increasing his stats. But when he killed another worker, a more experienced opponent appeared. The new sentry was already running towards the guy, hiding behind the corpse of his clansman. He attacked Michael with his club, but he was able to defend himself thanks to his shield. On the other hand, this meant that the sentry had gotten rid of the leader, thereby leaving him alone. Accordingly, this sentry was the last obstacle on the way to the leader, and Michael had to overcome him. He dodged his new attack and caught the moment when his opponent weakened his defense. The boy then charged at the orc guard, ducking under the blow he was hoping to use to get him. He pierced the monster's stomach, causing it to die, while Michael successfully absorbed the soul of the last sentry. The guy used it to increase his stats, but at that moment the chieftain brought his staff cane, which turned out to be magical. And then he attacked him with his... Michael didn't even know how to react to the charge from the pillar of fire that fell right on the guy, as he froze in place from fear. But at the last moment he managed to put up a shield, with which he managed to defend himself from the leader. He looked surprised because not everyone could survive his fire attack, but this guy could. Seeing that the enemy was still standing on his feet, the leader screamed in a strange broken voice. Meanwhile, Michael read in the next system window that he had a new skill, fire resistance. He also received a new achievement, the one who passed through fire and prepared to finish off the orc leader. He looked him straight in the eyes And the leader did not take his eyes off the guy. He was interested in who he was. And then he pointed his staff at Michael again, intending to finish him off with another attack. But this time, the guy was faster. In the blink of an eye, he approached the leader and swung his sword. The blow passed near his head and cut through his mask. And the orc closed his eyes in surprise and fear. He realized that he could not cope with this opponent because he was much better than him. So the orc couldn't think of anything better to do than run away. He rushed into the tent in the hope of getting away. But Michael is not going to let him go so easily because all he has to do is kill the leader and he will receive a reward. The guy followed the monster into the tent, expecting that he might still pull some kind of trick. He cut open the entrance to the tent and prepared for a surprise attack, but it did not come. Instead, the guy saw a slightly strange sight, which was definitely not to be expected. The orc chieftain sat in the center of the tent, clutching two small orcs to himself, all of them looking scared. Then another baby orc approached Michael's leg and began to tug at his leg with tears in his eyes. The guy thought that even these monsters have loved ones, and for some reason he even felt sorry to kill them. He remembers his own parents who also protected him on the day of the disaster. They did it so that he could survive. But while the guy was thinking about it, the little orc reached for his weapon. He took out a small knife and aimed it at his leg, hoping that his opponent had let his guard down. But Michael was on edge. He couldn't let himself die, so he hit the baby first. Even though the blow was delivered with the hilt of a sword, it was enough to crush the small skull. Seeing this, the chief rushed at the enemy, wanting to avenge his child, but Michael pierced him too. For a moment he hesitated, but then he remembered that he had to kill monsters. It was the least he could do. When he found himself back in the waiting room, Michael considered purchasing a new shield. He also drew attention to the chat, from which it could be concluded that half of the contenders did not survive. And then he suddenly froze in surprise when he saw one participant write that he had used his question. He did this to find out how to return to Earth, and Michael realized that such a way existed. After a while, he figured out that they could ask questions in the information command. In the community chat, players came to the decision that they should all share any information with each other. Once they reach level 5, they will be able to purchase temporary return stones to Earth, but only for a couple of days. And starting from the 8th level, they will have access to new items, one of which will allow them to return to Earth forever. Michael looked at his stats again. His necromancy had already reached 65% mastery. The boy thought that he would be invincible if he had such powers on Earth, so he wanted to return as soon as possible. But for now, he was only at level 2, and 8 was still so far away, so he decided to look for something positive. He found it in the fact that his stats were at rock bottom, but now they are approaching 20 points. To begin with, Michael decided to absorb the 5 souls he had captured, considering that he almost died in the process. After that, almost all of his stats were close to 30 points, and only magic was at 13. Michael noticed that with each improvement he felt more and more powerful, and he liked it. He suddenly started running around the room and climbing the walls without falling. Like a spider, these were not human abilities. The boy realized that he had finally overcome human limits and felt incredible strength. He jumped from the ceiling he was standing on and miscalculated the speed with which he rushed towards the next wall. As a result, he crashed into her, leaving a dent. It was quite painful, but the healing effect worked. Michael thought that he had leveled up so quickly, which is why his body most likely had not yet gotten used to the new strength. He then opened a shop and purchased a dead tree shield which cost him 2,100 points. This shield was created by a black mage from the wood of a huge dead tree. It activated a buff when losing health. As a reward for the trial, he received a black steel dagger, which improved his stats, and also the killer's cloak, which allowed him to remain more undetected and move faster. When everything was ready, Michael exhaled. All that was left was to get used to the new items and stats. He had to do this before the next test, but that was not all. The guy wanted to become stronger than anyone could dream of, so he continued training. After a few more days, which flew by very quickly, he entered the 3rd floor of the test tower. The theme of this test was a duel, and the system once again reminded him that he had chosen the hard difficulty. Michael looked around. Apparently he was in some kind of cave where, as he thought, the duel would take place. Then suddenly a new message appeared, saying that in 10 seconds a guardian of darkness would appear. The guy realized that he would be his opponent, so he got ready, not knowing where he would attack from. As expected, the enemy acted unexpectedly. He went behind Michael, and he didn't even notice. At the last moment, the boy felt something scatter in the air near his head, and he realized that he was under attack. He barely managed to turn around and cover himself with a shield, but the attack still slightly hurt him. The Guardian of Darkness looked quite terrifying. He was also strong, and this forced one to act more carefully. When Michael saw it, he realized that it was a Doppelhalner, which he had read about in Hunter's reports, so he knew that physical attacks worked best against them. And with that thought in mind, he kicked him. The monster flew away a decent distance but quickly got back on his feet and they looked at each other. Doppelhalner smiled evilly. He was clearly confident of his victory because not everyone could defeat him alone. But Michael was not going to lose. He had to win at any cost in order to survive and move on. The injury he received quickly healed thanks to his quick recovery skill. And then the guy noticed with surprise something strange in the behavior of the Doppelhalner. He was made of dark matter, so he could take any form, and now he was imitating it. The monster took the same stance and suddenly he also had a sword and shield. To make sure he would copy him exactly, Michael went on the attack. In the blink of an eye, he found himself behind his opponent, intending to attack from behind. But the Doppelhalner did not have time to react in time, so the attack was successful and the monster was wounded. This meant that he could only copy his movements, but they were no match for Michael's strength. However, now the course of the battle had changed. The guy noticed that the Doppelhalner had stopped copying him. On the contrary, it seemed that he was angry, and the wound on his chest also began to tighten. The monster looked at the guy. He was surprised that he was able to touch him, so he didn't know what to do next. And Michael said mockingly that it seemed like he had the skill of restoration too. Doppelhalner did not answer him and again rushed into the attack. Now he was going to repeat the new maneuver. It was the same attack that Michael had used on him, so the monster copied it. However, the guy knew that he would act like that, so he easily anticipated his movements. When the monster swung his sword, he dodged and then kicked him. He already knew how to defeat him. After all, he had an advantage. He knew how to counter his own techniques. The initiative was clearly on the guy's side. He was pushing the Doppelhalner towards the wall in order to finish him off there. During this time, his fencing skills had improved significantly, and he thought that his training had not been in vain. But suddenly, when he was about to knock out his opponent, the guy saw a sword right in front of his eyes. He was able to quickly regroup and block the attack, but the monster was also able to retreat. Michael froze in surprise, not understanding what just happened, because he did not use this move. And then the Doppelhalner took the initiative into his own hands and began to push Michael against the wall. It was no coincidence, as they had only been fighting for a short time, but the monster had already evolved. It was now harder to block his attacks, even though he still copied all of his movements. Michael then activated his assassin's cloak skill, and his movement speed increased by 15%. This also meant that he had to finish everything in less than a minute. After all, it was only for that long that the effect of the cloak lasted that Michael rushed to attack the enemy. He also seemed to notice that the guy had become faster. But for now, the monster decided not to retreat. Michael, meanwhile, was already opposite him and swung for another attack, which was a feint. So when the Doppelhalner swung his sword to deflect it, Michael kicked him. The monster was not ready for this, but it was not the end. The guy was already preparing to finish him off. Then came a sharp lunge that pierced the doppelganger. But the guy did not foresee the consequences of this. He thought he had succeeded and decided to kill the monster completely as soon as it fell to the ground. So far, the Doppelhalner had only screamed loudly from the injury he had received, but then something strange happened. For some reason, Michael's hand was also cut off, and he was unable to even scream from the immense shock and horror. He expected this, although everything indicated that it must be somehow connected with the monster's copying ability. Then Michael also screamed. The pain was incredibly strong and made it difficult to concentrate. But the guy understood that this was not the end, because if he won, he would certainly get his hand back. Besides, the Doppelhalner hasn't moved yet either, which means that he does have the recovery skill. But it looks like he needs time to recover from this kind of attack. So this was his chance to win. But without a sword, it was difficult to do so. Michael came up with a plan. He has 15 seconds of the assassin's cloak effect remaining, meaning he will soon lose his speed. Deciding that he had nothing to lose, he grabbed the shield, telling himself that he would win. After all, it was better to take a risk than just wait for death. Perhaps this had become his credo lately. With this thought, he pounced on the monster. He had only one shield, on which he put everything. Seeing the guy approaching him, the Doppelhalner was surprised by his determination. It even scared him. He swung his remaining arm to block the attack, but the guy couldn't even attack. He relied on the point of the shield, which had become his new and final weapon, hoping to pierce the monster with it. Then Michael ducked under his attack, dodging the arm, and was able to press the shield into the doppelganger's stomach. He couldn't even scream and fell to the ground a few steps away from the guy. He didn't move anymore. But the monster was not dead yet. He was waiting for his recovery and looked at the guy with hostility. And Michael swung to finish him off, saying that now he would have another creature on his account. It always gave him strength to kill monsters to avenge his parents. And with this thought, he brought his shield down straight into the Doppelhalner's heart, causing him to die a quick death. Immediately after this, a system window appeared, congratulating him on passing the third floor of the test tower. When he returned to the waiting room, all his injuries and defects were healed and he had feeling in his arm again. It was much better with her, but now he had to prepare for the fourth floor and Michael resumed training. He hit the wall in his room with all his might and left a huge dent there which spoke of his power. The guy thought the healing worked great because he didn't even feel anything. He had the soul of a doppelganger, which he absorbed after defeating the monster. The consistency of his soul, however, was so dense that it could not be compared with others. Michael was surprised that the souls of all the monsters were different depending on their strength and abilities. He was also pleased that his mastery of the characteristics of necromancy had reached perfection. Now her rank had increased by 1 level, of which there were 5 in total, and the current progress was 0% level 4. As a result of this, he was given another skill. Michael received the chance to acquire the skill of absorbing the soul. In other words, he could now absorb not only souls but also their skills, although the effect did not always work. Just like he was able to get accelerated regeneration only after being on the verge of death a couple of times. Skills could never be acquired simply by snapping a finger, and he understood that well now. Michael called the community team and entered it. There were now 880 members out of 1508. This was already his third time back in the waiting room, so he felt like he was at home. Suddenly, the guy came across interesting information about the next test. They were talking about it in the chat. Someone said that this time the test would be combined, and that was a bit confusing. One guy named Kim said that he might be exaggerating, but he found out that the theme of the challenge would be competition. And since they are talking about a competition between hunters, this could very well even mean murder. When Michael read this, sweat broke out on his forehead. The guy realized that the guys in the community were serious. It turned out that in the next test, each of them had the chance to kill a person. After some time, the system window notified everyone about the start of the 4th floor test. The condition for its successful completion is to defeat the Goblin King within the allotted time. The failure condition was the destruction of all candidates selected for the team or the expiration of time. The penalty for failure was death, but Michael already knew that the main thing in this matter was to remain calm. When he entered the portal, it sent him to a new location and he saw his team for this test. These were also the first people he had seen in a long time, so it was a little strange. Michael felt awkward because lately he had only encountered monsters. The first to speak was the girl in the big blue cloak. She invited everyone to introduce themselves and began first. Her name was Beatrice, or Beatty for short. Her weapon was a magic staff, and she inspired confidence. She added that on the outside she was a rank 4 hunter and specialized in providing support to the team. Hearing that she was a hunter, the guy who was the second member in their team snorted in satisfaction. He introduced himself as Magnus, saying that he specialized in close combat and was a rank 5 hunter. Michael thought he was being rather rude, like a low-ranking hunter, since they were more modest on the ground. Then it was his turn. Michael introduced himself, saying that he also specializes in close combat. He added that he was not yet a hunter on the outside but was undergoing training, and Magnus chuckled with displeasure. He called him Cadet, telling him not to even dare to get under his feet. Michael was a little surprised by this behavior, but it wasn't like he had heard it addressed to him for the first time. The guy simply said that he was confident that he was a good fighter and could handle the role assigned to him. But Magnus did not change his attitude towards him, saying that he would kill him immediately if he saw that he could not cope. Michael thought that he was actually already used to this kind of look because he had encountered them all his life. For a moment he forgot about this nightmare, but finding himself again among people, everything surfaced again. Looking at Magnus, he thought that he was getting on his nerves and he could confidently say that he had enough strength to make him shut up. After all, in the Tower of Trials, everything is decided by skills, and he had them very well developed. Meanwhile, 2 more system windows appeared, reminding us of the rules and theme of this test. Then the main gates of the Citadel opened, where all participants had to enter from different sides. And as soon as this happened, small goblins with axes and other weapons immediately came towards them. They intended to surround their squad and pounced on the first one standing, which turned out to be Magnus. The boy was surprised that goblins could fight in such a battle formation, and turned to Michael. He shouted why he wasn't fighting, but the guy had his own tactics for fighting. Besides, Magnus didn't even look in his direction, and yet he had already managed to kill 2 goblins. While Magnus held off the rest of the goblins, Betty finished preparing for the spell. She needed a little time to finish everything, but Michael noticed that Mashnus needed help now. He told the surprised girl that he would leave her for a while, and after these words he rushed to his friend. Thanks to his cloak, his speed was incredible, so he was next to him in an instant. But Betty screamed that if he left like that, then who would cover her from behind? But the girl didn't finish because no more sounds could be heard from behind. She turned around and saw that all the goblins that came from behind were killed. The girl couldn't believe her eyes. It was the first time she had seen someone deal with the monsters so quickly. Meanwhile, the goblins were attacking Magnus with renewed vigor, and it was already difficult for him to hold them back. The boy sagged under the weight of his sword, expecting that soon Betty would give him strength with a spell. But this did not happen, and the goblins realized that it would be more effective to attack from different sides. One of them wielded a mace that was attached to a metal whip and directed his attack at Magnus. The guy didn't expect this and was surprised to see the weapon fall out of his hand. His great sword fell nearby, but there was no time to go after it because he would be finished off immediately. Then a new goblin with a machete jumped on him, and the guy could only cover himself with his hands, hoping for the best. He screamed why he was so unlucky to be on the same team as a cadet. But the next moment, Magnus ducked as someone rushed past him with an attack. The guy looked at the man in surprise and saw Michael, who had killed the monster that was threatening him. The remaining goblins screamed as another of their comrades was killed, and they retreated for a moment. Seeing that the cadet had protected him, Magnus couldn't find the right words to say to him. But Michael didn't expect anything. He simply told the master to stand aside for now. Magnus would normally have been angry upon hearing this, but now he was rather discouraged by it. Then Michael destroyed him mentally by adding that the guy should not get under his feet. In the blink of an eye, he then dealt with the rest of the goblins who continued to advance. The system window displayed a message that he had received a new achievement, Goblin Hunter. But the one who was most surprised was Magnus, who even opened his mouth in surprise. So shocked was he by Michael's skills. When it was all over, he had successfully absorbed as many goblin souls as he could. He also made the discovery that the black haze from his characteristic was invisible to other people. After that, he increased his stats. Strength by 3, agility by 4, endurance by 2, and stamina by 7 points. But suddenly, he saw that he had also absorbed one of the Goblin Guard's skills, and this surprised Michael. This skill included a larger vision radius which helped to spot enemies faster. Michael decided to try it out for himself right away and concentrated to get a feel for the skill. After a while, he got it. It was like zooming in on something you can't see with a phone camera. Michael smiled contentedly because this was another jackpot, even though no one else got anything. Magnus, meanwhile, in order to somehow justify himself, said that the cadet was very lucky. He added that he had done a good job, but both Michael and Betty looked at him questioningly. Michael then said that from now on he would be in charge of the operation, moving in the vanguard. He didn't forget to ask if Magnus had any objections to this, still teasing him. But the guy didn't have anything like that. He just looked at him strangely and then answered negatively. Then Michael added that the guy just needed to protect the hunter Betty, and he himself would fight in the front. Michael told the girl that she should just continue doing everything she had been doing before. Betty replied that she understood him, then said that she was resuming her search for the target and used magic. A few minutes later, they were already fighting another squad of goblins, and Michael was successfully absorbing their souls. His unique attribute Mastery Level 4 was already at 12%, and there were 14 hours left to test. It soon became dark and they set out to find shelter, saying that the battles with the goblins had been exhausting. Although they attacked with varying frequency, everything had calmed down now, and Michael began to think. Then he suddenly jumped up and ran somewhere himself, while his partner stood there in surprise. Betty asked what was going on, but suddenly she saw what Michael was running towards. It was water. To be more precise, the beautiful fountain is probably the only thing that has survived in this area. Magnus said he thought the other contenders had already been here, and everyone was surprised at their speed. Michael, meanwhile, leaned over and tasted the blood of a goblin killed nearby. It was still warm. Therefore, if they hurry, they will be able to catch up with other contenders because in case of victory of the other team, those who fail the test will die, and they will never return to Earth but will be buried here. Neither of them liked the prospect, so Michael said they'd better hurry. Meanwhile, the other team met the Goblin Squad again, but they posed no threat to them. There was a guy on their team with equipment like Michael's, and he did a great job too. There was also another guy present who had mastered an unknown ghostly art. His name was Thomas, and he said he was sick of these constant little skirmishes, but it looked like this was the last one. The boss was supposed to appear after that, but for now, it was necessary to focus on fighting the goblins. The guy had been sitting on the head of one of them the whole time, but then he cut it off and pushed himself away from the dead body. He rushed at the goblins that remained, his eyes burning with hatred for the monsters, and it was terrifying. In a moment, all the monsters were finished and he stood among the goblin corpses. His comrades praised him, saying that he had done a good job and done an excellent job. But Thomas replied that he was tired of this ugly hunt because he had to do everything alone. He then turned to one of the guys, whose name was James, asking if he liked skimming off all the cream. He didn't quite understand what he was asking, so Thomas irritably ordered to simply open the boss's room. They already wanted to finish everything as quickly as possible and rest in their rooms. James went to open the door as he was ordered, but the boy didn't like being ordered around like that. When he opened the door, the system window notified everyone that all members of the Challenger team had entered the spire. This was the home of the Goblin King, but the battle with him would not begin until one of the two teams remained. It was also reported that at this point it will be impossible to escape from the current location. As if to confirm this, a huge red barrier formed across its entire territory. Thomas looked at him with disdain, asking why this had suddenly happened and what these two teams were. But then he understood everything himself when he saw that there really were 3 new people standing on the other side. Michael's team arrived just in time, and now the boy was looking at those they were about to fight. Thomas grimaced in displeasure, saying that he had hoped to end everything quickly. But Michael suddenly said that he would fight alone, which greatly surprised his team. Secondly, he asked Betty to provide him with a buff that increased agility. Everything else she could supply to Magnus. To this, the girl replied that she had the chance to see with her own eyes how strong he was. However, perhaps people would be more terrible than all these monsters put together, and that was true. Michael said he heard her, adding that he would signal if he thought he was in danger. Until then, he counted on their support, and with these words the guy rushed into battle. His agility was increased by 2 points, and this effect lasted for 10 minutes thanks to Betty's spell. Michael himself has already become convinced that he has surpassed the skill level of the average hunter. Besides that, he had just killed over 30 goblins. The guy noticed the other team getting ready. Finally, Michael thought that his current self was strong enough to handle this challenge. With this thought, he rushed to attack 3 people at once, which surprised and alerted them a little. Thomas didn't understand where he came from, but he saw that the guy looked quite confident. He ordered James to use his shield at full power and to do so immediately. The guy with curly hair began to carry out the order, activating the defense. Apparently, he had a magic shield. That was true, and Michael realized it too when he saw the boys covered in a magical dome. However, it couldn't be called a strong barrier, so he prepared to break it. He pushed off the ground and hit it with all his might, causing it to split into many cracks. A moment later, the protection disappeared completely, and James, who was controlling it, fell to the ground. Meanwhile, Michael was already almost close to Thomas, and he realized that this opponent was quite strong. Michael attacked their team, and the guys didn't have time to react in time. He even wounded some of them. Betty and Magnus watched all this with surprise, clearly not expecting to see such skill. And Michael continued. He was already rushing towards Thomas, who, as he realized, was the leader of their team. The guy also realized that now the main battle would be his, so he prepared for it. Their blades met, but to everyone's surprise, Michael was pushing the guy, who was only defending himself. It was also strange that Michael's skills were inferior to Thomas's, but he easily blocked all of his attacks. The guy decided that, in that case, he should act more decisively. However, when he was about to perform some maneuver, Michael suddenly appeared behind him. Then came a pretty strong attack, which should have been decisive for the guy. But when Michael thought he had won, Thomas suddenly blocked his sword, bending his body strangely. He did it almost in a jump, which greatly surprised Michael, because he did not expect such reflexes from his opponent. Thomas, meanwhile, began to get angry that he could not seize the initiative in the fight, so he began to act. Michael noticed that the boy had unusual eyes, thanks to which he could see the trace of the blade aimed at him. Thomas jumped to the side, choosing the right moment to counterattack, but Michael was not going to retreat. Suddenly, Thomas saw the shield that served as Michael's protection flying towards him. As it turned out, this was done intentionally, because this way the guy had a limited field of vision. And Michael was already running towards him with another attack, hiding behind the shield from below in order to hit the enemy this time. The next moment, he pierced him with his blade, and Thomas could not see it because of the shield. He spat out blood, amazed that there was someone who could defeat him and even seriously injure him. Meanwhile, Michael's system window announced that he had received an additional reward after the test. Thomas was dead. The attack had hit vital organs, so the guy couldn't survive, but those were the rules. The penalty for losing was death. and everyone knew it, even though they looked very shocked. Betty noticed that Michael was shaking for some reason, and she realized that he himself was also out of sorts because of the murder. She turned to him, asking if he was okay, to which the guy replied that he was fine. He added that the girl shouldn't worry, but his gaze was somehow distant. Betty decided that he was interrupting in shock because of the murder he had just committed. Michael then asked them if they would mind going and fighting the boss right now to finish the challenge. Betty and Magnus responded positively, saying that they were ready to do it immediately, and Michael nodded. After some time, they defeated the goblin boss, and the decisive blow was dealt, as always, by Michael. The guy plunged his sword into the monster's back where his vulnerable spot was, and he died from it. The system window displayed a message stating that the test target had been destroyed. As a reward, all stats increased by 4. And as an additional reward, Michael received a new skill. It was a rank 3 instant acceleration, and when it was all over, they safely passed through to the portal. Magnus hurried back first. He was a little afraid of Michael, but Betty lingered at the entrance to the portal. She suddenly turned to him, telling the guy not to worry about what happened today. The girl said that perhaps her words were out of place, but he just did what he had to. Someone had to kill the enemy team anyway, and if he refused, she would join the fight. This surprised Michael a little. He thanked her, saying that her words made him feel better. Then the girl clicked something in her system window, and Michael saw that he had received a message. The applicant Beatrice Carroll sent him a friend request, which surprised the guy because he didn't know that such a thing was possible here. Betty explained that they had passed the test today thanks to him, so she felt indebted. The girl added that in the future, when he returned to Earth, he should find her in the White Guild. Michael looked at her without saying a word, but he understood what the girl was trying to tell him. When she went into the portal, he realized that he had to make an important decision for himself. It was whether to absorb a human soul or not. He thought about it, looking at Thomas. Once Michael was convinced that he was capable of something like this, he put the process aside for later. He did it because he felt he was about to cross an irreversible line, but now he has made up his mind. Although he had no intention of killing people to become stronger, but in a situation where there is no right to choose. He was ready to commit murder. With this thought, Michael absorbed Thomas's soul, continuing to look for justification for himself. He thought that, in addition to his very first desire to become a hunter, new ambitions began to grow in his soul. After all, the Tower of Trials had given him a chance, and he wanted to take full advantage of it, continuing to move towards the top. When the absorption process was completed, he also entered the portal and came out in the waiting room on the 5th floor. To his surprise, the system immediately announced the expansion, creating a ranking of applicants. Michael didn't understand what it was, but it required him to enter a nickname. The guy even thought for a bit, because he hadn't played many computer games in his life. He didn't have to think for long, however, and soon he saw that his nickname had been changed to Hunter. Then the system summed up the results of the 4th floor test, showing a list of candidates. All were in plain sight. Michael started looking for his nickname, thinking that perhaps he was somewhere on this list. And so it was, he saw himself in 16th place and was very surprised by his rating in this test. After all, he was much higher than he thought, and then the system added that the applicants entered the top 50. They will be designated as pioneers, and those who receive this status will receive an advantage on the 8th floor. And if they continue to maintain the pioneer status up to the 8th floor, they will receive the Halo privilege. Michael was surprised by this, but thought it was some kind of skill granting. He decided to find out the details when the time came, but for now he should focus on his growth. Now he could absorb up to 15 souls and store them all, so it was worth increasing his stats. When he did this, he felt that he had finally crossed the boundaries of human capabilities. On the 5th floor, access to the purchase of a stone of return to Earth opened, even if only for 3 days. But Michael decided to take advantage of this chance and purchase this item for glasses in the store. He also wanted to check if he could move with his equipment. When he absorbed the Stone of Objection, the system indicated that his next temporary point was the Earth. The absorption process began, and Michael felt as if something was pulling him in. The feeling was the same as when he went to the trial tower, and the emotions were the same. And then it was all over. As suddenly as it had started, he was lying on his bed at home. He was wearing the same dirty t-shirt as the first day, the same pants, and he also felt that he smelled bad. Michael thought that he really was at home, which meant that the transfer really worked. He rose on his elbows, intending to look around first, but this really was his room. The guy hadn't closed the window since the last time he was here, so it was a bit chilly now. In the midst of the summer heat, it was just what he needed. Michael fell back onto the bed, amazed at how soft it was. The only thing that spoiled the whole picture was his own smell from dirty clothes. So he decided to take a shower and got out of bed to do so, but was suddenly surprised. After all, his items from the Tower of Trials were lying on the floor, which he accidentally stepped on. Michael decided to check it out just in case, but it seemed like they could actually carry objects with them. However, this also meant that other contenders would likely be able to carry weapons as well. Soon the number of those returning to Earth will increase, which will lead to a sharp increase in the number of objects. This would cause the prices of Hunter's equipment to drop on the market, so he should get rid of his items. But the problem was that only those who have the qualifications of a hunter can sell them on the market. With that thought in mind, he reached for his phone, intending to make an important call that would change everything. Inspector David watched the training of those training to become hunters from his office. All the boys and girls were fighting pretty well when suddenly he was distracted by his phone. He accepted the challenge, introducing himself as an instructor at a hunter training center. Michael introduced himself in response, asking if he remembered him, to which the man after a while responded positively. He asked why he didn't apply for a refund online. But Michael said the man might not have to pay back the tuition fees he paid. Then he asked again if he was really serious about it, but Michael only confirmed it. He said that in return he would have one single request of him, and David was already starting to dislike this. The man wanted to refuse him right away, thinking that the guy would again ask to let him resume training. But Michael suddenly asked for help in passing his hunter exam, and then David reminded him of his unsuitability. Michael then calmly accepted that his midterm assessment had not gone as well as he would have liked. However, if the instructor refused to help him, he could easily change his mind about the payment made. After all, money is never superfluous, so he offered him a deal where only one thing was required of him. When the guy finished the call, he immediately went to the bathroom and was now looking at his body in the mirror. He noticed that it had changed greatly in proportion to his progress in the trial tower. But now was not the time to admire himself, because he had agreed to take the hunter's exam today. Michael quickly got dressed and went outside. The first thing he saw was his neighbor. The boy thought that he missed this everyday life because he was pleased to see even his neighbors. He decided to greet the girl, and she responded in kind, albeit without much enthusiasm. But Michael still wished her a good day, because he knew that everyone in the house thought of him as a loser. And it really had been that way until now, because today he would make them all look at him differently. A couple of minutes later, he was already hailing a taxi, raising his hand up, but no one stopped. Time was running out, and Michael realized that at this rate, he might even be late for the exam. So, without thinking twice, he decided to use his skills and made his way across the rooftops. He thought that running to his destination was also a good option, considering that it would avoid him getting stuck in traffic. At this rate, he arrived at the place even faster than if he had caught a taxi, and he liked it. The Hunters Association was a huge building, more like a skyscraper. That's where Michael headed, and when he entered, he saw that the right people were already meeting him. One of them was Instructor David, who fulfilled his request, and with it the deal. Michael greeted him again, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and the instructor agreed. A smile appeared on his face because, in fact, he couldn't hate the guy for his lack of talent. Michael, meanwhile, shared that he had been through a lot lately, and that he felt like a different person. David was a little surprised by this information, because he remembered that he said goodbye to him near the garbage bins. At this point, another man spoke up, introducing himself as the examiner who would be marking his test. The man's name was Kim, and he asked the boy if he had any questions about how the exam was going. But Michael replied that he was well aware of this, so they could immediately move on to the essence of the test. A couple of minutes later, he was already standing in a special room. He was given a sword, and the guy got ready. David approached Mr. Kim, asking if he remembered his request to expel the boy as soon as possible. The examiner replied that there was no need to worry about that and turned to Michael, telling him to choose the desired difficulty. He could choose from 1 to 10, and the boy remembered how he had always chosen the first degree before. A goblin appeared before his eyes, who defeated him every time no matter how hard he tried. But the problem was that he didn't have enough of them then, because he was very weak. The feeling when David announced that he had failed the test was so bitter that he almost cried. David advised him from the balcony to choose the easiest first level of difficulty. But Michael unexpectedly chose the 10th, which greatly surprised the instructor and examiner. The guy himself watched their reaction with satisfaction, since, probably, few people chose the most difficult level. David thought he was crazy, because he remembered very well that he had lost even to a first-degree goblin. And then the exam began, the essence of which was to hunt a firebird, and Michael saw it. He also felt his movements slow down, which turned out to be a special effect. Moreover, his sword suddenly cracked in several places at once, and this was very serious. It turns out that David personally slipped him a broken weapon so that the guy would fail the exam. He wanted Michael to finally give up on his attempts to become a hunter by losing once again. But for now, the boy stood firmly on his feet in front of the bird, which rose up to attack him. Her entire body was covered in flames, but Michael stood calmly and analyzed the monster's behavior. He realized that this was his last chance to become a hunter, so he couldn't screw it up. Among the names of those who passed the hunter's exam was his name, so David was very happy that he became a hunter. At that time, it seemed to him that he was the best, but in reality, everything turned out to be completely different. Gradually, the gap with his peers began to widen, and eventually he gave up trying to fill the gap. The man thought that the world of hunters was based on innate talent and stopped trying to change anything. People are forced to give up when they feel they have a wall in front of them that they cannot overcome. And not only he, everyone does this, because this fact must simply be accepted and you must continue living the life that you have. So the same thing should have been done to Michael Nodford, David thought, watching him fight desperately. However, it was time for him to give up and stop trying to prove to himself something that would never happen. Michael, meanwhile, saw that his blade had cracked, and this greatly surprised the guy because it was given to him. He thought that even if it was a low-level weapon, there was no way it could crack so easily. Then he realized that there was some outside interference involved, and he looked at the instructor. And David smiled maliciously, quietly asking what he would do now with the broken sword. Moreover, the bird began to attack, directing a fireball towards the guy who was defenseless. But Michael was even glad that everything turned out this way, because it was an ideal situation to test his skills. He learned a lot in the trial tower, so he would show it to everyone right now. With this thought in mind, he used the skill. It was an instant acceleration that pushed him off the ground and brought him closer to the bird. She didn't expect the guy to be so agile, and besides, he was now standing on the ceiling and looking straight at her. Michael noted that this skill was much better than the speed increase from the assassin's cloak buff. The bird, meanwhile, formed a fireball again, intending to finish him off here. But Michael decided to act ahead of the curve and ran towards her first, which surprised the monster a little. He didn't even need a whole blade to wound the bird before it could attack him. He plunged the sword straight into her eye, thus limiting her vision, and the bird screamed furiously. As expected, the sword was too short, so it was not enough to kill the monster. Michael glanced at the tile that had cracked from the bird's attack and decided he could use it. He chipped off a piece of tile and threw it with all his might at her head, intending to stun the bird. But the tile, pouring at high speed, turned into an axe with its power and chopped off her head. The piece of floor did not stop there and crashed into the wall of the balcony where Director Kim and the instructor were standing. David was surprised to think that Michael had done something incredible, but it seemed he was already finished. The bird fell unconscious to the floor, and he was congratulated on passing the exam. Michael did not forget the instructor and the examiner, apologizing for not calculating the force. He smiled contentedly, since he was able to pass the exam even with the broken weapon that was slipped to him. After a while, the woman in charge of issuing certificates handed him a card. It had his data on it, which said that he had become a rank 2 hunter, which was pretty cool. Michael thanked her, and the woman added that he could now visit dungeons and sell items at the market. Meanwhile, David was asking the examiner Kim how it was even possible for the guy to pass the test. After all, the man said that he would fail within 10 seconds. But in the end, on the contrary, he managed to cope with everything in that time. But the examiner replied that he had done everything in his power because, based on the data provided, the guy would have failed. David then asked if they couldn't have given him a lower rank, but Kim replied that they had already done so. Their conversation was interrupted by Michael, who entered the office and announced that he had received a hunter's license. He then approached David, noticing that he looked a little pale, and asked if he was okay. The man replied that he was fine and congratulated the guy on his new achievement. And Michael suddenly said that if his memory serves him right, the instructor reached rank 3 before retiring. He added that he briefly recalled him calling him trash because he really did think so. And suddenly, the thought crept into his head that perhaps David himself was the scum he was talking about. Hearing this, the man jumped up from his seat to hit him, asking if he had lost his fear. And Michael thought that, contrary to his expectations, the instructor had easily fallen for the provocation. He dodged his blow and swung to deliver his own, wanting to demonstrate his strength once again. David winced in pain as the guy hit him right in the solar plexus, and he understood that nothing would happen to him for this because he acted in self-defense. And this was a response to the aggressive actions of the instructor, who also received a slap in the face. David had time to think and wonder where a second rank got such strength from, and then he lost consciousness. In the evening, when the guy was saying goodbye to Director Kim, he asked again if he was really offering him a job. The man responded positively, saying that he would work directly for the Hunters Association, and his salary will be about 1 billion won. With these words, he handed him his business card. Finally, the man added that he was doing this because he could see his potential, but Michael was not interested. He said it appeared the difficulty level of the exam had been adjusted arbitrarily. Seeing that this made the director's face change, he said that he would not make a big deal out of it. However, it was not in his nature to make a deal with someone he did not trust at all. The remaining 2 days flew by, and now he was back in his room ready to leave. The news reported that recently there had been rumors among hunters about a mysterious phenomenon called the Trial Tower. Michael thought that everyone finally knew about the towers, so he was convinced that he had done the right thing. After all, he was able to get rid of the equipment at a very good price, so these 3 days were very productive. But his time on Earth was coming to an end, and soon he saw a familiar system window. It began a countdown, after which he would be sent back to the trial tower. Michael even wanted this a little, because he would be able to progress again and become even stronger. The guy thought that after his return he would again have a lot of work to do, and for some reason this thought made him happy. Within seconds, he was back at his waiting team in the tower, also in full gear. As expected, they were able to move objects between the tower and the real world without any problems. He took a small chest and a stone with him and decided to throw it all into his inventory for now. Then Michael jumped out of bed, deciding that he would first stretch his body a little and exercise. After that, he wanted to challenge the 5th floor, but suddenly the system gave him a new achievement and a new skill. The skill was called the Eye of Truth and was of the highest rank, which surprised Michael greatly, since he had never mastered anything like it. Based on the description, this skill allowed him to obtain all the information about the target he was observing. Of course, he still lacked skill, but the guy was most surprised by the following property. With this skill, he could determine whether the opponent's words were true or not, which was incredible. Michael thought that with this eye, he would now always be able to tell when people were lying to him. It was a pure jackpot, because not everyone could afford it, and even less so among hunters. Then Michael decided to do some shopping and went into the store, first of all buying a rank 2 Thunder Sword. After that, he bought a rank 3+ Hunter Scout Shield. For all of this, he spent a whole 9,300 points. However, although they mostly went for the sword, Michael really liked its options, so he couldn't help but buy it. This was because it had a 10% chance to apply a lightning effect when hitting an enemy. Then the guy called the test command and was asked by the system if he was ready for the test on the 5th floor. Of course, he answered positively, and a few minutes later he was already running into the portal, preparing for new battles. The theme of this test was hunting. The difficulty was high as always, and the penalty for failure was death. He had to kill the werewolf boss in the wolf ravine within a day, and Michael understood his task. He was looking forward to victory, wanting to see how the werewolves would fight him, because they were half human, half wolf. He found himself right at the foot of the mountain, where apparently there was a cave with a boss, but he still had to get to it. Meanwhile, many small wolves surrounded him and attacked from all sides, but the guy did not even flinch. He wielded his sword very well and finished off all the monsters that were there in the blink of an eye. He was even a little irritated that they turned out to be so weak, because he had hoped for stronger opponents. But suddenly he saw that new opponents were approaching him, and these were much stronger. Michael was even a little surprised by such a sharp change, but this was what he wanted. In front of him stood another pack of wolves, which were larger, stronger, and more ferocious than the previous ones. One of them snapped its teeth, and Michael felt their deadly energy. Each of the monsters was aimed at killing him, but for some reason it made the guy smile. He prepared for battle, realizing that now he would be able to test his real strength, and not like in a fake exam. Michael thought that the Tower of Trials never disappoints and rushed to attack the monsters. The giant werewolves rushed at him in response, barking loudly and opening their mouths to swallow him. But Michael deftly jumped on one of them, dodging all the attacks. He realized that he was even having a little fun. Perhaps he was slowly starting to go crazy, because a normal person would not enjoy trials. However, this did not bother him much because the guy knew that he was getting stronger day by day. The system gave out information that his sword mastery had reached rank 5 perfection, and his sword skill had increased to 5+. And by level 4, his accelerated regeneration skill had increased, and Michael thought that he needed to get a new skill. After all, his current inventory characteristics have almost reached the limit of his growth, so it was worth thinking about it. The wolves, meanwhile, jumped right on him, and if it weren't for his well-developed stats, he would already be dead. Michael enjoyed honing his skills and turned to the monsters, telling them to keep attacking. After some time, everything ended. The guy absorbed the souls of the killed werewolves. He thought that he had already managed to hunt 3 times, but the lightning effect still did not appear. The system window informed him that he had absorbed many souls of mad wolves and his skill had increased by 16%. This was good, since at this rate he could achieve an increase in the rank of his unique characteristic. He had also almost reached the middle of the wolf gorge, so the boss should appear soon. But suddenly he stopped, looking in surprise at what he saw among the high rocks of the gorge. There were torn bodies of other wolves there, and the guy thought that some kind of conflict had occurred in the pack. However, he later dismissed this thought when he saw that the blows were inflicted with a sharp weapon, and the traces left nearby only confirmed his assumption. Michael decided to use his new skill and activated the Eye of Truth to find out the truth. He saw a trace of rank 3 aura that was left behind after someone carefully split the wall. Suddenly he felt uneasy, because there were too many nuances that didn't fit in his head. And then suddenly he heard someone's cry, which it was impossible to distinguish at first glance who it belonged to. But the guy felt that it was somewhere nearby and ran in what he thought was the right direction. As he ran, he saw a medium-sized cave, from where he determined that the roar was coming. But before the guy could enter the cave, a huge pink werewolf flew out from there. He was badly cut up and fell down, lying unconscious, and Michael was surprised by his sudden appearance. He realized that another monster couldn't eradicate him so much, which meant that there was someone else in the cave right now. The system window displayed a message that the werewolf boss had died, and the reason for this was currently being investigated. And Michael looked at the dead monster in confusion, not understanding why this happened on the floor. But now, the system analysis has been completed, and it has reported an intrusion into the candidate testing. Then the purpose of the test changed. Now he had to kill a challenger from another dimension. It was he who carried out the invasion, and now he showed himself to the guy completely. He looked like a knight. Michael didn't understand why he suddenly appeared here from another dimension, as the system said, but he didn't like it. He suddenly wondered if this meant that the trial tower existed in multiple worlds at once. The stranger from another dimension spoke up, saying that he was surprised that the boy had not died yet. It turned out that he was the master of this test, but alas, now it will all end for him. He attacked and Michael blocked his punch, thinking that this guy must have gone crazy too. They stood for a moment, looking at each other and assessing their strength. And then the knight held out his sword. Michael never imagined that a situation would arise where the target of his test would be lost to an intruder from another world. However, he was extremely lucky that he did not fail the test, because then it would have been all over for him. Meanwhile, the knight asked if he was so frightened that he could not utter a word. Michael prepared to defend himself from any attack, expecting anything from this man because he looked strong. He called him a knight because he was covered in armor and his sword was more like a long spear. The speed with which he moved in such gear was also surprising, but Michael could not lose. He decided to use what was at hand, or more precisely his foot, so he kicked the body of the dead boss towards him. Such an obstacle was nothing to the knight, who did not even slow down and continued to advance. When he approached the boss, he cut him down with one precise blow of his sword, but then he was a little surprised. After all, he didn't see the guy in front of him, but he felt someone come behind him and attack. His speed was incredible, and the knight realized with surprise that his defense had been broken. And Michael was already preparing for the next blow and swung to leave a more serious wound. The knight swung his sword, but the boy ducked under his arm and struck the stranger from another dimension right in the rib. However, to his surprise, the armor did not crack. And then the knight said that he had fallen right into his hands. Michael realized that the situation was becoming dangerous because he had planned to split the armor in half, but did not leave even a scratch. The knight, meanwhile, brought his sword down on him, which would have cut off his head if he had not managed to retreat. But even so, Michael was unable to maintain his balance, as the shockwave from his attack hit him even from a distance. The guy hit the rock with such force that it collapsed a little, but no debris followed. Michael realized that this opponent was the strongest he had ever fought. His shield was shattered and his sword was damaged, and his whole body was also aching from the heavy blow to the rock. And the knight was a little surprised that the guy was able to block his aura because he hoped to finish him off quickly. Michael screamed that the system had recognized him as an intruder, but he had never heard of anything like this. But the knight questioned him in return, asking how a barbarian like him could even know about floor implantation. Hearing this, Michael asked why something like this happened in his test, and the knight asked him not to hold a grudge. He added that the tower was originally such an unpredictable place, but now it's time for the guy to know his place. He swung, intending to finish the guy off, but the guy waved his hands, asking him to stop. Michael asked if he could tell what this floor implantation was, and this surprised the knight. After all, in essence, the guy was on the verge of death. But he wanted to know such things. However, he decided that he might as well tell it, since Michael was already dead anyway. So he cleared his throat. He began by saying that among the system options, the expansion of which occurs from the 8th floor, there is floor implementation. And if you buy a ticket for a floor implementation in the store, then you will have the opportunity to interfere with other people's tests. Then Michael asked if the stranger really came from another world, as he thought. Hearing this, the knight smiled, although the boy did not see his smile, and asked if he really thought so. Meanwhile, Michael activated his new skill, the Eye of Truth, to check the veracity of his words. The system window showed that his opponent's words were true, but for some reason the knight saw it too. He became angry, asking how he dared to doubt his words and wanted to pounce on him again. However, Michael replied that he couldn't do anything about it because, in fact, he wasn't even injured. The knight called him a barbarian scum, asking if he dared to be insolent towards him. And Michael said that he got the information, so he should share a fun fact with the guy too. He said that thanks to his pain tolerance skill, his injured arm was of little use to him. It's just that if he let her go, the accelerated regeneration skill would activate. Then he showed it. Finally, he added that it seemed to him that the knight would share information with him if he were in such a position. And he asked if the guy was just testing his healing skills because, if that was all, then he would not escape death. However, Michael got back on his feet and grabbed his thunder sword, saying sarcastically that he didn't even know what to do. After all, his strength continued to grow rapidly. He increased his stats with the help of the souls he had previously absorbed. Stamina, durability, strength, agility, and mana had all increased by 4, and he felt it clearly. It seemed that the knight also noticed these changes, and he asked if the boy really had a unique characteristic. And Michael, instead of certification, activated the temporary effect of the killer's cloak, which added speed to him. He only had a minute left, so he had to hurry. And this time Michael pounced on his opponent first, and the knight was already seriously surprised because it was strange to him that the applicant from the 5th floor had so many skills. Michael, meanwhile, was rapidly approaching him, preparing to hit the weak points of his armor this time. They clashed again in battle, but this time he was more cautious and moved incredibly fast. The knight didn't understand why this guy had such outrageous stats, because he was only on the 5th floor. He realized that at this rate he might lose, so he decided to end it all with the help of aura. However, this time Michael was ready for his attacks and was able to jump back from his crushing blow in time. But the knight did not plan to stop there and continued to attack, masterfully wielding his sword. Michael knew that the aura was a high-level skill, so a blow like this could cause serious damage to him. However, he was definitely ahead of the knight in terms of stats, so he was able to dodge without any difficulty. However, the real problem was that armor, because his equipment was also of a high level, and with Michael's current abilities, it was impossible to break through it, no matter how hard he tried. But the guy knew that he had another trump card. Continuing to strike blow after blow, he was able to activate the effect of the sword. The flash of lightning struck the knight so unexpectedly that he did not even understand where it came from. And Mike smiled contentedly, because this was what was needed. The 10% effect from his sword worked just at the right time. Lightning struck the knight's entire body, and although his armor remained almost undamaged, the metal passed the charge well. He spat out blood and fell to the ground, and Michael walked up to him, preparing to finish off his opponent. The guy thought that if the armor had a lightning rod function, it would have added trouble, but fortunately, everything worked out. The knight raised his head, looking at him with big eyes. He realized that the situation had suddenly worsened for him. The stranger tried to get up, but was too weakened after being struck by lightning, so he stopped trying. He thought that he should have won from the start, because he was only facing a challenger from the 5th floor. And Michael said that he was very stupid if he relied entirely on his skill and armor alone. Then he pointed his sword at him, saying that now the time had come for him to know the honor, and he asked him to stop. He said he could answer all his questions, but the guy said there was no need. He plunged his sword straight into his eyes, causing him to die instantly from pain shock, having managed to curse him before doing so. But Michael didn't care about his words. He realized that he had destroyed the intruder, so the task was completed. He also suddenly noticed that each time it became easier for him to kill people, and this was frightening. But if he felt awkward while piercing someone else's flesh, then that would be a much more serious problem. Meanwhile, the system window congratulated him on successfully completing the 5th floor of the test tower. Michael, without thinking twice, absorbed the soul of the stranger from another floor, as it now became clear. His mastery increased to 15%, and the system window reported that he had absorbed the spirit of the challenger, Cade Adrax. Michael thought with surprise that he almost missed this opportunity because for some reason the knight's body began to disappear. Apparently, if you die in another dimension, the body disappears like a mirage, and this was another important discovery. Suddenly, the system window gave a message that the difficulty level and the reward do not match, so the rewards will be changed. Michael looked questioningly at where Cade's body had been a second ago, wondering what his rank was. He then received his first breakthrough reward, a high-ranking 3 absolute skill. As a bonus reward, he received 7,500 points and additionally received another 3,500 points. This made the guy happy. He noticed that instead of the promised second-rank reward, he received a high rank. The invading knight must have been strong enough for the system to think that the rewards and difficulty were not in line. After some time, he returned to the 6th floor waiting room and was healed of all defects and injuries. The guy threw his equipment into his inventory. His shield was broken, but now he was thinking about something else. Michael tried to save his tickets to send questions to the 8th floor as much as possible, but he realized he had to use them. He activated the required command. He had 5 tickets in total and therefore 5 questions. Michael wanted to know more about the floor penetration and whether it was possible to find out about the impending invasion. When he finished, the system reported that his question had been sent and that an admin would answer it shortly. It took less than 10 seconds for him to receive an answer, and Michael was surprised that it all happened so quickly. But it was even better. He opened the received answer in anticipation of finally sorting out this issue. It said that the floor implementation is a system that allows another candidate to enter the test. However, the gap between them should be no more than 10 floors, and he could only intrude into personal trials. Then Michael realized that, in other words, it was like breaking a ladder while it was climbing. But then a new message appeared saying that this information was not available on his floor. And since the request was only half satisfied, the ticket to submit the question will not be used. It was a little strange for Michael, but nevertheless he was glad that his ticket remained intact. Then the boy thought it was time to use the items he had grabbed from the ground. One of them was the Croken Tower Restoration Chest, which allowed you to restore items. Michael used it to repair his secret hunter shield, making it as good as new in an instant. He then used another item called the Purity Stone, which might seem like a waste of money. But Michael believed that the feeling of freshness and vigor that comes with swimming was worth a couple thousand won. There was an hour and a half left before the 6th floor test, so Michael decided that he could still check the access to the results. But what was his surprise when he saw his nickname in 3rd place, and he had an epic rank. The guy thought that he had climbed quite high from 16th place, and if he continued like this, he would get an achievement. He was not yet aware of the advantages of being a pioneer, but he was getting closer and closer to them. And then he entered the community chat. But what was happening there surprised the guy very much because the atmosphere of the chat had changed. Applicants were looking for opportunities to acquire skills related to murder and robbery. It was clear that people had become selfish towards each other, as everyone was trying to survive and move on. Michael thought that in front of him was literally chaos and disorder. Mental resistance skills, which are now being actively traded, have the effect of reducing mental pain. And then Michael saw a message that made him a little surprised and remember what happened before. Someone in the chat remembered the challenger who released information about the 4th floor, saying that he changed his nickname. It was this man who then voiced the idea of killing each other. And now someone has found out that he has changed his nickname to Judge. Michael wondered if this time the guy was going to do the same thing as on the 4th floor. To begin with, he decided that he should remember this nickname well, and soon it was time for the test. Its theme was occupation. 50 minutes were given for everything, and the condition for successful completion was the capture of a stronghold. Michael entered the portal, wondering what the reward would be this time, since his rank had improved significantly. When he arrived at the testing area, he was surprised to see the sea and sunny weather in front of him. Michael looked around and saw what appeared to be their strongholds that needed to be captured. Suddenly, the system announced the selection of candidates to form teams. But for some reason, there was no one on the pier except Michael, and the guy was a little surprised that no one had shown up. He looked into the portal, but suddenly a spear flew out of it straight at Michael's head, which he definitely didn't expect. However, he managed to intercept the weapon before it hit him, and its owner was expected to appear soon. The guy who was holding on to him appeared literally the next second, so Michael had to step back. Seeing that someone had grabbed his weapon, the guy looked at Michael in surprise, continuing to fly. He finally landed and Michael asked him what he was doing when he had just attacked his own team. But the guy called him a brat, saying that he should also know what's what if he came into the community. After all, it said that killing was the easiest way to get achievements. Then, Michael asked if the main thing for them was to earn as many achievements as possible. To this, his new comrade replied that the guy should look around before playing the role of a righteous man. Michael decided to do just that and saw what the challenger was talking about, as other teams were also killing their members. It was a terrible sight. People went crazy in pursuit of achievements to earn as much as possible. Seeing the whole picture, Michael lowered his head a little and also took out his weapon, approaching the guy. Suddenly, he called him a hypocritical idiot, and he suddenly realized that now he had a new battle ahead of him. Meanwhile, other players continued to hunt each other, killing their comrades. But there seemed to be some who were disgusted by this bloodshed. Right now, two people got their hands on them. One of them, a plump guy, was glad to have met a man who shared his opinion. He thought that everyone else should come to their senses because, at this rate, they would all die here. But the one he was shaking hands with suddenly took out his sword and pierced the guy in the stomach, agreeing with his words. He was surprised that the guy shook hands with strangers without a drop of doubt, without even really understanding the situation. By killing his teammate, he earned the Vile Killer achievement and his durability increased by 1. This battle took place right before Michael's eyes, and in the meantime his comrade also spoke to him. He told him to stop acting like a saint because he himself wanted to achieve a new achievement. But Michael didn't answer him, and the guy thought that he was distracted, which meant it was a great moment to attack. He swung, intending to kill him, but Michael remained standing motionless until the very end. And only when the guy's blade was already near his eyes, he suddenly made a lightning-fast maneuver and pierced him first. The guy spat out blood, amazed at the speed of his opponent, who could have been his partner. Before his death, he regretted his decision, and Michael received the Traitor achievement, and his strength increased by 1. He himself thought that it was weak, because this was not the kind of test he was hoping for when he entered the portal. But at the same time, this test could be called a kind of event especially for him. After all, here he will be able to improve the mastery of his unique characteristic and perhaps get new skills. However, he decided not to specifically attack other contenders, but only to fight those who did so first. The guy with black hair activated a new technique he had learned, an iron dome made of water. From the outside, she looked quite impressive, but the main thing was not that, but his personal abilities. After all, for him it was an ideal test, because he had mastered water magic to perfection. However, suddenly the guy heard someone rapidly approaching him and turned around. It was Michael, who for some reason was simply running towards the guy, clearly not with friendly intentions. He pushed off the ground and hung in the air for a moment, choosing the best place to attack. There was determination and complete confidence in his actions in his eyes, and the guy noticed it. He was surprised that he was aiming at his iron dome, because the water in it was spinning incredibly fast. However, Michael actually planned to split this technique and landed right on the dome. Seeing that he had failed, the guy said maliciously that it was an impenetrable defense. Imagine his surprise. Michael suddenly broke through the top of the dome and flew straight at him. He kicked the guy and then finished him off with one precise blow of his sword, and he only managed to spit out blood. His dome dispersed, and the guy himself fell unconscious not far from Michael, who landed safely. He thought that maybe his actions were a little cruel, but what mattered was the end result. With his actions, he instilled fear in the other candidates, who began to think of him as a monster. He had just captured the stronghold that was the target of the test, and now all that was left was to defend it. He had to hold out for only 10 minutes, preventing anyone from capturing the point in the remaining time. Michael thought that breaking through this test would be easier than he thought, since the challengers were mostly low-ranking. The tests on the 6th floor made me think about many things because they revealed the essence of a person. Distrust of other people, darkness and despondency, nurtured by the Tower of Trials, and also hatred and the desire for power. You think that sympathy is real hypocrisy, because even if he managed to drive away his rivals from himself, eventually someone was going to die anyway. The system window gave a message that an enemy had joined him. He looked back and saw 4 people stepping into his stronghold together. One of them, a tall blonde man, said that the guy must want to know why there were 4 of them. But Michael replied that even without his explanation, everything was as obvious as it could be, because they were just 4 idiots. Gathering together, they formed a squad of assassins to earn more achievements. The blonde happily agreed, saying that he had grasped the essence, and now his sentence would be carried out. He suddenly became serious, telling the guy to die, and after these words, his comrades rushed to the attack. He noticed the fat man had a bucket of water, which surprised him, and the other guy was moving quite quickly and unpredictably. Michael prepared to defend himself, taking a stance, but the next moment his hand seemed to be pierced by a sword. It turned out that the guy who stayed with the blonde used the fusion of hearts technique. It was his unique characteristic, and through its use, Michael now shared his pain. Taking advantage of this, the guy drew his sword and swung it to strike, but he was aiming at himself. And then he pierced his own hand, which made him wince in pain. But it bothered Michael more. Due to the unexpected pain, he dropped his sword and now could not defend himself from the two attacking guys. Things were bad, so he activated the pain tolerance skill, and all types of pain decreased by 15%. But the very next moment, a big guy with a bucket of water approached him, which surprised Michael at first. He poured it on the guy, and he was convinced that it was ordinary seawater because the sea surrounded them. Only then a message appeared that he touched the water from the 6th floor, and his strength decreased by 10. The same was true for agility and endurance, and the penalty duration was 3 minutes. Michael realized that in this test the seawater was not easy, and touching it would result in a penalty. Meanwhile, his opponents had almost reached the distance where any attack would pass and hit him. It was a terrible situation for Michael, but he knew that only an ordinary player would have failed in this situation. After all, he himself had long since surpassed the boundaries of human capabilities and possessed incredible skills. The first to attack was a guy who moved unpredictably, which could not be said about his attack. Michael dodged her without much difficulty, saying that he had to admit, the boys had come up with a pretty good strategy. However, he added that they had made one very serious mistake, and he reached out to the face of the first of them. After all, they had chosen the wrong enemy, and with these words he hit his head on the floor of the strong point. Michael did this with surprising strength, considering that his strength was limited by the penalty. For the guy, it was instant death, and his 3 comrades froze in surprise, amazed at Michael's strength. In the meantime, he received a new skill, Contempt for the Weak, as well as the achievement One-Hit Kill. The new skill allowed him to increase his strength if the enemy's stats were lower than his own. Just at that moment, another of the 4 pounced on him, pouring water on him, and all his stats were lowered. Thus, Michael's new skill was activated, and he attacked the big guy first. He kneed him in the head, causing the boy's nose to bleed, but Michael didn't stop there. He jumped up and brought his foot down on his face, smashing it completely, and blood splattered everywhere. After this, he received a concussion, from which he died, and Michael received the achievement of Merciless Killer. His agility increased by 1, but there were still 2 challengers he couldn't deal with. The blonde, who was watching all this, grimaced in displeasure. He didn't expect the guy to be so strong. Michael, meanwhile, walked straight towards him without saying a word. He looked him straight in the eyes. The boy who used heart fusion looked at the blonde with confusion, asking what they should do now. Instead of answering, he suddenly swung his sword and hit his comrade right in the leg. He screamed in pain, but it was transmitted to Michael too, who grimaced from the unpleasant sensation. He dropped to one knee, thinking that the blonde wanted to finish off both him and his comrade at the same time. Fortunately, his pain was limited by the effect, but it limited his actions. Meanwhile, the blonde took aim at his comrade again, this time intending to finish him off. He started stabbing him with his sword, and Michael felt half of the pain on himself. The other guy screamed. The blonde turned to Michael, saying that if he took another step towards him, he would slit the idiot's throat. Michael understood that even with pain tolerance, it would be difficult for him to react to the enemy's attacks. So, as expected, upon hearing it, there was only one answer, which again included murder. After all, he must kill the challenger who activated the fusion of hearts as quickly as possible. With that thought, Michael threw his shield, putting all his strength into it, and it turned back into a flying axe. As a result, he cut the guy's throat, which only caused him to think that he was dying, and then he died. Michael himself also felt quite a lot of pain in his neck, but fortunately the skill helped him cope with it. He dropped to his knees, coughing up blood, and the blonde realized that he was now vulnerable to attack. The guy swung, thinking that if not now, there would be no other chance, and pounced on Michael. He continued to stand motionless on his knees, waiting for him to get close enough. And when the blonde was almost at his head, about to cut it off, Michael suddenly grabbed his sword. He stopped him literally a centimeter from his nose, asking if the guy wanted to die first. The blonde chuckled something unintelligible and then said that Michael had simply gone crazy, which was not far from the truth. He applied even more force and suddenly tore the blade of the sword right out of the blonde's hands. Before he could even blink, the weapon was in Michael's hands, after which he cut off his head. It happened incredibly quickly, and he earned the Cold-Blooded Slasher achievement, receiving 1,500 points. And then the system window notified everyone that the test time was up. Michael's stronghold had been captured. This meant that everyone who had managed the same thing had survived and moved on. But there was another observation here. In the end, the ultimate winners were those who kept their team and comrades together. Of course, there were exceptions. Michael looked around and saw many people like him. Those who killed others, and it doesn't matter if they were his comrades or just other contenders. The guy wondered how he looked in the eyes of those who did not stoop to murder and kept their team together. He was probably just as much of a monster as the guys who attacked him at the end of the test. As a reward, he received 8,000 points, as well as a rank 1 random draw box, which went into his inventory. After this, a portal opened and Michael successfully returned to the 7th floor waiting room again. Before this, he did not forget to absorb the souls of the guys he killed, having previously learned all the information about them. Thanks to this, the rank of his unique characteristic increased by 1 level and was now rank 3. When Michael moved to the waiting room, a new feature for viewing achievements was activated. A list opened in front of him, in which he could see all his achievements received in the tower. Among them was even an epic class, which he received for the achievement First Return. He then decided to take a closer look at each achievement and found that some of them immediately granted new skills. Some also came with stat boosts, while others awarded points, all of which he had in his arsenal. Michael was surprised that he actually received quite a few achievements for killing, even though he hadn't planned to commit them. He then opened his inventory, where the rank 1 random draw box had already been moved. By opening it, he could get a random item from rank 5 to rank 1, so there was no point in delaying. Michael didn't have much hope for this reward and wanted to finish it as soon as possible so he could move on to absorbing souls. He pulled the yellow ribbon that tied it, and the box opened. Something quickly flew out from there, and the guy followed this object, becoming more and more surprised. It turned out to be some small monster that landed nearby and looked at him. Michael asked the system what kind of Pokemon it was, assuming he needed to catch it, and the monster stared at him. Then the boy pounced on him, reaching out to grab the creature, but it turned out to be agile. He dodged Michael's hands without any difficulty and looked as if he was playing with him for fun. Michael chased after him for some time, but all attempts to catch this creature came to naught. But finally he managed to grab the monster with both hands, and it seemed that he did not expect this. Michael was delighted, saying that now he would not let him go, but still did not foresee that the creature was not domestic. Suddenly, it bit him on the hand, which caused the guy a little pain because the monster's teeth were sharp. This made him let go, although the guy didn't plan it, but his hand unclenched instinctively. When the monster jumped back again, Michael said in a creepy voice that he had been polite to him so far, because he was quite cute. However, now he could not expect mercy. With these words, he attacked the creature with renewed strength. For some time, the monster managed to shorten further, but then the guy suddenly jumped away from him. He pushed off the ceiling and then flew at the creature with incredible speed, swinging his arm to strike. He was no longer able to dodge this because it was too late, so the blow hit him straight in the head. The monster's eyes rolled back into their sockets, and its head suddenly turned red and, as Michael noticed, cracked. And then something happened that he never expected. The creature disintegrated into many porcelain pieces. Michael saw a beautiful necklace appear from them. It was said that he had received a rank 1 item. It was a wrought iron pendant, a steel pendant imbued with the soul of the blacksmith who had worked with it all his life. It increased the effects of metallurgy and swordsmanship skills by 7%, and also had a special property. When possessing mana, an exclusive effect was activated, Steel Protection. This effect was that his skin absorbed 10% of all physical damage. Michael realized that this was a really cool item, as it was equipped with both attack and defense. The guy thought he didn't expect anything from this prank, but ended up winning such a big jackpot. However, when he put on the pendant to test its power, the system window reported that his mana was depleted. Then he realized that this effect was very cool, but the price for it was his mana, which from now on had to be stored. Now Michael decided to check the rank of the unique characteristic status, which increased by 1 rank. But then suddenly a message from the system appeared, asking if he was ready to proceed with the 7th floor test. This surprised Michael a little, because usually the time before the test was announced first. He wanted to check if this was the case for other participants, so he went into the community, where he confirmed his suspicions. And so it was. Now everyone could proceed to the next test without waiting for the others. But there was still an atmosphere of desperation in the community to return home. So everyone was a little indifferent to the fact that the waiting time was gone, but Michael noticed something else. The manner of communication in the chat also changed. Now people were increasingly discussing people who betrayed their comrades. Michael was sure that all these maniacs had gone quiet now because the 7th floor test would be personal again. But one had to be wary of those who used the lives of their comrades simply as tools to gain achievements. And most importantly, Michael must develop his skills so that they become unshakable to any variables. Then, the guy finally checked his stats window and saw a new additional effect. Now he could use the souls of the dead to protect his body, but at this time his energy would be proportional to the force of the blow. The guy also noticed that the description of the basic effect was now more specific, which surprised him. After all, if previously the main emphasis was on strengthening stats, now souls could be used differently. He could use them both as a magical power and as a protective shell. Michael thought that anything could happen, so the ability to protect the body would never be superfluous. With this thought, he suddenly took out his sword from his inventory because he decided to try everything on himself. Throwing the blade into the air, he went to check how effective the spiritual shield would be. Michael held out his hand, deciding to take a risk because even if the sword cut it off, the waiting room would heal everything. The blade, meanwhile, continued to spin, rapidly approaching his hand. And then, when the weapon was about to touch his flesh, the effect of his characteristic suddenly worked. The system window reported that the soul of a guy named John Flock absorbed the damage from the attack and disappeared. He was left with 3 of the 30 souls in his possession, and Michael thought the defense had exceeded his expectations. After all, she had acted quickly, without allowing the slightest harm to be done to him, so it was possible to draw a new conclusion from this. It's better not to absorb all the souls at once, but to always have a couple in reserve for your own protection. After that, Michael opened the board with the results of the 6th floor test, wanting to see his progress. To his surprise, he dropped to 4th position, but for him this was not at all critical. After all, to receive the title of Pioneer, he only needs to be among the top 50. Having finished with this, Michael stretched his body a little, saying how tired he was while checking this and that. But he had no time to waste, and he decided to challenge the next floor without delay. The next moment, a portal opened, and the theme of this test was proof. He had to pass 3 tests in 40 minutes, otherwise the challenger would face death. But for successfully completed tasks, a new skill of Grace of the Wind, of the highest rank, was given. When he arrived, he realized that he was in some kind of corridor with an unusual atmosphere. There was literally no sense of anyone's presence here, and this irritated the guy a little. Suddenly, he felt the energy around him change, and the system informed him that he had entered the first zone. This was the first testing area where he had to prove that he had overcome his fears. He was suddenly transported to the desert where he began his growth, and it was here that his first fight took place. Michael had already guessed what was about to happen, and as if to confirm his words, the ground beneath him began to shake. And then he appeared, the sand golem, this time much larger and apparently stronger. The guy realized that this space was now a reproduction of the training test. The condition for successful completion was to break through 3 tests in the remaining time. Michael realized that as he fought the golem, 3 more trials would appear. He probably overcame them at one time, but since this is a test proof, it will need to be done again. Meanwhile, he finally saw the golem that stood before him. Its size was truly impressive. Michael thought that his size had increased by about 3 times, but it didn't play a big role for the guy. The golem, meanwhile, pulled its hand out of the sand and prepared to attack, swinging at the guy standing in front of it. The monster did look huge, but Michael didn't even flinch when it started to act. Michael, out of habit, pulled out his inventory from the system storage, preparing for another fight. And then the golem struck. Michael managed to jump back, but noticed that the golem's speed was quite good. He waited for him to attack again, then jumped onto his hand and ran forward, looking for the core. From his last fight with this monster, he remembered that the core was near its hand, so he headed there. But this time, there was nothing there, and Michael decided to stick to his original plan, aiming for the head. And yet it was strange that he didn't see the golem's core anywhere, and that was precisely where its weak spot was. Then the guy had a hunch that the more massive the golem, the deeper the core was hidden in its body. And then the monster attacked again. This time its movements became even faster and caught the guy by surprise. Michael was surprised that the sand could move so precisely, so he had to come up with a plan quickly. The golem's hand appeared before his eyes so suddenly that Michael didn't have time to jump away. The monster then clenched his fist, intending to crush the guy like a bug, but he failed. Suddenly, he felt something vibrate strongly in his hand, and then he felt cuts. Michael had freed himself from the sand trap, shredding his palm from the inside, and was now free again. He thought that since he couldn't strip the monster with one blow, he would just cut it into pieces. The next moment, he put his words into action and pounced on the golem, attacking its entire body. The guy chopped off his head and arms, inflicted wounds on his body and legs, so he thought that would be enough. However, he realized that each time he was cutting only sand, which was immediately replenished with new sand. Therefore, at any cost, he had to find the core, and besides, his tactics had enraged the golem. He swung at the guy again, and Michael had to go on the defensive again, jumping away from him. But suddenly, after another attack, he noticed something interesting that he had not noticed before. He had no time to think because the monster was going to finish him off again, this time by stepping on him with its foot. The guy quickly ran away from that place, amazed at how quickly and accurately the golem attacked. He suddenly realized that dodging the blow was not a problem, but if he got caught by that sand wave, then it could all end quite tragically because sand is nature, not a monster, so there is no point in fighting it. Michael ran as fast as he could, hoping to get far enough away from the wave, but she was approaching mercilessly, and the guy realized that he would not be able to get out of her way no matter how hard he tried. And so it happened. Heaps of sand buried him completely, as if he had drowned in a sea of sand. A kind of gorge was formed, in which Michael lay under sand debris. Michael was irritated by this. He realized that at this rate he could fail the test simply because of the time. Meanwhile, the golem continued to advance, although he himself was walking towards him. But the sand made everything much more difficult. Michael drew his sword and prepared to defend himself, intending to pinpoint the exact location of the core this time. The golem was still going to crush him and had already extended its hands to do so, but this time the guy did not run away. He used his new skill, 3 absolutes, which allowed him to enhance 3 sword attacks. To do this, it was necessary to use one's mana, and as an additional effect, the power of the sword was increased. Michael activated the skill and rushed to attack. This time his blows really became stronger. He was able to completely cut off the golem's arm with one blow and then began to shred its torso. Michael was surprised to notice that he suddenly had such strength, but it was just in time. He remembered how angry he had been the first time he had encountered a floor implant during a test. But now he could not help thinking that he should thank the knight for invading his presence. Although this vile golem was being restored by the sand, it still continued to deliver slashing blows. The guy did this with one single goal: to find the core and destroy it, so he attacked without stopping. The initiative was already clearly on his side, because the golem did nothing but recover after his attacks. Michael felt like he had already cut his entire body, but for some reason he still hadn't found the core. This was already starting to piss the guy off because this could go on forever, and he only had 30 minutes left. But suddenly Michael made an interesting and slightly strange discovery for himself. He asked when the golem had become so cute, since before that it had been much bigger. Hearing that he was called cute, the golem's cheeks turned red. Apparently even the monsters enjoyed the compliments. But it seems that the sand that makes up his body cannot be extracted from the environment indefinitely. That's why it decreased in size. Michael had already figured out what to do in this new situation. He smiled evilly, turning to the golem and asked if it wanted to lose a little more weight. The monster didn't really like the offer and he shouted something in response, but the guy didn't understand his shouts. He pounced on him again, and the golem had no choice but to attack back. He swung his fist at the guy again, but he still didn't realize that these attacks were already useless. Michael easily cut his arm and continued to cut the sandy body without stopping. The guy did this with such incredible speed that it became increasingly difficult for the golem to recover. Soon he fell down, his legs and body were eaten away and his hands were cut off. He was immobilized. This time Michael decided to wait until he was back on his feet, and now he looked much smaller. To be more precise, he looked the same as the first time the boy fought him in the training trial. But this also meant that he could now clearly see the golem's core, just like the first time. It was on his back, and since the body was covered with a thick layer of sand, it became extremely difficult to get to it. Michael also thought that he should have sped up, since he only had 40 minutes for the test. The guy had about half an hour left, but the golem itself approached him, moving, however, faster. Of course, this didn't catch Michael by surprise, but he noticed that after the intensive diet, the monster became more agile. It was a bit funny, but the guy added that he didn't have time, otherwise he would be happy to play with him some more. In the blink of an eye, he suddenly appeared behind the monster and swung to smash its core. The golem felt something sharp pierce his body and screamed, then began to crumble. Still, if it weren't for the core, golems would be very insidious opponents, but fortunately, each has its own weak spot. The sand golem's core was destroyed, the system window reported this, and then issued 2 more announcements. The first was that challenger Michael Nodford had proven that he had overcome his fear, and the second was that he had completed the first challenge. After some time, only sand remained from the golem, which scattered all around Michael. And then the boys saw the spirit of the golem, which was different from the one he absorbed last time. This one was much brighter and emitted strong energy, so Michael activated his characteristic. However, the guy was unable to absorb his soul because a second portal suddenly opened. He pulled the guy into himself, and the system window displayed a message that he was being transported to the second testing zone. Michael stood there, his hand outstretched, unable to believe that for the first time he had failed to absorb a soul. Apparently, the skill increase here was limited, if possible at all. But then he was transported to the second testing zone, where he was required to prove that he had become wiser. Looking around, the guy realized that he was at the location of the second test in the orc settlement. As he thought, the previous tests were now being repeated. Just like that time, the settlement was burning, and he entered the tent, into which the orc leader had then run. But there was no one there, which surprised him a little. But when he went out, he saw what was what. He realized that the subsequent events of that day were now unfolding before him. After all, he had destroyed the orc settlement, so now the orc rangers who stood before him looked stronger. One of them glanced at the guy, assessing him for a minute, and then suddenly the expression on his face changed. The pupils dilated, and the vision became clouded, and Michael immediately understood what these signs were. The fit of rage was a phenomenon often observed in monsters overcome with anger. The enraged orc was no longer a pathetic monster like a rank 4, so it would be tough. Meanwhile, a similar condition appeared in all the orcs, and they pounced on him together. But suddenly Michael noticed something interesting in their behavior, or rather, he found out the reason for their anger. After all, before this they had bowed over their dead brothers who had fallen by his hand the last time. Michael thought that monsters shouldn't show pain from loss to family members and activated the skills. Suddenly, he too became angry because the orcs were trying to avenge their comrades. This shouldn't have been done in front of him, because he had also lost his parents, so anger overcame him too. He defeated all the orcs, and then turned to their leader, asking if this feeling was not disgusting. Watching your family die and not being able to do anything about it angered the chief orc. With his last strength, he attacked him. But Michael knew that victory was already on his side and drew his sword. He was surprised by how zealously the monster tried to fight until the very end, so he eased its suffering. By cutting off the head of the last orc, he passed the test, thus proving to the system that he had become wiser. However, this was not the end. Michael quickly turned around, thinking that this time there was no time to waste. He wanted to have time to absorb the souls of the killed orcs because there were at least 10 of them. But he failed again. The portal to the next dimension opened literally as soon as he killed the last orc. However, when he was almost inside the portal, he was able to absorb several souls of the orc Jaegers. Mastery of the Hunter's Dagger skill has increased to rank 3, and the instant acceleration skill to rank 3+. And then he entered the final testing area, expecting it to be a mind-blowing experience this time. To his surprise, he found himself in the 6th floor testing location where he had been just this morning. This was the very battlefield where the stronghold had to be captured and held. However, Michael noticed that the layout of the tiles was different, and this time they were made of slippery metal. But there was nothing to be surprised about, since the previous test, So Ignorant, had received the label Wisdom. The guy opened his inventory and took out a life potion that increased physical and magical strength by 20%. Without thinking twice, he drank it and immediately felt the effect. His strength was restored. A few seconds later, he stood there wondering what to do with the flask that held the potion he had drunk. And then he decided that he could make a little mess in the Trials Tower and threw the flask straight into the sea. It is not clear whether it was because he did this or for some other reason, but suddenly a wave rose behind him. It was so huge that it knocked down the metal plates and started moving towards the guy, and he realized that things were getting hot and activated the exclusive effect of the killer's cloak. His movement speed increased by 15% for a minute, allowing him to quickly run away. Michael thought that the tests before had repeated the existing rules, so that was the case here too. It turned out that he needed to find and capture a stronghold, and before that, he had to avoid water from the sea. Luckily, his speed was higher, so the wave couldn't catch up with him, or so he thought. Michael decided to just keep moving in the same direction, but suddenly the slab beneath his feet shook. Before the guy could jump to the other one, a large wave lifted him up along with the slab. He lost his balance and fell, and the system reported that he had come into contact with water from the 6th floor. Strength, dexterity, and endurance were immediately reduced by 10, and the penalty lasted for 3 minutes. Michael thought that when the idea of the tiles remaining in the same order, it was a kind of hope that there was at least some common sense in the Tower of Trials. She proved that it was not so. The guy realized that he was going underwater and activated instant acceleration. Pushing off from the tiles, he ran along the remains of the path, no longer afraid of coming into contact with the water. So he managed to run a little more, but the situation was becoming more dangerous. After all, one wrong move and he would have fallen into the sea, and the tiles would have buried him. as if in a grave. Michael couldn't even imagine that it was possible to die so easily in such a place, so he kept moving. Finally, he saw a stronghold that seemed like salvation to him, and the guy headed towards it. The red tile of the stronghold was getting closer and closer, and Michael felt that he was almost there. Soon, finally, this annoying ordeal would end, and this thought gave him strength. However, suddenly the water around the stronghold began to swirl, forming a new wave. Michael thought that now the Tower of Trials had decided to go completely mad and finish him off. He barely managed to react, dodging in time the wave that would have swept him back into the sea. There was only a little bit left to the strong point, and now he could run towards it on the slabs and not in the air. But suddenly, when there were only a few meters left to the stronghold, the wave took the form of a rotating vortex. It was so unexpected that Michael did not have time to jump aside in time, and the wave's attack caught up with him. He realized with horror that he was going underwater, so he decided to try to use the effects with his last strength. He activated the effect of the Forged Iron Pendant, which absorbed 10% of all physical attacks. Also, the soul of the Orc Ranger, which he was able to appropriate for himself, absorbed the damage inflicted on him and disappeared. This happened twice more, and Michael realized that if it weren't for the improved stat rank, he would already be dead. After all, the guy clearly felt the shockwave, but right before the blow could cause him any damage, the shield blocked it, and thanks to this, Michael was able to return back to the path of slabs. It was pretty close, but he managed to survive, so he continued running towards the stronghold. The waves did not retreat either. Rotating, they followed him, rapidly taming the distance. Then suddenly the effect of the assassin's cloak ended, and he lost his speed. This was very bad for Michael, because his mana was already at 0, and what if the instant acceleration failed? That would definitely be the end for the guy, so he decided to use what was at hand, namely his souls. There were still a few Orc Jaegers left in reserve that he was still able to absorb, and now he ate one of them. Thanks to this, he was able to replenish his mana and felt his strength return. It was just in time. The waves had meanwhile almost reached him and were again approaching from different sides for a new attack. However, Michael returned to his speed and saw that there were less than 3 meters left to the strong point. He overcame the last slabs and was about to jump onto the red slab of the point, when suddenly he saw an obstacle. The last plate was lifted into the air by the shockwave that hit from below and created an obstacle. Seeing this, Michael was surprised and even a little scared because he was losing time, and for him every second was precious. He couldn't retreat either because the same water trap awaited him there, so there was only one option left. It was a test where he had to prove that he had overcome his doubts and the guy understood what to do. Relying entirely on luck, he continued running straight towards the wall of water in front of him. When he entered her, he felt an incredibly powerful wave flow tearing his body apart. But, fortunately, he was saved again by another soul of an Orc Ranger, absorbing the damage, and he was able to get out of the water trap. The only thing he didn't calculate was that the force of the current threw him high into the air. Although he was flying in the direction of the red plate, the altitude was high enough to be fatal. Michael screamed, thinking that this could end very sadly, so he completely relied on the effects. The slab was already right in front of his eyes, and when he fell, he broke it a little from the great force with which he flew. As expected, the Orc's soul saved him this time too, and it turned out to be the second to last one in his arsenal. Michael lay there for a moment with his eyes wide open, surprised that the ordeal had been so difficult. He was not even able to stand up on his feet, and the waves were hanging over him, and the guy was seriously scared. However, the system window reported the task had been successfully completed, saying that he had proven that he had overcome his doubts. After this, the waves stopped rotating, forming a vortex, and turned into ordinary water. All this fell upon Michael, and he thought that finally this damn test was over. As a reward for his breakthrough, he received a new high-level skill, Wind's Grace, and 15,000 points. He also saw a message that rank 2+ speed boots would be sent to his inventory as a bonus reward. Then a portal appeared and Michael entered it, returning to the waiting room, now on the 8th floor. When he returned, the guy thought that this time he was unexpectedly close to failure, but he still managed. In the current situation, it was much more alarming for him to return to the 8th floor. He thought that he couldn't continue to be so lucky, but suddenly a message from the system appeared. It announced the expansion, as the number of applicants who passed the tests on the 7th floor exceeded 1,000. Then he read that some kind of intersection point was created in the test, and the floor implantation system was activated. But the most important thing that everyone was waiting for with such impatience was the permanent return to Earth. And the icing on the cake was a message stating that he was among the pioneers. Now he could choose the halo, an advantage that could only be obtained by maintaining the title of Pioneer. Michael also read that the halo affects the unique characteristics and skills of the applicant. There were 3 halos to choose from: Ruler, Hunter, and Monk, and Michael thought about it. First, he had to read the description of each of them and then make his choice. The Ruler had varied performance and was well suited to his current rank. It affected all skills and even the unique characteristic, and also had a special power: skill synthesis. Besides, the Trial Tower openly said that it was the most suitable halo for him. Then he became familiar with the Hunter's halo, which was closely related to improving characteristics and stats. His unique power was leveling up, and it also suited Michael perfectly at the moment. The last one was the Monarch, but here everything depended on talent, which the guy did not possess, so he immediately discarded this option. It turned out that he had to make a choice in favor of the remaining 2 halos, but he didn't know which one. After some thought, he decided that the best choice would be to go with the halo, which had more emphasis on height. The system window confirmed his choice of the Ruler aura, and its special effect triggered the evolution of the unique characteristic. The options were sorted by the current abilities of the applicant. There were 3 available in total. But Michael didn't even think about which effect to choose because he decided everything at once when he saw the first option. He chose the Summoner effect, which allowed him to absorb spirits to revive his assistants. These were supposed to be powerful skeletal undead, and Michael thought that such help would not hurt. After some time, his body got used to the new effect, and then a message appeared that the halo had been successfully created. The guy decided to look at his stats after these transformations, and also read about his unique power. Skill synthesis allowed 2 necessary skills to be combined into 1, which helped create new effects. Michael decided to test this power right away and opened the list of his skills, of which there were only 7. He thought about what he should combine, and then chose Contempt for the Weak and Continuing the Battle. Both skills were level 5, and he hardly used them, so he confirmed the continuation of the synthesis. After some time, the process was completed, and he received a corresponding notification. And then he saw the result, which was a new skill created based on the ones he had chosen. This skill was called Forced Breakthrough, and what was also noteworthy was that it was rank 3. Its effect was that Michael could break through unknown forms of containment. However, his magic level must be higher than the magic level of the one sending the restraining effects on him. Michael thought it was a really mind-blowing skill that made a lot of things easier. He liked how the new unique power worked and decided to try again. This time he chose Ranger Training and Burn Resistance. Both skills were also level 5. The guy froze in anticipation, thinking that the system would not disappoint him this time either. And so it happened. The new skill was called Strong Eye. It was level 4 and consisted of the fact that it could provide good visibility. This worked especially well in poor conditions and his vision became sharper. But Michael was curious as to why he got rank 4 this time. He thought the previous skills were combined better. Based on this, it could be assumed that the combination of skills also played an important role in the synthesis. After that, he closed all the windows and fell on the bed, because he was very tired from the long battles. Michael thought he had already gone from holding the status of a pioneer to receiving the Halo Award. But for some reason he felt a little wounded, as if he had achieved everything not through his own efforts. He lay there for a while longer, lost in thought, and then suddenly jumped out of bed, saying that it was time to get back to work. After all, he didn't get acquainted with another new skill that he received for completing the 7th floor. According to the description, the skill gave +10 to all speeds if you said its name. But there was a nuance. Michael could use it a total of 7 times and increase his speed to 70%. But after that, there would be a 24-hour cooldown. However, Michael was blinded by the thought that his speed would increase by as much as 70%, and he would be able to dodge any attack. Besides, this skill didn't consume any mana at all, so it was very useful and the guy liked it. In essence, Wind's Grace was a skill that had no downsides, and that was good news. Michael then opened his inventory to check his latest bonus, the rank 2+ speed boots. Michael noticed that all the rewards on the 7th floor were related to speed, since the boots also increased it. The guy then opened the skill shop, which displayed all the effects available for purchase. Among them were Enhancement, Steadfastness, Monster Skin, Enchanted Weapons, Instant Acceleration, and others. Michael thought that, contrary to his expectations, the quality of the skill shop left much to be desired. However, he needed a skill related to magic, so he bought a magic chain for 15,000 points. He also acquired magic resistance for 12,000 points. Both skills were rank 3, which already gave him hope. The last skill had the effect of resistance to other people's magic, and was also increased by the chain. Michael thought that now that he had these two skills, he would be able to withstand attacks like heart fusion. He also won't be caught off guard by someone else's magic unless it's an incredibly powerful technique. The magic chain skill had the effect of condensing magic into a chain, increasing the efficiency of mana usage. And then suddenly Michael felt his whole body burning, and the system reported the formation of circuits. It was even a little painful, but the guy understood that thanks to these chains he would be able to increase his mana. It all ended as suddenly as it had begun, and soon he was able to sit on the bed again. Michael stood up and felt a strange lightness throughout his body, as if he weighed a few grams. The guy decided not to waste time and start testing his new abilities. He moved a little further, to the middle of the room, and stood there for a while, lost in thought. And then he suddenly swung his leg, intending to kick it straight into the floor even though it made no sense. But Michael wanted to test how strong he had become with his skills, and the effect of the blow surprised him. He realized that mana, when used randomly, would form a chain and enhance his physical abilities. As expected, he made a good purchase, and this pleased Michael because the glasses were not obtained without difficulty. A minute later, he was already reading again in more detail about his new effect, thanks to which he could summon souls. Moreover, the abilities of the summoned dead man will correspond to the number of souls in his arsenal. Now, all that remained was to make a decision on which his further progress depended. The choice was whether to challenge the next floor or return back to the ground. Meanwhile, some guy posted an ad for recruitment to the team. He needed 2 more people. He sat on a bench in the memorial park where an emergency portal had appeared, but there were no people willing to join it. Suddenly, 3 people approached him, apparently another team. Their commander laughed at him. He noticed that he hadn't assembled a team yet, so he should have given the portal entry permission to them. But the guy wasn't going to share his pass with anyone. He said he didn't intend to give it to others. Then the fat man noticed that there were quite a few hunters gathered in the park, but for some reason no one wanted to join his team. And then he said that in that case they had no choice but to take the pass by force. He added, "Does the guy really think that anyone would want to be on the same team with trash like him?" Some of the hunters in the park agreed with him, saying the guy had hit the nail on the head. But suddenly, to everyone's surprise, they all heard someone ask the guy if he had received any more people. Everyone turned to see who said it, and he headed towards the guy who was sitting on the bench. Michael showed his second-rank hunter ID, and this already inspired some respect for his person. He asked the guy who was recruiting people for the team if that was enough to join. He was a little shocked by the appearance of such a strong hunter, so he simply nodded his head. However, this did not please the big guy, who asked if he could not see that there was a line of people waiting. Michael just smiled at this, which provoked the guy even more, and he squeezed his shoulder. Then Michael said that if he was unhappy with something, he should have just applied to James's team. That was the name of the guy who got the pass into the portal, and then Michael added that the big guy should leave him alone. He told him to remove his hand from his shoulder before he broke it and activated his powerful aura. The boy was shocked by how strong this hunter was, but his hand still squeezed his shoulder. He himself was also a rank 2 hunter, but now he doubted that the guy standing in front of him had the same rank. Meanwhile, his partners thought that it was their commander who was radiating such powerful energy and were delighted. But he replied that it was not his doing, and then said that this time he would tolerate such a prank from Michael. As he left, he added that he should know that he was simply lucky, because representatives from the hunting association were there. But Michael didn't care about him. He was watching James, who was upset that everything had gone wrong. Then he decided to cheer the guy up, saying that he wouldn't be able to find anyone for the team anyway. Therefore, they should not waste any more time and go into the portal together because their strength would be enough. But James didn't seem to be convinced, and asked again if Michael was really going to handle everything with just him. He answered positively, and soon they were the first to enter the portal, which took them to some kind of dungeon. James immediately rushed to look around the area, not believing his eyes that he had gotten inside. Apparently, this was his first portal. But Michael said that he didn't need to worry too much. After all, he himself will be able to deal with most of the third-rank monsters, so the guy doesn't have to worry. Then the guy asked if Michael hadn't said before that it was his first time in the dungeon too. The guy added that he should listen to him carefully because their lives were at stake. He suddenly asked Michael who he thought had the highest mortality rate in the dungeon, rank 4 or rank 2 hunters. James continued, saying that at first glance it might seem like the 4th-rank hunter would die first. However, in reality, a rank 2 hunter has a higher mortality rate because they are too confident in their abilities. Therefore, the probability of a fatal outcome for rank 2 hunters is extremely high. The same can be said about driving. The more confident the driver, the higher the chance of getting into an accident, so the dungeon was quite a dangerous place. And since Michael had risked entering here without a tank and a healer, James became even more concerned about his self-confidence. Suddenly, the guy asked if he could take on the role of leader of their group, because he knew everything about the dungeons. Michael noted that he actually wanted to stand at the head of their small group, but he still agreed. James bowed to him, thanking him for his trust, adding that he was doing this for everyone's safety. And then they continued on their way. Michael decided for himself that he would take the initiative into his own hands if the guy couldn't cope. After some time, they saw the first monster of the dungeon, a lizardman, who also noticed them. James reported that these monsters are known for their skillful use of various types of weapons. The guy said that he would first draw all his attention to himself, and Michael would have to attack from behind. Michael was also curious how a fairly experienced hunter would fight such a creature. The lizardman charged at James, this time wielding a long sword that looked more like a spear. The boy also drew his sword, but for some reason he swung his sword too early to attack. As Michael noticed, James continued to swing his sword in the air, and even the lizard man didn't understand what he was doing. Michael wondered if they were testing their strength of spirit, because if so, it would be some time before it was over. The temporary return to Earth only takes 3 days, but at this rate, it will end faster for him. With this thought, he put on his shield and took his sword in his hands, which attracted James's attention, and he was surprised. Michael said that he had to intervene now, but the guy protested, saying that he couldn't do that. He wanted to add that it was dangerous to interfere with the fight, but Michael had already activated instant acceleration. With lightning speed, he pounced on the lizard man and cut off his head, leaving James in shock. He even opened his mouth a little in surprise, asking what just happened, and Michael answered him. He apologized for disobeying the order, but said he had to intervene because he was in a bit of a hurry. James replied that he understood him perfectly, and then Michael asked if he could make one more suggestion. After the guy responded positively, he said that from now on he would like to take on the role of leader. However, he proved it. In the end, they encountered the lizard men again. James didn't even have to do anything. Michael killed the monsters one after another, just like on the floors of the Tower of Trials where he came from. Suddenly, 2 lizard men attacked him from behind, but the boy was able to notice their attack in time. He jumped up and lingered on the ceiling of the dungeon, forcing the monsters to look for him. And then he landed on one of them, piercing him with his sword straight through the stomach, causing instant death. James was amazed at the skills his temporary partner had. After all, he literally fought all the monsters alone, not allowing himself to be harmed. One after another, the lizard men attacked him, but none of them had yet managed to injure the guy even a little. Michael spared no effort to ensure a quality fight, wanting each of the monsters to die by his hand. James, meanwhile, thought that perhaps he was now witnessing the battle of a super newbie. Michael cut open the stomach of one of the lizardmen and pulled out a mana stone containing a quiet, murky magic. Depending on its use, it could prove of great help in metallurgy or chemistry. So Michael collected all the stones from the slain lizardman and asked James to be his porter. Suddenly, another lizardman pounced on him, this one moving much faster and more agile than the previous ones. Apparently, he was waiting for Michael to let his guard down and be unable to block his attack. However, everything turned out completely differently. The guy was able to pierce his stomach with one precise blow. After this, the monster did not get up, but when he fell to the ground, he did so with a loud bang. The noise caused a small amount of debris to fall directly on Michael's head, but he protected himself. James was also swinging, but he looked a little scared, because this was the first time he had come into contact with the dungeon debris. Michael suggested talking to him later, as it was extremely dangerous to let his guard down now. Michael then pretended to yawn, but in reality he was absorbing the souls of all the lizard men he had killed. For each mastery, his unique characteristic increased by 0.07%, which was very little. He thought that at this rate, he would have to work hard to improve it in any way. But suddenly they saw a new portal in front of them, and James said that they had found the boss's room. The guy added that he couldn't even imagine that they would be able to get here, because it was an indicator of skill. It seemed to him that the man in front of him, that is Michael, was capable of carrying out a complete clearing of the dungeon. Michael himself, meanwhile, asked if he would be okay with joining the boss's team right now. James replied that he didn't mind, saying only that perhaps Michael should take a little break. But he replied that there was no need for this, and they entered the portal. Seeing the uninvited guests, the Lizard Man King stood up, preparing to finish off anyone who came near him. James asked what they were going to do, and Michael replied that he needed to think about it for a bit, which excited the guy. After all, he thought he had some kind of plan, but Michael was acting according to the situation, and now they had to go on the defensive. The Lizard Man King decided to pounce on them first, and Michael thought with a smile on his face that it was just in time. The monster had two weapons in both hands, which allowed him to quickly attack and defend. Michael still used the instant acceleration skill, so he was also not inferior in speed. However, the reflexes and reaction speed of the Lizardman King, given his size, amazed the guy. Only Michael thought that no matter how hard he tried, he would not be able to get closer to him. After all, he was still not fast enough for Michael to match his fighting pace. In an instant, he found himself behind the boss and swung his blade for the first attack. However, to his surprise, the Lizard Man was able to not only reflect the attack, but also hit him back with his tail. The force of his blow was so great that the guy was thrown straight into the rocks, and this was not good. James clutched his head, thinking that the Master Hunter might not survive after this, although he hoped that was not the case. Luckily, Michael's damage absorption effect with Spirit kicked in, and he remained unharmed. Now he decided to act more carefully, but at the same time it was a good way to test new skills. The Lizardman King was surprised that the boy not only survived, but was also standing on his feet again. Michael addressed him, saying that, unfortunately, not even a single stone remained of his throne. He asked if this seemed like an ominous omen to him, and, strangely enough, the boss understood him. Suddenly, he activated magic and his power instantly increased. And then something strange happened. The monster suddenly screamed furiously and released a bright purple beam from its mouth. This was its skill. Michael then saw a message from the system that he had been subjected to the Wave of Vengeance skill, and his speed had been reduced by 25%. However, the guy did not plan to give in to his opponent in speed and decided to use his trump card. He activated Force Breakthrough, and since his magic level was higher than the boss's, the slow effect disappeared. Seeing this, the Lizardman King was even more surprised, and now he felt a little uneasy. And Michael thought that the breakthrough skill was the result of synthesis, so he had doubts about it. However, its effectiveness was very high, and as a result, it was able to block the enemy's skill. Suddenly, he heard the voice of James, who fell to his knees because his body did not obey him. The boy turned to Michael for help, and he suddenly realized that it was the boss's doing. He looked at Michael with interest, as if asking what he would do now. And then he rushed towards James, which made Michael act even faster. After all, he rushed after him, trying to protect his friend and telling the boss that he was his opponent. But the Lizardman King didn't even turn around. He was determined to finish off at least one of them. Things were bad. Michael saw that the distance between them was too great and he couldn't keep up. And then a crazy idea came to his mind. He thought that if he couldn't help the guy himself, let others do it. The item in his arsenal had another additional effect of his unique characteristic. He used Summon Dead near James, and two dead skeletons immediately appeared around the guy. Each of them had a blade, and they were determined, covering James with their bodies. Of course, such warriors could do nothing against the power of the Lizardman King. But that was not what Michael used them for. He himself understood that they did not have enough strength to stop such a giant. But the second gained with their help was worth it. Allowed him to use the stacks of the skill Wind's Grace and increase his speed by 60%. This was enough to get close to the boss in the blink of an eye and cut him to pieces. Michael landed near James, who was grateful to him for saving his life. The Lizard King, meanwhile, was unable to maintain life for long with his head cut off. He died, and Michael immediately absorbed his soul, permanently increasing all of his stats by 1 point. In addition, he absorbed a new third-rank spiritual eye skill that allowed him to recognize attacks. The team leader from the Hunting Association just yawned out of boredom because he was tired of waiting. He asked his partners who were on duty near the portal if anything had happened. But they answered negatively, and the guy thought that soon they would have to act as always. After all, usually their squad entered the portal to finish off the boss after the advanced team of hunters. He also thought that they would be able to get their share if the attacking team cleared the entire first block. But then his enthusiasm quickly disappeared, because he himself understood that this was only possible with a high rank. And is there even one high-class hunter who would pull off such a crazy stunt? As he thought about this, two people from the advanced team suddenly came out of the portal. His partners reported that these guys had already finished clearing the entire dungeon, and this surprised him. The leader couldn't believe that they went into the dungeon just the two of them. After all, based on this, their group should have gone no more than half the way, but not the entire dungeon. But later, the leader saw that, contrary to his thoughts, the guys were still telling the truth. He saw this on the portal. It suddenly became colorless, and this only indicated that the boss room had been completely cleared. This thought made the manager a little happy, but he was confused, not understanding how this was even possible. He ran up to the guys and introduced himself as the head of the group monitoring the portals of the Hunters Association. James then asked if he was here to buy portal occupation rights. The guy added that in that case, there was only one person in front of him to whom he should make an offer. He said that Michael had cleared the entire dungeon on his own, which made Mr. Roger even more surprised. He asked if the guy was a top rank, but Michael replied that he was only a rank 2. However, he said that it was not important, asking how much he wanted to pay for the rights to occupy the portal. Then the manager cleared his throat, saying that if we return to the main thread of the conversation, then he and his portal control team wanted to buy the right to occupy the portal from him for 200,000 won. These were simply incredible sums, and of course Michael agreed. Meanwhile, Betty worked without rest. The girl thought that after returning from the Tower of Trials, all she did was work like a horse. Suddenly her phone rang, and she was surprised to see who was calling her at such a late hour. Beatrice served as the team leader for the Challenge Tower's Challenger Monitoring Team. The girl's work was mostly paperwork, so she always had to deal with documents. Even then, the girl thought that this coming would undoubtedly lead to revolutionary changes. After all, even if the applicants hide their identities, she never thought that recruiting them would be so difficult. She didn't even manage to recruit 10 people, and all of these applicants were of low complexity. Of course, this was not enough to satisfy the top management, and Betty began to think. For some reason, she remembered a guy named Michael, with whom she ended up on the same team on the 4th floor. She became curious about how this guy was doing now, and suddenly she regretted not proposing to him earlier. It was then that she was distracted by the ringing of the phone, and when she looked at the person calling her, she was very surprised. It was that same Michael, who, however, did not wait for her to accept the call and simply sent her a message. It said that if she also returned to Earth successfully, then he would like to meet her. Meanwhile, the guy checked his account and was surprised to find that he had earned almost 300,000 won. However, he felt amazing and even thought about buying a new house for himself. The guy was sitting in the cafe that served as his meeting place with Betty, and soon the girl came too. Michael noticed that she seemed to have run here as fast as she could, so he said that she shouldn't have been in such a hurry. But the girl started by saying that he didn't even respond to her message, which she sent him a long time ago. She asked him if he knew how long she had been waiting for his answer, and Michael, hearing this, blushed a little. He then apologized, saying that he must have been in a hurry in the trial tower. But the girl brushed him off. She said she held no grudge against him and asked if he was planning to continue climbing to the upper floors of the tower. The guy answered positively, saying that this was exactly why he called her here, because he needed to join some guild. He immediately voiced his conditions, among which was the right to refuse the order to immediately appear at the guild. Next came non-interference in his affairs related to the Tower of Trials and permission to use the guild dungeons. When he finished, he noticed that the girl was urinating and thought that perhaps he'd gone a little too far. But then she spoke up, saying that the conditions he had proposed were absolutely impossible to fulfill. After all, from the guild's point of view, she had nothing to gain. And then Michael said that perhaps he had asked for too much. Suddenly, he took the girl by the hand, pushing his fingers into hers, and she didn't even want to think about what it meant. She desperately invited him to join their white guild, and then suddenly added something unbelievable. The girl said that she would do everything to make these impossible conditions feasible, which surprised him greatly. Their meeting took place yesterday evening, and this morning he was already driving to a new place, and he did it on the roof of a bus. Michael thought he had had a very productive day yesterday, from raiding and dungeons to joining a guild. Although for the latter he still has one task left to complete, to clear a rank 2 dungeon alone. It was Betty's request yesterday because she said he had to demonstrate his abilities. This will make it easier for her to convince the guild leader and the others to accept him and agree to his terms. Michael noticed that her words meant that not everyone could use the guild's dungeons. Therefore, the person who will be able to do this must be either a rising star or an outstanding hunter. Then he asked to prepare everything he needed to clear the second-rank dungeon and shook Betty's hand. He was driving to another area, but when more and more houses started appearing, the guy decided to stretch his legs a little. He jumped off the bus and suddenly ran straight to his destination. Moreover, he did it so quickly that the people nearby only had time to be surprised by his speed. A few minutes later, he was already there, approaching the portal, where the guards were still standing. Meanwhile, Betty also arrived at the right place, telling someone that she was confirming a reservation to storm this dungeon. The man in charge said everything was fine without even looking at her ID. He then suggested that she sit down and wait a little, since there was still an hour left before the start. But what was his surprise when he saw Mike, who arrived a whole hour earlier. He asked Miss Beatty if she could go to the dungeon right now, without delay, and she didn't know what to answer. The girl stood there for a while, lost in thought, while he began to sing and wave the smoke across the beach. Betty asked if such a strong wind could have been caused by just running, which shocked her a little. Michael replied that he had nothing to do anyway, and the girl thought that this guy was not human. Then she said that he had already gone through all the verification procedures, so if he was ready, they could begin. Michael nodded, and soon the two of them found themselves on the other side of the portal, this time finding themselves somewhere in a field. Michael asked in surprise what they were doing there, and the girl was silent for a while, peering into the distance. Seeing this, Michael told her to be sure to let him know if she was in danger. She added that she was wearing an artifact given to her by the guild. This effect had the function of a shield and weak invisibility. After all, if she attracts the attention of the monsters, then she will help him to some extent, so she will stay away. Michael replied that it was just wonderful because now he could fight in peace. The boy activated the spiritual eye skill that he had received from the Lizardman King. He wanted to check it out, and suddenly he saw, or rather felt, the presence of enemies in front of him. These enemies were invisible to the eye, and he realized with surprise that he would be able to do little with them. The difficulty was added by the fact that there was a field around, in which it was extremely difficult to notice anything. But Michael clearly saw the grass around him shaking from someone's footsteps, so he got ready. And then suddenly an enemy appeared. Several monsters immediately attacked him from all sides. These creatures were somewhat similar to lizardmen, but, as Michael noted, they did not possess any particular intelligence. Seeing the monsters, Betty was surprised to think that it was a poisonous fisher, but it did not match the level of the dungeon. She shouted at Michael to be careful, because the opponent was about rank 1, so it was not an equal fight. But, to her surprise, the guy had already dealt with almost all the monsters with his incredible strength. The poisonous fisherman didn't even have time to carry out one poisonous attack, which made Michael very happy. And Betty stood in shock from what she had just seen, because it was incredible and at the same time crazy. The fishermen kept arriving in greater numbers from the portal leading to the boss room, but Michael repelled all their attacks. He had a lot of skills, but besides that, he had excellent stats, including strength and endurance. The guy didn't seem to get tired. He killed monsters as if he did it around the clock, but in fact, that was the case. Suddenly, his lightning effect activated, and Michael thought that it was so rare that he had already forgotten about it. Suddenly, one of the poisonous fishermen came up behind him, intending to be the first to attack him. But Michael was not going to allow this. He grabbed the monster by the tail and spun it around in the air. And then he brought it down to the ground with such force that after that the fisherman no longer continued the fight. This was the last monster that appeared in the area, but the guy decided to wait a little longer. He wanted Betty to see everything in person, so he called over a girl who was standing nearby so as not to disturb him. Michael added that he had more or less put things in order, so that the girl could approach without any fear. And she couldn't believe her eyes that he reached the portal leading to the boss's room in less than an hour. But the most amazing thing was that he did it alone, and even defeated such difficult monsters. After all, the poisonous fisher was one of the monsters recommended for group attacks. So Betty still couldn't believe that Michael had dealt with him so quickly, as if he were playing with a child. Besides, she understood that this was not the limit of his abilities, and that he would show more in the future. It was impossible to even imagine. Meanwhile, Michael successfully absorbed souls and increased his stats. He thought that with the level he had now, even the boss wouldn't pose much of a threat. He then told Betty that he was going to the boss's room and stepped into the portal, with the girl following right behind him. They found themselves in a huge forest, which, judging by its size, belonged to someone big. Betty said it was a bit strange because they had already gone quite far and still hadn't seen the boss. But usually he shows up literally immediately if you invade his territory. However, suddenly some kind of attack fell upon them from above, and they realized that the boss was cunning. All this time he waited for them to approach the place where he had set a trap, and then attacked from above. It was very dangerous, and Michael realized that the girl would not have time to dodge the blow. Luckily, he was close enough to grab her and carry her away from the spot where the boss had struck. Betty didn't even understand what had just happened, but she clearly felt how the guy was holding her. Meanwhile, Fisher Booze activated his attack, aiming at the boy and girl who managed to dodge. He released a powerful column of blue fire, something Michael had never seen before, but it looked dangerous. He continued to run away with Betty in his arms, and she pointed out the approaching attack from behind. The guy had literally one moment to react, because then there was a huge explosion in the place where they were. But Michael was able to move to a safe place, telling Betty that he hoped she would understand. They sat on a tree branch, which were quite large here, and watched the fisherman boss. He noticed them in the meantime and ducked down, taking a new fighting stance to attack. Then Michael said that he would leave the girl here and deal with this creature himself, but Betty stopped him. She suggested using the enhancement skill on him, but the guy responded negatively, saying that he had to do everything himself. He added that he would be back soon, and with these words he rushed down to the enraged king of fishermen. While he was flying, he managed to come up with a tactic with which he would fight, because this was very important. First he put his feet out, and when he landed, the ground shook from the force with which he did it. Even the boss was surprised by this, and Michael activated the instant acceleration skill and the exclusive effect from the boots. On top of all this, he added the effect of the skill Wind's Grace, stacking it 7 times, and his speed increased by 70%. Now Michael could dodge any attack. Even if the enemy attacked from behind, he pounced on the boss. But he couldn't even keep up with his speed, so he missed the moment when the guy was right under his nose. The monster decided to attack based on the fact that he would want to finish him off anyway, and that was the right decision. But before he could do any damage to Michael, he used the 3 absolute skill. Thanks to him, the boss was defeated, and out of habit, the guy chopped off his head and looked up at Betty. The girl kept her eyes on him the whole time. And then a system window appeared, informing her that the boss had been defeated. Betty thought that now she was completely confused about who the monster was, because Michael's abilities were incredible, and he involuntarily thought that he had gone a little overboard with cutting up the boss, but now it didn't matter. When they emerged from the first portal, Betty admitted that she didn't expect a rank 2 hunter to be so strong. She added that now that he had passed the test, he could use all of their guild's dungeons, and then she turned away from him so that the guy couldn't see her face and said that she would go off topic a little. But she said that when they are summoned to the Tower of Trials, the difficulty they initially choose does not matter much. After all, even at low difficulty levels, candidates will face increasingly challenging tests, and vice versa. Even at high difficulty, if the performance is poor, then the candidate can slide down to low. Finally, the girl said that, based on this, one could conclude that his level of difficulty was murderous. So she hoped that the guy would try to be a little more careful in future tests. She added that she would like to accompany him for as long as possible and watch him grow, and then they said goodbye. In the evening, Michael sat on the roof of one of the buildings and ate an apple. In 5 minutes, he had to return back to the test tower and thought that these 3 days he had been spinning like a squirrel in a wheel. However, thanks to this, both his stats and his self-confidence increased, which he really liked. But his time on Earth ended, and he returned to the Tower of Trials where it all began. The guy was even glad to move there again, because for some reason the challenges attracted him. Once he had rested a bit on the bed, Michael stood up and called the test command. The system asked if he was ready to move on to the test on the 8th floor, and the guy answered positively. Then he was asked to choose a point of intersection from 3 available ones: tactics, combat, and capture. Michael remembered seeing a mention of creating an intersection point earlier, so everything should be fine. He also thought that he should choose combat if he wanted to increase the effectiveness of necromancy. Next came the message that all of his personal tests would now be based on combat skills. And then suddenly a message appeared saying that he had the title of Pioneer. What happened next surprised Michael, because he read that he would now have a private chat with the administrator. The system then reported the start of a consultation with the Steel Bloodlord, the manager of the combat intersection point. And suddenly Michael found himself in another location, which apparently was not a test, because he did not enter the portal. The guy looked around asking where he was, and the system window told him that he had entered the world of Steel Blood. It was winter, and most likely, he found himself in some kind of forest, where everything was strewn with swords and other weapons. Michael decided to explore the place himself and use the Eye of Truth for this. The world of Steel Blood turned out to be a space created especially for her by the Lord of Steel Blood. This place had no rank and could not be invaded. Suddenly, Michael saw a message saying that the Lord was unhappy that someone was making inquiries. And then right behind Michael, one of the swords began to move and acquired powerful energy. The administrator of the Steel Blood Lord suggested that he not waste time on nonsense and follow the sword. Michael was a little surprised by this message, but he decided that it would be better to listen to the admin. The sword pointed the way and floated slowly in the air so that the boy could calmly follow it. After a while, he stopped because he had reached his destination and was now looking at it. It was a small house that looked completely ordinary, but Michael knew he had to go in there. When he opened the doors, he read that the administrator, Lord of Steelblood, was looking at him. There was a rather attractive girl sitting in front of him who said that he had finally arrived. She added that she was the administrator who was assigned to consult with him. Michael noticed that she looked like a foreign beauty, but for some reason she was called the Lord of Steel Blood. After all, in fact, before him was a being who carried out control in the Tower of Trials. And then the girl suddenly came close to him, looking questioningly into his eyes. The girl said she was curious about what the monster looked like, and she admitted that it was pretty good. Michael asked if she knew him, and the girl replied that, of course, she knew everything. But she also noted that she only knew about his tests from reports, since it was impossible to observe the candidates below the 8th floor. This surprised Michael a little because the girl was an administrator, but she could not watch just anyone. Then the girl said that he must have misunderstood something because the admins did not control the tower at all. She added that they should rather be seen as creatures subordinate to the tower, so he shouldn't be so nervous. After all, while she was subordinate to the tower, she could not harm him, and this information became a revelation for Michael. Then the girl said that, after all, she was there for a consultation, so he could ask her about anything. Michael felt that there was no hostility in her, so he decided to trust the girl. Besides, she explained earlier that this consultation was his advantage earned in the trials. Then Michael remembered how he almost died at the hands of a challenger from another floor when he himself was on the 5th. He wanted to know why the knight had chosen him, and the girl replied that there were advantages to it. After all, applicants from other worlds come from where the tower has existed for decades. They also know that the tower of this world will one day be united with the towers of other worlds. Starting from the 20th floor, the focus is on combined challenges rather than individual ones. And then the guy would have to meet with candidates from other worlds. Michael was not happy about this. Then he asked another, broader question, wanting to know what the trial tower was in general. Suddenly he saw the girl look down and wait a minute before answering. And then she said that she herself would like to know the answer to this question because, unfortunately, she did not have this information. Then Michael reminded her that she was an administrator and asked if the girl really didn't know anything. She then explained that initially the administrators were the same applicants as they were, but those who die after passing the 40th floor are given the right to be reborn as administrators. The thought that the administrators were just former applicants angered him a little. After all, Michael hoped that they still knew something about the top of the tower and where it ended. The girl didn't like these words and she suddenly grabbed the guy by the neck, pressing him against the wall. She said that the words "top of the tower" were not something to be said so lightly. Michael was surprised, not so much by what she said, but by the force and speed with which she attacked him. The girl noticed that he was not particularly puzzled and asked if he was not scared at all. To this, Michael replied that he simply did not feel any hostility from her, and besides, the consultation was to his advantage. He also had no intention of allowing her to harm him so easily and suddenly broke through the wall. The guy prepared to attack, saying that the girl actually said that she obeyed the tower. The administrator was a little surprised by his behavior, but she quickly realized that she had acted recklessly. She noticed that she had been living for many years, but this was the first time she'd seen someone who was able to destroy the administrator's residence. And then she unexpectedly added that the guy's actions convinced her of something, and he became wary. But Michael was not prepared for what she said next, because it was the first time he had heard anything like this. The girl offered him a patronage agreement, which was quite surprising but incomprehensible. After some time, he returned back to the waiting room on the 8th floor and lay down on the bed. Suddenly, he remembered that he could now use the new team and opened an exclusive store. His contractor was the Steel Bloodlord. There were 3 categories in total: skills, strength, and items. The guy remembered how the girl had told him that she couldn't pass up a candidate who was both brave and talented. And then the system window asked if he wanted to sign a patronage agreement. Of course, Michael agreed and read that he would soon have access to an exclusive store. As a special benefit, all of his stats would increase by 1, and he would also receive special points. Michael selected the power category in the exclusive store and became familiar with its 3 components. He wanted to see the list further, but received a message that he could only do this on the 10th floor. It turned out that at the moment only 3 powers were available to him: Purity of Mind, Steel Soul, and the King of Winter. He opened the first one's description and read that it allows one to maintain rationality in any situation. The power of Steel Soul allowed the mastery of all types of weapons to be increased by 2.32 times. The last power temporarily increased the user's stats in cold conditions, and he would not feel the cold. All these descriptions seemed somewhat ambiguous, and Michael thought that he would first accumulate some more CO. However, he quickly changed his mind and still bought his first power, which was Purity of Mind. Thanks to her, he will be able to reason clearly in any situation and not succumb to panic and stress. After all, it was better to raise the bar for survival in this way than to not prepare for anything at all. Because there was a chance that he would face a floor-level implementation again right now. The system asked if he was ready to begin the test on the 8th floor, and Michael answered positively, entering the portal. The theme of this trial was destruction. He had to defeat a lich that summoned skeletons. But when Michael came out of the portal, he was surprised that the number of opponents was so great. He thought that this was an attempt to overwhelm the enemy with numbers, so he decided not to delay and begin the cleanup. The guy jumped off the cliff he was standing on and landed right in the center of a cluster of skeletons. He killed some of them immediately with a powerful shockwave, but now, close combat was ahead. The skeletons pounced on him. They were similar to the ones he had summoned in the dungeon. They also had weapons, but Michael successfully dodged all their attacks without even doing anything. After all, as expected, they couldn't even penetrate his basic defense. After all, the skeletons were so frail. He destroyed them one by one, but soon realized that there were more and more of them. With each new skeleton he killed, his skill only increased by 0.08%, and it was annoying. However, the guy continued to fight, intending to get to the lich as quickly as possible. But it was still useless to improve skills during this test. Suddenly, he heard a voice asking who he was and how he dared to commit atrocities in his sanctuary. Michael looked around, trying to figure out where the sound was coming from, but it was difficult for him to do so. So the guy decided to use one of his trump cards and performed the summoning of the dead. The system window informed him that he had absorbed souls to summon skeleton soldiers. He summoned almost all the skeletons, leaving himself only one soul just in case. So he left his new assistants to deal with the enemies, and he himself went to the boss's head. The guy activated Wind's Grace and stacked the effect 6 times, increasing his speed by 60%. He also applied the effect of the rank 2+ speed boots, which also instantly increased his speed. Suddenly, he saw the silhouette of a castle in front of him and realized that the boss was most likely there. Michael thought it was amazing that he could summon skeletal corpses from such a distance. However, that was precisely why it was necessary to get rid of him as quickly as possible, and Michael picked up the pace. The Skeleton King, meanwhile, didn't expect to see the guy here and so quickly. He was standing on the roof of one of the buildings inside his castle, and Michael landed right in front of him. The king remarked that he was an impudent boy who dared to cross the threshold of his sanctuary. He added that he would make him pay in full for his insolence, and suddenly the king summoned new monsters. This time they were sand golems, and Michael was surprised that this boss could command them too. Then the guy realized that he was probably not capable of fighting on his own, so he called on others. Michael smiled and suddenly asked if he could by any chance summon someone stronger. After all, if he doesn't have any more powerful exhibits in his arsenal, then this will disappoint him a little. Hearing this, the king became angry, saying that these guards would be quite enough to tear him to pieces. The golems were advancing in the meantime, but Michael had already activated the instant acceleration skill. He dealt with all the new opponents within 3 seconds, which greatly surprised the king of the dead. And then he even managed to get scared because the guy rushed straight at him, intending to finish him off. He swung his sword and hit him, causing him to fall, and the system window reported that his mastery had increased by 1.2%. Michael noticed that the undead were definitely increasing his skill quickly, and it was a nice feeling. The king of the dead wondered where this monster came from, because his powers were simply beyond the bounds of possibility. In his eyes, the guy was a real monster, eager to kill all monsters for his own pleasure. Michael, meanwhile, took a swing, saying that they could finish little by little. The guy also realized that the king freely summoned various monsters using the book. And if so, then perhaps he too will be able to master this skill. Michael smiled maliciously. He suddenly grabbed the book and threw it to the dead king, asking if he could summon those guardians again. He was a little perplexed and asked in response why he was asking him such questions. But Michael calmly replied that if he couldn't, then they would end on that note. And then the boss protested. He said he was able to summon the guardians again minutes after their death. He also asked why Michael needed this, but seeing how he swung at him, he said that he would immediately begin the call. A couple of seconds later, sand golems, which the boss managed to summon again, ran towards the guy with an attack. And of course, within those same couple of seconds, Michael dealt with them again, which was obvious. Then the king of the dead asked if the boy was happy now, but Michael answered negatively. He said they were just getting started, so the boss still has to summon all the skeletons that haven't died yet. Michael also ordered him to put all their strength into these guards and almost forced him to do it by force. The king didn't even understand why he was doing this. He asked until when he had to do this. But Michael was busy killing monsters. In fact, he had a reason why he did all this. He told the dead king to continue until he told him to stop. That was enough. The boss managed to summon golems that became larger and faster due to merging with skeletons. However, it made no difference to Michael. He still dealt with them easily. And these golems were much more useful than the single skeletons he fought at the beginning. After all, for golems he was given plus 1.2%, and soon the mastery of his unique characteristic reached 100%. Thanks to this, her rank increased by 1 level, and the guy clearly felt these changes. Then he smiled contentedly, because now his necromancy was also at level 2, and this was impressive. Meanwhile, the king of the dead had already used up almost all of his strength and cursed the guy for it. He called him a crazy bastard who would make even the devil himself tremble. And Michael noticed that the fact that with each call he had more and more cracks spoke of his imminent death. It wasn't a good scenario for the guy because he wanted to use it a little more. The king's last words were that meeting the guy was the most disgusting thing that had ever happened to him. And then Michael cut off his head and immediately saw the message received a new achievement and increased stats. He also didn't forget to absorb the lich's spirit. And after that, the system reported the successful completion of the 8th floor. As a reward, all of his stats were increased by 2, and he also received 30,000 points and 1,000 SP. A moment later, a portal appeared and he returned safely to the waiting room. He then received a message that the system had been expanded and administrators could now monitor the tests. The restrictions on questions were lifted and it became possible to acquire rank 2 skills. Michael opened a window with information about his stats. They were all approximately the same level. He went to his unique stat information to read about the new additional effect. Now, when absorbing someone else's skill, he could completely inherit the deceased person's skill. Also, when absorbing the spirit of the deceased, there was a 20% chance that one of his skills would be acquired. Michael thought the 8th floor test had ended rather smoothly, but he clearly shouldn't have relaxed. The guy thought that he could still continue using the sword, but he had a problem with his shield and skills. After all, ever since he had maxed out his hunter's dagger skill, he needed a new skill. So Michael went into the store to buy something to replace the old effect. However, his hopes were not justified because he did not see anything there that was worthwhile or better than what he had. Then he thought that if there was no skill, then he needed to create one, and bought the 5th rank basic fencing skill. It was a normal skill that enhanced the sword's abilities, but Michael needed it for another purpose. He was going to upgrade the rank of the hunter's dagger through skill synthesis, so he needed a second component. The guy hoped to guess the best compatibility, so he chose these 2 skills to synthesize. The system issued a message stating that the synthesis would be centralized around the hunter's dagger, and then he read that he had a 75% chance of synthesizing a higher level skill. Michael liked this statement because he realized that he had correctly predicted compatibility. So he started the process, and after a while he saw that a new skill had been created. It was called Demon Slayer and was rank 2, which surprised Michael. He went into the store to check it out. This skill increased basic knowledge of all types of fencing and increased cutting power by 3 times. An additional effect was that the speed was doubled when fighting non-humans. Michael thought that this skill was just perfect for hunting monsters. He even thought about trying to synthesize the remaining skills. After all, the guy checked their compatibility and the probability of synthesis, so he saw no reason not to try. From accelerated regeneration and resistance to the laws of nature, he received the skill of Iron Blood Regeneration. And from the regeneration of Iron Blood and Pain Tolerance, he obtained the 1-rank Ash Blood skill. This was the primary racial trait that a mutant vampire was born with, and he also received Enhanced Regeneration. In addition, he could block up to 40% of damage, which in itself was cheating. Michael figured he wouldn't be able to test this skill properly in the waiting room anyway. After all, it was equipped with a regeneration effect, so he canceled it in the store for 50 points. Michael put his hand out and swung his sword at her, thinking that since all the spirits had been absorbed, the shield would not activate. With this thought in mind, he began to check and cut his hand quite badly. However, the effect of the peninsula's regeneration justified his hopes and even exceeded them. After all, his hand healed with lightning speed. In essence, he was now under eternal healing. And in addition to this level of regeneration, he also had a spiritual shield. Then the guy opened a community, but it seemed to him that he didn't find anything there worth his attention. Besides, the time spent in the waiting room was coming to an end, so there was no point in dragging it out any longer. With this thought, he entered the portal to the 9th floor test, where the theme was fighting, the difficulty was high, and 1 day was given for everything. The condition for successful completion was killing all the monsters in the arena within the allotted time. The reward for a successful breakthrough was a new skill, 2nd rank Animal Instinct. and the penalty was death. But suddenly Michael saw a message from the system, which said that at the present time. This test is not safe for him due to the confirmed floor implantation of a challenger from the world of Murim. The theft of the target by this contender was also confirmed, but Michael had already made his decision. He entered the portal and immediately saw a pile of defeated monsters on which the invader stood. It was clearly no longer a young man who introduced himself as the commander of the Murim Union, Albert. Immediately after this, Michael received a message that the test objective had been changed and he was now required to kill the intruder. The man asked Michael what his name was, but the boy asked why he was bringing that up out of the blue. To this, the man replied that he had already revealed his name and position, but Michael still had not been identified. He said that the man had clearly not had good intentions when he invaded his floor, so there was no point in introducing himself. The intruder then replied that there was a certain etiquette between fencers. Michael was speechless. He wondered if there really wasn't a single normal warrior among the candidates from other systems. The man, seeing that the boy was not going to answer, took out his sword and said that in that case he could not do anything. With that, he attacked him. Michael had to admit he was moving quite fast. Then suddenly the invader used some kind of skill that brought down a hail of sword blows on Michael. In turn, the guy activated the skill Wind's Mercy and increased his turn by 30%. Thanks to this, he was able to repel all of his attacks, and the man was surprised by this, because few people succeeded in doing this. They jumped away from each other, preparing to regroup their forces and counterattack. The man said that it turns out that in this dimension there is also such an experienced warrior. He suddenly apologized for looking down on the guy, but Michael didn't need his apology. He suddenly turned to the man, telling him to stop being a hypocrite because he was here to kill him, and also to steal his reward. And if he has already come with such intentions, then let him not pretend to be polite. It was disgusting, and Michael glared at him, ready to pounce and kill. To this, the man replied that, probably because he was from different worlds, they could not understand each other. He then raised his sword, and Michael realized that he was preparing to use a new technique and prepared himself. The man told the boy to rest in peace because he was about to meet his end. And Michael saw that due to his unique characteristic of sword light, he was blinded for 5 seconds. The guy realized that he couldn't see anything, and it even scared him because the enemy had 5 seconds for a free attack. Michael activated his magic resistance skill and was able to reduce the vision loss effect to 2.5 seconds. Then he activated the spiritual eye skill, allowing him to recognize attacks in the invisible range. Thanks to this, he could repel an enemy attack in time, even if he did not see it. The next moment, Michael felt the blade of a sword near his neck and dodged at the last second. He even got a new achievement, Avoid Blindness, and all his stats increased by 2. The effect of the unique characteristic sword light was disabled. Both opponents bounced away from each other. The man was surprised at how the boy fought, as he was the first challenger from Earth to repel his attack. Meanwhile, Michael's Ash Blood skill activated, and he thought that his throat had almost been cut. The man asked how he calculated the trajectory of his sword, but the boy was not going to answer him further. He activated the skill Instant Acceleration and Wind Grace, increasing his speed by 50%. And then he rushed into battle. Michael wanted to quickly deal with this man, who was standing there as a polite person. He saw this and prepared to defend himself. But for now, the initiative in the battle was on no one's side. Their blades met, and now each tried to find the opponent's weak point and break through the defense. Michael began to use not only the sword but his entire body. This knowledge came to him thanks to a new skill. But to his viva-v, the man managed to block everything and also fenced quite well. When Michael kicked him again, he swung to pierce his leg. Luckily, Michael managed to avoid this blow, and he even decided that it was now worth trying other techniques. And yet, it was surprising that the man managed to block all the attacks when Michael delivered them at high speed. But the guy was also not inferior to the invader in skills. He also blocked his blows well, not allowing him to be hit. Their abilities were about the same level, but Michael didn't know how many floors this man had already climbed. The man meanwhile noticed that the guy was using some strange and unusual techniques. He added that he was a little puzzled because he did not expect to meet such a strong opponent. After all, despite his incredible growth, their characteristics were, in essence, on the same level. So after a moment, the man's face changed. He said that from that second on he would be serious. After that, he waved his hand and used his unique characteristic again, blinding Michael for 5 minutes. But this time the guy already knew what to do. He quickly activated the skill Magic Resistance and Spiritual Eye. In this way, he was able to reduce the duration of the blinding effect to 2.5 minutes, but the enemy had already attacked. Michael noticed that the speed of the intruder's strikes had increased. and this did not please him at all. If it weren't for the effects of the skills, he would never have seen the attack, or rather, felt it. The guy activated the effect of the wrought iron pendant steel protection rank 1. Thanks to this, he now absorbed 10% of all pain from physical attacks, which was just right. However, his shield suddenly cracked and the steel defense skill was activated. Just at that moment, the darkening effect ended and Michael could see his opponent again. He realized that he couldn't use his technique all the time because it needed to be recharged. So without wasting any time, Michael rushed to attack the man, using everything he had at hand or foot. He kicked a rock right into the man's face, and he couldn't understand how the guy managed to fend off his attacks. The man easily cut through the stone thrown at him, and then went on the counterattack. But Michael was already rushing in the other direction, and in the blink of an eye he found himself behind the intruder. He didn't expect this, because such speed amazed him, but the man prepared to defend himself. For some reason the guy didn't attack, and when Albert turned around to see what he was doing, he was surprised. After all, the wound on his arm left by his sword healed with amazing speed. Seeing this, the man said that she had already thought that the guy was a good martial arts master. But all his techniques were borrowed from somewhere. Michael replied that the old man's unique power was also given out by the tower. He then activated the skill Wind's Grace and increased his speed to a maximum of 70%. Albert held out his sword, wanting to add something else, but he didn't have time to finish because of Michael's unexpected attack. The guy was already hanging over him, swinging for a blow, so the man had to quickly defend himself. He barely managed to do it at the last second and was very surprised that the guy's speed increased noticeably. Returning to his words, Michael asked how he felt about dying from a borrowed ability. He pressed harder on the sword, and Albert had to hold back the onslaught with all his strength in order to survive. He thought that he had done floor penetration dozens of times before, and it was the same with this floor. With his sword, he chopped down opponents from different worlds, but he especially liked the planet Earth. In particular, because the people of this world were weak in terms of abilities in all respects. The challengers from Earth were unable to touch even a hair on his head. And besides, one attack was always enough for him, and this time he was sure that history would repeat itself. Just at that moment, Michael almost touched him. Albert dodged at the last moment and realized that this could not continue any longer, because he was starting to lose. This angered the man, so he decided to take the initiative into his own hands and end this battle. After another fight, they jumped away from each other, gathering strength for the next attack. Michael was also wounded, because the enemy wielded the sword well, but all his cuts healed instantly. The same could not be said about Albert, who was clearly already at the limit of his abilities and was breathing heavily. Unexpectedly, the system issued messages that the administrator of the White Crane Sword admired the young applicant. The admin of the Monster of the North predicts his imminent defeat, and the Lord of the Late Night has become interested in him. Albert, although he didn't have a video of all these messages, understood that the administrators were probably watching them. This meant that if he ended the fight now with a victory, he would probably get new opportunities. With this thought in mind, Albert activated the skill One Strike, Two Skins, and Lightning Sword Chi. These were followed by the skills One Strike and Nymph Walk, all of which greatly improved his stats. The man even changed in appearance. He suddenly began to emanate incredible strength that was not there before. But Michael found this amusing, reminding him how he had just a moment ago blackened any techniques he had received. Suddenly, the system displayed a message for Albert, which stated that there was a floor penetration penalty. All of his stats were reduced by 8, and some of his skills were forcibly deactivated. But the recovery time of the sword light had ended, so he used the technique again. Michael, however, had already gotten used to it, so he was able to guess the moment when the enemy would attack him. This time, the attack was from behind, but thanks to his spiritual eye, he was able to sense it at the last moment. At the same time, Michael activated the skill 3 Absolutes, and his attacks became significantly stronger. He knew where the enemy would be, and he was not at all embarrassed that he would be striking literally blindly. The boy swung his blade and brought it down where he thought his opponent would be. Unexpectedly, the effect of Albert's unique characteristic was turned off early. Both swordsmen were standing next to each other. Michael was bent over from fatigue, shortness of breath, and pain, but was happy that he had succeeded. Albert let go of the sword. Although he continued to stand, it was not for long. After all, Michael cut his body in half and it was bound to fall apart. The man only managed to say that this couldn't be, but the wound was fatal. So the next moment his body fell to the ground, splitting into 2 parts, and Michael caught his breath. He was tired, as using skills consumed a lot of mana, but he was glad that he won. The system congratulated him on successfully passing the 9th floor of the test tower. and the guy smiled. He absorbed Albert's soul, and his skill increased by a whopping 27%, and the breakthrough rewards changed. The system reported that they did not match the difficulty of the battle, so a revision was made. When it was all over, he received a new rank 2+ skill, Sixth Sense, as a reward. He was also given 30,000 points and 1,000 SO, after which a portal opened and the guy headed there. He also noticed that this skill had a much higher rank than the one that was originally rewarded. However, Michael decided to look at the details in the waiting room, so he stepped towards the entrance to the portal. Many administrators who watched his fight expressed their impression and delight from his battle. Michael stood frozen in front of the portal entrance, reading all this, and suddenly a smile appeared on his face. Then he remembered that earlier there was talk about expanding the system where admins would be able to monitor him. Either way, they were delighted with his fight, and the guy felt a slight sense of satisfaction. Then suddenly he read that the Lord of Steelblood condemned the excessive interest in the contactor. She added that the guy should not become obsessed with the increased attention from administrators. Just at this moment, the administrator of the White Crane Sword offered him an exclusive power. Michael was surprised by this, because he didn't know that administrators could hand out powers so easily. Then he read that the Steel Bloodlord said in a dissatisfied tone that he could accept the power. She added that there are times when they sponsor force to gain the favor of a contractor. White Crane Sword added with a laugh that in the future, they would have many situations where they would have to face each other. And the Steel Bloodlord said that the power provided would be so strong that he would feel a certain burden. Then Michael said that in that case he had no need to doubt, and he would accept the power with gratitude. The system immediately reported that the power of the Chi Swordmaster had been added to his exclusive store. The White Crane Sword asked the boy with a smile on his face not to forget this kindness, and Michael thanked him. When he returned to the waiting room, the system had expanded again. Now he had access to the common areas, but the guy didn't understand what that meant. He was interested in something else. After all, he didn't know if the system administrators could watch him in the waiting room too. Deciding, however, that he could not escape it, Michael opened an exclusive contractor's shop. He looked at his powers and found a new one among them, which also turned out to be a good 2+ rank. According to the description, this power allowed him to significantly improve his sword skills, as well as the sword itself. He could infuse his mana into the weapon and use the so-called Chi Sword, which was much better than the usual one. But Michael also realized that he now had access to the second page in the exclusive store. When he went there, he saw a new list of powers consisting of 3 options, 2+, high-, and 1 ranks respectively. The first power, Bone Reconstruction, increased all of his stats by 2, and he also became susceptible to any martial art. The power of the Steel Blood Sword allowed one to summon a Steel Blood Sword made of mana. The final power, Hand of Death, doubled the effectiveness of necromancy and black magic. However, each of these forces was quite expensive, and Michael only had 2,000 forge points at his disposal. So the only power he was able to buy at the moment was either Bone Reconstruction or Key Swordmaster, which was added to his exclusive store by one of the administrators. The first thought was to save up some more SO in order to buy several powers at once in the future. Then the guy remembered that the man Albert, who invaded his 9th floor, was a real monster. This means that in order not to die at the hands of such scoundrels, it was first necessary to buy more strength. After thinking about this, Michael chose the Chi Swordmaster and acquired this power for 1,500 SF. Having received new power, the boy thought that the skill 3 Absolutes also uses mana. But here the feeling is completely different. If we call the mana that flows into the sword instantly like a wave a triple absolute skill, then perhaps the power of a Chi Swordmaster should be compared to a stream of water flowing over a sword. After using this power for 1 minute, the system gave messages about increasing mana consumption by 2%. After 2 minutes from the moment the power was activated, mana consumption increased by 4%, and then more. Michael realized that at this rate, his mana consumption would increase by 100% in about 50 minutes. Therefore, he deactivated the power of the Swordmaster Chi and thought that he should distribute the mana well. He also remembered that the reward for completing the 9th floor was a new skill, Sixth Sense, and went to read about it. Everything was extremely simple. All his instincts were heightened to such an extent that they became a 6th sense. This would allow him to make complex inferences, and Michael thought it was a pretty useful skill. Then the guy decided to check the last thing, common areas, information about which he was going to find in the community. As expected, They were the only ones discussed there, since everyone who got past the ninth floor received an extended version of the system. Michael noticed that there were a lot of comments here about common areas in the context of skill sharing. What surprised him most was one comment from a guy who called himself a max-level swordsman. He said that in the common area he had just been asked by a foreigner if he wanted to exchange power with his administrator. Michael thought that the opportunity to see in person many applicants from all over the world was quite good. He decided not to delay and go on reconnaissance himself, so he moved to the common area of the 10th floor. The common area turned out to be a very spacious place, or rather, a whole separate world inside the trial tower. Right now, one guy moved here from his floor and was incredibly happy with what he saw. He even used the question ticket to learn as much as he could about the place, so he already knows the basics. He commanded himself to move forward, intending to extract the maximum benefit before returning. However, he did not know that he was already being followed by a group of 3 people who had figured out who he was. But the guy was a top-ranking Korean hunter, so he was one of the talented candidates. One of their squad said that it is possible to kill outside the common area, so soon Korea will have one less hunter. Meanwhile, the guy was walking along the road to the central building in the form of a castle. Next to him was another girl. Suddenly, his mana consumption rate increased by 100% and all stats decreased by 20%. On top of that, part of his body was paralyzed, and all of this happened due to the effect of the unique characteristics. The guy didn't understand what just happened, but he had a bad feeling about his life. Suddenly, he heard someone laughing behind him and turned around to see 3 foreign applicants. One of them leaned towards him with a blade, asking if the guy really didn't understand what was happening now. And he thought that they were not on trial, but these people were even here engaged in robbery. Things were going badly, but suddenly someone shouted for the foreign guys to stop their barbarity. It was the same girl who was walking next to him. She threatened to report everything to the community. But the leader of the gang was not at all frightened by this threat. Instead, he looked closely at the girl, who was quite beautiful. Then he sighed in irritation, saying that he would do as she wanted if in return she would carry out his orders. The guy added further that the girl should undress, then perhaps he would think about his words. And if she drops all her items, then he will, so be it, leave one of them alive. The girl was clearly puzzled by such a statement, so she didn't even know what she should do. Meanwhile, the guy reached out to her, lustfully saying that he would help her himself if she was unable to. However, while he was still speaking, someone appeared incredibly quickly near their small group. Michael stood with his back to the foreigners, intending to continue on his way unnoticed. The guy, who apparently was the leader of his team, looked at him with displeasure. He addressed him as Black Robe, but Michael will not be offended because, in essence, that is what it was. He turned around and removed his hood, asking if the guy was really talking to him, and he agreed. The foreigner then noted that Michael was also Korean, and Michael did not deny it. He also noticed that these guys were strong contenders from another country, most likely China, and they, in turn, attacked him with their unique characteristics, with which they had previously attacked another Korean. But Michael didn't even blink an eye, because he relied entirely on his effects and stats. He just thought that he just wanted to quietly pass by, but alas, now he will have to defend himself. The guy activated his forced breakthrough and magic resistance skills. Thanks to this, all the effects were cancelled, which greatly surprised the foreigners, especially their leader. But Michael didn't stop there. He took out his sword, saying that he didn't start this first. Now he was preparing to attack, and everyone realized that they had a strong opponent when he activated instant acceleration. The 3 guys only managed to do a little bit of optimization back, but it wasn't enough. In the blink of an eye, Michael approached them and pierced the throats of 2 of them, while the third managed to use the technique. He used the ice shield, but Michael was already standing next to him and swung to break through this defense. He had increased physical strength, so he hoped to break through this barrier with one blow, and so it happened. And the ice sheet, which at first glance looked solid, crumbled like sand. It is worth noting that this surprised the boy and girl, who were not in league with the foreign candidates. And the guy, who was the only one left to survive from his small squad, was afraid that he himself was about to die. Because when his defense broke down, he saw his opponent, who was serious. The boy screamed at him to stop, saying that he admitted that he was wrong to kill others. He added that Michael should show mercy, but Michael responded by plunging his blade straight into his throat. Why did he quickly absorb the spirits of all 3 of the dead guys? And his skill increased by 6.4%. After this, he turned to go, but suddenly a girl in a nun's robe called out to him. She apologized, saying she should have helped him, but the battle was over faster than she could have thought. When Michael replied that everything was fine and she could go, the girl smiled at him and said goodbye. The guy who stayed alive thanks to him also thanked him for saving him. Michael replied that he just felt like those people wanted to kill him too, so he just took care of himself. With these words, he turned to leave, saying goodbye to the guy, but he was not going to let him go so easily. He suddenly asked Michael to leave him the corpses of the contenders he had killed, and this surprised him. Michael asked him why he needed it, to which the guy replied that he couldn't help but thank him properly. And if he gives him these corpses, then for saving his life, he will repay him in kind by providing him with power. Hearing this, Michael was surprised again because he was not in the mood for such a scenario, but it seemed advantageous to him. The guy he saved had his own unique gluttony trait, somewhat similar to his necromancy. Thanks to her, he absorbed the corpses of the applicants. But what this gave him, Michael could not know and was not very interested. He just wondered if this was the power that guy was talking about because, if so, it looked impressive. But everything was not as he imagined because the guy said that the power he promised would be different. It was called Steel Wings and was added to his exclusive store by the gourmet manager. The guy, meanwhile, explained that it was a power that allowed him to create wings on his back with the ability to levitate. Michael thanked him, saying that he would try it out as soon as he returned to the waiting room. The administrator of the White Crane Sword suddenly said not to bother the applicant he had noticed, addressing the gourmet. The Steel Bloodlord was unhappy with whoever was hanging around her contractor, and the Black Devil was watching everything with interest. Michael wondered what kind of fuss the administrators were causing, since the competition between them had already gone too far. And one could say with confidence that they clearly wanted to get something from the applicants. But Michael thought that he himself would get to the truth step by step. And for now, he followed his new acquaintance. The guy said that the common area is divided into an arena, an auction area, and a gaming area. In addition to this, he also said that there are only 3 other dimensions that were revealed during the floor implementation process. They were called Ares, Murim, and Kalyan. And for example, the candidates from the first world attach great importance to chivalry. The Murim challengers are similar to them, but a little more aggressive. And here, Michael remembered Arnold. But the pretenders from their world of Kalyan are known for their races, among which were elves, fairies, and beastmen. Michael noticed that the guy was well-informed, and he smiled sincerely in response. He said that he had found out everything in advance, using his right to ask questions. Meanwhile, they finally reached the common area, where more and more applicants were arriving. The guy suddenly handed him his business card, saying that although he was not a ranker, he asked him to accept it. It turned out that he was the head of the control team for applicants from the Hunting Association. When they entered the common area, all abnormal statuses were removed, and battles between the contenders were impossible. The guy said that now he should slowly move towards the auction zone. Michael replied that he himself just happened to have a place that he would definitely like to go to. And when the surprised guy asked what kind of place it was, Michael said it was an arena, and then smiled. But after arriving there, he quickly changed his mind, because the first impression was unclear. It looked more and more like a large gambling house, where contenders watched other people fight. Michael didn't quite understand where exactly the battles were taking place because he only saw chairs and some devices. But apparently he just had to sit in one of these chairs to take part in the battle. Michael did so and even felt some relief because it was much better to fight while sitting, although it was unclear how. Suddenly, the arena system was activated and he had to choose between bet and duel. Of course, Michael didn't fully understand what this meant, so he decided to take advantage of the help. It turned out that by choosing a bet, he would be able to place points on the duels of other contenders. But if he chooses a duel, he will be able to fight with other people to receive a reward. When a duel was confirmed, the final ranking and the real name of the contenders also became visible. A duel could only take place if both duelists offered a skill, strength, item, etc. as a reward. And the duel could only take place if both contenders had approximately the same level of awards. Once the duel was confirmed, he would be able to fight his opponent in the Colosseum. It would end if one of them surrendered. Michael also realized that the reward for duels was the core of the arena, because the Mila, skills and items were unlimited. The guy smiled contentedly and began to look for the useful skill he needed to find an opponent. Meanwhile, some of the candidates gathered to look at the girl, who was quite famous. She was called the Witch of Hellfire, and she was the famous huntress from America, Catherine Benet. The girl sat in a chair, also choosing a reward and an opponent for a duel, but no one wanted to fight her. She thought that maybe it was because she had too many victories under her belt and everyone was just afraid. Catherine wished that there were no duel statistics at all, so that she could challenge more often. Her administrator, the Lord of Fire, laughed, saying that these were mere trifles, but the girl did not think so. She decided that she should stop wasting her time and leave the arena, because only cowards had gathered here. But suddenly, when she was about to leave the place, a new message appeared on her screen requesting a duel. He was against North Korean challenger Michael Nodfort, and it would be his first fight. It turned out that this guy came to the arena and immediately chose her. It was quite interesting. Soon the duel was confirmed, and the move to the Colosseum was carried out. They found a fairly spacious place, but only Michael saw it for the first time, so their chances were no longer equal. Catherine said that she liked his fighting spirit, but before the fight began, she should first observe her opponent. The duel began, and the girl immediately activated her fire abilities, which Michael was just looking at for now. Catherine added that the guy could consider this a good experience and activated the power of Birth of Fire. Michael watched her with curiosity because he had not yet studied this kind of technique and had not seen it either. Meanwhile, Catherine had already attacked him with a fireball, which threw a fiery tail behind her back. The attack was getting closer and closer, and at first Michael thought about simply dodging it by moving to the side. However, he quickly realized that this flame was different, as it was literally pursuing him. Seeing that he had only a little time left before the ball caught up with him, Michael decided to change tactics. Meanwhile, Catherine said that he could give up, because this was his end, which would not end until he reached his goal. But Michael thought differently. He activated the new skill of Chi Swordmaster and used it against this attack. As a result, she split in two, which greatly surprised Catherine, who realized that she had underestimated her opponent. The Chi sword was many times sharper than usual because it was actually created from their mana, so it cut through almost everything. Judging by the girl's expression, she saw this technique for the first time and was very impressed. They were standing in the arena of the Colosseum again, but this time Catherine was waiting for the right moment for another attack. She realized that this was the only way she could hurt the guy, and he suddenly spoke, addressing her. He said that the girl noticed that he could get good experience here, so he would provide it to her too. In a quiet, secluded place where no one lived at all, one girl sipped tea, watching their battle. She looked closely at Michael, who was fighting with Catherine, and it was quite interesting. The administrator didn't expect that he would already have mastered the released chi energy, which was just what he needed. The girl thought she had made a great move when she sponsored such a wonderful power. In the future, she will need to secure the favor of this contender, and perhaps he will fulfill her long-standing desire. Michael, meanwhile, successfully deflected another fireball aimed at him and cut it down as well. But Catherine didn't plan to give up so easily. She attacked him with 3 balls at once from different directions. However, all that was required of Michael was to simply get away from them, and the skill of instant acceleration helped him with this. The guy found himself in the air but was surprised to notice that the flames were also heading that way. So he used the Chi sword again, which now increased his mana consumption by 2%. However, after cutting through another fireball, he saw that part of his clothes on the back had caught fire a little. More precisely, these were the hem of his assassin's cloak, and this was rather sad because the cloak gave him speed. Michael thought in horror that the effect of the cloak would now be lost if it was damaged like this. He landed opposite the girl, who again offered him to surrender, and then they would do without bloodshed. But Michael had no intention of agreeing to this. He was only thinking about how sad it was to lose such an exclusive skill. Meanwhile, Katrin had already prepared for a new series of attacks, this time forming huge fire spheres. She said that she was even interested in how long the guy could hold out. The administrators, apparently, also watched this fight with interest. Their opinions differed somewhat. The girl sent the spheres straight at Michael, who, although he was ready to repel all attacks, understood his weak side. She had mana, because 4 minutes had already passed since the activation of Swordmaster Chi, and its consumption had increased by 8%. He realized that if this continued, the fight would drag on, and he would find himself at a disadvantage. So Michael decided to give himself strength by absorbing souls and used Albert's soul. Thanks to this, his stats increased, including his mana, and he also managed to absorb one of the man's skills. The first rank lightning sword, Chi had the ability of lightning forming on the blade's edge. Michael wondered if this meant he would be able to launch energy over long distances and hit targets. Catherine, noticing that he was thinking about something, asked if he really had time to be distracted. In this case, she will make sure that all his attention is focused only on her flame. Michael tensed up, and the girl attacked him this time with fire arrows, of which there were quite a lot. They weren't small either, so Michael decided it would be better not to waste mana on the Chi sword and just hide. He dodged the arrows, but there were too many of them, so some reached his body. But the guy wasn't going to let them touch him, so he deflected some with his sword and others with his hands. He wasn't afraid of this because the Ash Blood skill was immediately activated and all the burns were healed. Meanwhile, Catherine was preparing another attack, but this time Michael decided to try something new. He didn't know if he would succeed the first time, but it was worth practicing, so he activated the power of Chi. The newly acquired skill, Lightning Sword Chi, was truly amazing and exceeded all his expectations. Thanks to him, the guy was able to attack back from a distance, using his mana for this, so it turned out to be a powerful counterattack. She was so strong that Catherine even had to use a shield to avoid being hit. The girl was amazed by the power with which this guy reflected her spheres and arrows, and then completely outweighed her in strength. She could barely hold back the onslaught, but she understood that she couldn't just retreat because fire was her element. But Michael had already calculated everything down to the last detail and foreseen her further actions. He stood behind the girl. His sword was near her throat, and Catherine had no choice but to admit defeat. She confirmed that she was surrendering, and as a reward, Michael received the rank 2+ storm skill. And then it was all over and they both moved to the common area of the arena on the 10th floor. Michael discovered the new skill after researching it, which said it was quite useful for stabbing. The guy thought he was counting on fencing skills, but here we were talking about something a little different. However, this was his first victory, and in the final ranking on his server, he took 3rd place. This was a signal that it was time to start growing, so he soon confirmed a new duel again. This time, his opponent was ranked 11th on the Japanese server and looked the part. However, in reality, it turned out that the guy was better at talking than fighting. She said that she didn't expect the 3rd place of the Korean server to be such a barbarian, at which point Michael smiled. This angered the Japanese man, and he asked why he found it so funny, and Michael responded in kind to his joke. He explained that he found it funny that he had the same thoughts about each other. Of course, this made the Japanese even more angry, and he attacked first with his weapon in the form of a spear. But Michael didn't even try to block it. Dodging it easily, he realized that the guy was weak. He found the attack from a challenger ranked 11th in Japan's final rankings funny. But then he thought with a smile that he must have just become too strong lately. And since such a level seemed like child's play to him, he would easily be able to earn many awards. And so it happened. Michael got the impression that it was simply a cornucopia of skills. After some time, he defeated another challenger. This time, the opponent was ranked 10th in Turkey. He was followed by the number 7 from Russia, with whom Michael had to work hard. But in the end, he inflicted serious damage on him. Number 13 from Germany seemed the easiest to the guy. He dealt with it in just a few seconds. This continued until he received a new achievement of Duel Master. His strength increased by 2. Meanwhile, in the central lands of Murim, a young man was meditating on a stone. Suddenly, his meditation was interrupted by one of his subordinates, who came to report on his work. He told in general terms that Master Albert died at the hands of a pretender from Earth. According to the latest news, it has recently become possible to connect to the Earth dimension. And, as people said, Master Albert was one of the first who made an attempt to carry out a floor-by-floor penetration there. The boy was still speaking when suddenly there was a fierce roar and they saw a huge monster. The one sitting on the stone didn't even glance towards the new enemy, but was already reaching for his sword. It had been 5 years since he stopped climbing to the top of the trial tower, he noted out loud. Then the guy stretched out his hand somewhere into the distance, and suddenly a sword hidden in the rocks flew towards her from there. His weapon looked very powerful, but what was most impressive was that the guy did nothing to achieve it. The monster meanwhile growled again, preparing to pounce on him, but the sword was already in the guy's hands. In the blink of an eye, he pushed off the ground and found himself right above the head of the monster, who was a little confused. The monster wanted to eat him, but the guy was too agile, so he couldn't touch him in any way. And then the guy attacked and with one precise and powerful blow finished off the uninvited guest. He knew that he had to be at the center of the head, because that was where the pain centers of these animals were located. As a result, the monster fell unconscious, and the guy waited some more time to make sure it was dead. His servant thought with admiration that he had dealt with such a powerful spiritual creature with such ease. The young master's martial arts are so strong that just looking at his power gives you goosebumps. Meanwhile, he turned to him, telling him to find out by any means necessary who exactly killed Master Albert. It was a long time before Michael returned to the 10th floor waiting room. He fell onto the bed wanting to rest a little because he had spent quite a lot of energy today. But after a few seconds, there was no trace of fatigue left. That was the whole charm of the waiting room. The guy opened his status window, thinking that he had received some more powers in such an unexpected place. The first of these was the power of Steel Wings, which allowed one to fly using one's mana. Just thinking about it filled Michael's heart with joy, and he was very grateful to that hunter. However, he couldn't buy it right now because he didn't have enough CO. So Michael decided to read on. He suddenly had the idea to synthesize the skills he had received as rewards in duels. And after some time of hard work, he settled on 3 new skills with a good rank. Michael was surprised that he had chosen the necessary skills for synthesis so successfully, because in the end, he even received rank 1. He had the skill of counterattack shield, and also had secret shadow step of rank 2+, and furious swordplay, also of rank 2+. The first thing Michael tried was the counterattack shield. Its power was amazing. The guy thought that with such a skill in his arsenal, almost no attack would harm him. A moment later, he was already getting ready for the 10th floor test, the theme of which was cooperation. According to the terms, they had 3 hours to prevent the resurrection of the darkness-devouring lord. The conditions for failure were the death of all participants or the expiration of the allotted time. The reward was a rank 1+ skill enhancement potion, and soon participants began to appear. The system announced that the team members were distributed according to their final rating. The first contender was Kim Hoon, who was ranked number 1 in all of Korea, and he looked reserved. Second was number 2 on the final ranking list, Martin Lee, who seemed like a nice guy. The third to appear was a contender with the nickname Hunter. That is, Michael himself came out of the portal. And the last to come out was the contender ranked 6th in the final ranking with the nickname Sudi Ganyu. Once all participants had exited the portals, they were given a 30-minute grace period to rally. During this time, the test was not considered to have begun, so the candidates had a chance to prepare for it. Michael noticed that Kim Hoon and Martin Lee had met before, as they immediately recognized and greeted each other. But the contender with the nickname Sudi Ganyu was unfamiliar with any of them, and besides, he had his own strategy. He suddenly shouted, pointing his finger at Michael, that he was the same swordsman he met on the 4th floor. The guy added that it was then that the massacre between the contenders for the right to rapid growth began. And Michael stood a little puzzled by his words because he saw this man for the first time, but he immediately understood everything. Kim Hong asked if they had actually crossed paths before during the test, since it seemed like that meeting had not been a pleasant one. Sudi continued to play the victim, saying that it was true and they really did collide on the 4th floor. He also added that this hunter was someone who strived to grow by accumulating achievements for kills. Michael himself, meanwhile, realized that in front of him now was the very person who had manipulated the chat. For him, deceiving others was a daily occurrence. He created conflict by setting others against each other. The guy used this time to get a reward because he cared only about himself. The lives of other people meant nothing to him. This was the survival tactic he had developed, and he began to actively use it in another place called the Tower of Trials. The lying clown administrator laughed at the contractor's deception so much that the corners of his mouth were torn. That was this guy with the nickname Sudi Ganyu, and now he wanted to get rid of Michael in their new team. The guy saw that he looked puzzled, so he decided to add more fuel to the fire. And when Michael wanted to say that there was some misunderstanding, he accused him of killing his partners. Hearing this, Michael could not hold back any longer, asking what nonsense he was talking about now. At this time, Kim Hong took out his weapon, saying that the trial tower was not a place to act frivolously. So now they will find out who is telling the truth and who is a liar, and the latter will be excluded from the team. Michael thought that if something went wrong and he had to deal with all 3 at once, that would be the worst-case scenario, and therefore he had to prevent it, but he didn't know how. Then, Martin unexpectedly came to the rescue, suggesting that they all calm down first. He recalled that earlier, the challenger Sudi Ganyu said that he met the challenger Hunter on the 4th floor. It turned out that he should know his real name, because the nickname system appeared in the waiting room on the 5th floor. So if the contender of Sudi Ganyu names the real name of the hunter's contenders, then everything will immediately fall into place. It was clear that the guy was a little nervous when he heard about this, but he still decided not to back down and pretended to remember the name. And then he suddenly blurted out that the hunter was called James, happily thinking that there was no way to prove it anyway. Martin then turned to Michael, calling him James and asking if he had anything to say. To this, Michael replied that he didn't find it funny at all and reached somewhere into the collar of his t-shirt. He then pulled out his hunter's license and explained that he had mistakenly taken it with him when he returned to Earth. Seeing this, Sudi realized that he had screwed up, because by doing so, the guy confirmed that he had lied to everyone present. Kim Hong said that it now seemed clear who should be expelled, and he gripped his warhammer tighter. Ganyu realized that the situation had taken a very bad turn for him, and he could only be saved by a miracle. But suddenly Michael turned to number 1, apologizing and saying that he would handle the matter himself, because now he was very angry at the guy who dared to involve him in the murder of his comrades. Kim Hong replied that he understood him, saying that in that case he and Martin would not interfere with him. And Sudi realized that he had a chance because if he defeated this scoundrel alone, he could survive. The test is designed for 4 people, and if they exclude him as well, then it will be extremely difficult for both of them to pass it. Meanwhile, Michael reminded him that the guy had been talking about some very funny things that now needed to be taken into account. But Sudi replied that he didn't even know what it was, because he only cared about surviving. He also said, addressing Michael, that he was not the only one who had power, and activated some technique. The next moment, the swamp spirit stalks circled Michael's legs, but he activated his skills in response. Thanks to the magic resistance, the attack was completely destroyed and Michael pounced on the guy. He swung to finish him off and he managed to get scared, but decided that he would not lose this battle. The guy immediately realized that the enemy had the skill of magic resistance in his arsenal, and this was annoying. This time he defended himself from Michael's attack by forming a strong shield on top of himself. It all looked more like spells. Kim Hong said they should retreat, and Martin replied that the atmosphere of battle was better felt here. But Kim told him to stop being capricious, because there was nothing wrong with being careful, and took the boy away from the battlefield. Meanwhile, Ganyu attacked Michael again, intending to finish him off this time by putting all his strength into the attack. He fired a multitude of white spheres that flew straight at Michael, but he didn't notice anything special about them. The guy deftly and quickly dodged all the projectiles and continued running towards the enemy. However, when he swung for his counterattack, he saw that his opponent had a smile on his face. Moreover, Sudi managed to jump back from his blow in time, after which he turned to him with a satisfied mockery. The boy said that it seemed the hunter had become the hunted, but Michael did not understand his words at first, and only when he turned around did he see those very spheres that he had simply dodged a moment ago. They looked menacing, and Michael realized that he had fallen into this bastard's trap, just as he had planned. The spheres, meanwhile, merged into one and formed one powerful stream of energy that fell upon him. Sudi laughed contentedly as he saw the boy fall under the rubble of his attack. But then the smile disappeared from his face. It was replaced by surprise and fear because the fog cleared and everyone saw the real picture of the battle. It turned out that Michael managed to use a counterattack shield at the last moment and save himself from the rubble. The skill also had an additional effect, absorbing 25% of damage received by the shield. Then, he would immediately return it, and Michael hoped to test this effect in a real fight right now. This was already starting to anger Sudi. He didn't understand how the guy had blocked his attack so easily. Meanwhile, Michael used the momentary acceleration and approached him almost point-blank. All this time, Sudi had been summoning various effects and powers using the magic book, so he used it this time too. It caused a huge shock that caused large rocks to cover it, preventing Michael from striking. But the guy was not embarrassed by this. He confidently rushed at the stones, intending to destroy them with the help of the chi sword. And so it happened, although not the first time, but the solid rock soon cracked and split. Watching as he almost finished off Ganyu, Martin turned to his friend, asking about Michael. But Kim Hong replied that he had never seen his name on the list of high-ranking hunters. And if so, then there was a high probability that on Earth he was an ordinary civilian who had grown so much. It was truly impressive, and both hunters admitted that Michael wasn't even fighting Sudi at full strength. Kim Hong noted that for some reason it seemed to him that this Michael's level was comparable to his own. Hearing this, Martin was surprised, reminding that in the final ranking this guy currently occupies 3rd place. To this, Kim responded that although this was just an assumption, it was possible that the guy was simply underestimated by the system. This was most likely due to team trials, where challengers were ranked based on shared missions. But the most amazing thing was that Michael didn't seem to be worried about it at all. He was just doing what he did best, and he cut Sudi's spellbook right before their eyes. The attack also hit his arm, causing him to scream loudly in pain, but Michael had no plans to stop. He walked closer to the guy and held out his sword, and he dropped to his knees, holding his hands and squeezing out the pain. Kim Hong was surprised that the guy did not kill the enemy, but suppressed him with his superiority. Moreover, he did it as if it cost him nothing, and Sudi desperately screamed for him to stop. He said that if he killed him, then perhaps no one would be able to survive this test, because the system chose 4 players. He added, "Does the guy really think that the test tower will give some simple task, which even 3 candidates can easily pass, having lost one of their comrades?" Michael thought for a moment and looked back at Kim and Martin, who were standing nearby watching the fight. Kim replied that they would not interfere, so Michael could choose what he saw fit. Michael thought for a while about what to do, and Sudi decided to use this to his advantage. Suddenly, he took out his sword and attacked Michael, but he was able to notice it in time. The attack was not even strong. But he was angered by the fact that he did it behind his back, so the guy swung and hit him. His sword pierced Sudi's head, splitting it in two, but for some reason he remained alive. The guy jumped away from Michael, and he noticed how his bright pink aura appeared and some skills were activated. It turned out that Sudi used his unique stat, Deception, and all of his stats instantly increased by 10. He suddenly shouted that he wanted to hold his trump card until the very end, but now he would finish off Michael with it. He did not understand anything that was said, but prepared himself for any attack from the enemy. He put up a shield, blocking a powerful blow from Sudi, but didn't notice that he had other methods of attack. The purple chains did not penetrate the shield, but went around it from above and ended up behind Michael. The next moment, they pounced on him like snakes, but the guy's sixth sense kicked in. Thanks to it, he was able to sense the attack and activate the skill Wine's Grace, increasing his speed by 40%. Thankfully, none of the chains hit him, and the boy approached Sudi again, holding his shield forward. He said he now knew it was far more dangerous to mess with trash like him than to take on the three-man challenge. Sudi screamed in despair and anger because he understood that now the guy would definitely kill him. And Michael used the counterattack shield skill, which instantly released the accumulated damage. The enemy was not prepared for this, so he was unable to defend himself in time from Michael's powerful attack. A moment later, he was already adding new items to his inventory, including Sudi's equipment. In particular, he liked the old tailcoat of a high-minus rank vampire count and the bloody rank 1+ heavenly demonic sword. Michael hid all of this, saying that he would use these items properly in the future. At this time, Kim and Martin jumped off the cliff from where they were watching his battle, which was already over. Martin said he was just great, and Kim remarked that there seemed to be no problems between them now. Everyone agreed and decided to move forward because there were 10 minutes left before the start of the test, so it was necessary to prepare. They saw a large statue of a horseman on a horse. It looked a little creepy, but Martin was worried about something else. He asked if she would really come back to life. Since this was the Tower of Trials, then that could very well happen. Michael mentally agreed with him, glancing at the statue. He noticed something strange about it. Firstly, the rider had a crown on his head, and secondly, Michael saw that a barely noticeable black mist was emanating from it. None of his comrades paid any attention to this, and Michael himself did not attach much importance to it. But, as it turned out later, this fact should not be neglected. In the meantime, they came to the right place. Martin was surprised to see a huge room, which was furnished with incomprehensible decorative elements. Kim said they appeared to have come to the right place, but something caught the attention of all three contenders. These were huge statues of ancient warriors that looked quite frightening. Martin remarked that he had a bad feeling about this, and everyone agreed. And in the very center there was a huge throne, on which, as if someone was sitting, only there was only armor there. Suddenly the system announced that the grace period had expired and that a Dark Guard squad would soon appear. The challengers were required to prevent the resurrection of the darkness-devouring lord. The next moment, one of the statues of the ancient swordsman suddenly moved. He was a warrior of ancient times, all in armor, and he looked quite powerful and even fearsome. The other statues followed suit, and then they all jumped down to the guy standing below. Kim said that his bones were just then, so it was time to stretch a little. Suddenly, Michael turned to everyone and pointed to one of the guards standing right in front of Kim. The guy said that he had a head on his back, which the guards were carrying to the ruler for resurrection. Kim agreed, saying that in that case they must prevent this and prepared to attack. He liked that it was all pretty easy, since the boys just had to distribute their forces, one for each warrior. The opponents meanwhile attacked, but all three contenders were ready for this, and the fight began. As Michael advanced on his opponent, he thought it would be better to finish him off with one attack. He planned to use the chi sword for this, so he dodged the warrior's attack and went behind him. But the guy didn't calculate that stone statues can use mana and create streams of energy to attack. To his surprise, the enemy attacked him back and even blocked his own attack a little. Michael jumped back and began to analyze his opponent, as he always did in such situations. Much to the boy's surprise, the stone warrior also possessed chi energy and had just used it. This meant that these warriors were not as simple as they seemed, and Michael wondered how the others were doing. Things weren't going so well for them either. Kim also noticed that the enemy was using the same techniques as him. And then there was a pretty big explosion, and the warrior who was fighting Kim used it. He ran towards the darkness-devouring lord, or rather towards his armor, clearly with the intention of resurrecting him. He even almost managed to get close to him, when suddenly an unexpected attack followed from the side. The Dark Guard managed to block it with his halberd, but time was lost, and this made Kim happy. After all, it was he who attacked the warrior, this time with a new attack, clearly not wanting to let him carry out his intention. The guy also thought that each of these bastards was of a level equal to the boss. So he turned to everyone, telling them to keep their ears open and not let themselves be caught off guard. Then Martin's voice was heard from somewhere, noticing that Kim himself had just let his guard down. The guy suddenly added with disappointment that the hat didn't suit him, so he couldn't use it anymore. He then turned to the Dark Guard he had been fighting, saying that it was because he had made him wear that stupid hat. Now he would have to pay with his life for this. With these words, he pulled the bow, which turned out to be his weapon. And then he released an arrow, which passed with incredible speed and power and hit the target right on target. But the guard didn't think to stop there. He suddenly ran straight at Martin with another attack. He, in turn, prepared to defend himself, but in this, he had a huge advantage. After all, when dealing with mages, close combat is the standard, so Martin even smiled. After all, this only worked if the magician was an ordinary wizard, and he himself was not one. With these words, the boy summoned a new weapon. This time it turned out to be a huge, ominous scythe of death. Michael was impressed by this, thinking that after only facing weak opponents, the sight of these people excites the blood. So the main thing is for him not to fail in such a team. He dodged the attack of the Guardian, who fought very confidently and could really match the level of the boss. But Michael was not going to let him hold the initiative for long. He counterattacked him with stones. The next step was to activate the Mercy of the Wind. The guy increased his speed by 50%. But instead of attacking, he ran past the guard in the direction of the throne, where the ruler was supposed to return. He suddenly activated a new skill, Secret Shadow Walk, rank 2+, temporarily increasing his strength by 3. He then activated the Frantic Swordplay skill, increasing his attack speed by 10%. The decisive moment was the activation of the Chi Swordmaster skill, after which he pounced on the head of the ruler. With all the additional effects activated, his power was able to cut her down. Kim Hong, seeing what Michael was doing, decided to help him and also used his depth charge technique. At that moment, the guard he was fighting dropped his weapon from the enormous power that pierced his body. Even though he was just a stone statue, the effect of Kim's attack was colossal even for him. The head of the ruler, which the guard was delivering to the place of the armor, was badly damaged, but had not yet completely split. However, there was still one member of their team left who was already rushing with his attack to make it decisive. Martin twirled his scythe in all directions, simultaneously parrying various attacks and delivering counterattacks. But then he jumped up and swung for a finishing blow, intending to smash the head. The guard who had her on his back tried to block this attack, but to no avail. Martin's scythe went behind his back and cut the lord's head in half, making resurrection impossible. The guard screamed loudly. Apparently this was a serious failure in their plan. And then the rest of the guards caught up with him and hurried to hide from the battlefield. The guys just watched it. Kim Hong said that they should also slowly wrap things up, and the others agreed. They ran after the guards, but it turned out to be a mistake because the guys did not calculate one detail. Michael suddenly heard a strange sound approaching them, as if someone was riding a horse. Just as unexpectedly, one of the guards suddenly stopped and dropped to his knees, throwing his halberd over his back. The other guards also dropped to their knees, thus forming a small springboard. The guys understood who it was intended for the next moment when a rider ran across it. It was the same knight who stood at the entrance, and now he was flying straight towards the lord's armor. The situation was dire, because the knight also had a head, which he intended to put into Vladimir's armor. Kim was the first to react and hurried after the rider, but it was useless, because he was already almost close to the target. Michael quickly assessed the situation and realized that it was really too late to run after him. This was bad. The rider, meanwhile, jumped off his horse and, in a jump, aimed at the armor in order to thrust the ruler's head into it. Then Michael, with his last strength, decided that the best solution would be to throw something and swung his sword. The guy used all his speed for this, hoping that he would at least be able to knock the head out of the guard's hands. He threw his sword, into which he also put sword chi, but it was unclear whether he had time. After all, the guard had almost put his head into the armor. There were literally a few centimeters left. However, at the last moment, Michael's attack still caught up with him and prevented him from completing his action. The crown fell from the head, and the head itself also slipped from the hands of the guard, who was not ready for this. He was even a little surprised that he couldn't perform the resurrection, but that wasn't the end. Suddenly, the guard screamed. His scream was quite eerie, and the guys realized that something else was about to happen. Martin, however, praised Michael for buying them some time before the head was back in the guard's hands. Michael himself was no less surprised than the guard that his attack was successful, since there was almost no time to aim. But suddenly the guard lifted the crown of his master, after which he performed an unexpected action. He put the crown on his head, and at that moment the boys became worried that they had failed the task. After this, the guard took his weapon and shouted loudly, and then pierced his own head with a spear. The boys were very surprised by this, but soon they understood his plan, because the guard decided to sacrifice himself. He wanted to leave the crown on his head, and then cut it off and insert it into the ruler's armor. The guys were already running to stop him from doing this, and in the meantime he raised his head above his body. All three contenders jumped up at the same time and swung their arms for a joint attack. Meanwhile, the guard was closer than ever to resurrecting the ruler because his head had already touched the armor. The next moment, there was a huge explosion that threw the contenders a short distance away. As the fog cleared, a message came from the system stating that the condition for resurrection had been met. As a result, the Lord who devours darkness was resurrected, and the guys froze in anticipation of what would happen to them now. Michael was the first to read the next message, which spoke of a special mission to destroy the Overlord. The system also reported that any damage would be nullified by the power of immunity, and only challengers whose stats are higher than those of the darkness-devouring Lord will be able to deal damage. All three were surprised by this because no one had ever heard of monsters being able to use power. The Lord, meanwhile, summoned his sword, which glowed with a bright red aura and looked ominous. And then, the Lord demonstrated his power by striking his sword where the boys were standing, and they had to dodge. Michael thought irritably that this was rather unfair if the damage itself was impossible. That means they can do absolutely nothing against this terrible monster who possessed the abilities of a challenger. The Overlord attacked again with his long and sharp blade, and Michael barely dodged, but the attack still hit him. These problems fell on their heads because they failed to complete the mission, but it wasn't that bad. Suddenly, a good idea came to his mind that could work, and Michael decided to implement it. At that moment, Kim and Martin ran up to him, asking if he was okay and saying that they needed to come up with a plan. Kim suggested that they first deal with the Lord's guards, but Michael suddenly turned to them with a request. He asked the boys to delay the Lord for a while, because he had an idea with which they could win. All he needed was a few seconds, and then he would immediately join his comrades. When Kim asked what idea he had come up with, Michael simply replied that there was a way to kill the Overlord. This statement surprised Kim a little because even he didn't understand how this was possible if their stats were lower than his. However, he said that they would trust Michael and fulfill his request, but he also had to hurry. After all, they can't stand it for long, so Michael shouldn't drag it out, and he agreed. After this, Kim and Martin pounced on the Lord, although they did not understand what exactly to do with him. But the main thing is that Michael had a little time to carry out his plan, and he smiled. The guy turned to the three guards, saying that they would have to play an interesting game with him for a bit. Kim, meanwhile, activated his Warhammer for another attack, intending to compare their stats. He used a depth charge, and in an instant the Lord's body was subjected to incredible power. But before any damage could be done to him, the technique was cancelled by power and inviolability. As expected, their attacks were of no use to her, so the boys retreated, deciding to just wait. But the Lord suddenly counterattacked and activated his power. Lord's greatness. The system issued a message that the boys should show respect to the Lord. Any action that does not satisfy this requirement will be blocked. The Overlord has attacked. Kim and Martin dropped to their knees, but they did so involuntarily because their bodies were paralyzed. Kim activated the skill Magic Resistance, which partially removed the blockage on his body, and he was able to move. Then the guy got to his feet, but saw that the ruler had already swung his sword to attack, and they had only a few seconds left. Besides, Martin still couldn't move, and Kim quickly decided what he had to do. He grabbed his friend by the cloak and jumped to the side, throwing him over with his body weight and blocking the attack. But, unfortunately, the Lord's blow thus hit him himself, and Kim felt severe pain in his back. Martin was seriously scared for his friend, because he usually never allowed anyone to hurt him. He ran up to him and put one arm behind his neck, supporting him so that he wouldn't fall to the ground. But, unfortunately, it was still in vain, because the Lord had already swung at the two of them again to finish them off. His blade hung right over the boys' heads, and they were already preparing for the worst, when suddenly someone blocked the blow. Michael arrived just in time and used his counterattack shield to protect his friends. He apologized to the surprised Martin and Kim for being a little late, and they were unable to respond in return. The only thing they saw was that the guy had just saved their lives, and apparently had also come up with some kind of plan. Michael did have a plan. He quietly used one of his additional necromantic skills. Thanks to the spirits of the Guardians, he increased his strength by 4, agility by 3, endurance by 3, mana by 6, and tenacity by 4. Thus, his stats increased quite a bit, and the guy was now able to use his shield skill. He instantly released the accumulated damage straight into the darkness-devouring overlord and used the power of Swordmaster Chi. But this wasn't enough for him, and Michael activated a new skill, Lightning Sword Chi. Thanks to this, his sword became similar to the blade of the ruler, and the boy was also able to attack using aura. He put the maximum amount of his strength into this blow, but he couldn't give it his all so as not to lose consciousness. However, this turned out to be quite enough, especially since the surprise effect worked. Michael saw that the attack had gone well and breathed a sigh of relief, since none of the Lord's effects had worked. This meant that with such attacks they now had a chance of winning, but the Lord suddenly shouted furiously. And then he activated his Majesty of the Lord power again, causing Michael's body to become blocked. The guy felt paralyzed and unable to move, but fortunately he had the necessary skills in his arsenal. He activated Forced Breakthrough and Magic Resistance, which removed all blockages from his body. At this moment, his skills of Force Breakthrough, Magic Circuit, and Magic Resistance increased by 1 rank, rank 2. The boy then activated the counterattack shield again and pounced on the Lord with a new attack. What was also strange was that the situation actually looked very dangerous. But for some reason, this didn't bother Michael. He suddenly realized that he couldn't stop laughing and thought it was because of the anticipation of his approaching victory. His fundamental desire to become stronger flared up like fire, and Kim and Martin noticed it. The latter said that this challenger Michael was a real monster with incredible strength, and Kim Hoon replied that nevertheless they should congratulate him, since the first place in the ranking now belongs to him. Meanwhile, Michael's shield recharge had finished, and he had reached the maximum damage absorption limit. Then the boy realized that this was the very chance with which he could defeat the ruler. He knew that if he reduced the shield's area of effect, the energy density would increase. He did so, and then released all the accumulated damage, forming a sharp laser that cut through the Overlord's armor. He didn't expect that his defense could be penetrated, so he could only dodge, putting his shoulder in place of his head. And Michael was already running towards him with another attack, activating the Mercy of the Wind at a maximum speed of 70%. Then the frantic swordplay skills were activated, and the attack speed increased by 10%. The last thing the Lord saw was the boy's shining blade, with which he cut off the monster's head. The whole time, the Steel Bloodlord was watching him, and with a smile on her face, she thought that she was very lucky. After all, this applicant, who was showing crazy growth, was her contractor. Ordinary aspirants to the tower prepare themselves carefully to avoid taking risks. But Michael Nodfort is a valuable talent that is not easy to see in other dimensions. The only problem was that over time, other administrators would also begin to take an increasing interest in him. So the girl needed to establish a closer relationship with this contender before the others did. She did this for personal reasons because the girl still had not given up hope of fulfilling her wish. The darkness. Devouring Lord was defeated. The system announced this, but everything was clear anyway. As a reward for breaking through, a rank 1+ Mastery Enhancement Potion will be added to the inventory of challengers. As an additional reward, Michael was awarded 60,000 points and 2,000 SP. And then, the system suddenly announced that the applicant, Michael Nodfort, had made a great contribution to the completion of the special task. As a result, he received another 10,000 points and 1,500 SP. And the guy himself thought that the reward fully compensated for the difficulty. Martin looked a little puzzled and asked how he managed to pull off all this. To this, Michael replied that he simply had a skill that was perfect for the situation at hand. Then Kun Hong said that, no matter what, the guy had really surprised them today, so he invited him to become friends. The guys sent him a friend request saying that they would still chat with him in a private chat, because for now, they needed to patch themselves up a bit. As it turned out, more than 1,000 applicants successfully broke through the 10th floor, so the expansion of the system began. A new category, Dimensional Travel, was created, and other dimensions were now available to them. Michael thought that this meant the two worlds, Ares and Murim, which James had told him about. Suddenly, the system reported that the administrator's monitoring area had expanded. This also applied to his area of intervention, and communication with him in the waiting room was now possible. However, an additional contract with the admin and the transfer to his personal possessions also became available. However, it could only be concluded once, after which additional contracts would be limited. In any case, Michael thought that he still couldn't know for sure about all the intricacies of this scheme. First of all, the guy decided to figure out what he managed to get on the 10th floor, namely the reward for the test. According to the description, he could increase any of his skills by 20% if he accepted it, which he did. Michael chose Wind's Grace as the skill he wanted to improve, which was his highest minus rank. Thanks to the potion, his mastery reached perfection, and his skill increased to simply highest. An additional effect has also appeared, according to which Michael will consume 1% of his total magical power. This will be applied when the total stack reaches max, and was instead of the entire skill being recharged. The next step was absorption. Michael started with the Spirit of the Lord devouring the darkness. With its help, he increased the stats, strength, by 5, agility and endurance, by 4, mana, by 7, and stamina, also by 5. Unexpectedly, one of the master's skills, namely the highest minus rank mana control, was also absorbed. After reading the description, Michael realized that most of his mana restrictions were removed. Now he could control her like someone with natural talent, but he couldn't just stand there and watch. Suddenly, he received an invitation from 2 administrators at my property. They were sent from the Steel Bloodlord and the White Crane Sword, but Michael was surprised by their simultaneousness. He eventually accepted the invitation from the Steel Bloodlord and was transported to her domain in an instant. The girl's familiar hut, with a light on, immediately caught his eye, so Michael headed there. Literally a second later, the girl herself came out from there, wearing only a light dress. She walked out to meet the guy and then laughed, saying that she knew he would choose her. The girl said contentedly that thanks to him she won the bet, and Michael understood why the invitations were sent at the same time. The administrator caught up with him, and they walked together. Michael also asked if she was cold, but the girl answered negatively. Michael then said that he had gotten the mana control skill by accident and asked if she knew anything about it. Then the girl noticed that he had received a very powerful skill and told him to use it now. She explained that this was how the guy maximized the magical power in his body, and Michael did just that. Suddenly, his entire body was permeated with incredible power, so strong that it even became painful. The system announced that his rank 3 magic chain skill had been forcibly increased by mana management. Michael felt as if his physical attributes had increased several times. He suddenly wanted to test it and swung his fist straight into the ground without any equipment. The Steel Bloodlord even covered her eyes with her hands to keep the snow from getting into her eyes. But then something awkward happened. The strong wind that was generated by Michael's blow tore the dress from the girl's body, and it flew towards the hut. The guy froze when he saw the naked girl in front of him, because he definitely didn't expect this. A moment later, they were sitting at the table in the hut, and the girl said that you couldn't tell that Michael was capable of something like that. The guy replied that it was just a misunderstanding, but the administrator herself understood this. She just smiled at him. The girl then told him to try activating mana-using skills with mana control anyway. Michael nodded back at her and then asked her why she had called him here, and she smiled again. She said the real goal of expanding the system is to make sure admins are seriously nurturing applicants. But Michael didn't understand what this meant. And then the girl snapped her fingers, saying that he would understand everything himself now. The system reported that the administrator, Steel Bloodlord, was transferring power to the contractor using the interference zone. The power of the highest minus rank Steel Bloodsword was imprinted in Michael's soul. The guy asked if the administrator could not do something like this before, to which she replied in the negative. The girl explained that the additional contacts function was also open and he could choose any new admin for himself. However, she helped him because she saw a huge opportunity in him. But the guy didn't understand this. She then told Michael that administrators are rewarded for developing applicants. But this is not the final goal because everyone, without exception, invests in one or another candidate in order to fulfill a long-standing desire. It was clear that the girl wanted to say something else, but Michael suddenly received many messages from the White Crane Sword. And then she said that she would end her story here for those who were too impatient. And besides, she had already transferred the power anyway. Michael nodded gratefully to her and accepted the invitation from the administrator of the White Crane Sword. He entered the forest and noticed that the clearing looked ideal for training. The boy couldn't resist trying out the new skill he received from the Steel Bloodlord. As expected, the mastery of all his skills has improved thanks to mana management. It was truly magnificent, and Michael decided to further improve his chi sword skill. But to his surprise, nothing worked, and the sword remained unactivated by the new skill. It was a bit strange because Michael wanted to raise the rank of lightning sword chi through the power of sword chi master. He didn't find an answer to this problem, but it seemed to him that it could all be because chi sword master is a power. Suddenly, the system reported that the administrator of the White Crane sword was expecting his visit, and the guy postponed his training. Michael thought that, judging by the administrator's title, he must be as old as Albert. But the guy never expected to see a young girl sitting on a wooden tatami in front of him. She introduced herself as the administrator of the White Crane sword and said that she had been waiting for his appearance for a very long time. And Michael was still recovering from the shock that sitting in front of him was not just an old man, but a teenage girl. He noticed that it was surprising to see in front of him the administrator with whom he had only corresponded until now. The girl smiled sweetly, saying that she understood him perfectly, so she suggested going to another place. As Michael sat down on the floor, he suddenly felt incredibly fresh and turned to the girl, whose name, by the way, was Angela. She shared that she had always watched him from here, ever since he entered the life-or-death fight. Michael then asked if she had shared her power with a challenger she'd only seen a couple of times through a screen. But Angela replied that the guy should know his worth better, because not everyone can beat someone like Albert. And then the girl suddenly said that he should believe her, because she was the one who was bound to Albert by a contract. Suddenly, it occurred to Michael that this young girl might hold a grudge against him, since he had killed her contractor. However, Angela said that she didn't need to escalate the situation because Albert was simply a good contender. She added that she had managed to sign contracts with many candidates during her life, but she still hadn't invited any of them into her domain until she met him, Michael Nodford. Then the girl suddenly became serious and added that she would say it directly. She asked him to sign an additional contract with her. Michael in turn asked if there were any additional benefits for him if he did this. Then the girl replied that she could make him an apostle of the administrator of the White Crane sword. In the tower, this term refers to a challenger who enters into a special contractual relationship with an admin. The latter can appoint only one person as an apostle in his entire life, and only apostles can take over all the powers of the admin. Michael was surprised that the patronage agreement was so important, and he made it with the Steel Blood Lord. Then Michael remembered what had been said earlier. The additional contract could be terminated at any time. To this, Angela replied that she was making this deal for the same reason as the Lord of Steel Blood. She needs the sharpest sword in the world, the best sword that will never break or become dull. Michael noticed that his admin had also mentioned this long-standing desire of hers, but it didn't seem like it was an easy one. The boy then decided to ask the White Crane sword about this, trusting that this young girl would tell him everything. It was clear that Angela was at first embarrassed when she heard about her long-standing desire, and then her gaze became clouded. After some time, she said that the admin's long-standing desire is memories that come from regrets of the past. And at the same time, a long-standing desire is a right given to the tower administrator. Like her tests, the long-standing desire is also a kind of test that the admin can give to the contractor. And when the long-standing wish is fulfilled, the applicant receives a reward. Here, the girl's voice trembled. But soon she finished by saying that if it were suddenly possible to fulfill a long-standing desire, then it would even be possible to change the past. Upon hearing this, Michael objected, saying that it was absolutely impossible to change any event in the past. But Angela replied that he should know perfectly well whether she was telling the truth or lying, because he already knew what the tower was. Then Michael remembered all the strange events and abilities that were only revealed in the Tower of Trials. He suddenly thought that if it was about her, then everything became possible, and it turned out even time. The guy suddenly turned to the girl, asking if he could ask just one question. He wondered how high he had to climb in the Tower of Trials to fulfill her long-held wish. Hearing this, Angela felt a little embarrassed because she didn't know how best to answer this. But soon she said that she thought it should be at least the top floor. A few minutes later, they signed an additional contract, and the girl was as happy as a child. Michael thought that he had to go for it in the end, but the conditions of his long-standing desire were not pleasing. So far, all he knew was that the top floor of the tower had become the goal he had to reach. In addition, he was recognized as the true apostle of the White Crane sword and received plus 10% to all skills in the Miram dimension. As a privilege, his strength also increased by 3, and he was also recognized as an apostle by 2 admins already. The guy thought that he couldn't miss out on this kind of advantage that would allow him to become stronger right away. In addition, he received an unexpected gift from Angela, who wanted to strengthen her bond with him. She asked if he had heard anything about that woman, but Michael didn't understand who she was talking about. And when he asked the girl what exactly she meant, she said that she was talking about a woman who was looking for him. Then Angela added that it seemed like this woman had complete faith in him and all his powers. Of course, she, Angela, also believed in him, but she still thought that she had to tell him something. She warned that this would use his question tickets, but Michael didn't mind, since he had plenty of them. However, suddenly the system reported that all his tickets were used up, and the guy wondered in surprise what kind of topic this was. Then the girl began her story, saying that in the Miram dimension, there was a huge force called the Miram Union, and Albert, whom he killed on the 9th floor, held an important position as a commander in this union. Because of his high position, there were people from the Miram dimension who are now looking for him, Michael. Michael asked if the girl was talking about the Miram Union going to hunt him down to kill him, but Angela responded in the negative, saying that the Union was currently in disarray due to the struggle for the position of commander. Therefore, someone else had a grudge against Michael, namely the Namgung family's dragon sword. The heavenly dragon sword, Akutagawa Namgun. He was a being that lived in the Miram dimension, where everyone is obsessed with martial arts and learning new techniques. He is called a genius among them all. He searches for Michael using revenge as a pretext, but in reality he is driven by simple curiosity. The girl added that she doesn't know when this will happen, but if he suddenly runs into Akutagawa, one must be prepared to risk one's life to win this battle, otherwise any skills are useless. After some time, Michael successfully moved to the waiting room, thinking about Angela's words. This guy Akutagawa Namgung that she was talking about was looking for him right now. To put it simply, he was a psychopathic killer from the Miram dimension. Michael went into the store where he bought the rank 2+ steel wing skill and a homecoming stone. He thought that although he had learned something new, it didn't change much, so he had no other choice. The guy decided that he would level up on Earth like crazy before he met Akutagawa here. When he found himself back in his room, the first thing he did was check his mobile phone. There were a total of 132 missed calls and 87 unread messages from Betty. She wrote that he should immediately go to the hunting association as soon as he read the message. So Michael decided to get there by activating the new skill Steel Wings and wearing the old tailcoat of the vampire count. The speed with which he flew towards the association building was simply breathtaking. It wasn't even 5 minutes before he got there, and some people were just coming out of the building. Several guys were talking among themselves, and Michael overheard them discussing some kind of mobilization. Suddenly, the two froze in place as they noticed a man who was literally flying on wings. Michael landed a few steps away from them and then apologized, saying that he was still getting used to his new ability. After that, he ran to the building of the hunting association, and the guys looked after him in surprise. They asked in amazement if it was really a man who had just flown, and other people noticed it too. When Michael entered the right office, he saw not only Betty, but also, to his surprise, James. Michael greeted them both, asking what business they had asked him to come to them with such urgency. The first conspiracy was Labati, saying that a serious incident had just occurred in Japan. But James said he didn't think talking was effective, so he suggested Michael see for himself. He included video from surveillance cameras of Japanese hunters, which was published in Japan. Sensing the strong wave of gate generation, the Japanese Hunters Association formed a response team. 7 top-ranking hunters were sent to the scene, but the man who appeared from the portal shockingly killed 6 of them. It is believed that this is the first time that an intrusion into the earthly dimension has occurred by a pretender from another world. Michael then asked if they were trying to recruit a team to support Japan. The thought occurred to him when he remembered the 2 guys leaving the building, but James didn't confirm his guess. He said they did not recommend supporting Japan, and then switched the screen again. There was a recording of the only Japanese hunter who came out, in which they could see him. It was a young-looking guy with black hair and a fierce, maniac-like look. He introduced himself by saying that his name was Akutagawa Namgun. He was the heavenly dragon sword and he had come to avenge Albert. Hearing this, Michael thought that he never imagined that he would cross paths with this guy so soon. Then someone tugged at his sleeve, and Michael saw Betty, who said that this was not a forced mobilization at all. She added that it was the first time they had met again, so she suggested having lunch together first. But seeing how the guy was hesitating, the girl changed her train of thought, asking if he was really going to enlist in the squad. Unfortunately for her, Michael said he would answer Japan's call and go to the Shinjuku area of Tokyo where the crime took place. Betty looked confused because she had tried her best to protect him from this decision by hook or by crook. She screamed at him for always acting so recklessly, saying that a guy should at least think about others sometimes too. Then Michael put his hand on the girl's head, thanking her for her concern, and she calmed down. However, Michael then added that this was a problem that he absolutely had to solve. Akutagawa recalled how, even from childhood, his peers did not understand him and no one heard what he could hear. One of the boys said that it was just sparring, so there was no need to attack so hard. At that moment, he approached them, saying that not everyone could master the released chi energy at the age of 13. Albert said that the guy exceeded all his expectations and will go far in the future. However, he added that martial arts are not meant to harm people. They are a path to superiority. And you can't hurt people without a reason. With these words, Albert stroked his head and then took his hand away. Another memory was how everyone cheered for him upon passing the 20th floor of the trial tower. But climbing the tower on his own did not give him any satisfaction. He accomplished this incredible feat at just 17 years old, but now it's time to move on. He mentally apologized to his mentor because he began to actively use floor implementations. After all, the guy suddenly realized that for him there was nothing more fun than killing other people. But over time, this too ceased to bring him pleasure, and he thought that this scoundrel Michael Nodford could dispel his boredom. Meanwhile, Michael had left the association building and had already flown to Japan by plane. There he was already met, and soon he was already on his way to a luxurious hotel, especially for people like him. The girl who brought him to the new place pointed to the entrance of the room, saying that other hunters were already waiting there. To his surprise, he saw his new friends, Kim and Martin there, who noticed that Michael was late. He replied that there were only 3 of them anyway, but Kim said that another contender from America was due to arrive soon. Michael nodded, adding that at the very least it was safe to say that each of them had epic rank abilities. But the challenger who appeared in the Shinjuku area was a real monster, which even the 3 of them might not be able to defeat. Michael hoped that the American challenger would be just as strong, but soon the door opened and he saw him. The 4th person on their team was Catherine, who was also surprised to see Michael there. The female manager asked if they knew each other, to which Michael replied that they had already crossed paths in the tower. Catherine noticed that she did not at all want to meet him under such circumstances. She added that she wanted their meeting to take place in a more normal setting and was nervous like a child. Kim Hong, who was watching their dialogue, noticed that it all looked more like a lover's quarrel. Hearing this, Michael shook his head, replying that there was no way this could be true, which made the girl a little angry. Their conversation was interrupted by the manager, who suddenly introduced herself as the president of the Japanese Hunters Association, Julia. Michael was very surprised by this information because he thought that the girl was a simple staff member. Julia, meanwhile, continued, saying that few countries agreed to cooperate with them. But Martin asked if, even in such a dire situation, only 4 people had arrived from all over the world. Then the girl suddenly bowed before them, saying that she was sincerely grateful to each of them. Michael quickly lifted her head, saying that now was not the time to bend her back. Catherine, watching this gesture of his, thought that the guy was very kind, but he turned out to be simply selfish. After all, he added that instead of bending their backs, the president could have given them a worthy reward. In fact, Michael was only here for the reward, which he asked to be doubled, and for growth. After thinking for a while, Julia promised to fulfill his condition, since she would have to deal with a very dangerous opponent. Moreover, the girl added that it was not that the situation was hopeless. In fact, they also had chances. After all, Catherine Benet's abilities could change the situation in this battle. Everyone looked at the girl, and she shared that she had the ability of flame suppression, which had a special effect. If she can touch an enemy stronger than her with her flame, all of their stats will drop by 10. Also, some of his skills will be randomly sealed, so with this they can seize the initiative. Of course, this would only happen if she touched him, so the guys had to create the situation. Anything to give Catherine a chance to use this power. Within a few minutes, they were already heading to the Shinjuku area. The news reported that a Chinese epic rank hunter had just met a challenger from another world. They didn't move, but both looked like they were talking to each other. Akutagawa asked the boy if he was Michael Nodfort, but he replied in the negative. He introduced himself as Peter Darius from China, saying he would make him regret ever coming to Earth. But Akutagawa only said that he did not understand why the one he told to appear did not come, and only bugs were scurrying around. Suddenly, Peter attacked using his dash skill and even managed to hit Akutagawa in the jaw. He staggered but didn't fall. He was interested in the fact that the guy used fist techniques. This was Akutagawa's first time practicing, so he decided to fight this guy. But Peter saw something he was not prepared for, and in the end, he gave up his life. There was a large explosion at the place where they were fighting. It was the work of Akutagawa's technique. Meanwhile, Michael and the guys were approaching the battlefield by helicopter, and they were not happy with the state of the battle. Michael turned to Catherine asking if she would be able to land properly if she found herself in the air. To the girl's surprised face, he replied that he had come up with a good but risky idea. Then Catherine said that she had a skill called Purity Jump that made her immune to all damage from falling. Michael replied that that was enough, because he would be able to deal a strong blow to the Miram himself if the plan worked. With these words, he grabbed the girl by the waist and said that they were already leaving, and Catherine felt a little awkward about this. Michael activated the Steel Wings skill and jumped out of the helicopter with the girl. Martin and Kim, watching this, decided that the guy was literally going out of his way to do everything himself. However, they couldn't just stand there and watch all this, so they also jumped out of the helicopter. Catherine said that Michael was indeed crazy, but he did not deny it. He replied that he was glad that this Chinese hunter had made Akutagawa Namgun angry. He told Catherine to use force as soon as he opened. In the meantime, he added that he was forced to leave her, and with these words the guy picked up speed, leaving the girl behind. Peter, meanwhile, was still fighting Akutagawa, but he quickly realized that the opponent was very strong. The boy attacked using his techniques, but they were a bit clumsy in Akutagawa's eyes. She said that the Chinese are not even able to properly concentrate chi energy in their fist. But at the same time, he still continues to use fist techniques, which has already started to irritate him a little. The Heavenly Dragon sword swung for a decisive blow using the pure chi energy released. But he didn't have time to finish off the guy, as he noticed that some new enemy was approaching him from the air. This surprised the Miram a little, but he did not plan to retreat. And yet he had to admit that the new enemy was fast. Michael came at him with his counterattack shield. It was a good move, as it worked as both a defense and an offense. As a result, Akutagawa did not have time to react in time on how best to respond to this, and flew back a little. There was a big explosion where Michael landed, so powerful was he as he rushed through the air. Akutagawa even got a little hurt. He was on one knee, but he injured his left hand, which he used to block the blow. In front of him, he saw a guy in a red tailcoat who appeared literally from the sky. Michael, meanwhile, told him that falling, the real sky, is something that can be done twice. Akutagawa was a little angry that he said that without taking the overall situation into account, so he asked his name. To this, Michael noted that he had been looking for him so actively, but for some reason did not know who was in front of him when he finally met him face to face. Akutagawa activated the first rank skill, Yashin's Blood, reducing all pain by 40%. Michael responded by activating the will of the Chi Swordmaster, preparing for any attack from the Miram. And he just quietly said that he was interested in who he was, but he turned out to be a weak bastard. And besides, the guy used a fake chi sword. With these words, Akutagawa struck with his fists. He was furious that such a man could defeat Albert and refused to believe it. But Michael didn't care much about these words. He thought that he should attack since the guy didn't have a weapon. But he wasn't barehanded. In the blink of an eye, he extended his hand and summoned his sword. They collided and a great tension hung in the air, causing the earth to shake. Michael activated the shield, thinking they had done a lot of damage when they jumped, but it seemed like that wasn't the case. His counter shield also broke in one attack. It will be difficult to use at this rate. In front of him, he saw a sword that was completely made of energy and mana. It must have been a real chi sword. Michael thought that he had never seen such a weapon before, so he attacked from a distance using the lightning chi sword. A large wave crashed down on Akutagawa, but for some reason the guy was in no hurry to block it. Instead, he suddenly swung his sword and unexpectedly cut through his attack with the power of his sword. At that moment, however, two more challengers appeared behind him, intending to attack into the blind spot. Martin and Kim simultaneously struck where Akutagawa had stood a second ago, but he managed to jump back in time. However, this was not the end, as Catherine was already rushing towards him from behind with all the prepared equipment. The girl activated her flame suppression skill and launched her hand into the Miram's body, even though he tried to dodge. Another explosion occurred, and Catherine realized that the guy had managed to prevent her from touching himself, but only his robe. Martin meanwhile pointed upward, warning everyone where the enemy would attack from. Akutagawa stood on the lamppost, saying that they kept disturbing his fun, so he wanted to get rid of them. The instincts of hunters who had been through many battles screamed one thing: this attack could not be blocked. Akutagawa himself knew this very well, and that's why he aimed it at them all, telling them to die. Kim, Martin, and Catherine realized that the only way to survive was to evade this attack. This is what they did, but its range turned out to be much greater than the guys could have expected. When Michael was in Angela's possession, among other things, the girl gave him another piece of equipment. She said that it was a simple mana injection, but in the future, he would be able to activate complex techniques with it. And then the girl did something else and added that she had now administered an unusual injection, because this was to build a connection. Michael didn't understand a word she said, but he was flattered that he had gained new abilities. Then Angela asked him how it felt, and the guy actually felt a little difference. He said that the first injection did feel normal, but he couldn't say the same about the second one. He described her as if she, the master of the White Crane, was inside him, and the girl smiled. She nodded and said that now the boy would have to do the same with his sword. But he shouldn't have used it there because the technique might not work due to the administrator's intervention. So Michael decided to use it in battle. And now, when Akutagawa carried out such a dangerous attack, it was just the right time. Michael's skills and will were no longer used through the chi sword, but through his perception, and he used the first chi sword on Earth. The Tower of Trials was a hit with player Michael Nodford, and he even received a new achievement. Also, due to the increase in mana consumption by the will of the Chi Swordmaster, the restriction was lifted. Michael thought that he finally had a completed Chi Sword and turned to Catherine. He asked if everything was okay with her. The girl answered positively, because at that moment he used an attack of the same strength. Thus the blow was absorbed, and the boys remained alive thanks to him. And Akutagawa for some reason laughed. He shouted that this was exactly how the guy should answer because he was almost disappointed in him. He added that the more effort you put into building a castle, the more fun it is to destroy it. This time, Akutagawa attacked first, making a sharp lunge towards Michael, but he was on his guard. The guy thought that up until this point, all the players from other dimensions had irritated him. But this one was a real psycho. He blocked the Muram's blow and jumped to the side, joining his comrades. Michael asked Catherine to go to a safer place because it would be difficult for him to fight and protect her. The girl wanted to object, but Kim said that Michael was right, and he himself was annoyed that he could not help again. However, the guy added that when the opportunity arises, they will use the plan with Catherine's fire. After this, all three of his friends fled the scene of the battle, but Michael knew that they had not abandoned him. Meanwhile, he continued to fight with Akutagawa. They came together and separated, each time with new attacks. Only traces of their swords' energy sparkled in the sky. Michael's was bright blue, while Akutagawa's was yellow-white. The city of Tokyo shook from their battle, but none of the boys wanted to be losers, so they continued. Explosions occurred whenever the boys used powerful attacks, usually one attacking and the other responding. Kim, Martin, and Catherine understood why Michael asked them to leave because he was fighting on equal terms with this Muram. But Kim countered, saying he felt like Michael was falling a little behind and that at this rate he might even die. Michael himself thought that he was confident that he would be able to fight the enemy after upgrading the Chi sword. He remembered Angela saying that she thought Akutagawa's swordsmanship was of about the highest rank, but now it seemed to Michael that in front of him was simply a legendary opponent because he was incredibly strong. After some more time of fighting, Michael fell to his knees, unable to rise. He realized that he had used too much stamina, and if he got more tired, it would affect his performance. At that moment, he heard someone calling him. It turned out to be Catherine, who threw him some kind of potion. The guy caught it and looked at the girl in surprise, as if asking what he should do with it. Akutagawa took advantage of his confusion and kicked the boy, causing him to roll back, dropping the potion. Murmetz caught it and said he would drink it himself, so he conveyed his gratitude to Catherine. The girl and Martin watched as he drank it down to the last drop, and it was the only one Catherine had. Michael gritted his teeth in anger that he hadn't been able to react in time, although he had still managed to do something. Thanks to the potion, Akutagawa's stamina was restored a little. He said that people always have hope, and he, Michael, was the same, because he probably always told himself that he could win if he tried. However, destroying such thoughts, the moment when optimism turns into despair, only this brought him pleasure. With these words, he rushed at Michael again, intending this time to finish him off, and he to defend himself as best he could. Akutagawa noticed something about this guy and he didn't like it, because that was the impression he got, that in the eyes of this contender, hope had not yet died out, even though he was close to defeat. Murmetz gathered all his strength and put it into another attack, with the intention of making it his last. Michael barely managed to block it and flew back several meters but still remained alive. He hit his back painfully on the rubble of buildings, of which Akutagawa had already managed to destroy quite a few. Meanwhile, Murmetz approached him again with another attack, but the guy still surprised him. After all, he could no longer move, but for some reason his gaze remained just as proud. The Sky Dragon's sword screamed to make Michael feel despair and slashed his face with its blade. Michael screamed in pain as his eyes burned. It was unbearably painful, but he still held on. His stamina was at its limit. But the boy knew that he could deliver one more attack if he gathered all his strength. However, the problem was that he couldn't see anything, so the attack definitely wouldn't work now. Michael clenched his teeth, despair slowly beginning to overcome him, because he no longer knew what to do. Just at that moment, Catherine came to his rescue, suddenly running out of her hiding place. But Michael was not happy about her appearance because he understood that the guys would simply die if they interfered. He shouted for them to stay away, which even surprised Akutagawa a little. Murims was amazed by the fact that even when he was practically on the verge of death, this guy cared about others. Suddenly, everything became clear to him. His comrades. It was because of them that the guy had not yet despaired. Akutagawa told him about it. Meanwhile, Catherine attacked him with her fire technique, hoping to at least partially hit him. But Akutagawa turned out to be incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, he went behind the girl and swung. Catherine didn't expect this, so she couldn't put up a defense in time, and then she felt the sword cut through her back. Kim Hong saw this and shouted for the girl to leave immediately, and he himself rushed at the enemy. His warhammer cut through the air but missed the Murimsi. Akutagawa watched them with interest. A few seconds later, he managed to defeat Kim as well, dealing damage to his head when he lost sight of him. Still, the guy's speed was even a little higher than Michael's, so no one could keep up with him. Michael himself, meanwhile, was blinded by Akutagawa gouging out his eyes, but he felt that his friends were fighting. Meanwhile, Murametz grabbed Catherine by the head and approached Michael so that he could better hear her screams. Then the guy brought his blade to the girl's throat, and she even stopped resisting, so as not to run into the blade. Akutagawa laughed, turning to Michael. He said that his friends were a little fried. Michael screamed and called him a sick bastard, but Akutagawa just continued to laugh, enjoying his emotions. However, everyone forgot about Martin, who had the skill of stealth, thanks to which he was able to get close to them. He used the ice grip technique and was able to free Catherine from Akutagawa's grasp, who was frozen in ice. Martin ran with the girl, giving her first aid along the way. They had to run as far away as possible. Akutagawa meanwhile gritted his teeth in anger because his prey had just been stolen, and he was furious. A second later, the guy destroyed Martin's ice barrier and prepared for a huge dash. In the blink of an eye, he was next to them, who had already run several meters away but were unable to hide. Martin used the Zob Ball effect on Catherine in order to send the girl further away as quickly as possible. This was the only thing he could do, and he decided to immediately hide. But, unfortunately, he did not have time. The stealth effect worked almost instantly, but the condition was that no one should touch the guy. Otherwise, it was useless, and so it happened now. Akutagawa grabbed Martin by the head. He threw it where he had defeated Kim a few minutes earlier, and the friends collided with each other. Kim Hong tried to get up, but his strength was at its limit. He knew that it would not be enough to attack. Michael, meanwhile, thought that everything was the same as 7 years ago. He still couldn't protect anyone. Suddenly, the boy heard the squeak of a mouse, which, for some reason, ran through such a dangerous place. And soon the squeak grew louder, and now a whole horde of mice was running towards him out of nowhere. The countless number of mice that ran to the surface indicated that they recognized this battle as a disaster. Michael realized that this was his last chance. He gathered all his strength to carry out one last attack. But it was not directed at Akutagawa, but at the mice. Michael used all their souls to restore his stamina. Akutagawa, meanwhile, cut off Kim's hand and was about to do something else when Michael called out to him. Even though he didn't see anything, he confidently told the guy to calm down, calling him a Murim pervert. But Akutagawa answered negatively, saying that he liked the guy's emotions better this way. As he was still saying this, Peter used his dash again, hitting the Murimian in the stomach. He didn't expect this because an attack of this kind was indeed quite fast. Suddenly, the system gave a message that due to the will of fire suppression, all his characteristics would be reduced. His key sword was also blocked for 10 minutes. The fire sword was blocked for 10 minutes. Peter shouted that he was a hero of China and was still alive, but for some reason he did not dare to fight further. After these proud words of his, he took Kim and Martin away, saying that they had to leave here now. Akutagawa became angry and wanted to catch up with them, but the system reminded him that he couldn't use the chi sword for the next 10 minutes. This was a very unfavorable situation for the guy. He gritted his teeth and began to think about what he should do. Then the Murametz used one of his skills, forced battle, forming hundreds of swords in the sky. They all fell on the area where the battle was taking place, and only Michael could not see it to dodge. Thanks to this unique ability, a barrier was activated within a radius of 30 meters, through which no one could pass. Akutagawa angrily noted that his sword chi was blocked, but he could freely use his body chi. He pounced on Michael and smugly asked what this blind fool could do. Michael stood motionless, like a statue, until the very end. He did not understand when it happened, however. The eyes of the soul can foresee attacks. The guy thought that this was already his end, including the edge of the barrier. But, to his surprise, before his eyes, although they were closed, a full view of the situation opened up. For some reason, Michael could see even every pebble within the 30-meter zone where the barrier extended. Having lost his sight, he began to see only more and realized that all this time he had been using the eyes of the soul incorrectly. It was as if he had opened his third eye, which was the technique that Angela had given him. The system reported that he had opened his true soul eyes, and his soul eye skill had risen to rank 1. In this battle, he put his life on the line and put his feelings on the line, so the sixth sense skill will also improve to rank 1. He also survived the fight against a strong swordsman, so his Demon Slayer skill will also improve to rank 1. In a short time, his body survived many dangers, surpassing its limits. Akutagawa was surprised that the guy not only managed to dodge his blow, but was now looking at him. He was gripping his blade confidently again, and now he looked even stronger than he had before. Michael himself realized that with these pumped-up abilities, he would be able to fight the weakened Akutagawa on equal terms. Michael attacked. Akutagawa defended himself. The Muromets did not understand what happened in this short time. For some reason, Michael's sword became sharper, and he himself became stronger with every second. Michael activated the skill Shadow Stealth Step, and his movement speed increased by 30%. He added to this Instant Acceleration and Wind's Mercy, increasing the speed by another 70%. Finally, he activated the Chaotic Sword skill, adding another plus 120% to his sword attack speed. But even with all these skills, Michael realized that he was behind Akutagawa, so it was too risky. After all, at this rate he will soon run out of steam, and the enemy will lose all restrictions in 10 minutes. So all that was left was to win in close combat, since he had the advantage of a sword. Michael suddenly threw it towards his opponent, and he thought the guy had gone crazy. Of course, he dodged this attack and smiled evilly, because now the guy had lost his weapon too. Akutagawa said that Michael made a mistake when he was cornered and attacked him with his fist. Michael, in turn, dodged the blow by ducking back. His plan was different. He used what the Steel Bloodlord had given him, namely the Iron Blood Sword. As his will was activated, a new fiery red blade emerged from the boy's leg. Akutagawa was not prepared for this, so he was unable to put up a defense, and the sword passed through his body. Blood gushed from the Murom's mouth. He bent over, but did not fall, remaining standing on his feet with the sword in his body. The blade pierced his stomach, and victory was suddenly approaching Michael. All that was left was to finish off the enemy. Akutagawa knew he had to react quickly to have time to recover. At this moment, the will of the Fire Rain expired, as well as the unique ability of Forced Battle. The barrier was removed, which meant that other contenders could intervene again. So things were bad. Akutagawa took out the returning stone, saying that next time he would see it through to the end. The next moment, a gate opened that appeared to lead back to the Murom change. Martin and Peter screamed that the enemy was trying to escape and they couldn't let that happen. After all, at that moment, everyone understood that if they did not kill Akutagawa Namgun now, it would result in a catastrophe for the Earth. The contenders, although they were at their limit, were all determined to give their lives for victory over him. They pounced on the Murom, saying that they would not let him escape, but he was already almost in the portal. The boy looked back and was surprised that they still had the strength to fight, even though they looked like they were at their limit. What also angered him was that they made it sound like he was running away, because the guy had never run away before. Anger gave him strength, and he used the fire sword to end everything here and now. An incredibly powerful pillar of fiery energy shot out towards the challengers who were running towards it. Catherine opened her eyes in surprise, as she had never seen anyone with such a powerful fire energy technique. The next moment, the entire Shinjuku area was flooded with bright light from an explosion that occurred on the outskirts of the city. The buildings that were within Akutagawa's attack range collapsed like houses of cards. Michael, who managed to run ahead, activated his counterattack shield, but it did not work completely. The system issued a message that the damage received from the enemy's attack could not be reflected, and the shield was destroyed. The guy's arm was torn off and Martin immediately rushed to him with medical equipment, but Michael didn't think about it. He said that the enemy was still here, and looked at Akutagawa, who still decided not to enter the portal. Muromet said that he could kill the guy with one blow, and asked if he really wanted to see it through to the end. It was disgusting. But Michael didn't know what to answer to it because the opponent was really strong. Akutagawa looked at Michael one last time, then said that he would return and entered the portal. This time no one bothered him because everyone was already at their limit, and there was no point in it anyway. Because Michael fell to the ground and everyone rushed to help him get to the base. Akutagawa meanwhile returned to the Murama dimension, where his subordinates and servants were already waiting for him. They rejoiced at the return of their master, but he suddenly fell to his knees and spat out blood. The servants immediately went to fetch a doctor, and Akutagawa swore to take revenge on Michael Nodfort at any cost. At that time, he was also lying in a Tokyo hospital, where he only regained consciousness in the evening. He tried to get up asking where he was, but Julia, who was on duty next to him, laid him back down. The girl said that he couldn't move yet because he was so badly wounded, but Michael didn't care. Then Julia admitted that she didn't even know how best to thank him in response to his great sacrifice. But instead of answering, Michael suddenly extended his hand from the place where it had not been a second ago, which surprised the girl. It was the ash blood skill that worked, allowing him to get his arm back. The first thing the guy did was ask where the others' rooms were, and first he looked in on Catherine. It turned out to be a bit of an awkward meeting because the girl was just having a medical examination and was sitting half naked. Things were no better for Martin, who was prescribed crutches because he had broken his leg in the battle. However, when he saw Michael, he was glad, and he was even more glad that he was able to get his hand back. Martin also noticed a slap mark on his friend's face, and he explained that he had gone into Catherine's room and, judging by her strength, she was fine. Michael then said he did not see Kim Hoon in his room, asking if Martin knew where he was. But he replied that he had only seen him in the morning, adding that his friend was now in a bad condition. After all, he lost his right hand, which Akutagawa so brazenly cut off, just for fun. It was already evening, and Michael went to the roof of the hospital to ask Martin for advice, where he saw Kim. He noticed that the guy had healed his hand with the skill and said that it never ceased to amaze him. In turn, Kim showed him his wound, saying that, as far as he knew, he could not save his right hand. He went to add something else, when suddenly Michael said that he was sorry that everything turned out this way. He added that this would not have happened if he had been stronger, but now Kim interrupted him, telling him not to worry. After all, he also had a suitable skill in his arsenal, and the guy demonstrated it by covering his hand with strange armor. They approached the balcony, and Michael admitted that he had conquered the tower only for the sake of power, as if he had been possessed by something. Kim replied that it wasn't so bad, because perhaps it was this very desire that made him so strong. However, he added that the strong should help the weak, and he himself, at least, sincerely believed in this. Michael nodded, saying that he had learned a lot from this battle and admitted that he had forgotten something very important. Kim then said it was a great relief that such a strong man was not an evil psychopath. He suddenly took off his mask and lit a cigarette, offering one to Michael, but he said that he didn't smoke or drink. And then the guy looked at his friend's face, which could now be seen in all its details, and was surprised. After all, his face seemed incredibly familiar to him, and Michael froze in surprise as he looked at it. Then Kim Hong smiled slightly, still holding the cigarette in his teeth, and said that he forgot to introduce himself. Within days, they had all fully recovered from their wounds and were standing in pictures for the world press. Each of them was interviewed, with Michael in particular being questioned for every detail of his battle. Michael also handed Catherine her necklace, which the girl had forgotten when she changed her clothes. She liked this gesture very much and smiled at the guy, and he had to admit that the girl was beautiful. Martin, Peter, Catherine, and Kim headed towards the exit of their hospital, saying goodbye to Michael because he still had things to do. He put on his red vampire count's tailcoat, but suddenly noticed that some changes had happened to him. The design of the tailcoat was slightly improved while he was in hospital, and now it even looks a little better. His equipment items were also polished to a shine, but from Japan's perspective, they were heroes, so it all made sense. Michael lay down on his bed, thinking that he had not planned to become so famous during the 3 days he had come to Earth. After checking his phone, he even saw a video of his battle. It turns out they were filmed from a helicopter the whole time. While reading the messages, Michael noticed that he was compared to a ghost sword, saying that he had enough skills. Michael was flattered by this title, but he never expected that Kim Hong himself would turn out to be the Emperor of Lightning. Even among the 30 epic rank hunters, he was rightfully considered the strongest in Korea from this squad. He defended portals with a speed that other epic rank hunters could not even dream of. Then, on the roof of the hospital, he admitted that he wouldn't mind recruiting the guy and handed over his business card. Meanwhile, the time spent on Earth was up, and Michael prepared to head back to the tower. Still, he had to become stronger to deservedly bear the title of Transparent Sword. A moment later, he was sitting on the bed in his 11th floor waiting room, enjoying its effect. Michael thought he had learned some lessons from the fight with Akutagawa, even though he had almost lost his life. The talk was about endurance, which, as it turned out, he lacked fully for long battles. Ashen Blood is a recovery skill that boasts effectiveness among all of his other skills. However, it won't activate if his stamina is at 0, so it's time to get a new skill. The only problem was that all the skills looked pretty good, but Michael knew what to do. The best way to deal with doubts while shopping was to buy everything that was available. He bought the skill Automatic Recovery Rank 3, Moonlight Absorption Rank 4, also Sunlight Absorption Rank 4 and Excessive Growth Rank 2, having spent almost all of your points. Michael's account has already been debited by 55,000 points, but he knows he can afford one more skill. It was the second rank Call of Blood for an additional 20,000 points, but the guy just liked its characteristics. After all, he has accumulated enough points to afford himself all the necessary skills, and now he can begin the most interesting part. Michael used his unique power of skill synthesis, deciding to start with the most compatible ones. The first skill he successfully created was Rank 2 Photosynthesis, which allowed him to even absorb mana through light. This was already incredible, but Michael decided to add the Call of the Blood to this for greater effect. The new skill was Rank 2 Blood Contract, which allowed him to extract power from slain creatures. This time, Michael realized that he had failed, because the skill rank did not increase and the effects of photosynthesis disappeared. Then the guy decided to buy the Blood Zone skill again, since he had a lot of points on his account anyway. Now he wanted to try to combine the Blood Contract with the Call of Blood and see the result. As a result, he obtained a new Rank 1 Bloodseeker skill, indicating successful synthesis. It was truly amazing, as he could now extract health, mana, and stamina from the blood. It was also said that he could control it, but Michael did not understand this and decided to check everything visually. To do this, he cut his hand, immediately noticing that droplets of blood rose into the air and were not healed by the skill. It was amazing, but he really could control blood in the literal sense of the word. The guy could also shape it into any shape he wanted, so he decided to try something and pulled out his finger. He noticed with surprise that now it was not even necessary to make a cut to draw out blood, at least a little. As a result, Michael felt that this skill would be quite useful, so it was worth saving. He returned back to synthesis, because he still had to improve the skill of the Eye of Truth. This time, he obtained the high plus rank Fire Dragon Eye skill, and now he could see invisible things. An additional effect was that he could see all the information about objects and recognize lies. Michael looked at his items with new eyes, seeing phrases that had not previously been in the description. The Vampire Count's tailcoat was said to be able to temporarily create a blood shield, and now he looked at his sword. It was said that the sword's true ability would be unlocked when the user reached its maximum stage. Michael suddenly realized that they were talking about the same flaming sword with which Akutagawa destroyed the entire Shinjuku district. It turned out that only those who had reached the flame sword stage could awaken the true ability. Michael decided not to drag things out, and rather continue improving in the test tower. The theme of the 11th floor trial was a mentality test where he had to break through all 7 gates. He was given 7 days to do all this, and the penalty in case of failure was, as always, the death of the applicant. When Michael was transported to the right place, he suddenly saw a man in front of him who greeted him. In front of him stood a man on one leg, who said that from now on the boy would carry out God's tests. He explained that the 7 supreme trials of the god Ares awaited him, and now he was in the temple of testing. Seeing, however, that the boy did not understand a word, the man sighed because he would have to explain everything again. He started by saying that the tests in the temple of verification were quite simple. At the beginning, they checked his body, and at the very end, they will reach the most difficult part, checking his mentality. It was very easy to break through the gate, in which room the high priest would be waiting for him. All he has to do is convince them or kill them, but at any cost break through further. When he finished explaining, the man suddenly lowered his leg, saying that they would now begin the first test. He pounced on Michael, attacking him from all sides, but the guy easily repelled all his attacks. He thought that such strength was quite enough to become a contender with the qualification of a pioneer. However, unfortunately for the man, he was not in the mood to waste any more time here, so he activated the Bloodseeker. This time he took the form of a firearm and took aim, then fired at the enemy. The man was not prepared for such a turn of events, but it was already too late. A bloody bullet hit his skull. He fell to the ground dead. and Michael thought he had come across a truly mind-blowing skill. He absorbed the spirit of the first priest, whose name was Johann, and his mastery increased by 5.8%. Then suddenly the guy received a lot of messages from administrators who happened to be watching his fight. This time they were new. And given their nicknames, Michael thought he had attracted the attention he needed. He further read that the Steel Blood Lord was shocked by his actions, and the White Crane Sword was upset. Angela was probably upset that he didn't tell her he was going to the test, but the guy was thinking about something else. He approached the body of the priest Johann and pulled out of his pocket some kind of sparkling object, similar to a disc. To find out for sure, Michael activated the Fire Dragon's Eye skill and read the following information. Divine Mirror of the Priest, rank 2+, with it he could use the Divine Shield once. That was the end of the main information, but the guy also read that he might have to prove his destiny. So using this mirror was more like a disposable protective barrier. Meanwhile, Michael moved on, moving into another testing room, where another priestess was already waiting for him. Now sitting in front of him was a girl who, Michael had to admit, was quite attractive. Unlike Johann, who sat on one leg, she had a throne on which she sat proudly, crossing her legs. When Michael asked if she would evaluate his passing of the second test, the priestess answered positively. She introduced herself by saying that her name was Jane and that she was indeed in charge of the second test here. At first glance, the guy thought she was pretty cute, but then the girl threw a chair at him. The opinion quickly changed. Michael said that if she uses violence, then he can use the same tactics. Still, it only meant that he was indeed undergoing a body check, so he had to give it his all. The girl, meanwhile, attacked him from a new angle. She clearly underestimated his abilities. Out of nowhere, a sword suddenly appeared in her hand and she swung it right at Michael's head, but he managed to dodge it. To his surprise, the guy noticed that she also had a chi sword, only the energy glowed pink. However, this version of the sword was similar to the one he used before, meaning it wasn't as strong. Michael responded with his chi swordmaster skill and attacked the priestess with a powerful stream of energy. The girl didn't expect that this challenger would have such great chi sword mastery. That's why Michael's attack pushed her away. The girl didn't understand how an ordinary player could use aura. Michael countered with a question, asking why not, if the girl was using her herself. He then quickly approached her and grabbed both of her hands with one hand, telling her to tell him about the confirmation. The priestess asked what he was planning, because the guy could have just killed her and moved on, but he didn't do that. But Michael continued to hold her against the wall, waiting for an answer, although the girl was in no hurry to speak. Then, Michael did not wait any longer and turned to Jane again, telling her to simply explain these trials to him. The girl finally spoke, saying that he would have 2 more tests of the body, then 2 of faith and 1 of consciousness. But suddenly Jane freed one hand and grabbed Michael, telling him that he had better give up before the final test. After all, the girl added that no one had ever gone through it. Every single one of them went crazy or died from bleeding. Just in case, Michael checked the veracity of her words with the eye of the fire dragon. But the girl was telling the truth. Jane said that as her last words, she would like to thank him for such a fight. Then, Michael added that the girl should tell about the way in which she could have avoided death, if there was one. But Jane answered in the negative, saying that she was not afraid of death at all, because she would simply return back to God. Seeing how enthusiastically she said this, Michael slit her throat, thinking that there was no point in dragging it out any longer. After absorbing her soul, his skill increased by 8.8%. But for some reason, the guy felt disgusting. Either the mood was bad, or all these priests were as one obsessed with their god. But, nevertheless, he continued to walk further and very soon approached the doors of the 3rd room. Michael opened them wide, preparing to see another priest in front of him, but still could not hide his surprise. This time, he was met by a middle-aged man who introduced himself as Lucilian, the future sword of the god of confirmation. With these words, he thrust his blade forward, saying that today he would test the boy's martial arts. So Michael had to prove that he was worthy of going further, otherwise he would die. As expected, the old man also wielded the chi sword, and his skill was significantly different from Jane's. Michael even noticed that, although unstable, the man was holding that same flaming sword in his hands. A blade of this kind already spoke volumes at the 3rd test, but Michael was prepared to defeat it too. He realized that he would probably have to risk his life, so he rushed into the attack, not thinking about losing. However, at the very first fight, the boy realized that something was wrong with the way this priest wielded the sword. After all, it, like the capabilities of his body, was worse than Michael's, so he couldn't compare with the guy. But this did not stop Lucilian from continuing to attack him, each time trying to touch at least a little bit of his body. But, to Michael's great surprise, Even though the old man was inferior to him in skill and mastery, for some reason the boy's chi sword was destroyed. After seeing Akutagawa Namgung use a flaming sword, Michael thought it was an advanced skill. But while fighting Lucilian, the boy thought that maybe Akutagawa was just damn strong. After all, in reality, it didn't depend on skills. Michael was already completely convinced that his chi sword was losing, and Lucilian continued to attack him, not giving him time to rest, so that the guy could not accumulate strength. He suddenly turned to Michael, saying that although his sword was strong, he was not able to destroy this sword in his hands. He added that it could only be destroyed by those who could endure what cannot be seen. Michael, meanwhile, analyzed the enemy and concluded that he was stronger than him, but the flaming sword spoiled the whole situation. It was a little annoying, because it was like the feeling when someone dumber than you gets good grades. Michael decided he didn't care about what can't be seen and prepared to attack again. Their blades met again, and Michael used all his strength to overpower the priest. But he said that only those who can endure the hidden can create a sword that can cut through everything. Lucilian's words already seriously irritated him. With this thought, he pounced on the man and managed to hit him in the throat, causing blood to splatter all around. Michael also realized the difference between the normal chi sword and the flame sword, as it was the source of the latter's power. There was a will that was becoming strong enough to become real. The guy was finally able to use it himself. Lucilian, meanwhile, bent over in pain, wiping the blood with his hand. He didn't think that there would be anyone who could understand the secret of the sword. Suddenly, the old man burst into tears, saying that Michael had the perfect flaming sword, not the one he had. But Michael did not understand why the priest was more concerned with his achievement than his own death. Lucilian extended a trembling hand towards him, saying that the boy had passed his test and could move on. He added that Michael has successfully proven his martial arts skills and can continue in the same vein. Seeing that the old man was finding it increasingly difficult to speak, Michael waved his sword, saying that he would end his suffering. When he absorbed his soul, the unique attribute mastery increased by another 14%. This was enough for his current rank to reach perfection and change to a higher one. His necromancy was now rank 1, meaning that there was likely an additional effect in the description. Michael was already in anticipation and decided not to delay, so he immediately went into the store and found the right tab. This was his 6th additional effect, according to which he could now absorb the enemy's will along with his soul. Seeing this, Michael couldn't hide his surprise because, in fact, he now had the skill to absorb will. The guy thought that his characteristics never ceased to amaze, and yet they were only rank 1. Opening the window with his stats, he noticed that they were almost reaching 100, which was very impressive. Before, he thought that he would never reach such a level, but now the result was in front of him. Michael absorbed the souls of all 3 priests as a stat boost, increasing his strength by a whopping 8. He also received one of Lucilian's skills, Unbending Will, of the highest minus rank. There was no one in the room where the body was tested for the last time, which was quite strange, considering that all the priests had been sitting right in the center before. Suddenly the guy heard someone's voice, which, oddly enough, came from somewhere above, and Michael froze in surprise. When he turned around, he saw a boy who was floating in the air with the help of real wings. This time, Michael decided to attack the enemy first, even though he didn't know his abilities yet. The boy easily dodged his powerful stream of aura and noticed that the guy didn't seem to be in the mood for conversation. But then he added that it was even for the best, because this way they could get straight to the point. He spread his wings, introducing himself as the priest Kyrain, and saying that he would conduct a test of his body according to the rules. The system told Michael that he had met a strong opponent, so his unbending will skill was activated. The guy himself already understood that the energy of this boy was incomparable with the previous priests. Kyrain, meanwhile, activated his chi sword, which the boy had achieved its true form. Besides, it didn't look fake, and Michael barely managed to dodge his attack by jumping to the side. But he didn't realize that the room was made of large mirrors, which reflected the attack back at him. If it weren't for the fiery dragon eye skill, the guy would have been dead from an attack from behind that he couldn't block. Michael realized that he had to attack while the enemy was using his chi sword again earlier. With this thought, he pounced on the boy, who flew back even further and even higher to defend himself. And then he immediately went on the counterattack, flapping his wings with such force that Michael flew off in the other direction. As he fell, Kyrain was already preparing to finish him off with another attack from his true sword chi. But to his surprise, the guy quickly pushed off the ground and was back next to him, blocking the attack. He just didn't want to let him fire that beam again, especially since the flaming sword was already new to her here. Michael suddenly felt like he understood how this priest could possibly always win fights. So the boy gripped his blade tighter and activated his aura, saying that this time everything would be different. Kyrain meanwhile prepared to attack again, intending to launch it at the room with mirrors. However, seeing that the guy was preparing for something new, he said that he would also prepare a small surprise for him. It turned out to be his new attack from 4 sides at once, and all 4 beams emitted incredible power. Reflecting off the mirrors in the room, they quickly reached Michael, who stood below and simply watched. And then there was an explosion, and Kyrain thought that another contender was finished. However, the system gave a message that the accumulation was complete, and when the fog cleared, the priest saw everything for himself. It turned out that Michael used a counterattack shield at the last second, absorbing the damage from all of his beams. Now his shield released all the damage it had received, which Michael directed straight at the priest, increasing the subtlety of the attack. It passed right through, ripping open Kyrain's stomach, which he was completely unprepared for, so he was unable to dodge. The boy spat out blood, amazed that this was the first time someone had been able to inflict such a wound on him. He asked the guy with a smile on his face what just happened, because he didn't think that he had magic. Then the priest asked if Michael had a divine will, but he replied that he did not know what it was. Then Kyrain announced that he had passed the 4th test because he did not run away from the fight and won. The priest then died, and Michael absorbed his spirit, increasing his mastery by 13% and also receiving a message. It said that he also absorbed the enemy's will since he was stronger than him, and it became Divine Power of rank 2+. Seeing this, Michael thought that the priests must have used it as mana, and now it had been transferred to him. He felt some kind of energy in his heart, but he couldn't control it, because it was different from mana. After this, the guy absorbed Kyrain's soul as an improvement to his stats, increasing his strength by another 4. Dexterity and endurance have been increased by 3 more points, mana has increased by 4, and durability by 5. After some time, Michael was already standing on the threshold of the 5th room with a test of his will. There he was met by a little old lady who greeted him and called him a martial arts freak. She explained that the guy strives to win, to grow, and one day become the strongest, and that's why he was crazy. Michael thought that he really wanted to become stronger, but he didn't even think about being the strongest. He thought that his grandmother was exaggerating, but she suddenly said that this was not so, because everything came down to the result of his efforts. The very fact that she had read his thoughts was alarming, but besides, the old man was behind him. The guy didn't notice this and was surprised by her agility, but he also remembered that she was his opponent. Michael swung his sword, but to his surprise, his grandmother was nowhere to be found, and she spoke from his head. She added that it was not a test of physical ability, but only a test of faith. Then it finally dawned on him that such movements were impossible, and the boy realized that the priestess had invaded his mind. It was a strange feeling, as if he was fighting but could not hit the enemy. The strength suddenly left his body, and there were many grandmothers in his head, and they reached out to his face. His whole body was tightly wrapped in someone's hands, and in front of him he suddenly saw the open mouth of the priestess. Before he could do anything, Grandma absorbed him, and Michael thought he had lost the fight. But the next moment everything stopped, and he was again standing in the 5th test room in front of the little old lady. She suddenly announced that the guy had passed the 5th gate, although the taste of his faith was quite specific. Grandmother explained that initially the 5th gate begins with contemplating mental images. In other words, only those who have an unwavering will be able to look into their own world of images. And she felt this unshakable will in him, this desire to kill anyone in order to become stronger. She added that if he wanted to kill her, a feeble old woman, then he should hurry. However, to his grandmother's surprise, Michael replied that he would not do this, which was a very unexpected answer. The priestess even doubted for a moment whether she had read his thoughts correctly, and then asked why he had decided so. Then Michael reminded her that she herself said that the test had been passed, so he saw no point in killing her. He didn't even quite understand why he was asking about something so obvious, but for the priestess it was an unexpected turn. She said she thought he would have been able to handle it even if she had given him the official 5 gate tests. After that, she patted him on the shoulder, saying that the guy could go further, and she wished him to pass through all the gates. Michael thanked her and indeed moved on, but soon his view became severely limited. He realized that the surface of the mirror was swallowed by darkness, and very soon he found himself in a void where nothing could be seen. Suddenly he heard someone come close to his ear and whisper a greeting. It was a girl. Michael quickly realized that he had just met the priestess of the 6th gate, so he swung his sword to get her to leave him alone. He wondered if he had entered the world of mental images again, and the girl's voice confirmed his guess. She introduced herself as the priestess of Kenir, saying that she had planted a seed so that he could enter the world of mental images. Suddenly, Michael realized how the old man had patted him on the shoulder, guessing that this could be a sign for another priestess. In reality, the girl smiled at him, telling the guy not to worry too much about it, because she will take good care of his physical shell while he is in the world of mental images. Michael thought that for some reason he wanted to be even more nervous about this, but the girl didn't like it. Then he asked how he should test his faith in this trial. Henir noticed with a smile on her face that the guy immediately changed his tone after she put the knife to his throat. But then the girl explained that he was now in the world of his mental images. Here he simply had to try to see the northern world of images, and as soon as he did this, the gates would open. She added that the world of a person's mental images depends largely on his beliefs, but no one can observe its creation, Michael clarified, asking if he needed to see something like his thought patterns in this void. Hanir replied that he had hit the nail on the head again, so she could begin testing the sixth room. She announced the start of the sixth test, and suddenly Michael felt water right at his feet. It was as if he was standing on water, and then he fell through and began to sink deeper and deeper into the bottom of his consciousness. Of course, everything seemed real to him, and he even held his breath so as not to swallow water in this state. And Hanir slyly said that she forgot to tell him that the pain in this state would be similar to real pain. Therefore, the guy had to quickly find a solution to this problem. Otherwise, he would drown without any water around. Suddenly, to the priestess's surprise, Michael activated the skill Tranquil Mind. He was rank 2, and his strength prevented him from losing his composure, and the limitations of mental images weakened. Now the situation was improving because the guy got rid of panic and could hold his breath longer. Henir was impressed that he was not only able to escape the mental images, but also move his body. The girl noted with some delight that the challenger was able to defend himself, even on an unconscious level. Hanir even had to jump away from him because Michael swung his sword and almost left the girl without a head. However, this was only his physical body, and mentally he was still under the water of his mental images. Hanir didn't understand how this was even possible, because in just 2 hours the guy was able to completely regain control. And Michael was surprised by her words because he could say with certainty that no more than a minute had passed since he found himself here. From this, I assumed that, in reality, time moved much faster than in the world of mental images. It was dangerous because he only had 7 days to complete this test and he couldn't spend them all here. Michael thought that since he was able to feel his body again through the use of the skill power, this means that the activation of another skill was also possible. The guy activated the Eye of the Fire Dragon. With this effect, he was able to see his own world of images, and not even a few seconds had passed. The water suddenly retreated from the guy, and he felt the ground under his feet, on which he was able to lean. Michael wondered if he should call what he saw a sea of blood, because that was exactly what it looked like. Hanir, meanwhile, grabbed her head, asking how it was even possible that a world of images had opened up to him. But Michael himself already understood that the test had been passed. He activated the steel wings. Seeing them, the girl asked if he was really human, because he had simply monstrous abilities. Instead of answering, Michael attacked the priestess, intending to finish her off for almost killing him. While carrying out the attack, he thought that the world of his mental images, which he saw with the help of the Eye of the Fire Dragon, it looked extremely ominous and alarming, although Michael had no idea what it could mean. The boy activated his technique, which he borrowed from Akutagawa, and many swords appeared in the sky. Michael directed them all into the image of his thought world, which still instilled fear and some anxiety. He also pulled out his blade, which had acquired a new color, indicating an improvement. Following the swords, the guy himself landed, shattering his ideas about his world, thanks to which he returned to reality. He turned to the priestess, asking why his world looked the way it did and whether he himself had made it that way. It also turned out that he had been able to pass the test of faith, but Michael did not understand how this had anything to do with it. Then, Hanir explained that the test of faith was simply a matter of self-confession. It was surprising that people themselves did not really understand what they believed, so that was the purpose of the test. The girl also shared that she read in his world of mental images a promise to himself to become stronger. However, even having such simple desires and thoughts, remaining faithful to them is another story. At this point, they parted. The girl wished him luck, and Michael opened the doors to the final test room. Having reached the 7th gate, Michael found himself in a completely different world, which looked more like a fictional universe. Looking up, the guy saw a huge light coming from somewhere above, and soon a message from the system appeared. It said that the god of verification was watching him right now, and Michael realized that it was not just a light. Soon his guess was confirmed, and he noticed how a real eye, like a human one, was now looking at him. He remembered Jane telling him that no one had ever passed the seventh test. And then an unexpected force pinned him to the ground, forcing him to bow to the god of testing. Michael had flashbacks to his childhood, where he huddled in a corner, trembling in fear of death. It was that moment when he lost his parents that Michael realized he couldn't bear it. He swung his sword and pierced his hand, causing the ash blood skill to instantly activate. Michael screamed that she was going to die helplessly because she could break through anything. This is exactly why the Tower of Trials was created, so that even those who had no talent could shine. Michael didn't know if he could hurt that eye called the god of testing, but it was worth a try. After all, if there was even a small chance and if he got even a centimeter closer to the enemy, the boy knew he could cut it because it was the only way to pass the test. He attacked with his cheese sword using a powerful flow of aura, intending to leave at least a scratch on the god's eye. At first, everything looked pretty good, and the attack actually went on a trajectory straight into the eye. But the closer she got, the worse Michael saw her, because his consciousness suddenly began to blur. He realized that he would soon lose it, so he had to end this battle quickly, even though he didn't know how. Unexpectedly, the system informed him that the god of verification was impressed by his endurance. He was also glad to meet a player with a strong spirit for the first time in a long time and asked him to prove his worth. It was also said that the god of verification remembered him and warned him about the beginning of the seventh stage. Suddenly, the eye that had been looking at Michael all this time closed and the guy was left alone in this dimension. He sank to the ground, wondering what he should do next since, in essence, the god of verification had disappeared. But what worried him most was that the gods really did exist, and the messages from the system were an example of that. While he was still thinking about this, he suddenly saw a strange mirror in front of him that appeared from underground. It stood right in front of Michael and he looked at it in surprise, wondering what it could be. When suddenly the system reported a connection with him from the future and the beginning of synchronization, then Michael began to understand little by little. He extended his finger and touched the glass of the mirror to check whether it was real or fake. Suddenly he saw Johann from the first stage of the test, who looked sad because of the loss of his mirror. Michael didn't understand anything until suddenly something happened behind him, and everything behind him was filled with bright light. The guy looked around and was very surprised by what he saw, because the room where he was began to disappear. Instead, he now saw a street filled with people. It was Christmas, and it looked like they were celebrating it in Korea. And then Michael saw the same man in a red tailcoat and was surprised to realize that it was him from the future. As he watched himself, he noticed that he must have been testing a new skill because he walked into an alley and cut his hand. However, Michael did not understand why he was doing this on Earth, and this puzzled him a little, and then horrified him. Because the next moment, people on the street began to fall and die from the power he directed at them. Michael screamed at himself that he was crazy, and the system reported that the percentage of reflection assimilation had increased to 10. The guy bent over because he felt weakness in his legs, but he couldn't relax. He gathered his strength again and swung his sword, cutting off the head of the priestess Johann, or rather, his image. Mental defense was very important in confirming the mind, and Michael regretted that he was left without the cold mind skill. Meanwhile, he continued to watch himself from the future, which had already gone wild. He suddenly said that he would have started long ago if he had known what it was like, and the percentage of assimilation of reflection increased to 20. Michael was still shocked by his words and actions. He couldn't believe that this was really his destiny. The system reported that due to the strong shock, he was receiving a chi deviation, which was completely uncalled for. Something incomprehensible gripped his head, and the guy felt that his mind was not obeying him, which made it even worse. He also didn't understand why he became so cruel, because even though he was obsessed with power, he wouldn't do such a thing. But it seemed the system wanted him to take action, telling him that from now on, his mana pattern would be reduced. Michael felt that she was already overloaded and grabbed his stomach. Then everything suddenly changed. Now he was observing himself in another dimension, namely the world of Murim, where for some reason he went himself. Michael from the future approached the Murims with a request to call the leader of the alliance to him. He added that in that case he would spare them, but he did not sound particularly enthusiastic about his words. Then someone said that a ghost sword had recently appeared in Murim and it appeared to be Michael. A man came out to him, introduced himself as the leader of the alliance, Arnold Lee, and asked the guy's name. But he didn't have time to finish because Michael suddenly rushed at him with an attack that the current Michael didn't even know yet. In an instant, all the people who stood in his way were dead, and Arnold Lee was seriously wounded. The latter asked if the guy wasn't ashamed that he killed everyone he promised to spare, because it was so low. But Michael responded negatively, saying that such guys are just cannon fodder for him and do not allow him to get tired. With these words, he approached the leader of the alliance and cut off his head, and then moved on. The reflection absorption percentage increased to 30, and this time the real Michael coughed up blood. Dozens of times the mirror changed locations after he killed thousands of people. The guy looked like a monster, lost in madness and obsession with strength and his own height. A mad monster who never loses. In some ways, the system itself made him that way. The reflection absorption percentage increased to 40, and Michael screamed from the pain that pierced his head. The percentage of reflection absorption increased to 50, and this was already half of all his suffering. But for some reason, as the percentage increased, Michael felt more and more pleased. Meanwhile, he arrived from the future to some different place. This time, it was located on Earth. Suddenly, someone knocked down the doors and Michael saw Kim Hoon, who was seriously angry for the first time. He asked if Michael thought he could get away with this after what he had done. And then suddenly, the real Michael noticed how his future copy was holding Martin's body in his hands. Betty came with Kim and quietly asked why he did it. The girl couldn't even look him in the eyes. But then she screamed desperately, "Why is he killing people to become stronger when he has already achieved so much?" Then Michael asked her in response, "Why ask such a stupid and useless question?" He threw Martin's body. After all, she said that she really does kill people because it makes him much stronger. Then Kim Hong, heading towards him, asked if the boy knew that he controlled lightning. Then he added that in such weather he had better prepare for death, and his whole body instantly became electrified. He pounced on him, saying that people like him should die. And Michael spread his arms as if he was waiting for him. He noted that even he should not consider Kim Hun an easy opponent, but he was the all-powerful Michael Nodford. The next moment, he cut Kim Hun in half, and he didn't even have time to use a single attack. Betty was left alone, and tears came to her eyes because two of her friends had just died at the hands of a third. The girl screamed desperately for him to stop, begging him to wake up, and strangely enough, it worked. The real Michael could barely stand on his feet because he realized that just one mistake, and he from the future would absorb him. Already at 50%, his brain felt like it was bursting, so he had to find a solution before it was too late. Meanwhile, the reflection absorption percentage increased to 60, and the mastery of his mana pattern skill decreased even more. The feeling was terrible, and Michael swung his sword with all his might, wanting to drive away all these thoughts. O could no longer look at it, because he could no longer distinguish between pain and pleasure, and the percentage reached 70. Suddenly, when the guy thought he was already losing consciousness, he felt someone touch him. It was the priest Johann who asked if he had taken his mirror, and the boy remembered how he had found it. One of its characteristics in the description was the ability to create a barrier and reduce the percentage of absorption. Then Michael decided to grab this chance like a last straw and use it for its intended purpose. He activated the divine mirror of a 2+ rank high priest, and a divine barrier now protected his mind. The chi deviation was cancelled, and he from the future froze with a sword in his hands near the frightened Betty. Suddenly he felt that it was not even his body, and he realized that he had to free himself from its shackles. Michael screamed loudly and pulled himself out of it, saying that he would not allow it to consume him and do such things. He tried his best to preserve the remnants of his mind, which were now protected by the barrier, and he succeeded. The system reported that he had received a steel mind, and his stamina had increased by 1. On that day, at that moment, a large explosion occurred at the place where he stood. In reality, this mirror shattered into pieces, and the system notified that he had proven that his faith was not broken. And then Michael read a message that the god of verification wanted to meet him and was forcibly summoning him. The guy didn't understand what was happening, but the system window said that he was being summoned to the divine region. The verification god also used his power for the sake of power in the tower, and the admins could no longer observe him. For Michael, it was like a free fall, and he even screamed in panic. It all ended as quickly as it began, and soon the guy was standing in the middle of the endless sky. And then he saw him, the god of verification, who descended to him, all bathed in blinding light. God asked the boy who he was, because for some reason he also felt divine power from him, but Michael was unable to answer. Finally, he was able to move his lips and asked if the tower had created him too, and God suddenly asked him the same question. He asked if Michael himself was a divine copy created by the tower, but he didn't understand. Then God clarified that such people are usually called administrators and asked if the guy was really one of them. But Michael replied that he was a simple player, and the god of verification, after thinking a little, also agreed with this. He added that the boy had his own divine power and also shared his thoughts. He thought that they had finally realized that they could not create the real using divine copies. So they decided to use the apostle of the divine copy, but Michael thought that he had only killed Kairain. Thanks to this, he received divine power. But as the god of verification noted, the guy had no idea what it was. Michael decided to say that he was just lucky. But God asked if it was really possible to just be lucky enough to perfectly clear God's tracks. He added that the guy might not have known, but it was not a simple coincidence because he clearly senses cause and effect. God thought that the Tower of Trials expected a lot from him, and these words made Michael surprised. He asked how the Tower could expect so much more from a mere player like him. But God replied that he had made a mistake and that he should not have spoken about it because the Tower was now angry. He said that it was time for them to say goodbye. But he would be watching him, and Michael wanted to stop him. He had so many questions, including what cause and effect were and what would happen to him in the future. The verification. God thought for a moment, seeing the boy fall to his knees from the sharp pain in his head. He concluded that he seemed to have looked too deeply into the future and told him to remember one thing. When you look at the abyss for a long time, the abyss begins to look at you, because it always wants to swallow up the mind. With these words, the god left him, saying that the boy would soon return to where he came from. Michael asked in desperation if they could talk anymore, but God replied that he had no choice. He added that he would answer all his questions at the verification temple and finally told him not to trust other gods. This ended his test, and Michael received a whopping 70,000 points and 4,500 SP as a reward. He also saw that an old verification mirror of epic minus rank had been added to the inventory. As Michael found himself in the waiting room, he thought again about the god he had first met. It was the being who told him everything, that Kairain's divine power was not an accident. So the tower wanted the guy to take his power, and that was probably the cause and effect. Plus, the tower expected a lot from him, but even if we assume that all the contracts with the admins were her idea, Michael still didn't understand why the tower needed this, because he was just an ordinary player, one of millions of others. Administrators, divine copies, the power of the gods, and the creation of the real. The god's words were all mixed up in his head. Michael didn't understand anything, and that made him sad. But he remembered the last advice of the god of verification. At the very least, even if the other gods consider him an enemy, they cannot harm him thanks to the tower. And then suddenly there was a new expansion of the system, with Earth now becoming the official dimension of the tower. This created a defense against invasion, and a penalty was imposed on players from other dimensions. Also, player Michael Nodfort became visible to the administrators again, and they bombarded him with congratulatory messages. Suddenly, Michael remembered the words of the verification god, who said that the admins were those very copies. It turned out that they were also connected with divinity, and the guy suddenly wondered if he could trust them. A moment later, he realized that he couldn't trust anyone and bit his lip in frustration. But Michael was still determined to find out more and went into the world of his admin's iron blood. His administrator immediately ran out of the hut and immediately asked if he was injured. However, instead of answering, Michael suddenly attacked the girl, and she barely managed to dodge the blow. She stared at him, and Michael asked in a strange voice if all the admins were cooperating with the tower to use him. Then the girl realized that her contractor, it seemed, had not yet recovered from the verification of the mind. Michael, meanwhile, attacked her again, wanting to hear an answer to his question, but the girl did not answer yet. She deftly dodged his blows, even though she was without any equipment, and then Michael changed tactics. He cut his hand, and she noticed it too, telling the guy to come to his senses because he was not in his right mind right now. But Michael cut his hand in order to use the Bloodseeker skill and shape it into needles. He pointed them at the girl, asking if the admins in the tower were really using players together. The girl jumped away from him, defending herself from the attacks. She said that the guy was saying meaningless things. And then she got seriously fed up with this situation and told Michael to finally pull himself together. However, the guy asked her in response why she kept telling him to come to his senses if he was completely fine. He then swung his sword, activating chi, and the girl screamed at him not to do it. It was too late, however, and the powerful energy of his sword pierced the trajectory towards her house. The Steel Blood Lord looked back, seeing her now half-destroyed home in front of her. The girl got really angry and asked if the guy really thought he could do anything. She raised her hand, summoning multiple swords, all of which were imbued with chi energy, and flew towards Michael. Although the guy noticed them, it was quite difficult to dodge them all, so he decided to simply hide. However, the girl asked where he was going. She suddenly appeared right behind him, and Michael didn't even notice. She then grabbed his head and slammed it into the snow that covered her domain, and Michael cooled down a little. He managed to put his hands out so that he didn't end up completely in the snow, so he was still able to continue the fight. The guy swung the hand that held the sword near the administrator's face, but she managed to dodge it. Seeing that the contractor was not showing any signs of being upset, she again pointed her swords at him, which restricted Michael's movements. Some more time passed before the girl managed to stabilize the situation and grab the guy. She tied him up and hung him on the rubble of her house, and when Michael came to his senses, he asked for forgiveness. To this, the girl said that she would, of course, untie him, but she was afraid that next time he would destroy her house. She put down the cup she had been drinking tea from while Michael was coming to his senses and told him not to worry. After all, it seemed to her that when he came here, there was still darkness left in him, and she would forever be a part of him. After all, even though he saw himself from the future, it was still him. So his suspicions about the admins were not entirely true. She said it bluntly, saying that no one knows what the tower wants, not even they, the administrators. Michael then asked if this meant that the tower expected nothing from him, and the girl agreed with this. She activated her chi sword and swung it towards the boy's body, who closed his eyes in excitement. But the girl only cut the rope with which he was attached to the rubble of her house. She added that the tower had never shown its desires to players, so it certainly didn't expect anything from him specifically. However, judging by his doubts, the girl noticed that someone told him about it, and Michael agreed. He said that the god of verification told him that the tower was expecting something special from him. Hearing about the god of verification, the girl suddenly smiled faintly. She understood the reason for his doubts. However, getting up from the table, she said that all administrators, like him, were subordinate to the tower. She also added that she was glad that the guy liked the tea, saying that it was made from black dragon urine. Michael stood there with his mouth open, the remains of the tea leaking out, and now he was starting to feel sick. However, he quickly came to his senses, saying that the god of verification also mentioned that the admins had entered into some kind of contract with the tower. But for some reason, the girl said that she couldn't tell him about the divine copies yet. She added that the guy would find out about it very soon anyway. And then Michael asked about one more thing. He revealed that the White Crane Master told him about her cherished wish, which all the admins had. But Michael wanted to know, asking the girl why she trusted him and revealed it. Then the girl thought for a bit, and then unexpectedly answered that she was just scared. She continued by saying that Michael underestimated himself, but she saw how obsessed he was with his height. Therefore, for the sake of his growth, she thought that the guy would immediately want to pass the test of his cherished desire. Hearing this, Michael thought that perhaps he was so obsessed with height because he had no talent of his own. And the girl, as if reading his thoughts, said that very soon he himself would understand how much he underestimated himself. After all, the test of the 12th floor was talent. With these words, he suddenly realized that he was back in his room. He sat on his bed and thought that talent was a gift from heaven that could not be changed. In the world of hunters, it was divided into 3 parts: gaining skills, increasing stats, and abilities. They are called the 3 gifts of a hunter, but Michael was born with none of these. He couldn't gain skills, his stats didn't level up, he had no unique abilities. If he had talent, he would have become a strong hunter even without the tower, and the guy even felt a little sad about this thought. But suddenly he remembered the words of his admin, who said that very soon he would understand that he was underestimating himself. After all, the theme of the 12th floor test was a fight with oneself, where one had to fight and defeat oneself. Michael thought it was useless to just sit and think about it, since the point of the test was to evaluate his skills. With this thought, he opened his inventory and found a rank 2+ skill enhancement potion that gave +10% to any skill. It was one of the rewards from the Japanese government for helping with Akutogawa Namgung, and Catherine gave him hers, leaving Michael with 3 of these potions. Without thinking twice, Michael accepted it and chose the magic control skill to improve. This was a skill obtained from the Dark Monarch on the 10th floor, and it was the foundation of the other skills, so it was profitable to improve it, and the system reported that the skill was successfully improved by 10%. The next item he chose was an old epic -rank verification mirror. Michael chose him to read additional information using the Eye of the Fire Dragon. It said that he could only obtain the Thoughts of the Past skill the first time he used it. Michael activated the old verification mirror by using this skill once. As expected, the mirror activated and displayed a message that the player was gaining a skill from Thoughts of the Past. It became the skill Concentration in Battle of high+ rank, where combat skills from Thoughts about the Past were sealed. Thanks to this, the skill mastery immediately increased by 11%, and he could also increase its concentration by 20 times. And that was only for the moment, but no one canceled the improvements, so Michael liked the skill. He realized that he was now ready for the 12th floor test and began it. The theme of the test was surpassing limits. The condition was to kill your copy within 48 hours. The penalty for failure, as usual, was death. The reward offered was the ash crown of an ancient emperor of high minus rank. This time, Michael found himself in some kind of hall, somewhat similar to one of the test rooms on the 11th floor. The system suddenly reported that the blessing of the god of darkness was felt by the alien dude, creating guards. It was also said that the offender should think about how well he knows himself and experience Michael himself. The guy remembered how his admin told him that the copy on the 12th floor would be perfect, in other words. She will know and be able to do everything that Michael himself does, and the copy will also receive his talent, so it should not be underestimated. Michael decided he should give it a try and, as strange as it may sound, he took on himself. The guy also noticed that this copy was created by a certain god of darkness, and he thought that he began to cross paths with gods often. However, this copy was very similar to him, and judging by the words of the Lord of Steelblood, which prompted him, and also the used ticket for the question, the administrator refused to help for free. The copy could only copy one item, and it was the old tailcoat of the vampire count, which means the copy chose protection. But Michael thought that if the copy was good enough, it was a good way to measure his skills. He activated instant acceleration, wind's grace, and increased his speed by 70%. All this was in order to test his talent, because the guy still did not understand what it was. He also activated the skill Fighting Focus, doubling it, and noticed unexpected changes. It was as if time had stood still around him, and he was the only one who could break through this veil. This was his new skill, and Michael realized that he really liked it because it was truly cool. Finally, he activated the Flaming Sword, finding himself almost at the head of his copy with an attack. And she, seeing how the guy was approaching him from above, also activated her skill in response to his previous ones. Jumping to the side and dodging the attack, the copy activated the Iron Blood Sword and prepared to defend. However, Michael thought that it was obvious and realized that the copy was most likely using a counterattack shield now. And so it happened, because he knew that this combination was the only choice for defense in this situation. However, then the guy suddenly saw that his copy did not stop there. His shield suddenly transformed into a powerful red blade, and now the enemy had two weapons. This movement surprised Michael very much, because he could not even imagine that his shield had such a property. They stood there looking at each other for a moment longer, Michael using it to conduct an analysis. The enemy just prepared to fight in a two-sword style that even Michael himself had not used. He thought that because such a transformation consumed a lot of mana, he didn't use it himself. But if his copy was reflecting his actions, then why did she choose such an ineffective method? Of course, Michael himself also thought about using the shield as a weapon, but did not dare to do so in a real fight. His copy, meanwhile, made its move, pounced on him, and attacked with two swords at once. Suddenly, Michael felt a little angry, wondering if his opponent really thought this was training. They met, and the fight began, but it was impossible to even determine whose side had the initiative. However, Michael soon noticed himself that he seemed to be slightly inferior to his copy in fighting skills. Perhaps it was because she was using two swords at once or for some other reason, but that was the case. Michael didn't understand how this could happen, considering he had the skill of unbending will. So he had an advantage in subjects, so he activated unbending will. He thought that if his physical strength was inferior to the skill of the copy, and also if the opponent, if I could increase my concentration to the maximum, then this was entirely possible. But this didn't help Michael at all, because he didn't see how he could win in such a situation. Now he realized that his copy was the real problem, as it used the same sword techniques as him. However, she had two of them at once, and it was difficult for Michael to keep track of each one so as not to get hit. But these were definitely his techniques, because the copy could not come up with something that he did not possess. Michael took a hit that was quite powerful and was thrown back into the wall. Feeling this attack on himself, he realized that the copy undoubtedly also had the blue sky dragon sword. And the fighting style suddenly became similar to the style of Akutogawa, with which he killed almost everyone who came out against him. Michael thought he had only seen his technique once, but he remembered it well enough to be able to repeat it. The incredible power made it clear why he looked down on the skills he received from the tower. But the Murimian didn't have a skill or ability, but a real technique, which made Michael really think. He asked himself if skills could surpass these techniques, and recalled the words of the Steel Bloodlord again. Suddenly, he realized what she meant when she said that he shouldn't underestimate his talents. Meanwhile, the system reported that he had encountered a strong opponent, and his unbending will skill had been activated. This was a bad sign, because the system considered that he did not have the advantage. This meant only one thing. His copy had become stronger, but Michael did not understand how. He knew he still had an advantage in items and skills, so he didn't know how it happened. But it wasn't particularly important. Michael activated the concentration in battle skill, increasing it by 10 times. He thought that since he couldn't find a way to win, he would use all his skills that the copy didn't have. However, after a few seconds the guy jumped back from the opponent, who did not allow him to touch him. He wondered if he really was on the same level as him, because the copy was just a monster. Then, Michael increased his concentration 15 times, reminding himself that this was just a fruit of the God of Darkness. This meant that he, like the original, would be able to defeat him, and it worked. The guy ended up behind his copy. He swung, glad that he had finally reached it, and attacked with all his might. He also knew that this wouldn't be enough, so he activated the steel wings to maximum speed. His concentration, meanwhile, increased by 17% due to the skill's effect, and Michael screamed. His copy even looked a little confused because she didn't expect such a turn of events, but the fight was not over yet. Suddenly, the enemy extended his hand towards the approaching Michael and stretched the veins on his hand. At first, Michael didn't understand why he did it, but then everything became clear when his hand burst and splattered blood everywhere. It also worked as a blinding effect because Michael didn't have time to close his eyes and blood got into them. He slowed the attack for literally a second, but it was enough for the copy to escape. The enemy tore off his hand and disappeared. Michael was surprised, wondering if he himself could do such a thing. However, the copy's actions did not end there. He suddenly felt a powerful energy from behind. Looking back, the guy saw how the enemy was already standing on his feet, albeit with one hand, but counterattacked him with a sword. Moreover, it was not a chi blade but a shield transformed into a weapon, so the attack was quite powerful. Michael realized that he didn't have time to block her, and wondered if it was really all going to end for him now. A powerful pillar of fighting chi energy was heading straight towards him, and the guy had only one choice. He didn't even bend down, but simply fell on his back to avoid the beam, and it passed by. He then increased his concentration 20 times, and the system reported that he had now exceeded all his limits. This allowed Michael to regroup and get back to his feet, and then he grabbed his head. His copy looked at him in surprise because she didn't expect that the guy would be able to avoid such an attack. And Michael suddenly burst out laughing, saying that he couldn't believe that he had almost lost his life. His gaze changed, and he asked how a pathetic copy dared to bother him. The guy didn't look like himself. The system reported that he was experiencing mental backlash as a side effect of exceeding limits. His copy decided that the original's new look wouldn't be much of a problem, so he attacked again. Michael, despite all his concentration, was unable to see the approaching attack in time. As a result, he was thrown back quite a distance. The guy was amazed by the power of his copy. He hit the wall hard, breaking through it completely, but this could have been avoided. He did it on purpose. After all, thanks to this collision, he was able to get injured, which means that he became able to control blood. Michael extended his arm and attacked his opponent with rapid fire, forcing him to dodge. But then one of his drops hit the copy's shoulder at high speed, and it was surprised that it hadn't noticed it. But it was too late. Now it was his copy's turn to shudder from the explosion. However, the enemy turned out to be smarter than he thought. The copy went behind his back so quickly that the guy didn't even notice. And then they clashed with their blades again. And this continued for some time before both guys jumped back. Michael noticed that the enemy's ash blood skill also worked well, quickly healing all wounds. This angered Michael, but he had to admit that his copy was incredibly strong. Meanwhile, their battle was being watched by the administrators, including the Lord of Steelblood. The girl was irritated by something, especially considering that Michael had already fallen for this trick. She couldn't open up to help him, but she was also embarrassed to just watch. The only thing she was afraid of was the tower's reaction. Still, the girl decided to try her luck and contacted her contractor, but suddenly her screen cracked. The system warned that her messages were temporarily disabled so that she could not prompt. Meanwhile, Michael noticed that his hand was not obeying him and was twisting strangely to the side. And then he suddenly hit himself. Although he didn't think to do it, in fact, all this was just a shell. The guy jumped away from his copy so that she couldn't do anything while he was in this state. And his condition was truly dangerous because the real Michael suddenly began to break through to the surface. He screamed for his dark version to stop interfering with his body and leave him, but so far it was all in vain. Michael thought he had already dealt with the future version of himself, but it seems it happened again as a side effect. He screamed in despair, saying that this was really irritating him, and that was why he was beating himself. The real Michael tried to free himself from the bloody shackles that held him, but it was difficult. Suddenly, someone's voice said that he had been fighting for him all this time, when the guy almost died, and he didn't even thank him. This was said by Michael from the future, or rather his version that was formed before the present Michael. He screamed at the guy to just leave his body right now, but he interrupted him, saying that his original was a fool. He asked if Michael hadn't understood the most important thing up to this point, adding that he should think about it carefully. Future Michael continued, saying that he trained so long and hard that he reached the 12th floor of the tower, but he can't even look at himself. Hearing this, Michael gritted his teeth in anger. The words of his future self were so overwhelming that he couldn't help it, and was immediately eager to fight. Unexpectedly, he managed to break the bloody shackles and he attacked himself from the future with his fists. He was a few centimeters away from his future self, when it suddenly stopped him with a bloody grate. Future. Michael smiled evilly and turned to leave, while the real one screamed in despair. He started to beat the bars, but to no avail, so he asked where he was going, leaving him alone there. Then his future self suddenly said that if he always relies on skills, he will never be able to use real techniques and will just look at everything for the rest of his life. And he himself will take control of his body. With these words, the guy left, leaving Michael alone behind bars. And he screamed for the umpteenth time, but he realized that everything he had just said was true, albeit unpleasant. Meanwhile, his copy, created by the God of Darkness, noticed some changes in the behavior of the original. He was still under the control of his future self and said that he seemed to have gotten used to the feeling. However, he was unable to continue the fight because the administrator Lord Steelblood sent him an item. It was a rank 1 Black Dragon potion. When used, mental strength increased and the mind was cleared, and the real Michael understood what he needed to do. He strained all his strength, trying to break free from the bloody bars, and he even began to succeed a little. This was reflected in his body, which began to act according to his will again, and not according to the will of his future version. Michael thought that at this rate he would be able to completely take control and stuck his hand into the inventory. All he had to do was grab the potion the Steelblood Lord had handed him and drink it. However, at that moment, a copy of Michael approached him and swung his sword, cutting off the hand that held the potion. The vial of potion in his severed hand flew to the ground, but Michael did not despair and simply jumped on it. When the potion spilled, he managed to put his mouth to the broken bottle, drinking the new liquid. The copy jumped back, a little shocked by his behavior because the guy didn't react in any way to the severed hand. And then the copy was even more surprised to see that the original, who had been fighting from the very beginning, was standing in front of it again. Michael wiped the remaining liquid from his mouth, saying enthusiastically that he was back and ready to continue their dance. He also noticed that he felt everything while the other him was fighting with this copy. The guy let go of everything because of the habit of relying on skills, however. Even if his copy could do something, he would definitely succeed. And with this thought, Michael gripped his blade tighter and prepared to attack. He increased his concentration 20 times again, but this time he had more control over the process. The guy felt his thinking speed up again, and his psycho version's ego rising. But with his thinking quickened, he finally felt enlightenment in that endlessly long moment. His copy did not wait for the original to gather his strength and attacked first. Michael dodged the blow without difficulty, and thought that this time he had to throw away all his accumulated skills. By getting rid of common sense and stubbornness, he gained the achievement Enlightenment and his stamina increased by 1. Michael continued to rid himself of everything unreal and received a new achievement, Trance. This time, his mana increased by 4, and the system suddenly reported that he could defeat his opponent in battle. The skill Unshakable Will deactivated on his copy, and Michael pounced on it, full of confidence. He knew that this time everything would be different because he felt the strength blossoming in his body. He had never felt anything like this before, but somehow he had gained additional knowledge on how to fight. It was a strange feeling, but now he could use Akutagawa Namgun's most powerful techniques. Michael trusted his instincts completely. He soared in the air even without steel wings and masterfully delivered blows. He reached his top speed thanks to the grace of the wind and instant acceleration. However, suddenly his copy also made a sharp dash towards him, as if they were fighting on equal terms again. However, this was not the case, and Michael proved this by using the Flame Sword Chi technique on the enemy. At the same time, he dodged his attack, but the copy did not succeed and flew to the side. Michael landed with confidence that the battle would soon end with his victory. There was very little left. His copy now clearly discerned that some changes had occurred, but did not understand what exactly had happened. It was a mystery to her why the original had suddenly seized the initiative, although before that he had only been defending himself, and Michael continued to successfully repel all his attacks, thinking that he was finally beginning to understand everything. After all, by paying attention not to skills but to techniques, his understanding of techniques grew, and therefore his combat experience also increased. Moreover, it happened incredibly quickly, which could not but please, and Michael even smiled. Now it was his copy's turn to get angry because she was losing, but the opponent was not giving up. And Michael thought that with his increased understanding of the techniques, he finally saw the shortcomings of his copy. After all, she used the real techniques of Akutagawa Namgun, but is simply trying to imitate him. However, in such a case, mistrust might weaken the chi of his flame sword and he would lose. This means that even during training with Akutagawa Namgun's techniques, one must focus on strengthening the flame sword. Michael realized just in time and concentrated all his aura into the sword, which he held against himself. He swung it like a transformed counterattack shield, making his attack as dense and fast as possible. As a result, he managed to wound the copy with a beam in the shoulder, but he understood that it would not end there. The boy activated the True Blood Seeker skill, transforming the drops of his blood into many needles, and then he unleashed them all on his copy, who realized that he couldn't repel them all. After all, Michael used her blood only from the wound, but he also got it through his body. He could do that too. His copy, sensing his imminent death, tried in surprise to understand what was driving his original. Then there was an explosion, and when the fog cleared, the winner of this battle became immediately visible. It was the original Michael, who went behind his opponent while he was trying to figure out what was going on. Then he attacked him again, and the enemy barely managed to put up a counterattack shield to reflect his blow. But even despite the protection, it was clear that the copy was beginning to lose significantly to the original, and Michael was pleased about this. He managed to break through the shield and wound his opponent in the shoulder, causing the opponent to grimace in displeasure. Of course, his regeneration skill worked right away, but Michael understood him better now. The copy rushed to attack, and the boy noticed that she was twirling the sword in her hands with the second one to block his blows. The opponent then used both hands to form a windmill, like in the movies, but it wasn't enough. Oddly enough, Michael couldn't break through his new defense, but he didn't need more. He suddenly noticed that the copy's fighting style had also changed and become more aggressive, as they were fighting to the death. But then, to his surprise, the copy changed its aggressive method into a soft sword. It was another one of Akutagawa's techniques, and Michael asked how much longer he was going to imitate him, but, as the French say, nothing ventured, nothing gained, so Michael decided he had nothing to lose. He activated the skill Counterattack Shield and used it as a sword, just like his copy. The latter was surprised by this, because the original usually did not take such risks. After all, such a technique consumed mana. But Michael asked, something surprised him, because he was not the only one who had the courage to use such techniques. Besides, he had the same skills as him. Michael said that soon everything would end for his copy. The boys clashed blades again. This time the original attacked, and the fight took a completely different turn. After all, both opponents used two swords at once, and this was impressive, and so far no one was giving in to the other. Michael realized what his problem was, after all. He had only just mastered the true Shi flame sword, so he couldn't yet reload as quickly as the copy sword could, but he could take the risk. Suddenly, he turned his body and kicked his opponent at the blocked weapon. Michael used this to push back and counterpunch from a different angle that should have worked. However, the copy was already too angry with him, so it immediately rushed after him, and the original had no choice but to accept the fight. Michael thought that the copy had also turned its shield into a sword, and had done so first as soon as they began fighting. But that meant that his own sword in sword form had to be of that level as well. Suddenly, however, his blade broke in half from a powerful attack from his opponent, and Michael barely managed to jump back. He suddenly thought that he could even die if the copy had hit with this attack, but for some reason he threw away the sword. The guy thought that if the copy was himself, then now, when the counterattack shield disappears, his opponent will think that this is his chance, will want to take advantage of it, and will attack with all his might. And so it happened, and the copy pounced on him with an unexpectedly large surge of strength, and Michael was barely able to block it. He held back the onslaught from himself and couldn't help but think that he could admire his own strength. After all, it was his own personification in front of him, But suddenly it hit the guy in the stomach and he flew back. Michael hit the heavy tile, but a plan had already matured in his head on how to overcome himself. He landed and rose to his feet, preparing to carry out his plan but realized he needed to move away first, because the enemy was angry and pursued him, not giving him a second's rest to gather his strength. But this is what Michael expected from his copy. He put his hand out, saying that he was finally caught. His copy didn't even understand what happened, but at some point Michael's blade passed through her body. This was done by the bloody hand that Michael had been controlling with his skill all this time. For the sword of steel blood which he had thrown away and the impatience of his adversary were all that was necessary for success. And now that he is seriously wounded and cannot fully defend himself, he attacks him and finishes him off. Suddenly, his copy screamed. Standing up, the enemy spread his arms as if preparing for some technique. Michael noticed this and thought with surprise that he could still move in such a state, with a sword in his body. As expected, his copy decided that this was not the end, and a monster suddenly appeared in front of the guy. It was still a copy of him, only its appearance was more reminiscent of the monster from the tower. He lunged at Michael, who thought it would be better to just run away and come up with a new plan. However, he didn't have much time. The copy was getting closer and closer in this form, and Michael didn't like it. He was a little confused by the fact that his attack tactics had changed dramatically. But then the guy saw a wall in front of him, which indicated that the room was over, so the only option left was to either accept the fight or break through the wall and run further. Michael chose the latter. The hand of his monster copy, meanwhile, almost reached him but still could not grab him. And then Michael suddenly saw that the copy continued to use the skills it had before. Suddenly there was an explosion, but Michael was relatively safe as the debris did not hit him. When the mist cleared, he saw his copy using the ash blood to draw out his blade, and she succeeded, while Michael meanwhile activated the counterattack shield to defend himself as effectively as possible. After that, he quickly transformed it into a sword, and the shield's recovery time also expired. He turned to the monster asking why it stood up, whether that was all it could do. This angered the copy, and it rushed straight at the guy, but he no longer felt any fear at the sight of it. Michael thought that this stupid monster had already completely lost his mind, but he had to defeat him. As strange as it may seem, one technique came in handy as a surprise attack in close combat. It was an explosion of his own body. His opponent lost his temper and constantly produced these explosions. But that also meant that the ashen blood would absorb too much stamina, therefore. When the stamina reaches 0, the copy's attacks will stop and Michael can finish it off. This went on for some time, and then his opponent finally stopped and Michael hit him. There was no point in dragging it out any longer, especially considering that his copy had completely run out of steam during this time. He turned to his copy, saying that this time it was definitely the end for her, and she became even more angry. However, she could no longer do anything, so she simply decided to leave the battlefield. But Michael wasn't going to let her go that easily, saying that now his copy wouldn't leave him anywhere. It was his turn to run after him, intending to finally finish what he started and kill himself. However, that was not all. Michael was already almost at his destination when he suddenly saw something strange. His copy stopped running, and with the last of its strength concentrated a powerful clot of blood at the top. This was supposed to be the final and decisive attack, but Michael simply covered himself with the counterattack shield again. However, the enemy hit with such force that he was even thrown back several meters, but he remained alive. Michael smiled. He realized that this was his opponent's last attempt, but after that the copy couldn't withstand the load and stopped. Or rather, it was a chance for Michael. After all, his shield had reached its maximum damage absorption limit, which meant that now all this would turn into an attack. As he transformed it back into a blade, Michael concentrated the shield's power into a small sphere, and then he launched this sphere at the enemy, like he was playing golf, but it was funny. Being weakened due to the extreme amount of stamina used, his copy was unable to dodge. The attack hit her right in the face, leaving no chance for salvation. Michael finally decided to end everything with a release and returned the damage to the counterattack shield. This time, he himself caused the explosion, which spread throughout the entire area of Test Room 12. There was nothing left of his copy, and soon he received a message about the successful completion of the 12th floor. As a reward, he received the Gray Crown of the Ancient Emperor of High Minus rank and 80,000 points. In addition, he also received 3,500 SP and an additional skill, Last Resistance, rank 1. When Michael returned to the waiting room, he immediately saw that the counterattack shield had increased by 1 rank. Suddenly, the guy felt sick from the reboot and spat out blood as his biological needs. This showed that the battle was truly difficult and the enemy was incredibly strong. The skill Ash Blood worked, which never failed the guy, although he hoped that it would heal and rebound too. If he didn't have such a trump card skill in his arsenal, he wouldn't have been able to go so far. Michael suddenly asked himself whether it was even possible to climb the tower with a clear conscience. Before heading back to the waiting room, he forgot to absorb the spirit of his copy. It was a strange feeling, because he had absorbed the spirit of another version of himself, effectively killing the other version of himself. Suddenly, the system announced that the admin messages that had been restricted during his battle were available again. The Steelblood Lord complained about the system due to the sanctions imposed on her because of a contractor's cup of tea. She asked him to treat her well from now on, and Michael agreed and thanked her for the potion. He also learned a new fact. Administrators are also subject to sanctions if they interact too much with contractors. Suddenly he saw that all the administrator messages that had been restricted were now being printed at once. There were an incredible number of them, and Michael didn't even have time to read them all before new ones appeared. He was surprised to think that there were so many administrators watching him, and they were all cheering for him. And the Steel Bloodlord even provided assistance. Some admins were shocked by his talent and the difficulty level of the challenge, saying that he looked like a monster, while others reacted as if he was boring them, asking if he was really the challenger who was still only on the 12th floor. But the administrators' differing views didn't end there. Michael noticed new messages appearing. Admins who just said what they wanted and then disappeared when they lost interest, sending meaningless messages. At least that's what Michael thought. He was very interested in it, but he couldn't ask directly. He also didn't understand why this happened to him of all people and why all the admins were trying to get his attention. Suddenly, he thought that it might be due to a system extension that gives admins new privileges. For example, they had the opportunity to approach him with a request, but their casual reaction changed it a little. But if that was the case, then admins not bound by contract with him could also benefit in the future. And Michael asked if they thought it was a little bit wrong that everyone was just bombarding him with messages. He added that if they needed anything, then they could send him force as support. Seeing that the administrators had quieted down a bit, he said that, for their information, the offer only extended to the first 3. He said this to make the admins compete, because everyone wanted him to remember them. Not even a minute had passed before 3 admins, who had previously expressed their displeasure, sent him requests for more power. Michael nodded contentedly, then turned around, looking at the defeated copy of himself, and thinking about something that was also quite important. After all, he had absorbed the enemy's soul, but had not yet used it, since he did not know what would happen. This is because the enemy not only has the same stats as him, but also skills and powers. So it was even interesting what would come of it. After completely absorbing his spirit, his mastery immediately increased by 28%, which was the highest he had ever received. The system reported that the soul composition of the false claimant Michael Nodfort was completely identical to his own. However, he then read that an attempt had been made to extract the divinity of the false claimant, and this surprised Michael. At first, all of his stats increased by 10, and he also absorbed the skill Lightning Sword Chi. But the system returned an error. It was said that this skill had already been acquired by the applicant, so he would simply improve by 1 level and become high-ranked. And then Michael was surprised to read the message from the staff, which stated that the divinity had been successfully extracted. It was also reported that his divine power had become first rank, and it was becoming possible to transform it. For Michael, however, all these words were empty words because he had no idea how to use it. But it turned out that now he could experience divinity in the same way as Kairine, whom he defeated. When he returned to the 13th floor waiting room, he saw that another expansion of the system had begun. Communities that were divided by country on a global level are now fully integrated. Also, messages of different difficulty levels are now available, and team arenas for testing are not tied to one country. Individual country rankings at the district level will also be fully integrated. Michael decided that this was, by and large, a pointless expansion of the system, since he was already encountering foreigners. But if things continue like this, eventually the community will be integrated with other dimensions as well. After all, in addition to Earth, the test tower also operates on Murim and Ares, as well as another interesting world. What happened next made Michael open his mouth in surprise. He saw the final rating of the 12th floor. According to him, he was ranked first and had a super legendary rank, the highest possible. In other words, he became the strongest. And that was the main reason why he climbed the tower. At least for now, he was the strongest contender on Earth, and that was impressive. But Michael heard that the Tower of Trials had existed for a long time in dimensions such as Ares, Murim, and Kalyan. And compared to these, the Earth was an extremely weak dimension, which literally just a few days ago. It was officially registered as a measurement for the ascent of aspirants. Michael thought that if they didn't increase the Earth's power, they would become a target of another dimension, just like what happened that day. So whether it is before or now, he needs a powerful force that can defeat anyone. The guy opened his inventory and found information about the gray crown of the ancient emperor, which he received as a reward. Since the item's rank was high, the performance seemed powerful. Michael then decided to move on to the additional reward for breaking through by revealing information about the skill Last Resistance. According to her, this skill could prevent one death, which was truly amazing and made Michael think. After all, although the recovery time is a week considering the effectiveness of the skill, you can't even call it a penalty. And during this test, in addition to receiving awards, he managed to shake the power out of the admins. He went to the Powers tab, and the system asked him what choice he wanted to make. Michael chose Support Powers. The first was rank 2 plus Blood Heavenly Energy, with which he could replace mana with Chi Energy. Next was the Warrior's Protection of the same rank. With it, he could only gain control over Divinity and Luck for now. The last power was called Instant Magic Charge, with which he could recharge his mana from nature. After evaluating all the powers, Michael concluded that each one was quite unique and very good for a rank 2 plus. That's why he couldn't choose just one and bought them all for special glasses. All three administrators who gave him strength reminded Michael not to forget their generosity. And the guy also remembered about extracting divine power before he absorbed the soul of his copy. When this happened, he felt the energy settle heavily in his heart, unlike before. Suddenly, Michael decided to test this power, thinking that he could now control it like K-Rain. He extended his hand and concentrated, preparing for something out of the ordinary, but to his surprise, nothing happened. The guy just froze with his hand outstretched, not understanding what he did wrong, but it was even expected. His body was just glowing, but no special abilities or anything like that were manifested. Michael thought he couldn't replicate any of the recovery or strengthening techniques, which were used by the priest during the test on the 11th floor, and it irritated him a little. After all, the guy was full of expectations, but in the end he achieved absolutely nothing, so all his efforts were in vain. He tried to calm down, saying that otherwise his nasty personality would come out again, and he didn't want that. Suddenly he received a message from the White Crane Sword. The girl invited him to her domain. She said that she would be happy to help him master divine power, but for some reason Michael refused. The system reported that Angela began to cry due to the shock of the contractor's refusal of her invitation. But Michael said he could learn to use divine power later if needed. He added that he wants to do everything on his own, without relying on other people. He also thought to himself that what was more important now was not divine power, but his skill. Michael remembered the look Akutagawa had given him when he said he would be back. So now he had to focus on what he could do to become stronger. At least, this will continue until he kills Akutagawa, because he will certainly return to Earth. With this thought, he went into the store and found one of the powers he had acquired from the administrators. Blood Heavenly Energy. The description also said that when entering battle, his senses are increased by the energy of the blood of his entire body. Michael decided not to hesitate and quickly try it out. He activated the power and immediately felt a strange feeling. It was as if he had been reborn as a fighter. His blood was boiling, and he knew that this was exactly what he needed. The guy was just thinking that this was a great skill with no backlash, when suddenly his eye started to hurt. Michael grabbed him, but his dark personality had already come out and the situation had become dangerous. Michael grabbed his face and began to stretch it, willing the vile version of himself to come out of his body. The guy felt that this person was a little different, also crazy, but not like before. He, or rather his personality, activated the Sword of Steel Blood, telling the original to finally die. Michael took advantage of this and with the last of his strength activated the Flame Sword Chi in his other hand for defense. One hand with a Sword of Steel Blood attacked him, and the other blocked it. From the side it looked funny. However, Michael was not laughing. His second personality said that he was going to get rid of what he could not get. Michael swallowed nervously. He had not foreseen this situation, but he needed to find a solution urgently. His left hand was giving more and more, and he realized that soon he would not be able to control it at all, and the blade would pierce him. However, the boy noticed that the sword was absorbing the blood energy generated by the Blood Heavenly Energy. Suddenly, the system reported the creation of an improved Heavenly Demon Blood Sword. It was said that the user, having reached the level of the flaming sword, had activated the exclusive effect to the maximum. It was called blood energy, and by unlocking the true ability of his sword, Michael was able to turn the tide of the battle. He pointed the sword at himself and then pierced his chest near the shoulder, intending to speed up his vile version of blood energy. In fact, it felt like it turned out a little differently than the guy imagined. The system reported that when the conditions are met, the true abilities of the Skyblood Sword will be revealed. The item's name has been changed to Heavenly Demonic True Blood Sword, and the design has been slightly changed. Michael was surprised to notice that he now even felt a separate slot for blood. The special blood slot looked really impressive. All that was left was to fill it. After thinking for a while, Michael decided to activate the skill Fire Dragon Eyes to find out more information. The basic information stated that he could absorb the blood of the victim he killed and imprint 3 random skills, but additional information said that he could already use the skill Bloody Feast and store skills in the sword. Michael thought it was pretty cool that he could imprint 3 skills right into his weapon. One could say that he had come across an amazing growing type of object that the world had never seen before. The guy decided to try it out right away and went to the 13th floor test, the theme of which was strategic combat. He had to work together with his comrades to kill the vampire count in 2 days. The reward for breaking through was a random skill book of high plus rank, and the penalty, as always, was death. Michael was a little surprised to see this because now he had a combined test, and that meant that although he didn't have the best memories of this type of test, but nevertheless, seeing the award with a rating of high plus, the mood slightly improved and the guy accepted the challenge. The team selection has begun, and 4 portals for 4 candidates for the team have appeared on a small site again. Michael was the first to come out and immediately thought about whether it would be possible to go into the city and kill everyone there himself. After all, with the abilities he now has, he is capable of destroying at least 1 city. Meanwhile, all the contenders also appeared from the portals, and their nicknames became visible for better teamwork. One of his comrades was a red-haired guy nicknamed Tarkovsky, who kept wondering why he ended up here. The second member was a boy with the nickname Legendary Ninja, who felt a little awkward. And the last one was an old man nicknamed the Wizard of the Clock Tower, who also greeted everyone. Seeing their nicknames, Michael suddenly became thoughtful, remembering the board of final results from the previous floor. He remembered that below, there were definitely nicknames of 2 of those present, and each of them had a good rank. The first to speak was the old man who was smoking a pipe. Imitating his style, he noticed that the place they were now in, it was completely reeking of the smell of blood, and no one wanted to survive it because the sight of the room spoke for itself. The old man suggested that they might have been in the vampire's dining room, and then suddenly 2 of them appeared behind him, agreeing with him, praising the old man for his attentiveness. It was a vampire girl and boy who attacked the wizard, asking if the dessert had really come to them. They added that they would eat it with pleasure, but the old man was a little confused and did not react right away. But his 2 comrades had already dealt with the opponents, cutting the vampires to pieces in a second. Tarkovsky chopped off the head of the vampire guy, and the legendary ninja took on the girl, and both did it with lightning speed. The boy turned to Tarkovsky, saying that he guessed that the man was the best in the Ukrainian guild. The man replied that he had no intention of hiding it, adding that his name was Andre. Then the boy also introduced himself in full, saying that his name was Soito Michimoto, and he was a Japanese epic rank hunter. Then, Soito asked if they were ready for battle, since the vampires could sense the death of their comrades and would soon come here in droves. Then the old wizard spoke up, saying that they need not worry about that, since he had set up a barrier in advance. He added that thanks to him, vampires would not be able to feel anything, and Soito looked at him with interest. The old man then introduced himself, saying that his name was David Taylor, and he was a humble wizard of the clock tower. Soito apparently knew something about this, because he said with delight that this was the best of all the magic towers in their world. David smiled, saying that he was lucky to be drawn into the Tower of Trials in his old age. At this point he finished, and everyone turned around looking at Michael, who also decided to introduce himself. He said he was a South Korean second-rank hunter, Michael Nodfort. He added that he heard something from the administrator about this test on the 13th floor. Even weak vampires could easily surpass the skills of rank 2 hunters, let alone an epic ranked count. And his special ability was physical regeneration, so undressing with him would not be easy. The tower indicated that the key to this test was the salvation of the priests. They were hiding in different places, but if you find them and help them, they will refuse them great help. The boys sat down by the fireplace in the guest room and began to discuss the best way to get into the city. David suggested that Saito use the stealth skill, and he would put up a barrier to block the presence. Michael stood and silently listened as they talked among themselves. But when he heard, "The guys expect to complete the test in 10 days, but I couldn't wait any longer," and expressed my opinion. He noted that taking the test this way was extremely ineffective. David frowned and looked at him suspiciously, asking if he knew of any other way. Michael answered positively and smiled, saying that there was a method with extremely high efficiency. The old man asked what this method was that was more effective than the one they had just come up with together. Soito wanted to know that too, saying that the world's top contender probably had his own secrets. Michael agreed with this, saying that everything ingenious was simple, and his method was called hit and take. To demonstrate the seriousness of his intentions, the boy took out his sword and swung it for greater effect. Then he snapped his fingers and the gate that separated them from the outside world opened with a bang. It was night outside, and there were still many vampires standing there who couldn't get to them earlier because of the barrier. Michael finally said that if the boys would just shut up and attack, they could kill them all and pass the test. The vampires, meanwhile, smelled the scent of human flesh and began to approach Michael. They all pounced on the guy, but he himself was expecting this, in order to show his partners how it was done. All three of them opened their mouths in shock at the same time, and Soito asked if he had intended to kill them by accident. But Michael enthusiastically said that from now on they would begin a frontal breakthrough operation and was the first to rush at the vampires. Of course, he couldn't stop them all at once, so some of them ran towards the rest of his team. However, when the vampire approached them, he saw how the guys gradually disappeared from sight. The other vampires warned their comrades, saying that these human spawn were using magic. This was indeed the case. David had put them in a group blackout, saying it wouldn't last long. He wondered to himself why, during every combined test, there was always some fool who wanted to cause a commotion. This infuriated him, and he told the others that, unfortunately, it would be better to exclude Michael Nodfort and retreat for now. Michael, meanwhile, was amazed at the vampire's strength, asking if they really had the basic Bloodseeker settings. This was quite an unexpected discovery because the monsters in human form use their own blood. They also knew how to transform it, giving it any shape, and directed hundreds of needles at the guy. His comrades retreated. Soito turned to look at Michael one last time, wondering why he had done this. After all, the guy didn't understand why he made such a reckless choice. But suddenly he was forced to take his words back. He drew the others' attention, telling the boys to look in the direction where Michael was fighting. Meanwhile, he activated his fresh Bloodseeker skill, forming large spires from it. The vampires even wondered if the guy was one of them, because his ability to manipulate blood was amazing. To be more precise, she was superior to them in strength, and Michael demonstrated this by attacking them with his spikes. Seeing that they couldn't cope on their own, the vampires panicked and decided that they needed to call the Count for help. And the guys thought that in such a situation it made sense to move forward according to the plan, having encountered such an enemy. David was especially amazed. The old man did not understand how such an ignorant method of Michael could work. David Taylor was a high-level combat wizard who spent a long time on the front lines. In addition, he was distinguished by a sharp mind and intelligence that not everyone could boast of. In the Tower of Trials, he also overcame all the tests every time with his outstanding strategies. And when he found himself on the 13th floor, he used his sharp mind and developed a clear strategy. There was simply no more effective strategy than the one he had come up with. But then, he met Michael. When he first told him about his hit-and-take strategy, the old man thought what kind of nonsense he was talking. After all, planning actions was the first thing that needed to be done to solve the problem. Michael Nodfort suggested that they just shut up and attack, assuring them that this way they would pass the test. And now, apparently, he has proven to them all that these were not empty words because half of the vampires are already at his hands. Meanwhile, Andre turned to the old man, asking whether it wouldn't be better in that case to leave everything to Michael. Soito said he supported the idea, saying the guy was doing a great job, but David raised his hand. So he called them to listen to him and said that he recognized that Michael Nodfort had incredible power. However, he added that the vampire side was literally the size of a city, and it was too much for one person to handle. The old man asked why team hunting had become one of the tower's tests, when before everyone relied only on themselves. This is because no matter how strong they are, when a chaotic battle situation arises, it is simply impossible to cope with so many variables alone. And soon Michael Nodfort will feel it too, so they must be there to help him. The old man was still speaking when the vampires suddenly managed to grab Michael by the arms and immobilize him. The boy became nervous as he saw the other monsters jump on him, preparing to attack. So he had no choice but to inflate his arms, which became the size of huge balls. And then he burst these balloons, solving two problems at once. He threw the enemies away from himself and got more blood. This allowed him to once again create sharp, bloody tentacles with which he pierced the vampires. At the same time, Michael activated the Ash Blood skill to heal his hands. However, he noted that at this rate, he would have to use recovery items endlessly. Exploding your own body was a good skill, but it was too expensive to use often. But everything changed dramatically when one of the vampires, clutching his head, called Michael an apostle. The others thought about this for a while and also accepted these words as true. Now they thought that God was punishing them. Michael thought that these vampires seemed to have deluded themselves into thinking that he had come to them as God's punishment. However, one fat man suddenly pointed at him, telling everyone to take a closer look at him. He said that the guy was short of breath, which only showed that he was not an apostle. The vampires liked this news better. They realized that the guy was exhausted and was a very ordinary person. This was worth using as a chance to attack, and they pounced on him together, expecting a quick victory. But of course, Michael couldn't let that happen. He used the Bloodseeker skill again. The vampires, noticing that he was trying to do something with the blood again, slowed down a little but continued their attack. Meanwhile, Michael formed 4 blood balls, which were most likely not ordinary. But instead of attacking with them, he suddenly threw all the balls into his mouth and swallowed them. It turned out that it wasn't blood at all. In fact, he had absorbed a couple of souls of defeated vampires. Michael did this to improve his performance, and the balls were so that he could open his mouth to absorb. The guy enthusiastically said that the second round would now begin, but the vampires ran away. Those who were right next to Michael fell under his hot hand. Those who stood further away were lucky to escape. Watching all this, his teammates understood why he occupied a worthy first position in the world rankings. Andre was the first to stand up, saying that he was tired of sitting around doing nothing, and Soito soon joined him. Michael, meanwhile, used all the souls he had and increased his stats by an average of 4. The guy was surprised to notice that his growth with the help of vampires was even better than from his copy. Besides, if he also kills the Count, it will be a very productive test for self-improvement. Another good thing about this situation was that he continued to attract the attention of the administrators. After all, Michael saw nothing wrong with appearing in a good light to administrators. After some time, when he had finished with the main part of the vampires on his side, he saw his comrades. Michael said he thought they were going to look for the priests, but they nodded. David said they decided to follow his instructions, even though they were initially hesitant. Michael noted that they had all finally realized the effectiveness of the hit-and-run strategy, and that was a good thing. He activated the Sixth Sense skill to better assess the current situation, and, frankly speaking, she didn't make him happy. The only thing the guy felt around him was a sea of blood. It engulfed the entire city, leaving ordinary people unable to walk freely through the streets at night. The entire situation in the area indicated that his main enemy, the vampire Count, was about to appear. Old Man David said that the Count also possessed higher magic, but the problem was that its power was incredibly powerful. Listening to their judgments, Michael couldn't help but wonder if these were the same high-ranking hunters he admired. But then he turned to them, calling on them to leave the place immediately and bring the clergy. Hearing this, Soito asked in surprise how the priest could help him if they themselves were nearby. Then Michael told it like it was, saying that being near him would only get in the way. And in order to absorb the spirit of the vampire Count, he must fight him alone. This was also one of his motives. Andre replied that they would probably do as he asked, even though the man was not used to obeying others. They left Michael, and David said at the end that they would return as soon as they found the priests. Michael could still feel the sea of blood that was steadily approaching him, and he wondered if it was time to fight in earnest. He activated the battle concentration, increasing it by 5 times, and then the power of blood heavenly energy. Thanks to the latter, his Bloodseeker skill was fully activated and new features were unlocked. He could now interfere with all blood manipulation abilities within the skill's range. Even he felt it. The vampire Count sat on the throne in his castle, which was located in the center of the city. He felt that some insignificant little man dared to resist his power. He didn't like this at all, even though he planned to preserve the city's infrastructure for future life. But now he will simply turn this place into hell, since no one should allow themselves to resist his power. Michael, meanwhile, also noticed the presence of the Count and suddenly realized that the reach of his power was greater than the guy thought. He even became nervous, wondering if he would be unable to block the vampire Count's attack. Meanwhile, the Count was already dining on his 3rd grape that night, which held 6 vampires at once. This is all because Selden Nair, that was the Count's name, was of enormous size, incomparable even to giants. He didn't even remember when it started. The guy just fought again and again, climbing higher and higher. The essence of his life became a battle, as often happens to those who desperately want more. And when he came to his senses, he was already standing at the top of a mountain of countless corpses, and soon his thirst reached the heavens. The god of battle appointed the pretender Selden Nair as one of his apostles, and he had a new desire. 3 powers were destroyed by men like him, and so many people were killed that the fountain of life turned red with blood. And if he completely conquers the last country, then the god of battle will recognize him as a true apostle. The culmination of all this will be his becoming the king of the vampires. Such was the desire of the young count. He was sitting on his throne, thinking about his plan, when suddenly a servant confessed to him, reporting a great misfortune. He said that the forces under the count's command were killed by one man who came to their city. At the signal, 2 other servants brought out a large mirror through which the count could observe his domain. In reality, everything was transmitted through an eye that hovered in the sky like a bat. Selden thought that he had been crowned, that he had dealt with all the fools who claimed to be heroes. He asked which country had sent these barbarians this time, and the servant replied that they had simply appeared unexpectedly. But the count didn't like this answer at all. He said that he didn't believe that his precious subordinates. They were so brutally killed by someone who just showed up unexpectedly that Selden became furious. His subordinates asked their master to moderate his anger, since it affected them too. But Selden didn't care. He thought that he would have been a true apostle long ago if he had conquered this city. Michael decided that it would be better for him to retreat for a while, since the Count's attack was too powerful. The guy thought that since everything had turned out this way, he should forget about the city and focus on saving the lives of his comrades. It wasn't hard to find them because David's barrier was clearly visible in the middle of that sea of blood. Michael rushed towards his comrades with all his might, but the wave of a huge bloody stream inevitably followed him. Michael pushed off and jumped towards the barrier, hoping he would make it in time and put his hand forward. Finally, he found himself in front of his comrades who were still standing under the barrier and activated the counterattack shield. This was a rather wise decision, as it allowed the water to smash against his shield and cause less damage to the barrier. However, it was incredibly difficult to hold back this onslaught, and besides, Michael did it with only one hand. But he knew he had to hold on a little longer, because every second was worth its weight in gold. Suddenly, his shield shattered into hundreds of pieces, and the guy froze in surprise, still holding out his hand. A huge stream of water knocked him off his feet and threw him to the ground, where the guy continued to be thrown from side to side. When the wave passed, he was badly beaten by the current, lying on the ground. Michael could barely move. While his comrades rushed towards him, the boy activated the Ashen Blood skill, restoring his health. He asked the boys if they were okay, and they answered yes, saying that they survived thanks to him. However, that was not the end. Suddenly, they all heard someone's roar, which was so loud, as if they were shouting into a microphone. And then the boys saw the vampire count himself, to whom this roar belonged. Selden landed near them, saying that he was surprised that people managed to survive such an attack. This meant that the killing of his people at the hands of these barbarians was not a mere coincidence, as he had first thought. Looking at their team, the Count judged that 3 of them were key figures, and Michael was barely alive. This meant that it was fashionable to ignore him and focus on these 3. The Count prepared himself. It is no secret that he could possess blood simply magnificently, forming a bloody dagger from it. The Count shouted that all people were like annoying bugs that were always bothering him. He added that he would tear them all to pieces if they stood in his way, and this agitated his comrades a little. But then Michael, who was already on his feet, suddenly responded and told the boys to step back. And they weren't even against this scenario, saying that they would retreat for a while, but the guy could always rely on them. This did not please Selden, who shouted that he would not let anyone go so easily. After these words, he rushed after the 3 applicants who were trying to leave this place. The Count was angry because he had never met such people before. Usually he dealt with everyone within 5 minutes. While he was rushing at a crazy speed towards the guys, he suddenly noticed Michael right next to him. Selden wondered with surprise whether this was the same man who had previously been lying crushed into the rubble. He didn't understand how the guy got there, and Michael asked him if he had heard the saying that words become grains. So everything that the vampire Count said the guy was going to give back to him, here he even smiled. The Count did not like this attitude, and he decided to first deal with this impudent boy. Selden changed his trajectory, preparing to attack. But Michael was faster and cut him to pieces in the blink of an eye. The guy said that he himself mentioned dying torn to pieces, so now his will be fulfilled. Suito, Andre and David froze halfway to their retreat, surprised at how quickly he dealt with the Count. He instantly shrank in size and fell to the ground, and Michael towered over him with two swords in his hands. He turned to the boys, telling them to quickly go and look for the priests, but Suito no longer saw the need for this. However, Michael didn't think so. He asked if they didn't find anything strange, nodding towards the Count. After all, a message about the end of the test should have appeared a long time ago, but for some reason it didn't. Michael activated the Fire Dragon's Eye, hoping that the skill would show him the whole truth about his enemy. Looking at the Count's hand, he saw a message that Selden's body was currently recovering. This happened due to the power of regeneration, and everyone was surprised that the monster was capable of such a thing in this state. Then Michael said again that they should hurry and bring the priest to find some relics. Suito replied that searching was his specialty, so he would try to find everything as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, the Count's body had already recovered halfway, and only a little remained until his full appearance. A few seconds later, Selden was standing in front of them again, and this time he was serious. He screamed, "How dare Michael do this to him," saying that now he would not leave here alive. Michael noticed that the enemy had incredible powers of regeneration, which meant his blood restoration and control skills were far more effective than anything else he had in his arsenal. However, in terms of fighting ability, the advantage was clearly on Michael's side. The guy quickly realized this. The vampire, meanwhile, became even more angry because he couldn't hit him. Then, instead of attacking his body, he used his blood manipulation skill and grabbed the piles of rocks. Covering them in blood, the Count directed this stone rain straight at Michael, but he remained calm. He realized that he would not be able to defend himself against all attacks at once, so he decided to act differently. The size of the stones was big enough to even kill him, but that also meant something else. He could dive under them. Michael instinctively dodged the largest pieces of debris, covering his head with his hands, while the rest simply flew past. They crashed into the walls that were still standing from some of the buildings, but it seemed that they too had now met their end. Selden was pleased that he was now in control of the battle, saying that he was the best in blood control techniques. But Michael didn't care at all. He activated instant acceleration and quickly found himself behind the enemy. But he didn't understand what this meant. Selden turned around to see the enemy, but Michael had already attacked. Suddenly, the Count felt a strong pain that pierced his body like an electric current. Then he was cut up again by Michael. But the boy knew that even though he had cut him into smaller pieces this time, the vampire still regenerates, and he even became curious as to whether the Count really was impossible to kill. At the very least, this required something holy, or priests who might no longer even be in the city. After all, it was now completely destroyed, and it would be much stranger to see even one living priest. While he was thinking about this, Selden finished regenerating and appeared before him again, this time in his original form. He asked if the guy really thought he had the strength to kill him because it was absurd. But Michael replied with a crazy smile that he was just curious how many more times he could cut him up. After all, sooner or later the vampire had to die, and it didn't matter who did it, the priests or himself. The Count, meanwhile, noticed that his body was shaking and wondered if it was really he, Count Selden Nair, who was trembling with fear. After that, he shouted that the guy should not dare to underestimate him, because he would become the king of the vampires. But in response to this, Michael only cut his body into pieces again. This was already his third time. When Selden recovered, he told him not to think that he would win just because he was hurting him. However, Michael didn't even listen to him, and without letting the Count finish speaking, he cut him up, now for the fourth time. During the next regeneration, Selden said that Michael was only human, which means he would soon pass out from exhaustion, but the boy continued to attack and kill the Count over and over again. When he finally cut it for the 7th or 8th time, Selden suddenly asked if he was really that legendary player. Michael, however, didn't even pay any attention to it because he had only one goal. He also received the achievement Battlefield Artist and created a new skill, Torture Art of rank 3. After the Count saw that the boy was not getting tired, he decided that there was no point in continuing. Being almost naked, Selden decided that it would be better to leave the city immediately in order to stay alive. However, Michael was already waiting for him on the retreat road, reminding him that he would return to him all the words that he had said to them. One of those phrases was that the Count said he would not let them leave here alive, and Michael twirled his sword with a smile. Selden was no longer just trembling, he was afraid of the guy, thinking that this was not a man, but the devil himself in human form. When his body was cut up for the 10th time, the Count offered him a deal, saying that he would do anything to make him stop. However, Michael continued to ignore his words, paying no attention to the Count's suggestions. He even added a new achievement, Beginning of Madness. which allowed him to gain the third rank pain intensification skill. Meanwhile, Selden could no longer bear this torment, begging the guy to stop and saying that he would give him everything. And suddenly Michael stopped, as if thinking about his words, which made the Count very happy. After thinking for a bit, he suddenly beckoned with his finger to the half-chopped Selden, who was confused. However, when the Count realized that this was his chance to end his eternal suffering, he immediately confessed to him. Michael said that he had a plan here, and added that if the Count cooperated, he would grant him the blessing of death. Selden was kneeling so the guy couldn't see his face, but there was no need. The Count asked what he needed to do. Instead of answering, Michael activated the counterattack shield skill, saying that it was a modified version. It was called the counterattack sword, and the guy transformed the object into a large red cross. He stuck it into the ground near the Count, who was still kneeling with his head down. And then Michael told Selden to attack that cross until he said the word stop. It was a very different requirement, so it took Selden some time to understand everything. But Michael helped him by reminding him of the Count's eternal torment, which would continue if he did not do this. Selden couldn't get his head around the chain of events that had happened to him today. Out of the blue, some crazy woman appeared and then destroyed the greatest force in the history of vampires. No matter how much he thought about it, there was no logic to her video here. And suddenly he had a new guess. He wondered if everything that was happening to him now was a test from God, who had promised to make him an apostle. But from the very beginning, it seemed strange to him that a person had the ability to control blood. The savior of vampires, who makes true warriors out of his subordinates, teaches them to be on guard. This thought seemed very plausible to him. And Michael meanwhile saw that the shield had reached its maximum. This meant that he would now be able to release the accumulated damage at the right time, so he told the Count to stop. He immediately stopped making the cross and looked at the guy, waiting to see what he would do next. And Michael said angrily that now the time had come for his death, and the thought of a savior instantly disappeared. Selden no longer understood whether the person in front of him was a god or a man. It seemed to him that Michael looked more like a real monster than anything else. The guy meanwhile said that since the Count constantly regenerated, no matter how many times he was killed, now it will disintegrate into atoms to such an extent that not a single piece of flesh will remain. With these words, he threw his sword at the Count, after having hurled a bloody ball from his shield at Selden. He then activated an instant release of the accumulated damage, which would flow directly into the ball. Selden was a little scared, but in the end he realized that in this way he could finally die. A moment later, a huge explosion occurred, but it did not go beyond the ball of the counterattack shield. Michael just stood there and watched, hoping it would work. But even if it didn't, there was still the plan with the relics. Fortunately, the system congratulated him on successfully breaking through the 13th floor by adding a random skill book to his inventory. He also received 90,000 points and 4,000 SP, and as an additional bonus, he was given another 5,000 SP. Michael thought happily that he had managed to kill the vampire count, and now, having absorbed the blood he had spilled, according to his sword skill, he received the effect of Blood Feast, which absorbed the opponent's blood into the blade. The guy activated this effect, wanting to see how cool his sword was now, plus it could absorb blood too. By doing this, his sword's level increased to high minus rank, and he also imprinted the skill Blood Enhancement 2+ on it. According to the description, it could strengthen the blood in the blood control area and increase strength and control. Michael really liked these effects, but the rest would drop out of the topic when they heard that the conversation would continue about blood. Michael decided to test this skill as well, activating it, and immediately felt an incredible situation within a huge radius of distance. He now possessed the ability to control blood that surpassed even the vampire count. Michael felt like he had become the vampire king that Selden had so desperately wanted before his death. Overall, everything looked good, although the guy understood that some misunderstandings would arise because of this ability. Michael used the Spirit of the Fallen count to improve his stats, increasing everything in the range of 4 to 8 points. The system also reported that it had detected divinity from his spirit, and an attempt was made to extract it. Michael remembered seeing the same message when he absorbed his clone's spirit and watched on with curiosity. And then the system announced that his divine power rank was raised by 1 level. Michael realized that he did not know then that the condition for extracting divinity was the difference between whether the soul has divine power or not, considering that divinity was not extracted from ordinary vampires. Then perhaps the extraction was only applicable to those who possess divine power, at least on the same level as him. After absorbing the divinity, he also saw a message that he had been given one of Selden's skills, Charisma 2. According to the description, when absorbing a spirit stronger than the user, An evaluation was made to extract power. Michael had some guesses about this because it seemed that spirits associated with the gods or apostles were considered high-ranking. The evaluation was completed, and the system reported that Count Selden Nair had the power that was now being extracted for Michael. It was called Harvest of Faith. 2+ rank became engraved on the soul of the applicant Michael Nodford. However, he could not read about it in more detail because his comrades had already joined him. They reported that the priest had protected the people with the power of protection and that there were more survivors than they had expected. The civilians came out from their hiding places, greeting Michael as a hero who saved them from the vampire count. Suddenly, the guy read that the power of Harvest of Faith revealed a strong faith in the user. He suddenly realized that these people were sending him their faith, which turned out to be much more important than he could have imagined. Moreover, apparently, faith sent under the influence of delusions was also considered as faith. Since people thought of him as a messenger of God, Michael thought he should make good use of this opportunity. So the guy activated the newly acquired rank 2 charisma skill to make himself more attractive. His importance in the eyes of others increased, and other people became more susceptible to his influence. Michael thought that he had never lied, and suddenly received an achievement for this. His mana increased by 1. Suddenly, the system reported the activation of a more powerful divine power effect, reporting the calculation of the myth. It was carried out on the basis of actual results compared to the faith of believers, and soon the myth of the vampire slayer was formed. Michael didn't understand what it was, so he activated the myth to test it, and new effects were immediately added to his attack. No regeneration possible, and exorcism meant absolutely nothing to Michael, but it sounded cool. The guy thought that impossible regeneration was added to him after the Count's healing chain was broken. The exorcism effect was probably added after the mass murder of vampires in the city. Divine power, combined with the newly acquired Harvest of Faith, takes on the form of a myth, and Michael saw how the divine power, which he had never used before, was steadily flowing out. When the myth was activated, the divine power contained within it was absorbed. David suddenly approached Michael, saying that at first he considered him an infantile fool, but it seems, having overlooked his abilities, the old man extended his hand to him, asking if the boy would forgive him. Michael was surprised by such a gesture from the old man, but shook his hand, saying that, of course, he would not hold a grudge against him. Suddenly, the system reported that the god of battle realized that his potential apostle was dead. It was also said that the god of battle sensed his divine power and was hostile. Michael felt like someone was forcibly pushing him down to his knees again, and he couldn't get up because of the intense pressure. Suddenly, the ground beneath the feet of the civilians shook, and then completely split from the shaking. The system reported the entrance to the divine realm, and suddenly some people fell into the lava that was hidden underground. The guy didn't understand what was happening because the test was already over. He saw how David was also pushed into the stream of people. The old man found himself far from his portal, just like Michael, and only Soito and Andre had managed to leave the test before. Michael quickly assessed the situation and then turned to the old man, saying that they should shake hands one more time. David didn't understand why he suggested this, but the next moment, after fulfilling his request, he flew straight to the portal. Michael threw it so that at least one of them would have time to reach the exit, and the old man shouted that this method was ignorant. However, he added that nothing else was expected from the guy, and besides, the method turned out to work. He successfully hid in the portal, but Michael saw that there were still people on the ground who were terribly scared. The guy shouted for them all to move aside, and he punched the ground, activating a counterattack shield. Its radius of action extended over an area sufficient to completely cover the remaining people. Old David, who was already moving to his waiting room, didn't know whether this guy was a hero or not. However, he thought that if there were heroes in this world, then shouldn't they look exactly like this? The British wizard hoped that Michael would also return safely to the waiting room. Now he was a real hero in his eyes, and the guy meanwhile turned to the people, telling them to quickly cross the bridge. Michael had some hopes, but he no longer felt any surges of faith. So another thought came to him. He thought about returning to the waiting room too, when suddenly the system reported that the god of battle felt disgust towards him. Suddenly, some people grabbed their heads, which were splitting with pain, and then burst completely. It was so unexpected that Michael froze in place, watching everything from his point of view in surprise. After a while, there was not a single living person left under his shield, but Michael could not do anything. The system reported that the god of battle said that the pathetic dog raised by the tower had crossed the line. Michael stood motionless, thinking about his words, and suddenly felt very sorry for the innocent people he was trying to save. The guy turned to God, knowing that he could hear him, He said that the one who had just crossed the line was himself. After all, as long as he has the protection of the tower, the god will have problems if he tries to harm him. Michael added that if God had nothing to say, then he went and headed towards the portal. The system showed that the god of battle was laughing fiercely in response and saying that he was looking forward to the mortal's imminent end. When Michael moved back into the waiting room, he saw that the system was expanding again. Also added were items like elixir and items to improve the halo. These were all the innovations. The guy felt like he was covered in the blood of the people he had failed to protect today. In any case, all the floors were just spaces created by the trial tower. He also thought about the god of battle, since it turned out that he was on bad terms with him because of the murder of the count. Michael remembered the words of the god of testing, who warned him not to trust other gods because they would consider him an enemy. Then Michael decided that he should stop thinking about things that were beyond his control. Instead, he should concentrate on what he could do now, and the guy took the stone of freshness. After that, he opened an exclusive store and was surprised to find that he had a whopping 11,500 SO in his account. He purchased the epic rank Path of the Ghost power by spending 10,000 forge at once, but it was worth it. The description said that he would be able to develop his own skills, and it would be easier for him to realize his own enlightenment. A few minutes later, Michael was already standing in the forest, the location of the domain of the administrator of the White Crane Sword. Angela was already waiting for him, noticing that they had not seen each other for a long time, and she was glad to meet him again. The girl said that she heard from that woman that his enemy was the child of the Namgung family. Michael agreed, saying that it went something like this. But Angela noticed that he was worried about something. She said that it must be because of Akutagawa that he used SO to buy her power. Michael nodded. And then the girl added that he made the right decision by choosing her strength. After all, if we speak in ordinary language, then he, Michael Nodford, is a genius, because he has already studied the forms of swordsmanship. Moreover, in the trial on the 12th floor, he learned the will of the sword and even improved the sword technique itself to the dual sword technique. The very fact that he acquired some knowledge of the Namgung family's techniques and perfected them, it showed that he had the qualifications of a great master, and even if he founded a sword sect, it would not be surprising. After all, the power he chose this time was an excellent choice. Now everything he learns or realizes, it will be transformed into abilities approved by the tower, and she also promised to teach him everything, but on one condition. The girl said that a mentor-student relationship should be established between them. After thinking for a long time, Michael suddenly answered positively, saying that he would become her student, which greatly surprised the girl. Then Angela hastened to say that she was not trying to force him to do anything, and that he could think about it some more. However, Michael raised his hand, calling for her to stop and saying that he had already decided that he would become her student. Then the girl replied that she appreciated his choice and added that the White Crane Sword was a contender who had risen above the 40th floor. Angela asked if the guy would regret his decision later, and Michael asked if he would really have any reason to do so. Of course, the girl answered negatively. She said that in Miram there could only be one master as a mentor. When Michael said that everything was fine with him, the girl said that he should first introduce himself completely. She said that she was the 17th head of the Beck family of sword masters and was the strongest master of Miram of the previous generation. And from now on, she, the warrior Angela Beck, would be his mentor, and Michael was amazed by her words. He was especially surprised that the girl was the strongest master of Miram. He bowed to her, following the procedure. And then Angela began to explain the theory. Martial arts are largely divided into spiritual and physical methods. The spiritual method is a technique that purifies and stores the external mana inside the body, and the mana accumulated in the purification process. It was called internal energy. The physical method was a technique that used his body, which included all of his skills. Michael suddenly wondered if his blood heavenly energy was a spiritual method. He asked Angela if he would have any problems learning if he already had a spiritual method. He added that he had already even managed to master it, and for some reason the girl looked at him strangely. She suddenly asked him to explain everything in more detail, and Michael said that he had imagined something. Hearing this, Angela asked if he had learned how to cultivate aura from the Steel Bloodlord. Michael replied that it wasn't quite like that. He didn't know whether to trust the girl since she was also an administrator. And she suddenly said that she didn't believe him, adding that she needed to see for herself. Angela instantly approached him and, lifting his tailcoat, put her hand on his stomach, as if checking something. Suddenly he felt some energy coming from her hand and asked the teacher what she was doing. But Angela only replied that he should sit quietly for a second, and then she would explain and show him everything. After some time, she reported that she saw no traces of mastery of any spiritual method. Michael then thought that the blood sky energy was a power sent to him by one of the administrators. Her activation improved his combat sense, so he often used this power, but now the girl disappointed him. After all, it really wasn't a spiritual method, but power. So Michael had nothing else to think about. The guy turned to his mentor, asking if she would stop sitting in such an ambiguous pose. Hearing this, Angela immediately jumped away from the guy, apologizing for checking in such an unusual way. However, the girl said that she did not like this arrangement, which surprised Michael. She was angry that the bastard from the Blood Demon Church dared to send out such a base spiritual method as power. When they changed the setting and went out into the garden, the girl asked if maybe he would not study the spiritual method. After all, he is able to accumulate mana without it, and if he has mastered it, he will simply be able to use various methods. Moreover, her martial arts techniques were practically not limited by the spiritual method. Michael activated his combat concentration, increasing it tenfold, in order to grasp everything he was taught on the fly. Meanwhile, Angela activated her chi sword, and the guy saw her sword skills for the first time, which were excellent. He thought that all this time he had only seen the soft image of the girl, so he didn't even know how she fought. The girl, meanwhile, announced that she would now demonstrate the first technique of her method of 7 techniques of the white sword. It was called the white sword that cuts through the sea, and suddenly Michael felt all of its energy. At least what the administrators put out in their shots was truly mesmerizing. Angela apologized, saying that perhaps he hadn't seen everything properly, but that was the minimum speed for such a technique. However, to her surprise, Michael replied that everything was fine, saying that he thought he could do it again. Michael felt as if space itself was being pulled and stretched, so that it was impossible to avoid the blow. This was the technique of cutting through the sea. The name was also quite justified, because with this technique, it was possible to conquer even the sea, and the swing of the sword resembled raging waves, and Michael tried to repeat it. When he finished, he looked back at Angela, saying that he had tried to repeat everything exactly as she had shown. He asked if he had made any mistakes, but the girl's face spoke for itself. She could not believe her eyes. Geniuses have existed at all times. They achieve much greater achievements than others. Geniuses who demonstrate the pinnacle of their ability to understand, evaluate, and master objects in a particular area. However, even geniuses could only reveal their true abilities after practice. Angela was shocked that someone was able to completely replicate her technique after seeing it only once. After all, her sword method is a martial art that contains more advanced techniques than Akutagawa Namgun's method. She said that Michael had already reproduced 2 techniques of the noble Namgung family before. Heavenly Flame Sword and Heavenly Soaring Sword were both techniques that were part of the Heavenly Sword Forms method. However, Michael had potential much greater than this, as he was able to repeat a difficult level technique after seeing it only once. Angela called him an intuitive genius, saying she had never heard of anyone who figured things out that way. The girl suddenly smiled and said that this meant that he could learn most martial arts in just one day. Originally, martial arts were understood and applied based on each individual's unique way. However, he, Michael Nodfort, does not need to find his way because he can simply watch and repeat. Finally, the girl told him about the method of replenishing mana, the method of fist fighting, the art of weightlessness of the body, even down to the golden grip technique. Michael eventually mastered everything he could, and in the midst of all this, the most effective method of wielding the sword was the 7 techniques of the white sword, the first of which he had already been shown. The second technique, white sword piercing the sky, was powerful and piercing, allowing one to break through the enemy's defense. White sword creating emptiness is a defensive technique that distorts the space around his sword. Seeing him successfully mastering them all, Angela clapped her hands happily like a child. After quite a long time of training, Michael thanked her, saying that he had learned a lot. He still addressed the girl as a mentor, and she was glad that she was now someone important to him. However, the time came to say goodbye, and Michael bowed to her, saying that he needed to go back already. He promised that he would definitely drop in on her later, and until then, he wished the girl good health. He again called her his mentor, which completely won Angela's heart, who was very happy. But she still managed to come to her senses and, as if nothing had happened, responded in kind, wishing him luck. She added that if he puts in effort commensurate with his talent, his skills will improve quickly. When he returned to the waiting room, the guy thought it was a bit far, at his current level. He had not yet mastered all 7 techniques of the white sword, but it was time for a change in his arsenal. He chose the Demon Slayer technique, thinking that although it had served him well, it was no longer enough. To cover Akutagawa's heavenly sword forms, or the teacher's 7 white sword techniques, Michael activated the power of the Iron Blood Sword and the combat concentration skill, continuing to practice. He noticed that his steps were more perfect than before and more precise. However, this was still not enough to develop the skill from his new power, Path of the Sword Ghost. The guy remembered Angela's words, who said that skill development can only be created with the help of a system. The system should have recognized the technique as a skill, so the guy continued practicing in the waiting room. And suddenly the system reported the activation of a more powerful effect of the power Path of the Sword Ghost. And then it happened. A new skill, Sword of Mixed Beginnings, of high minus rank was confessed. Michael was happy with this effect, because he had just managed to create his first skill based on the embedded effects. However, while it was good that adjustments had been made to the skill description, there was still something that upset him. The guy opened his inventory and found the reward for the 13th floor challenge, which was a random skill book. According to its description, he could obtain a random rank 1 skill, and the book itself could not be given to anyone. Michael thought he could cheat a little and activated the warrior's defense skill, temporarily increasing his luck. As a result, he obtained the rank 1 plus demonic blood spirit sword skill, which imbued his blade with demonic properties. But this was not enough for Michael. He activated the synthesis of skills, centralizing it around the Sword of Mixed Principles. After some time, he completed the synthesis and received a new skill. The guy was worried to look at it. The skill was called Demonic Sword of Mixed Origins and had an epic minus rank. After reading the detailed information about him, Michael realized that he was now ready to test the 14th floor and went into the portal. The theme of this test was a water fight, where he had to kill all the monsters in the lake in the allotted 7 days. The reward for a successful breakthrough was the High Wind Spirit Boots with a plus rank, and the penalty was unchanged. Literally, as soon as Michael found himself at the location, the system reported that he had encountered a strong opponent. Standing before him was none other than Akutagawa Namgun, who had already defeated all the monsters of the lake. He asked why Michael had taken so long to show up, because he had already thought that he had come to the wrong place. And he just smiled, seeing his sworn enemy. The guy immediately activated instant acceleration. Next came combat concentration, warrior's protection, indomitable will, and of course, grace of the wind. This time he increased his speed by 70% at once, but it increased a little more due to the effect of his boots. The two boys charged at each other, each of them having been preparing for this fight since they parted ways on Earth. Akutagawa was the first to notice the changes, as he clearly remembered that Michael had not used the flaming sword last time. The fact that he was able to master it in such a short time surprised the Murimian, and he asked Michael about it. However, he asked in response why this surprised Akutagawa so much, since this was only the beginning. With these words, he activated the counterattack shield and immediately transformed it into an additional blade. Then came the attack, and the Murimitz was even more surprised that the guy was now fighting with 2 weapons. Michael, meanwhile, kicked him in the stomach and the opponent flew back, but he didn't hit the wall, managing to put his legs out. But this didn't help him much, because Michael was already preparing a new attack, and Akutagawa was again surprised by his speed. A huge wave of powerful energy sent out by the sword chi was rapidly approaching him. The Murimian had no more than a second to defend himself, but he was able to do so because he was no slouch either. Although Akutagawa used only 1 sword, he did it so masterfully that even Michael envied him. However, the advantage was still on the guy's side. He asked the Murimian how he felt about these new attacks. He added that it was his newly created epic rank swordsmanship skill. Demonic Sword of Mixed Origins was considered to be a combination of various demonic sword techniques. The sword attack in a double attack can be performed twice more, completely repeating the movements of the original. And with the same force as the sword he swung himself, Michael thought that this was already a kind of cheating. But it still worked. He turned to Akutagawa, pointing to the wound on his cheek. The guy said that she would torture the Murim until he died, and these words made him wary. However, the next moment, he activated some power of his and healed his cheek, saying that it was just a scratch. And then Akutagawa pounced on Michael, wanting to take revenge for the fact that the guy managed to at least touch him like that. Their blades clashed again, and this time the battle lasted a little longer, but still without a winner. Akutagawa noted that the swordplay and movement techniques Michael used were clearly from the Marima world. He asked why the guy had hidden this fact earlier, and he replied that he had not hidden anything, because at that time he was scared to death. So he learned all of this, and Akutagawa wondered if he had really managed to master such techniques in such a short time. He suddenly replied that although they had not seen each other for a long time, the guy was still the same impudent liar. After all, he dared to talk nonsense about how he was able to master martial arts in less than a week. To this, Michael replied that he would not force the Murim to believe this, but he did not intend to go back on his words. They rushed at each other again, but their strength was still equal, and the only difference was their attitude. Akutagawa was thinking about how to finish Michael off quickly, and Michael was thinking about how to use his new skills more effectively. After all, every fight is, in essence, training. And what could be better than sparring with such a tough opponent? Suddenly, Michael went on a more aggressive attack and began to push Akutagawa back, and he opened his eyes in surprise. After all, he recognized the martial art with which Michael attacked him. And that was also unexpected. Suddenly, he became angry and shouted, "How dare the guy steal the swordsmanship of the noble Namgung family?" This infuriated Akutagawa, and it was clear that their battles would now take on a completely different character. And Michael replied that he actually created it, diligently repeating the attacks of the Muramets because he only had to see it once. He also added that the problem was most likely that his fencing techniques were too primitive. Akutagawa couldn't stand this. He screamed in anger and attacked Michael again, and he involuntarily began to think. As expected, the Muramets was excellent. Fencing and movement techniques, as well as unconventional lunges. Everything testified to Akutagawa's mastery, but he had no idea that he was giving Michael a masterclass. The guy knew that now he needed to remember everything well and then hit back. Akutagawa, meanwhile, once again activated a new technique called Battle of the Strongest. Michael hadn't seen this before, so he prepared himself to defend himself, even though he didn't yet understand how this technique worked. The system reported that within a radius of 30 meters, a duel zone would be formed through a unique characteristic. It was something similar to what the Muramets had used last time, but now the walls looked even stronger. Akutagawa said angrily that the guy had been caught and that he would finally finish him off because he was already irritating him. But suddenly the Muramets was forced to stop because now it was Michael's turn to attack. He used his new skill, Bloodseeker, which surprised Akutagawa again, as he had never used it before. He added that in fact the Murimian had made a mistake in restricting them to this barrier and had directed his attack at him. Akutagawa still didn't understand how one could master the art of blood, because even he himself didn't know how to do it. He said that even after mastering martial arts, the guy took up his tricks again. Meanwhile, Mike had already approached him and began to deliver blow after blow with lightning speed. Muramets felt that he was not able to block everything, and now he had already missed several attacks. And then a powerful blow to the stomach sent him into the air, which he certainly did not expect, and even made him a little worried. Akutagawa realized with surprise that he had been thrown back to the height of the barrier, which meant he was open to a frontal attack. And soon she followed. Michael was already waiting for him to deliver the decisive blow and finish off the Murimian. Therefore, Akutagawa had no choice but to forcibly deactivate his unique characteristic. He managed to avoid the guy and jump away, but to his surprise, Michael was already standing next to him. He still managed to hit his opponent, and quite hard, because he flew back again. Michael, without thinking twice, rushed after him to finish the job and make sure that the Muramets would never get up again. When he ran, he destroyed everything in his path, except perhaps people, but there were none here. Akutagawa lay on the ground unable to rise, but he quickly recovered and realized that the boy was attacking again. When Michael approached him again, he managed to get up, but the amazing thing was that he was losing. Michael turned to him, saying that such floundering was not in keeping with Murim's title of genius. Hearing these words, Akutagawa closed his eyes and then quietly laughed because the guy really thought that about him. A moment later, he burst out laughing, which surprised Michael greatly because he did not understand what was funny about what he said. The guy thought that the Muramets had gone crazy, but then he remembered that this was true and simply watched him. And he said that he didn't know how he managed it, but he really was able to master martial arts and become stronger. He added that Michael is an amazing fighter, even though he uses the tower's tricks, however. With these words, Akutagawa took out some kind of stone, and Michael decided that this was a sneak attack and pounced on him. But Akutagawa continued, asking if he really thought he wouldn't have a backup plan. He squeezed the stone in his hand. Some energy was released from him, which the Muramets absorbed, and now he felt much better. At that moment, Michael just pulled it out, and they met blades again, forming a huge wave. The stone Akutagawa used was called the Floor Penetration Penalty Removal Stone. Now, all the limitations on his skills and the reduction in characteristics that were a penalty of implementation were cancelled. This meant that he could use his power without restrictions, and the Muramets did so. He asked Michael if he was curious why he was called the Dragon Sword, and then a dragon's head actually appeared on his sword. Michael watched all this and was shocked, because he had never seen the sword take such a powerful form. Akutagawa added that a bastard like him shouldn't have seen this enhanced chi at all, so the guy could consider it a great honor, because not everyone gets such a chance to fight with the most powerful chi. He swung his sword, using a wave of energy, but it was much larger, grander, and more powerful than anything he had seen before. Michael remembered Angela telling him about the chi technique, or more specifically, using magic on a sword. After all, the chi of the blade adds properties to it that contradict the laws of the sword, so it is comparable to magic. The flame sword, for example, adds one more property, and the next stage is enhanced sword chi. It allows one to use all the magic around them without any problems, and Michael saw this clearly in the case of Akutagawa. The guy didn't swing his sword very often yet, because the attacks were so powerful that one or two were enough. They were aimed at Michael in the form of a purple dragon, under the light of Akutagawa's magic. And Michael had a hard time. He didn't think he would meet the enhanced chi so soon, but he continued to dodge. It didn't sound so scary when the girl talked about it, but it was a truly amazing skill. The range of his attacks increased greatly, so it became difficult for the guy to even get close to the enemy. In addition, his movements became stronger and faster. All of them were unusual and dangerous, as if the sword turned into a living dragon and acted according to the will of Akutagawa, who was its master. The onslaught of each attack, when Michael didn't have time to dodge and block them, was crazy. If it weren't for the two swords he was still clutching in his hands, he would have given up on the attack long ago. The boy thought that Akutagawa was a little stronger than the vampire count, but this turned out to be a stupid assumption. Sword Enlightenment. Michael felt it when he listened to his mentor, but it seems like the people from Muram. Skipping a few stages thanks to enlightenment was also a kind of cheating. Akutagawa, meanwhile, decided to move on to more serious attacks and turned to Michael with a smile on his face. He asked if the guy wasn't having fun anymore since, a couple of seconds ago, he said that he hadn't run out of new skills yet. Michael thought with annoyance that he should have gone all out right away and finished off his opponent before he used the stone. After all, initially he wanted to learn something, but now everything became more complicated and he had to fight seriously. The boy activated the will of the Heavenly Blood Cultivation Technique, which was another skill he had learned. Michael ran towards the enemy with only one thought. He remembered that this man was a destroyer of many people on Earth. Akutagawa, meanwhile, attacked him again with his chi-enhanced attack. But now Michael knew what to do. He activated his next trump card, which was the White Sword of Voidfold technique. Thanks to him, he was able to compare their strengths and respond with an equal amount of energy to the Muramian's attack. Seeing this, Akutagawa shouted, "Who else did he steal techniques from? Because all of it was useless in front of the enhanced chi." With these words, he gave his attack more power and increased it to such a size that the boy could not reflect it. Michael, in turn, activated the skill Combat Concentration, increasing it 20 times, thanks to which he was able to dodge in time. All this time, his speed was also developed to maximum, and in an instant he found himself behind the Muramets. When he realized that he had entered his blind spot, he decided to use this moment for his counterattack. He struck Akutagawa with his sword, but he couldn't even turn around to put up a defense, and a big explosion occurred. To his surprise, it turned out to be a Muram defensive technique, and Michael sank to the ground from the pain inside his stomach. Blood started to come out of his mouth, and he realized that he had been hit in the inside, which was not at all a good thing in this situation. And then it was his turn to feel in surprise how the enemy approached him from behind, preparing to attack. With the last of his strength, and also thanks to his skills, he was able to dodge and avoid fatal damage. But Akutagawa did not retreat, attacking him more and more, and the guy already felt that his strength was running out. He broke through the enemy's attacks at the last moment before they could touch him, but this could not continue forever. Michael thought that the Muramets used two techniques at once to keep an eye on him, and he didn't like it. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Akutagawa swing his foot to kick him in the stomach. However, the guy did not expect that the blow would be so strong that it would knock him off his feet. Akutagawa, meanwhile, punched him in the stomach with such force that Michael sank under the water, going deeper and deeper to the bottom. But he still managed to free himself and emerge, where another knockout from the Muramets awaited him. The guy was thrown back onto the rocks and was now quite seriously injured, spitting blood from his mouth. Akutagawa, however, felt great and pounced on him with another attack that Michael probably wouldn't have blocked. Muramet screamed that this was his end and put all his remaining power into the attack, and Michael was no longer even able to block it in any way. He simply put his hands out, covering his head with them. It was primitive, but he thought that at least the enemy would be weakened by this. All that was left was to hold back the blow. When it was all over, he found himself without his tailcoat, which was buried under rocks at Akutagawa's feet. Murametz looked in surprise at the guy who, although he was breathing heavily and was all wounded, but he still withstood such a powerful attack and was still able to continue fighting, albeit to his own defeat. Akutagawa admitted that he was surprised because he didn't think that the guy would fight against him for so long. However, he said that his torment was over and raised his sword again, activating the enhanced chi. With a crazy smile and look on his face, Akutagawa said that it was fun and he would remember their fight. Meanwhile, Michael stood up on his feet, saying that after everything he had been through, he simply couldn't die that easily. He activated the counterattack shield skill at the last second, absorbing the damage from the enemy's powerful chi energy. His shield limit filled up so quickly that he almost immediately released all of the accumulated power as his counterattack. Akutagawa smiled, amazed at Michael's strength of spirit. But it seemed to him that victory was on his side. Suddenly, he made a sharp lunge to the side, and instead of parrying the attack, he moved closer and pierced the guy's throat. Finally, he saw fear in Michael's eyes, and it gave the Murametz indescribable pleasure. He was clearly crazy. He cut off the guy's head, and Michael only had time to think about the last skill, which he had not used before. This was the last battle, a reward from the 12th floor, thanks to which all critical damage was reset to 0. All of his senses were also heightened for a time, and his skills were enhanced. With a recharge time of 1 week, Michael's head miraculously returned to his body, and it happened as if in slow motion. After all, the enemy could not somehow interfere with this process, and Michael again felt the beating of his heart in his chest. He thought that the time had finally come for him to make use of this extra reward for the 12th floor. There was another reward on the 12th floor. He activated the exclusive skill of the Ancient Emperor's Ash Crown. When using it, his mind gradually became polluted, so Michael also activated the Cold Mind Will. Now he could use rank 1 plus Spirit Magic, saying that the Murametz was right and he still had some aces up his sleeve. He added that he was calling his servants, and suddenly monsters appeared behind the surprised Akutagawa. Michael commanded them to kill the Muram, and they pounced on him, forcing him to do something quickly. Akutagawa was surprised that the guy even had necromancy in his arsenal, but he said that he still couldn't defeat him. After all, Ki enhancement was a pretty powerful technique, so some monsters weren't a hindrance to it. Akutagawa dealt with them in an instant and approached Michael again, who did not expect everything to happen so quickly. Murametz grabbed him by the throat, saying that now they would see if the boy could rise again. He swung to cut off his head again, but for some reason Michael did nothing, although this time he could have managed to block. Akutagawa's sword was already near his eyes, and there were only a few centimeters left before it pierced them. However, the Murametz suddenly stopped, discovering with horror that he could not move. He asked what the guy did, and Michael took his hand. Removing it from his neck, he threw it away. Then he turned to Akutagawa, reminding him that he had already told him that the wound was on his cheek. It will hinder him all his life. After these words, the monster that was summoned by Michael emerged behind the Murametz. Akutagawa felt his presence with fear and realized that he could not use any techniques to defend himself. As a result, the monster bit off his head, and the last thing Akutagawa managed to shout was a curse at Michael. From childhood, he did not shine with any special skills. People even spoke of him with mockery and contempt. The father asked his mother how she could give birth to such a talentless child. I doubt that his blood even flows in him. Akutagawa listened to all this, not understanding why they disliked him so much because he had done nothing wrong. Back then, he simply enjoyed his sword, without thinking about things like strength and power. After all, true geniuses built their own way of the sword, and did not learn other techniques to imitate society. These words were told to him by his grandfather, who became the boy's first mentor and raised him completely. He later became the head of their Namgun clan, and under his patronage, Akutagawa began to grow and improve rapidly. He had already mastered the art of wielding a sword, and he hurried to his father after each successful mission to boast about the results. It was the same when he boasted that he had killed the disguised scum from the blood cult, dragging their heads back. He wanted his father to praise him, showing that his son had become quite strong and developed abilities. But he told him to remove this abomination from the room, asking why his son was so fixated on murder. He added that the boy should strengthen his spirit if he does not want to become a monster. These words hurt Akutagawa. Tears appeared in his eyes, and the boy thought why his father didn't love him so much, because he didn't even appreciate his efforts. This made it even more painful, but for now he couldn't do anything. continuing to try to get his father's attention. Meanwhile, the durability of the ancient emperor's ash crown was exhausted and the item was destroyed. All the monsters that Michael summoned to distract the enemy also died, and only Michael remained. The boy was surprised to notice that Akutagawa was still alive, although his head was lying separately from his body. Murametz quietly asked Michael to put an end to this, but the boy decided to talk one last time. He noted that their meeting was truly amazing because it was not even supposed to happen. Two people from different dimensions clashed in a fight that was incredibly difficult and painful. But Michael suddenly caught himself thinking that it was even funny. And Akutagawa was an excellent fighter. He said that if they were friends, they would share their achievements and have a good time together on Earth or in Murim. This was what he thought and said to Akutagawa, who was lying in a sea of his own blood, about to answer something. Suddenly he screamed, calling Michael a stupid bastard, but the boy could see that it was just a cry of despair. Akutagawa asked if he could really say such a thing when he himself was passing the tower, saying that these words were empty hypocrisy. He added that while his head was still conscious, he would tell Michael something funny. Murametz admitted that he had stopped conquering the tower and had invaded them not only to kill. Having received divinity, he became an enemy of one god and felt the threat of death because he was very strong. The chosen ones inevitably encounter divinity and have to meet different gods. He added that this would soon be the case with Michael, but only if he continued to climb the tower with such thoughts. It will not be able to stop the gods from destroying his world, because they had all the abilities and powers to do so. However, Michael calmly and firmly answered in the negative, saying that such a thing would not happen, which surprised Akutagawa. Activating a new and final attack to finish off the enemy, he added that anyone who wants to destroy his home, they will be killed. And after these words, he pierced Akutagawa's head with a bloody spike, which he activated with the help of the Blood Seeker. Murametz only had time to scream in pain before his soul left his body. Murim's heavenly dragon sword was dead. The system reported a successful breakthrough, and Michael received a high plus rank Wine Spirit Boots as a reward. He also received 10,000 points and 4,000 SP. But then the system informed him that more powerful rewards would be given to him. The system then announced the creation of the myth, activating the will of the divine power. Based on the amount of belief, the strength of the myth was calculated, and Michael simply observed this process. The result was the myth of battle-hardened warrior, and from that moment on he received the title Unstoppable and the effect Reflection. By absorbing Akutagawa Namgun's soul, his skill increased by a shocking 47%, increasing his necromancy rank. Now she was of high rank, which meant that the guy could check the information for an additional effect. He also thought that when killing invaders from other dimensions, their bodies always disappeared, but Akutagawa's body remained motionless. After absorbing Akutagawa's blood, his sword's rank also increased to high, and a fear enhancement slot was added. Michael thought he could strengthen his flaming sword once more, but now there was one last problem left. These were clothes that could no longer be restored after their battle, which meant they had to return. The system reported that the administrator, Lord Steelblood, wanted to sponsor his contactor with armor, and the White Crane Sword Administrator said that a robe would suit him better, given his fighting style. Michael was surprised, remembering that the admins had probably been watching him throughout the battle, and now they were even offering help. Still, he decided to first look at his first patron and move to the domain of the Lord of Steel Blood. He immediately noticed some changes. Namely, the girl's house had changed and now looked more solid. It was no longer that small hut, but a whole house. And such changes were for the better, considering that he was the one who caused the destruction here. Michael walked up and opened the doors of the house, looking inside to see his administrator. She smiled at him, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and praising him for his good work in defeating Akutagawa. The girl added that he had crossed a large mountain, so he could consider what she was about to give him a gift. Michael noticed that she said she would give him armor, but instead the girl hands him some kind of pendant. But she just laughed, saying that the armor would appear if she added a little magical power. Michael thanked her, saying that he would find a use for it, and then set off for the domain of the White Crane Master. He greeted his teacher, and for some reason she looked a little offended at the guy, pouting like a child. The girl said that she thought he would come to her first, but he chose the Lord of Steelblood. She added that she was disappointed, and Michael bowed his head to her, asking the girl not to be angry. Then Angela said she wanted to ask him something, and Michael looked at her curiously. It was clear that the girl blushed a little, but she still said that she wanted to do his hair. Hearing this, Michael was surprised and even a little scared of his head because he doubted her skills. Besides, she didn't have any tools, but Angela said that the 7 white sword techniques would be enough. She warned him to move or he might get hurt, and Michael put his hands out in an attempt to dissuade her. However, it was useless, because Angela had already started working. She turned out to be much more experienced than he thought. Michael was able to look in the mirror at the result of her work within a few minutes, which was even faster than at the hairdresser. Besides, his new hairstyle was very nice and the guy liked it. He told the girl about it. Angela said it was a relief to her because if he hadn't liked it, she wouldn't have been able to take it back. And then she hastened to send him away from her domain, telling the boy to use his item outside the tower. She was talking about the pendant the Steelblood Lord had given him, but Michael thought Angela was acting strangely, so he decided to just go back to the waiting room, where the system expansion was waiting for him again. This time, the quest function became available, which in essence were some tasks from administrators. It was also said that they would be linked to the past lives of the administrators, and rewards would be given for them. He could get one quest on each floor, and Michael suddenly understood why the administrators tried so hard to please him. They wanted to give him a quest, but the guy had a lot of things to do right now, so he took things one by one. First, he decided to take a look at the new myth. Warrior Forged in Battle was activated along with the title Unstoppable. At the same time, his body was able to work at its maximum, despite his condition, which was quite convenient. When the reflection effect was activated, the worse his situation was, the stronger he became. Michael thought that the skill from the Vampire Slayer was quite limited, but this myth was suitable for all fights. He also decided to take a look at the new effect of his necromancy, which said that the characteristics of the god of death had been enlightened. Michael didn't understand what it meant. He even activated the divine power, but still nothing changed. For now, it remained unclear to him. But Michael knew that in time everything would fall into place. He finally got to Akutagawa's Digging Heavenly Sword, which gave +10% to most stats. With the help of mana, he could activate the effect of Heaven's Rupture, in which the sword turns into a barrel of destruction. And when combined with a sword, the exclusive skill Sword Sense would be activated, with which he could copy one of the sword skills twice. Michael thought that the Heaven Rending could rival the sword chi in strength, since he remembered Akutagawa's techniques. And the sense of the sword did not tie skills to objects, which generally spoke of their universality. He probably got such good items because he defeated Akutagawa, who was far superior to the trial boss. Then Michael took the new blade and achieved unification with it. Now he could copy the skill of any sword. The guy didn't think long, making his choice in favor of the Sword Sense skill of high plus rank. He successfully absorbed it, and the guy liked that he now had another good skill in his arsenal. After all, he absorbed the skill using it, and now he had 3 attempts for a copy instead of 2. He activated this skill again and chose Heaven's Break, also a high plus rank. Thanks to absorbing Akutagawa Namgun's soul, his stats also increased, increasing by 47 points. Michael also noticed some kind of message. It was from Betty, which surprised him, because he hadn't seen her for a long time. As it turned out, she was angry that he never contacted her from the tower, because after all, they were partners. Michael thought that the girl was most worried about him when he went to Japan, so she should write. The guy opened other messages and suddenly came across one that was very strange and frightening. Someone wrote to him with a report, saying that she didn't know what the situation was in the tower now, but she had news. The girl reported the invasion of a player from the world of Ares, who committed a massacre in London, which shocked Michael. For some reason, he remembered Akutagawa's words, how he said that he would not be able to stop the gods from destroying their world. This angered Michael because he then replied that this would not happen, because he personally would not allow it. However, right now everything was saying the opposite. In the city of London, Great Britain, a real horror was unfolding. Strange, irregularly shaped magical spheres suddenly appeared near the city's main tower, Big Ben. They turned out to be quite hard and crashed into the tower at high speed, leaving decent dents on it. Soon they filled the entire area of the tower, which could not have withstood such attacks for long. The civilians standing underneath were attacked by unknown creatures that looked like dragons. They were capturing people and killing them. This was already the second invasion of the earthly dimension in Michael's memory. The UK government has already sent out a rapid response team and is briefing them on the situation. Something similar was organized in Korea. They were told that first the pretender from Ares created a black sphere over London. Immediately after the first massacre, the strange magical creatures suddenly disappeared, and he hid inside a black sphere. However, it was rapidly increasing in size, and in order to prevent further casualties, the British needed their help, so one of the hunters asked why Korea was so active. It must have been because it brought in money, since the flow of hunters was cut off during the Shinjuku incident in Japan. After the incident in Japan, their country's status rose and it had a positive effect. These words were spoken by Michael, who was also present at the meeting, although he stood apart from everyone else. He was noticed by Betty, who saw that the guy had changed his hairstyle, but most of all she wanted to talk to him. When the meeting ended, they met at the exit and Michael apologized for returning to the tower without telling her. The girl replied that since he realized his mistake, then perhaps they would close this topic. She asked him to treat her at least a little bit like a partner from now on and asked about his combat gear. Michael said that he was holding her inside and wanted to explain everything when suddenly a call was announced for those wishing to go to London. Everything was voluntary as usual, but Michael said that it was time for them to slowly move out for landing. But Betty suddenly announced that this time they didn't need to get on a plane and held the guy's hand. They walked with her to the roof where Michael saw an interesting sight in front of him, feeling like he was in a movie. In front of him, he saw a few people in black suits, reminiscent of foreign agents, and Betty smiled contentedly. She said that she also pumped up some skills during the climb up the tower, among which was spatial magic. Now she could move anywhere in space, simply by specifying coordinates, and even received permission from the association. Michael was surprised to hear this, unable to say anything without interrupting the girl who had already begun to move. She designated the coordinates as the target and moved them there using the auxiliary magic teleport. Meanwhile, hunters from Great Britain watched in amazement as the number of unknown spheres grew. From them emerged strange magical creatures that resembled lizards and were quite strong. The hunters of Great Britain specialized in magic and sorcery better than anyone in the world. They resolutely defended their magic tower from enemy attacks, not allowing the dragons to harm it. One of their squad turned to the newcomer, telling him to focus all his attention on the portal. After all, if an object from another world got into it, something terrible could happen, and the newbie boy nodded. His job was to guard the portal, when suddenly he heard another sphere right behind him. A dragon emerged from it, and the boy screamed in horror, forgetting all the techniques he had been taught. Suddenly the portal lit up, which meant that someone from another world or corner of the earth had arrived. The next moment, the monster flew into the air, not having time to harm the guy, who remained standing in panic. But then he saw the lizard fall down next to him, and for some reason it looked like it was already dead, which surprised the boy. After that, he looked up and saw those who did this to the monster. Michael and Betty came out of the portal. The girl turned to the young wizard, asking if these were really those magical entities, and he hastened to stand up and bow to them, apologizing that the preparation of the barrier was insufficient. Michael replied that there was no need to worry because they would provide their assistance, and Betty asked when the second attack occurred. This time, another mage answered her, saying that they could leave the cleanup of this place to them and head to where everyone had gathered. He ordered the newcomer to accompany them to the right place, and the guys followed the boy down somewhere. They were old steps that led down to a dungeon or something, but Michael paused for a moment. After these steps, there was a not very long corridor that they had to run across, and when they had managed to do this, the boy opened the massive forged gold doors and invited them inside. It was a luxurious hall where other contenders from all over the world, including Korean ones, had gathered. Michael noticed that this time a lot of people really came forward to offer their support. But for some reason he had the impression that the wizards of the Magic Tower were behaving somewhat arrogantly. After all, everyone outside was working hard, and the top officials were simply sitting at this table. And he suddenly noticed that a wizard he knew, David, was sitting on the chair of the tower's chief executive. Seeing Michael, the old man was also very surprised, not hiding his delight, because he was glad to see the guy alive. David said he never expected to be greeted like this, adding that it was a great honor for him. Betty looked at the guy with some surprise, quietly asking if he really knew this person. But Michael didn't have time to answer because he got down to business, saying that the huge black sphere was a high-level barrier. Although they almost succeeded in destroying the black sphere when it was still small in size, now the opportunity was lost. From that moment on, no matter what they did, there was not a scratch on the sphere, and suddenly David handed over his place to Michael. The other magicians watched this in surprise, asking who this man was, but some knew his name. But the old wizard thought that giving up his place at the head of the table for the sake of saving the country was nothing. After all, other people didn't know anything, but he knew for sure how strong this young man was. David asked if he thought there was a way to solve this problem and smiled, waiting for his answer. And Michael said that he would simply destroy that black sphere himself, which amazed everyone present. David was a little shocked by his self-confidence, daring to say that it was impossible. The other candidates and magicians were also shocked that the guy said this so easily, and he continued in the meantime. He added that he would do this on one condition, and David prepared himself to hear anything as encouragement. But he was not prepared for what Michael said. The guy asked him to give him the awards of everyone present. Of course, the others didn't like this and they protested, asking who he took them for. The old man was also a little shocked by such a request, but said that he needed to consult with the responsible persons about this issue. Michael replied that he didn't mind waiting, but at this rate London could disappear from the face of the earth. He knew that people would move even if there was no reward if their cause was pushed to the extreme. So nevertheless, he must take care of what is due to him, and the old woman in the meantime looked again at the sulfur. He suddenly agreed, shouting that he would achieve this at any cost if the guy fulfilled his promise. The magicians present in the room rushed to stop him, saying that it was not such a simple decision, but David did not listen to them. He asked Michael to destroy this damn sphere as quickly as possible, and that was all he was waiting for. He took out his pendant, which was given to him by the Steel Bloodlord as armor, and activated it. In the blink of an eye, protective equipment appeared on him, and the guy now had two swords in his hands. He suddenly swung them and directed his attack towards the wall, behind which a black sphere could be seen. It wasn't the best way to get to her, but at least it was the fastest, and the guy broke through the wall. He prepared to go and destroy the sphere when he suddenly heard someone calling him, and it was Betty. The girl looked a little worried, and Michael wondered if she was worried about him again. He smiled at her, showing that he would be fine and that he would quickly get this problem over with. And then the guy jumped off the tower, saying that he would be back soon. Now he had to come up with a plan. He activated the exclusive effect of the Wind Spirit Boot's wind path of the high plus rank. Thanks to this, he was able to run through the air straight to the black sphere and had already figured out how he would act first. Meanwhile, the hunters and magicians simply watched him, amazed at his speed because he was already almost at his goal. A moment later, Michael was already standing on a sphere that seemed even larger up close. However, the guy took out his swords, saying that it was time to start trying to cut this stale biscuit. He activated the skill Heaven Destruction, which had the additional effect of being able to destroy magical power. With this thought, he swung both swords at once and prepared to strike at the center of the sphere. With his new skill, even the system reported that he had no limits on what he could break. Michael decided to test it. He struck with all his might, and the people watching him, even from the tower room, felt this incredible power. The black sphere suddenly split open, and the characteristic purple light from Akutagawa's sword effect appeared around it. Michael smiled at the thought that he had managed to get his hands on it, and even copy it onto his original sword. He squeezed it tighter, pushing it deeper into the rift in the sphere, which was already almost cracked. The crack had by now reached almost the middle of the sphere, but it was still somehow holding on. But that was enough, because a hole formed in the center at the top, where Michael stood. It was big enough for a person to enter, and Michael, without thinking twice, jumped into the sphere itself. The system reported that he had entered the magical zone of emptiness, and so far the guy had not felt anything. He wondered if the inside of the barrier should be considered a completely different dimension. After thinking for a while, he realized that he could find out with the help of the spiritual eye, but what he saw shocked him. It was said that any entities other than the owner of the zone would see a terrible illusion that could not be dispelled by skills. Also, all skills related to feelings were sealed, and a penalty was imposed in the form of a decrease in all stats by 18. Michael turned around, seeing in front of him many monsters, which, although they were only illusions, looked very real. Suddenly, one of them attacked him, and the guy had to defend himself. He hit the monster and killed it with the first blow. However, what surprised him was that the illusion was so strong that it was even capable of using physical force. Michael activated the power of Tranquil Mind, and the effect of the empty magic zone was cancelled. Through the skill Magic Resistance, disorientation was also cancelled, and the sealed parts of skills were cancelled. Through the skill Forced Breakthrough, the penalty in the form of reducing all stats by 18 units also ceased to apply. All the monsters surrounding him disappeared, and Michael saw a bright light that marked the end of the abyss. But luckily he landed on his feet, but it was still dark around him, and that irritated him. Michael knew that these clothes that the White Crane Master gave him could be restored with mana. This was a very useful option, because even though he was fighting illusions, there were still enough of them to harm him. Suddenly, he heard a voice behind him, which said that he was surprised to meet such a strong opponent on Earth. Michael quickly pounced on him, cutting off his head within a second. The enemy looked somewhat like a magician. He suddenly said that it was interesting that in such a wretched dimension there was an experienced master, but he also took this scenario into account. Michael covered his face with his hands from a large flash of light that almost blinded him, but it gave the enemy an advantage. Michael activated the battle-hardened warrior myth, and the indomitable effect was added to his divinity control. Seeing this, the magician asked in surprise if he was really an apostle, saying that in such an insignificant dimension, there could not be gods. But Michael decided to prove him wrong. Using the Bloodseeker skill, he aimed at the enemy. And he, seeing that the guy was strong, used the invisibility effect to hide from his attack. But it was useless, because Michael simply concentrated its power in one hand and then spread it throughout the entire area. Bloody tentacle needles pierced the mage, as well as all of his clone doubles that he had created to confuse him. He was amazed that the enemy was able to hit him and all his clones so quickly and accurately, despite the fact that they were invisible. However, suddenly he appeared again whole and invisible before Michael, saying that even if he is an apostle, this didn't mean that he could do whatever he wanted in the mage's domain. But the boy knew that it was also a fake. The magician meanwhile released some small creatures that looked like elves, saying that he would not escape death anyway. This turned out to be a whole technique of invasion of self-destructive spirits that flew at Michael. The boy decided to use his counterattack shield against them, giving it the shape of a bat to fight off the elves. And he was very good at it. So far, not a single spirit had come close enough to him to hurt him. His opponent, meanwhile, was surprised by the guy's ingenuity, so he decided to retreat, preparing for a new plan of attack. Michael thought he wanted to have a long battle, but that was not the case because the guy wanted to end everything quickly. Although the space of this sphere is quite large, we are still talking about a limited space. So even though it was a bit of a barbaric method, Michael thought he could just destroy the entire inside of the sphere. He released the accumulated damage from his bat, activating the Heavenly Demonic Sword Imprint skill, after which the exclusive effect of the skill Demonic Sword of Mixed Origins, Double Attack, was activated. He then directed all this power at the wall of the sphere, causing a huge explosion inside it. From the outside, the sphere looked as if it had been cut with a knife, but not all the way through, which made it seem even bigger. Inside, things were a little different. Michael stopped trying to break through the wall and approached the enemy, who did not even notice him. The magician breathed heavily and dropped to his knees, surprised that the guy was able to hurt him in his own space. This made him angry, and he also asked Michael why a monster like him was in such a wretched dimension. But the guy didn't even let him finish, telling him to immediately destroy this black sphere. The magician replied that it was complete nonsense, because he had put so much effort into it, and that was why Michael had broken his arm. To do this, he used two skills, one of which was pain enhancement, and from now on his enemy felt double the pain. The magician winced in unbearable pain, asking how he dared to do this to the future archipelago of the Empire. The enemy could no longer even stand on his knees, sprawling on the ground in a pool of his own blood. He understood what Michael was trying to achieve, so he shouted that he couldn't destroy the sphere. Michael used the Fire Dragon's Eyes, but the skill showed that there was no lie in the applicant's words. Then the guy ordered him to introduce himself, describe his dimension, and tell about the purpose of the invasion. It turned out that the magician's name was Saindal, and he was from the dimension Ares, and the purpose of coming to Earth was to gain faith. Michael was surprised, asking what he meant by that, and Saindal asked if he had come here without even knowing that. Michael didn't like this tone. He stepped on him again with his foot, reminding the magician not to talk in vain. Then he said that in the hidden ruins he saw an ancient text, which said that outstanding wizards and knights can break through the wall of skill improvement through faith. Through people's faith, divine power accumulates in the heart where the ring is located. Then Michael interrupted him, asking if he shouldn't have been saving people to gain their faith. Saindal replied that fear of the absolute was also a kind of faith, so he decided that it would be faster to achieve it this way. When Michael asked why he chose Earth, the magician replied that there seemed to be no gods here who could hinder him. Michael removed his foot for a moment, saying that he had one more question. He wanted to know about the god of verification. But Saindal replied that he didn't even know if such gods existed, but that was a lie. After all, Michael still had the spiritual eye skill activated, and he could tell when the magician was lying and when he was telling the truth. The guy thought he asked this just in case, but it turns out that this Saindal clearly knew about these two gods. So he approached him, saying that he understood that the more important the information, the less likely he was to share it. But he still had a few tricks up his sleeve. Michael activated the Art of Torture skill and used it on his opponent. His gaze was as if he was ready to incinerate him, saying that it would be interesting to see how long the mage could last. Meanwhile, it was already dark outside, and Saindal was screaming from the unbearable pain that pierced his body over and over again. The magician asked the guy to just kill him, but after each torture he healed him with his skill again and again. After some time, he managed to obtain a lot of information about divinity, magic, the god of verification, and the god of battle. And also, about 7 hours had passed since he entered the sphere, and the long torture had exhausted his strength. However, nevertheless, he finally understood what divinity was, and this was perhaps the most important thing he learned. First of all, simply having this divinity does not make him a god. And when the magical organ called in Murim, the core in the center of the abdomen, or the ring of the heart, in Aries opens, it became possible to accumulate that very divinity which, in essence, was the purest energy of them all. The purest form of magic, which most easily responds to any will, and by accumulating this power, he will be able to dramatically increase his level. The only problem was that the guy still didn't know how to use this power properly. There were 2 ways to accumulate divine power in the heart, but it was very difficult to disassemble and refine the magical power drop by drop. Therefore, the way to solve this problem was nothing other than faith. Because if you gain strong faith, then strength will accumulate in the heart faster. That was all Sindal managed to learn from the ruins. He said that it was a prophecy, and added that the priest of the god of battle ordered not to tell it. Hearing the mention of the god of battle, Michael clenched his blade in anger, as he never expected it to be directly related. Everything was as the god of testing said. He would not trust other gods because they would consider him an enemy. But he had no idea why a god he only knew about through a couple of short messages had listed him as an enemy. But the god of battle's hostility towards him clearly had an impact on the earth as a whole, which Michael really didn't like. If this continues, his world will eventually come to an end, because this has happened before. Michael thought that now this god of battle had become his real enemy, whom he had to destroy. He soon killed Sindal, ending his torment, and then absorbed his spirit, increasing his mastery by 4.4%. By activating the exclusive skill Blood Feast, he also absorbed the blood of the challenger Sindal. Now his sword had gained a new rank, going from high minus to just high, and it had also absorbed a new skill. The blood slot imprinted the skill Grant Ego Soul, rank 1+, but Michael decided to read about all this already in the waiting room. Michael thought that in order to fight God, or rather, at least try to somehow resist him, he must grow his divinity. And then everything was as usual. He defeated the enemy, and his black sphere technique dissipated on its own, and Michael was revered as a hero. He thanked the magicians, saying that he had fully enjoyed the 2-day rest and now had to return back. He carried with him into the tower the space bag that Betty had given him, telling him to handle it with care. Michael patted it. Now it contained all his rewards earned in this raid. There were a lot of them. Potions of increasing mastery, books of random acquisition of skills, potions of improving physical abilities, etc. The guy was able to snatch an incredible amount of items, but for Great Britain it will clearly not be a big loss. He picked up his badge, which showed that his rank had increased and was now listed as high. Looking at this, Michael couldn't help but remember how he had always thought about this. One could say it was his dream. But before, he thought that the desire to become a high-class hunter would remain nothing more than a dream. And now, the guy was asking why he didn't have an epic rank, which would have suited him much better. Following the raid, the British Hunters Association requested a press conference, where, in addition to being asked whether he had any desire to remain in the UK, he was made several irritating offers. In the same way, in South Korea they tried to lure him with various baits, such as various tax breaks. But now, for him, wealth and fame on Earth were not so important, because if the Earth itself disappeared, then there would be no benefit from it. What he really needed to achieve was growth, because he was about to fight God himself. And even if God grants the power to stop him to concentrate in his hands, in Sindal's words, divine power is the result of investing magical power in its purest form. So Michael began to practice his concentration, training his divinity. He tried to feel this Dion, which was the core in the center of the abdomen or the ring of the heart. However, as expected, no matter how much he tried, the result was the same. Although he could improve his magical power to some extent. But he will not be able to bring it to an ideal state so that it is transformed into divine power. And although he tried to do at least something during his stay in that void, he was never able to create either the chi sword or magic. Faith and fanaticism, Michael could not believe that divine power could be launched by such a will. After all, it was faith that served as the basis for the creation of the battle-hardened warrior and vampire slayer. Therefore, as expected, he couldn't make full use of his divine power right now. The guy put on the hood of his sweatshirt and prepared to head back to the trial tower. After all, climbing further along it, Sooner or later, he would be able to understand what was what. This was the only way. Soon he entered the 15th floor, the theme of which was war, as strange as it may sound. Someone told him to kill these stupid occultists who reject their god of darkness. The two men looked at each other, asking why Miss Raynal would accept such a request. A healthy man, looking slightly unkempt, looked into the tent where Michael had moved. But this did not stop him from yelling at the guy, asking if he really thought of shirking his duties. Grabbing him by the hood, he told the boy to quickly come out and join the fight. After all, the order to attack had been given a long time ago, and he was still sleeping here. The man was clearly angry. It was only when they came out that the man noticed that the guy's clothes were not appropriate for the battlefield. And Michael, hearing about the Holy War, asked if they were talking about religious conflicts. The system announced the start of the 15th floor test. He was given 17 days, in which he had to lead the temple to victory. The reward for a successful breakthrough was a protective bracelet of a nameless god of epic rank plus. Michael quickly judged that the enemy numbered several thousand, which was probably the largest he had ever fought. The men on whose side he fought praised a certain Lady Raynal, who led them all into battle. The big guy explained to Michael that she was the commander of their mercenary squad, whom everyone feared. After all, the girl was an unrivaled user of aura. He said this with such delight that Michael thought about it. Meanwhile, the guard on the tower reported that a new wave of occultists of the god of battle had arrived, and everyone should prepare. At first, Michael simply watched everything that was happening with interest, but when he heard about the god of battle, his face changed. After all, if we put everything that was happening around us in order, we could draw the following conclusions. He's a mercenary hired by some nasty guys who serve the god of darkness, and at the moment they are in a state of war with the side of people who worship the god of battle. Suddenly, Michael felt motivated, because in any battle there must be a winner and a loser. The system announced the start of a special task, the path of the leader, according to which he must gain recognition as a leader. Raynal had a strong desire to learn the secrets of the sword and was a commander who was recognized by mid-level mercenaries. For her, a person without aristocratic roots, the battlefield was the only place to grow. And so, after going through many battles and being between life and death many times, she reached the level of an aura user. However, her actions were limited as she had never been trained on how to use it before. So she had no choice but to continue wandering around the battlefield and risking her life. The girl did this so masterfully that the best knights of the kingdom would envy her. Her sword technique reminded Michael of his lightning sword chi, but he couldn't feel that energy. Raynal thought that even if she just guessed by eye, the number of enemies was in the thousands. As for the number of their allies, taking into account the corpses summoned by the priests of darkness, there were about 700 of them. The picture was completely different from what the priests of darkness said, and if you allow the slightest mistake, then they would all be in danger. And in the meantime, her mercenaries rushed to the girl, but she broke away from them. After all, fighting with one of them was dangerous, if only because she would have to protect them, and not the other way around. A siege golem suddenly appeared in front of her people, which was very large and strong, instilling terror in its appearance. The big guy, who turned out to be the vice commander, was approached by his comrade, who reported that the lady had been ambushed. The man shouted that this couldn't be, but the situation looked exactly like that. Only a miracle could help the girl. Not only was she cut off from her squad by the golem, but she was also surrounded on all sides. Raynal also realized that she had no strength left at all, when suddenly the first enemy pounced on her. The girl only had time to think. Is this really how she's going to die? An insignificant, miserable death? But she still couldn't reach the top. It was quite sad. So tears came to her eyes. Closing her eyes and preparing for death, she suddenly felt someone's powerful attack throw back all the enemies around her. Raynal looked at her rescuer in surprise, not believing that she had managed to escape death. Michael, meanwhile, told her that he would be away for a moment to block the attack and that she should retreat. On a battlefield that could easily be called madness, such a calm voice came from somewhere. The girl even thought that she was dreaming, not believing that Michael was real, because he fought even better than her. The guy also had his own fiery aura, with which he overcame his opponents. The girl stopped crying. The people who fought on the side of the god of battle were surprised by the sudden appearance of such an experienced warrior. Michael, meanwhile, killed them one after another, not allowing any attack to get close to him. He had the perfect combination of strength, flexibility, and grace, and Raynal felt like she was watching a god. It was truly beautiful in her eyes, and Michael seemed to her like a work of art that was incomparable. The guy himself noted that in such fights he was very strong and could fully replenish his stamina. However, the skill only grew by 0.0 points or 0.1%. And this was a little sad, but at least the absorption of skills was pleasing. There were countless of them, and Michael thought that he could create some legendary skill through synthesis. He continued to exterminate his opponents, who were now much fewer in number than they had been before his appearance. And after a few more minutes, the side of the god of battle announced the retreat of their forces, seeing that they were not coping. One of the commanders said that people should not fight these monsters alone, but rather send golems ahead. Then, huge golems appeared in front of Michael, who became his new opponents. One of them swung his hand at the guy, and he used 7 white sword techniques. The first technique was the white sword that pierces the sky, which Michael used at the right moment. After that, he jumped up, completely cutting the golem into pieces. It turned out to be quite easy. Even his allies on the side of the god of darkness were surprised by his strength, because the guy destroyed the golem with one blow. Raynell noticed that Michael used the same skill again when he saved her, and she got an interesting impression of the guy. It seemed to the girl that he was distorting space itself, and this was beyond the capabilities of the sword. Meanwhile, the golems summoned by the supporters of the god of battle were defeated. People were amazed that Michael dealt with them in a matter of seconds. They had never heard of this. Then suddenly everyone became quiet, because the general of their detachment spoke up, asking what they were making so much noise about. The man said that the appearance of this guy only meant that now they had only one opponent. This man was killed by Mobir. He was a priest of the god of battle and personally came to the battlefield to provide support. The man ordered to prepare a group debuff, their secret weapon that can temporarily restrain even a dragon. He added that if they caught this guy, then victory would be in their hands while Michael continued to fight. He felt that there had been some change on the battlefield, but he couldn't figure out what it was exactly. Sensing enemies approaching him from behind, he attacked them with a powerful wave of sword chi. People were frightened by such power, so no one dared to approach him for a frontal attack. Mobir saw it too. He was shocked that the guy managed to fight off the group attack so easily. He even thought that there was a priest hiding somewhere near Michael who was helping him to evade these tricks. However, everything was so. Michael acted alone, and in the blink of an eye approached him, plunging his blade. He stabbed the priest in the stomach, and he thought that he didn't even have time to see how the guy approached him. Michael did not forget about the other people who were also his opponents, and directed bloody projectiles at them. They were confused, covering themselves with their hands. They thought that Michael was a real monster, and he decided that since he couldn't openly use blood control, he would at least use this. He used drops of blood as bullets, which, however, killed instantly, as if they had been fired from a firearm. Moreover, he killed their priest who came to support his people, and this should have depressed the situation. And so it was. Soon the people realized that they could not cope with Michael, so they decided to call the bishop. They retreated, and the system reported that everyone on the battlefield sensed his presence and he completed a special mission. As a result, the achievement Invincible 1 was obtained and all of his skills increased by 4. Meanwhile, the detachment of the god of darkness also retreated. Michael was offered to occupy the best barracks. He headed towards her, when suddenly he heard the same big guy who had dragged him to the battlefield address him. He bowed and asked for forgiveness for his behavior, but Michael told him not to worry, calling him an orc. He added that he would like to rest a little and headed towards the barracks, saying that the man could go too. Michael thought that once he defeated 1,000 opponents, everyone began to respect him and even gave him the best place. He opened the system window because he remembered that a message had appeared there during the battle, but he had not had time to read it. It said that he killed many people and absorbed their souls, and his talent as a death god slowly began to develop. Suddenly, Michael remembered reading about something similar in the new effect of his unique characteristic. It said that the death god's data had been enlightened, but Michael didn't even know who he was. He was very interested in what all this meant, but for now he could only make assumptions. Suddenly he felt someone's presence, which clearly indicated that someone was watching him. Michael swung his sword across the roof of the tent, because that was where the strange feeling came from. It was motionless, and the next moment Raynell, who had been watching it all this time, fell to the ground. The girl didn't expect to be noticed at all, but now she found herself on the ground in front of Michael, who wanted to hear her explanation. Raynell stood up, saying that nothing else could be expected from him, because the guy's feelings were incredibly developed. Meanwhile, he assessed the girl as a warrior and concluded that she really did have some talent. But the guy still asked what she was doing there, adding that she was lucky that she didn't die from blood loss then. But the girl replied that everything was fine with her now, and it was largely thanks to him. Michael asked if everyone here thanked people so secretly, and Raynell was confused. She suddenly changed the subject, asking if he was by any chance someone important, since she had not seen him among the mercenaries. Michael thought that this was problematic, because he stood out so much on the battlefield that the girl already understood what was what. Raynell added that she felt a divine presence, something that ordinary mercenaries are not capable of. So the girl suddenly became serious, asking who he really was. Michael thought for a moment before answering, and then suddenly decided to play with the girl a little. O answered her that he was sent by the god of darkness, and Raynell was very surprised by what she heard, because they were, in fact, his servants. Michael did not stop there, adding that he was his apostle, justifying himself that he had no other choice. Then Raynell asked if that was really true, and he realized that she could already guess that he was lying. But suddenly the girl fell to the ground, greeting the apostle and saying that she had insulted him. She asked for forgiveness, and Michael couldn't help but think that he had gone a little overboard with his alibi. He turned to the girl, saying that they must keep this a secret so that spies could not find out anything. However, Raynell asked if he could tell her then. Michael replied that everything was fine. After all, true comrades see each other immediately. He smiled at the girl, portraying the very sincerity. And she, having heard about real comrades with the apostle of the god of darkness, beamed with happiness. Meanwhile, Michael began a new special assignment, Object of Admiration. According to it, the strongest mercenary among the allies must admire him, and this object will be marked. After completing the mission, the strongest mercenary could take command of the army. And suddenly, Michael saw some kind of mark light up above the girl, indicating that she would be his target. Michael thought that after completing the Guide's Path mission, he didn't know how he would manage the people in the squad. However, now everything looked much simpler, because with Raynell's help he would be able to arrange it. The guy took the girl by the hand and thought that this floor would perhaps be one of the easiest. All of his stats reached triple digits, with an average range of 113 to 121. It was great, and Michael smiled contentedly that he now felt much stronger physically. During this fight, he also absorbed a bunch of skills that now needed to be sorted out. He opened the list of his powers and skills, intending to read in detail about each new skill. So the guy went to the tab of recently acquired skills, among which was Charisma. Since he already had it, the rank simply increased, but there were many others besides it. But there weren't any that could be useful right now, so there was only one way out. Michael activated his unique power of skill synthesis and immediately enhanced its effect with Warrior's Defense. After all, this avocado added luck, and in synthesis this was incredibly important. The powerful force became visible even through the tent of his barracks. Crossing skills, he sat like that until the evening. However, his efforts were not in vain. He received the absolute attractiveness of rank 1+. Also, the entire arsenal was replenished with Steps of the Dark Wolf. This skill was already high with a minus rank. The last one was the skill Steeljaws, which Michael also liked, and he decided to keep it. Warrior's Protection is a power that was activated the last time his sword was synthesized. And if you think about it, Michael could have said that he has all this. He meant sword skills. After all, the skill Blood Enhancement, Ego Soul Grant, and Soul Enhancement were sealed there, all of which had different ranks. Michael decided to take a closer look at the Ego Soul Grant skill he received from Sandal. The description said that after using the skill, it would disappear forever, but the guy even liked that. He decided to use it on his swords. Activating the necessary technique, now he needed to choose a barrier or an object. After all, this is where the Soul Ego Grant will be given, and Michael thought for a moment. To grant a Soul Ego Grant means to give an object an individuality that supports it. It wasn't a one-time use, so naturally Michael chose the Sky Demon Sword. He thought it would be more appropriate to use it, since it was a growing type item. The system reported that the Heavenly Demonic True Blood Sword was imbued with the soul ego of the Heavenly Demon Asgold. Suddenly Michael heard someone's voice, who was happy that he was finally back after such a long period. This was said by the Heavenly Demon Asgold, who enjoyed universal veneration, worship, and applause. Michael thought he seemed to have put some madman inside his sword. Meanwhile, some guy activated a corpse mixing technique that was supposed to help in the battle. Suddenly, a rider on a horse appeared, but he had an unusual appearance because he was a dead man. The other fighters praised their comrade for such an amazing technique, and he thanked them. Meanwhile, Michael passed by them. They said that he was still so young but was already a ruthless butcher. He cut off the heads of thousands of enemies, and not a single muscle on his face moved. His comrades felt uneasy even being near him. But Michael didn't care about these conversations behind his back. He walked on, thinking what a quiet and beautiful night it was. However, suddenly a familiar voice addressed him, asking if he was making fun of him by ignoring him. After all, he, the heavenly demon Askold, was the first to speak to the guy, but he brazenly refuses to talk. The demon thought he had escaped from hell, but it turns out that this most boring little man became his master. Then Michael suddenly replied that this was not so. He just wanted to move to a safe distance where no one could listen to him. The demon said that he had no words because the guy didn't even know about the technique of mental communication. Askold added that at first he thought the guy was from the same region as him, but Michael asked if he was also a contender. This made Askold laugh. He said that it was absurd for someone not to know the name of the heavenly demon. Then Michael asked him to tell him what floor he managed to get up to, and he changed his voice strangely. He replied that he had managed to get up to the 41st floor, which surprised Michael greatly. But judging by the tone of his voice, it was true. In that case, Michael thought that the information he had must be quite significant. He also realized that he could gain great benefit from communicating with this demon. But suddenly another thought occurred to him. Michael said he heard that applicants who died on the 41st floor and above could be resurrected as admins. He was interested in why Askold didn't want to transfer as an admin, but he replied that he would never become this dog of the tower. Such a base existence was not for him, he added. He could not have endured it. Then Michael said that in life he must have been an outstanding warrior, but now he is just an ego of the soul. He brought the sword closer to himself, telling Askold not to forget this fact. But suddenly the area around him shook from the power that the demon in the form of a sword emitted. Michael's words clearly touched him. He asked if the guy really thought that he himself didn't know about it. Then Askold said that he shouldn't worry. Askold thought that the guy was trying to build a clear leader-subordinate relationship, so he added that he would definitely help him in battle. Even without all his former power, Askold was a martial arts genius and a master of magic. He said that he could help Michael achieve all his goals and even demonstrated a little of his power. Everything around him shook again from the incredible energy of the sword, which with its power raised the trees to the ground. Michael looked at this with great surprise because he himself could never wield his blade so masterfully. But the effect of this scene was colossal. The guy stood in the middle of the cleared field and was impressed. Then he told the demon that he really had good support data. Michael added that he was from the earthly dimension, but the demon probably had never heard of him. And so it was, and then Askold said that the current capacity of this sword could not fully accommodate his soul. So it was difficult for him to remain conscious for long, but he was able to sense that another person was coming here. At this point, they ended their conversation. And in the meantime, Raynell approached Michael. The girl was running and a little tired. She apologized for distracting the guy from training, but they were suddenly attacked by an enemy. Hearing this, Michael thought that he should give credit to the trial tower because it never lets you get bored. He asked the girl to tell him more about the attacking elite squads of war priests who were also moving in for the battle. Michael himself also said that he would immediately go there to help the priests. Meanwhile, the battle was in full swing. The soldiers were protecting the priests because if the enemies killed them, then the magic of necromancy would be dispelled. They called the enemies vile animals that cowardly crept under the cover of night. Michael noticed that there weren't as many enemies as last time. In total, there were about 100 of them. However, these were clearly of a higher level, since they used powers that were clearly based on divinity. And although by his standards this was a mere trifle, the enemies meanwhile continued to approach the priests. When Raynell arrived at the scene of the battle, she was surprised to find that quite a lot of people had already died. She saw that some of the enemies were emitting a very strong aura and realized that they were clearly high-ranking fighters. But Michael, who suddenly put his hand on her shoulder, asked if he could ask the girl a favor. He said that no matter how strong the enemies were and no matter how hopeless the situation seemed, she must trust him completely, because he also trusts her. With these words, the guy gave her a smile. The girl even blushed a little when she heard this, but Michael said it on purpose. Then Michael rushed into battle, calling Raynell with him and saying that they should protect the priests. After all, the temple can only be built if they are available, and the girl agreed. She suddenly became serious and also rushed into battle, saying that she would certainly protect her people. The system meanwhile reported that the mercenary Raynell deeply admired him, so the special mission was completed. Now the fighting spirit of the allied camp is being absorbed, and the command carefully prevents the ranks from falling apart. Michael heard the girl wish him luck, saying that if they saw each other again, she would treat him to embroidery. Michael replied that it was the nicest thing he had ever heard, so he gladly accepted her invitation. The boy activated the skill Dark Wolf Steps because the time of day was just perfect. It was a walking technique that imitated the movements of the Dark Wolf, a legendary creature. Its effect was to double his mobility in the dark, and Michael quickly took to it. He had already killed many opponents, noticing that not all of them were high-ranking. One man, who had killed a dozen of their people, was surprised to find that it was his turn. Michael was rushing at him from behind, saying that they would regret deciding to attack their camp at night. Meanwhile, near the entrance to the garrison of troops, things were a little worse, but the people were not showing off. The enemy had already broken through their equipment and was moving towards the main camp where the command was located. The big guy, whose name was Dean, shouted at his comrades not to panic and to close ranks. The enemy's onslaught was difficult to contain, but they had an advantage because they were on the defensive. Therefore, if they disperse now, then only a miserable death awaits them, which will end everything. But, unfortunately, this was what had happened in many cases so far. His men lacked combat experience. Suddenly, Dean felt himself being kicked in the stomach, but he remained standing. He just winced in pain, and was surprised that he hadn't noticed the enemy's attacks in time. But, fortunately, help was already on the way for the man. The rider Raynell herself ran to save him. The girl swung her sword, instantly appearing next to her enemy, and killed him with one precise blow. Michael was surprised that her blade had divine properties, and the girl's fencing skills were also amazing. Dean was surprised by this, even though he had seen the lady in battle more than once, but each new battle felt different. The girl, meanwhile, turned to him, asking if the man was going to pretend to be sick. After all, he had only been stabbed in the stomach. And Dean replied that, of course, he hadn't even thought about that. Raynell suddenly stopped and snorted. She felt like a sort of squad leader again. So the girl screamed, giving the command to line up, leaving only the tankers in the vanguard. The girl ordered them to take a defensive position, and they immediately carried out her order. Next, Raynell moved on to the archers, saying that they were their main fighting force and would stand behind the tankers. And the melee damage dealers will remain to protect the healers. The morale of all the soldiers instantly increased. Now they were all ready to fight back against the enemy, who still had quite a lot of people left. However, in the campaign, the enemy also had a few tricks up their sleeve, for their opponents looked at them with a grin. They rushed to the attack, saying that they would glorify their temple, and the side of the god of darkness prepared to defend itself. The archers drew their bowstrings and opened fire on the advancing army, while the tankers stood firm. First of all, the people of the god of battle wanted to kill the girl in the center, because they immediately realized that she was in charge. Hearing this, the tankers tensed up, but continued to hold their formation, not letting enemy troops through. The people behind Raynell said they couldn't hold out for long at this rate. They asked to join the fight as well, but the girl refused, saying that their goal was to protect the priests. After all, if they maintain their position with faith in their hearts, then this man will come running to them. Of course, we were talking about Michael, who had been waiting all this time, sneaking up behind enemy lines. The battle god's side was surprised that he had arrived here so quickly, and Michael was already prepared to destroy them one by one, doing it with great skill. Raynell couldn't hide her joy when she saw Michael. She beamed with happiness as she watched the boy fight. Meanwhile, Michael used the Bloodseeker skill to form new targets to attack. They turned out to be bloody rods that instantly tied up all the enemies, taking them hostage. Suddenly, Askold turned to him, asking how he dared to use it not in battle but in this way. However, he admitted that he liked the way the guy mercilessly chopped down his enemies. The demon suddenly added that Michael would have become a great swordmaster if he had been from Murim. And the guy himself felt how the sword suddenly filled with mana, which indicated the presence of a demon. Michael thought that this was the technique of mental communication. He just needed to transmit the voice through magical power. This surprised Askold, who asked if the guy had really been able to master her in such a short time. And Michael asked in response, "Isn't something like this something that anyone who can control mana can do?" Then Askold said that if we follow his logic, then half of the martial arts masters are in Murim. They don't even deserve to be called such. Because if he himself were not a genius, he would not have been able to summon his soul. Hearing this, Michael felt a little awkward and said that he probably understood what the demon was talking about. Askold said that he was starting to feel sleepy again, so he had to leave. Michael also turned to go, when suddenly a priest addressed him, and he stopped. The boy said that the high priest wanted to see him and asked Michael to follow him. He was surprised by such a statement, but still decided that it would be impolite to refuse. He was brought into a room where several other priests had gathered, as well as their chief. He also addressed the guy as a killer, but Michael said he could just call him Nameless. Then, the old man remarked that he was sure that the boy would please the god of darkness. Michael thanked him. Then the high priest asked him if he knew that he had called him there to discuss the reward. When Michael answered positively, the old man became serious and asked him to tell him what reward he expected. But Michael said that in that case he would ask a counter question. He asked the high priest what kind of cart he was willing to provide him, while activating the skill of absolute attractiveness. Because of this, the senior priest Kynal found himself in an abnormal state. It was a state of fear. Now he clearly felt Michael's presence, saying that the maximum reward he could give. These are the highest quality holy relics of the Church of the Dark God, and it was an impulsive decision. Even other priests told him about this, saying that they could not hand over relics to outsiders. But the old man shouted at the boys to be quiet, saying that before them stood the man who would lead them to victory in this holy war. Kynal thought that for a moment he clearly sensed a terrifying energy in this man. It was so powerful that for a second, the old man thought he had met the gaze of a dragon. Relics are wondrous objects that contain the power of God, and they were brought out for Michael right now. Kynal said that these holy relics of the god of darkness were of the highest quality. Therefore, they had to be handled with care. Michael activated the skill Fire Dragon Eyes. The first item was a unique rank offering seal, which could be used to obtain a new skill. Next came the Curtain of Night, absorbing flame, of the same rank. With the help of this skill, he could be reborn after death. These were very valuable items that Michael decided to save for testing. However, judging by the supplement he read with the Dragon's Eye, he won't be able to take them further than the 15th floor. However, he couldn't help but rejoice because, in the Tower of Trials, nothing happens by chance. Obtaining such items meant that he would have to face some pretty strong opponents in the future. Michael already had a sense of impending danger that made him feel uneasy. He took the signet and the veil, intending to take them with him, when suddenly the priest addressed him again. The old man said that the war had just begun, and he hoped that the boy would demonstrate worthy strength. But Michael replied that they need not worry about that, since he had already earned Mrs. Raynol's trust. At this point, he said that he was forced to leave them, and the priest waited until the guy left. After this, he suddenly burst into tears because he was forced to give up his relics. Michael's equipment dissipated, and he walked contentedly along the road, returning to his barracks. Suddenly, he was called again, and this time the person was Raynel. The girl asked if his private conversation with the senior priest had ended on a good note. Michael responded positively, saying that everything went well, but he suddenly noticed something. The guy asked if the swordswoman had been waiting for him here all this time. The girl became embarrassed and looked away, saying that she promised to treat him to a drink. She also had one request for him. Raynel said it so embarrassedly that Michael involuntarily smiled. However, upon hearing the request, he became serious, because it could even mean a new special assignment. A few minutes later, they were already sitting at one of the tables, and the girl was drinking even more than Michael. However, he noticed that the alcohol was not very strong, because the guy was sober as a judge. But it seemed that even this was enough for Raynel, and after a minute she fell onto the table. In fact, his body had long since exceeded the human level, because the alcohol was very strong. However, Michael managed to remain sober, and Raynel said he was definitely like a monster. Michael replied that the most important thing was that the drink tasted wonderful, and then reminded the girl of her request. He said that she wanted to ask him for something, so she should do it now. For some reason, Raynel looked down and even frowned a little, as if she was about to say something she didn't like. She suddenly remembered a situation from her childhood when people from the castle took all their food. This was done for the benefit of the kingdom, but the countries clearly abused this and took more. She even remembered how one of the knights hit her dad and how she pounced on him, beating him with her fists. Then she was kicked painfully in the stomach, which caused the girl to burst into tears and she began to cry. At that moment, she encountered injustice for the first time in her life, and the man who hit her said that if she envied them, then she should also become a knight. Her parents were irritated by this behavior of the king's servants, but they understood that there was nothing they could do. And now these memories flowed like a river in Raynel's mind, and she made a decision for herself. Suddenly, the girl looked straight into Michael's eyes and asked him to become her teacher. She wanted him to learn her fencing skills, but Michael was not ready for it. He even stopped drinking, putting his mug aside, and quickly began to weigh the pros and cons. After all, the guy secretly hoped that the request would be to his advantage, but it was simply a personal request. Michael completed a special assignment, became an object of admiration, and thus received everything he could from Raynel. Paying more attention to the characters in the world recreated by the tower would have been a waste of time. So he rose from the table, saying that he refused and turned to leave. He told Raynel that she should get a good rest, because the fight would continue tomorrow. However, the girl was not going to let him go so easily. She suddenly attracted attention to herself again. Raynel said that she had to become stronger at any cost, although it sounded quiet but confident. Suddenly, she too stood up from her seat and came closer to Michael, and then surprised him with her determination. The girl fell to her knees and bowed, her face right on the ground. Michael looked at her differently. Now he was interested in why she wanted this so badly. Raynell, meanwhile, continued to beg him, saying that no one but him could help her with this. She was simply obliged to learn from him, so she was ready to do whatever he ordered her to do. Then, Michael couldn't help but smile and think that a little fun wouldn't hurt. After some time, they were already standing on an improvised training ground. The first step was a standing position, but Mike immediately said that the girl did not need to be so serious. It was good that she was trying her best, but if she overdid it, she would become too devious. And now she lacked combat experience, so the girl needed to strengthen the mana network. Michael added that now they would train her aura a little, and turned Raynell with her back to him. He then activated the Fire Dragon's Eye skill and stimulated the girl's chakra points. Raynell thought he was showing her the path of mana, as if telling her to follow him. In essence, it was similar to her method, but there was one difference. Michael's way was more subtle. To be more precise, he was magnificent, but Raynell didn't understand how it could be achieved. Michael, meanwhile, said that it was her personal mana path that he created based on her needs. He added that the girl should train her aura every day using this method. At this point, their lesson ended, and soon he was again sitting in his barracks, deciding to check his awards. The guy took out the bag that he had received from Batty. It contained all the awards for helping Great Britain. He put his hand into the bag, which was actually much larger on the inside than on the outside, and pulled out the first item. However, he decided not to waste time and poured out all the contents received from the British Association onto the ground. There were quite a lot of items, but in Michael's eyes it was just a pile of useless junk. After all, in essence, he already had all sorts of effects and skills. The last ones he synthesized were 3 skills of high minus and 1+ rank. So it was time to use them. With this thought, he activated the skill, Steel Absorption. Something resembling a mask instantly formed on his head, which, however, was alive. Or rather, he could control it himself. The description said that absorbing steel made his body stronger. It also increased one random stat. Michael decided he would see it all right now. He brought the first steel object from the bag to his head, which now had this mask on it. And then he bit sharply into a piece of metal, which, to his surprise, broke like a cracker. The system reported that he had absorbed the Steel Cloud Cane, and his mana had increased by 1. The guy was even surprised, because the characteristics increased so quickly that it was a bit cheating. He decided to try again, and this time he absorbed the Heavenly Steel Stone. The result of this absorption was that his body was purified of impure chi by 0.8%. This was accompanied by a spit of blood, and Michael looked at her, not understanding what dirty chi was. However, the next second he suddenly noticed that his body became lighter. Michael thought he was shocked by the skill's appearance at first, but now he was glad he had acquired it. The guy could never have imagined that objects would die so greedily. He had already absorbed 8 of them, but suddenly received a message that he could no longer do this. It turned out that the mask had a recharge function that allowed it to absorb only 8 items at a time. But compared to the speed of growth of characteristics, this could not even be called a disadvantage. Michael turned off the skill and the mask disappeared. Now he noticed another curious object. His boyfriend, of course, didn't absorb it, because it was a sacred relic of the God of Darkness. His black seal activated the offering effect, which allowed him to summon items. Michael thought that if he put this seal on his hand, there was a chance that it would remain after the 15th floor. It was a little scary to instill this in himself, but he decided to test it and prepared to imprint his hand. He pressed the signet to his hand, and the system immediately reported the activation of the effect. The object was absorbed into the mark on his hand, and Michael watched as the seal gradually disappeared. Suddenly, his barracks was illuminated by a bright beam of purple light, which made the guy close his eyes. And then he saw a mark on his hand, which was made in the form of an animal similar to a wolf. The system reported that the mark would never disappear, and then he suddenly started getting messages from admins. Michael read them with surprise. They were all a little strange. The admins were unhappy that the tower had gifted him with such an item. Michael thought the admins had been silent the whole time, but they started writing as soon as he used the seal. Some said that there was still time to change his mind, and this surprised the guy more and more. He even wondered if it was really a useless item, judging by the reaction of the admins. The tower had given him something it shouldn't have, and it was making Michael very nervous. All these messages explained absolutely nothing, so Michael did not understand what was going on. Then suddenly the system reported an information leak, temporarily blocking admins' messages. The Tower of Administrators warned the administrators that if this happens again, they will be prohibited from viewing player Michael Nodfort's trials. Michael, meanwhile, thought that this mystery with the relic might be more than he had imagined. However, the guy decided to find out everything as soon as he used it. With this thought, Michael activated the offering effect, which spoke of a sacrifice. Based on this, he could donate any skill, talent, or treasure to the god of darkness. However, the guy didn't like this very much. He didn't understand what the point of this was. After thinking for a bit, he decided that he should first sort everything out thoroughly. In this, he was helped by Betty's bag, from which he pulled out a new object. It was some new wizard's cane that he decided to sacrifice to God. So Michael chose to donate the treasure, and the system asked him to leave the item in the right place. Michael did just that. He decided to donate the most useless item. And then the system asked him to choose a god to whom he would sacrifice this item. This greatly surprised Michael, because he thought that since the signet belonged to the god of darkness, he would be the one to whom the sacrifice was made. However, his surprise increased several times when the system suddenly reported an error. She said that there was no trace of God in his divinity, so the redirection process was initiated. Michael was recognized as the owner of his own divinity. Therefore, his donation would be addressed to him. The guy could not check this. After all, the item, Little Sorceress's Staff of Rank 3+, became his own victim. The system reported that he could also transform the item into divine power. Michael looked at all this with wide eyes. He did not understand what was happening at all. It was a little confusing, but he understood one thing for sure. Now he could increase his divine power himself. However, there was a small nuance. He did not know how to use this power. Although, with the acquisition of new myths, the use of divinity will be found. For now, he could only accumulate it. With this thought, Michael moved on to another relic. It would be a curtain of night that the guy decided to leave for later. He also thought that the tower would not have given him these items for free. Therefore, the time to use them would certainly come. But for now, a battle awaited him. They won several battles, and the mercenary allies with the priests became more confident. However, everyone except him took quite a big risk every time he went out onto the battlefield. Because Michael wasn't thinking about saving his life, he was fixated on something else. It was his height, and the guy thought that at this pace the test would go smoothly. But suddenly his attention was drawn to people who suddenly pointed to the sky, which had turned red. It turned out to be a real portal, which attracted the attention of all participants in the battle. Michael was also surprised by such an appearance during the battle because it could only mean one thing. Now someone will appear from this portal. The couple suddenly had a strange feeling. And then it turned to horror, and he thought that this couldn't be. But it seems that everything was exactly like that. The system reported the activation of the will of divine punishment. The next moment, a huge table of powerful laser energy fell directly on the people. It was extremely dangerous, and Michael realized that the gods had now intervened in their battle. He extended his hand, ready to use a counterattack shield when the pillar reached him too. Michael made the shield as large as possible so that it could cover as much area as possible. However, it was much more difficult to restrain him like this. Soon the attack hit the shield, and then everything stopped. A small smoke came from the sky, indicating a recharge. Michael only remained unharmed. Thanks to the healing effect, he was able to heal all the wounds. And there were quite a lot of them, because the attack was strong, and he wondered who it could be. Meanwhile, the people he saved were amazed that they had survived it. But some fell to the ground due to lack of strength to fight anymore. Michael did not like this. And then suddenly a guy appeared from the sky who had wings like Kyrane. He addressed the people of the god of darkness, saying that he had good news for them. People, meanwhile, thought that the guy was a real angel of their god. But in reality, everything was not so. After all, he added that the merciful god of war decided to use divine punishment specifically on them. Michael thought that he had felt a similar feeling before, and now it was happening again. They were taken by surprise, and what could people do against the power of God? The system reported that the god of war used divine power to partially descend. During the period of indulgence, the god cannot fully control his myths and will. God descended into the apostle Jurkan Navia, who cannot use all the divine power. The difficulty of Michael's 15th floor challenge increased greatly, and he thought that they had met again. However, the system suddenly issued a message that it thought the guy could handle it. So the test wouldn't be interrupted, but Michael thought the tower should ask him first. Meanwhile, the god of war in the body of the apostle said that today he would be able to kill this dog with his own hands. Of course, he spoke to Michael, who prepared to defend himself. The guy thought that if he didn't start giving it his all right away, it would be dangerous. So he activated instant acceleration and wind's grace. increasing his speed by 70%. Then followed the activation of the combat concentration skill, also immediately 20 times. Meanwhile, Jurkin activated the will of the heavenly blood cultivation technique. When Michael had everything ready, he thought that he would now quickly deal with this impudent fellow. However, to his surprise, the god of darkness had the same speed and was instantly next to him with a blow. He grabbed Michael by the face and he didn't even have time to react. After this, the god of darkness hit his head on the rocks and continued to hold his head, closing his eyes. This was so that the guy would not be able to see and block his next attack up close. It should have been decisive, especially considering Michael's condition. The guy spat out blood. The attack damaged his internal organs, and its force was astounding. He suddenly thought that for the first time in all his battles, the enemy was the strongest. Because the system suddenly reported that he died, and it was a bit of a strange feeling. He seemed to be floating in the air, unconscious, but he could feel that his body was destroyed. Michael slowly opened his eyes. He thought that it was all just a dream. However, he actually died at the hands of the descending god of battle. His stomach was pierced. Memories of all the trials he had faced in the tower flashed before his eyes. A lot has really happened during this time, and until now he had been doing well on his own, but now it was different. All his fateful encounters and connections with people that he had established now no longer had any meaning. For him, everything will end here and now because, unfortunately, both victories and defeats are a part of life. That's how it ended. The wound on his stomach was too deep for him to continue fighting. The guy was slowly dying and thought that all he had to do was just accept the fact of his death, probably because he had already decided everything for himself. Even this darkness seemed cozy. Suddenly, he felt as if someone was approaching him from behind, and this made Michael turn around. It was some girl who wanted to hug him, but he didn't let her. However, the girl said that he had more than just something to worry about, because she was not his enemy. Then Michael asked who she was, and the girl smiled slightly, saying that it was a little funny. After all, even though the situation was recreated by the system, it was a little unfortunate that he did not recognize the one for whom he entered this war. Then Michael asked if she was the god of darkness on whose side they fought. The girl answered positively and praised him for such quick thinking. She wanted to stroke him, but Michael again did not allow it. He stopped her hand. The guy told the girl not to touch him, and she suddenly agreed with this too. She replied that the time had not yet come, but soon he would understand everything himself, that she was not his enemy. And now that the tower had stirred up trouble, the girl suggested moving on. She added that the guy should amuse her properly since she lent him her power. Suddenly, Michael felt the wound in his stomach begin to heal, and the girl continued. She said that from the moment he opened his eyes, everything around him would change. At first, Michael only understood that she had helped him heal his wound. Suddenly, a sword appeared in front of him, which he grabbed tightly, and the god of darkness smiled, looking at him. She allowed him to use the blessing of the apostleship that had been given to him. Michael still lay motionless, but the god of war realized that he was still alive. The price that man deserved for daring to challenge the position of a god was death, and the people who saw this cried out that they were now doomed. This caught Jurkan's attention, and he looked in their direction. But some time ago, a guy named Michael Nodfort used a magic shield. This meant that his power was now greatly reduced because there was no one left to protect these people. God thought that this time he would finally destroy them all, and suddenly Raynal ran up to Michael. The girl saw only the guy's weapon to which one of the relics was attached, and soon she saw Michael himself. Noticing the wound on his stomach, she thought that this could not be, because it was fatal. Besides, it hadn't really gotten going yet, because all this was happening while Michael was talking to the god of darkness. Meanwhile, Jurkan flew off to the required distance to deal with all the people on the side of the god of darkness. He thought that, as expected, the body of the future apostle was not able to withstand the coming. It was an extremely weak body, which irritated the god of war, but there was no other option. He had to cancel his coming, but even without it, he was incredibly powerful. Suddenly, he screamed from the power that filled his body. Now it was the future apostle Zerhan, and the boy thought that if the coming of his god was delayed, he would have died of a broken heart, but thanks to this he received God's grace. His divine power became stronger, and the boy thought that he had become the most powerful being under this sky. The god of battle commanded the future apostle to stop talking nonsense and quickly prepare his force. It was the power of heavenly punishment, and the boy suddenly felt the wrath of his god for his delay. Suddenly, a column of powerful energy descended from the sky again, falling directly onto the spot where Michael lay. Everything was covered in smoke, so it was difficult to see anything. But Zerhan understood that this was not a good sign. In fact, it was the activation of the exclusive effect of the Night Veil. After some time, a complete revival under its influence was supposed to occur. The system also added that an entry was made in a state of apostolization, and a moment later Michael was revived. The qualities of the god of death were more pronounced, loudly declaring his presence, and the pretender Michael Nodford was recognized as quasi-divine during his time as an apostle. He had three key divine words: death, darkness, and immortality. This greatly surprised Zerhan, who realized that the coming of the god of darkness had now taken place. However, there were no apostles on her side, and the guy didn't like this. He attacked Michael. The guy screamed that he would tear him to pieces and pointed a huge trident at him. But Michael didn't even blink when it came down on him. Now he had new strength. With her help, Michael activated a new absorption effect, which worked perfectly. The guy's appearance also changed. Now his body was covered in unknown armor and he had a mask on. It all looked more like a masquerade costume, but Michael was focused on his opponent. His aura also changed and became black. It filled the space around him. Zerhan noticed with surprise that the same guy was hiding under the mask of this new creature, who was defeated by his god a couple of minutes ago, and Michael also noticed him. He remembered that this man was his enemy, so he prepared to attack him. Then the guy, clearly not wanting to take part in this battle, walked away from him. But Michael had already pulled out his sword, which looked a little bigger than it originally did. He took aim and realized that the fleeing future apostle of the god of darkness was about 70 meters away. Then Michael used the divinity Death, and his power increased many times. The true blood sky demonic sword he possessed also darted out a new ball. It was an incredibly powerful energy that he sent out as a chi attack on the guy, and he was cut in two. Zerhan couldn't even scream. He was just very surprised that he was hit from such a distance. Michael thought this attack was better than the clumsy chi Akutagawa used. The guy activated a more powerful effect, the power of Serene Mind. Now the situation has stabilized a little, but the problem was the arrival of the god of battle. Looking at the body of the future apostle cut in half, Michael thought that there was nothing more to worry about. Both camps retreated, fearing they would become cannon fodder in the struggle between the two titans. So Michael should have quickly found the human warriors and joined them. After all, if the remaining forces retreat completely, then during the next battle you will have to sweat. Suddenly, Zerhan's body behind him miraculously came back together. The god of battle said that even though the boy was recreated, he was his future apostle, so he shouldn't be killed. At least now he and Michael will be able to fight seriously and finally decide who is stronger. The god of battle entered the body of his future apostle again and shouted that from now on he would grant Michael death. And this time it will be real. And he tensed up when he heard this, but did not show it. He only had 12 minutes left to finish the apostolization, and in the meantime, the god of battle was attacking him. He used powerful spikes, which he directed at the guy, and he prepared to defend himself. Michael thought that earlier he had been killed by one spear, but now there were several of them at once. He activated the skill of Indomitable Will and Battle-Hardened Warrior. As a result, his stats increased by as much as 118 units, and even a special buff was activated. He increased his stats by an additional 18 points, and now Michael felt incredibly strong. The god of battle, meanwhile, waved his finger downwards, directing the fiery spears straight at Michael. They pierced the ground with a huge roar, so the power of the attack was colossal. However, Michael managed to dodge all the attacks. He faced this more than once. One spear almost hit him, but the guy was able to jump back in time. He himself saw that the power of these attacks was significant and would certainly kill him again. But this time it was different, because he had no intention of losing to his enemy. Michael was about to draw his sword when suddenly someone stopped him. The guy realized with surprise that the enemy had come behind him and grabbed his hand, not giving him the opportunity to get a sword. Zerhan was under the control of the god of darkness, who ordered the boy to grind Michael into dust. The latter did not like this arrangement very much. He realized that he could die again, which was something that should not be allowed. Suddenly, wings also formed on his back, which surprised Zerhan, who was attacked by them. At the ends of his wings were claws like a hippogriff, and Michael aimed them at his enemy. Zerhan did the same, but Michael managed to shred his wings with his dark energy. Seeing this, Zarin panicked because he didn't expect the guy to be able to free himself this time. Meanwhile, Michael was finally able to get his blade, with which he intended to defeat his enemy. He heard Askold suddenly speak, saying that it was finally his turn to go on stage. However, Zarin didn't plan to give in to them so easily. He was controlled by the god of battle, so he had his powers. Askold, meanwhile, was asked what kind of crazy god this was who had descended from heaven. He added why the difficulty level of the test suddenly increased several times, but Michael did not know the answer to these questions. In return, he asked only to use all the support skills that the demon had in his arsenal. However, he replied that it was not a problem that could be solved with support skills. The demon asked if the guy had really undergone the apostolization procedure, but Michael suddenly shouted that now was not the time for chatter. As if to confirm his words, 2 attacks cut off his left leg and right foot. In this state, his chances of winning were practically zero, and Michael understood this. Zarin, who by this time had fully restored his wings, prepared to finish the job. He created a fireball of incredible power with an effect similar to Michael's counterattack shield and directed it at the boy. He was able to dodge it somehow, while at the same time restoring his limbs with the help of the ashen blood. Askold said that he would immediately give him all the power he could and activated the Mana Surge skill. Next, he activated the Lightning Thought process, and then the Small Heart, which was created as a virtual magical organ that helps the movement of mana. However, as a result of this, his durability decreased by 0.4% and continued to decrease by the same amount every second. Michael even received a message that at this rate, the ego of the Heavenly Demon Sword's soul might disappear. However, he liked the buffs he provided, and their ranks were high. But fighting face-to-face with Zarin was still an impossible task for the boy. He decided to fix this and suddenly rushed into the sky at great speed. Zakrin, who was watching this, was surprised that the guy did not rush towards him. He noticed that the guy, however, used his head, because that way he would be able to buy himself a little time. Meanwhile, Michael flew away quite a distance and asked the demon to tell him everything he knew about the deities. He said that the guy should give him time to think, but soon answered. However, his words were not clear, and he simply rejected methods that he thought would not work. While he was doing this, the future apostle of the god of battle approached them again, who was already aiming an attack at Michael. He said that he seemed to have decided to resort to a trick, but it wouldn't work. Zarin added that this time he would tear him into tiny pieces so that he would be unable to recover. Michael told Askold that if he didn't tell him some method right now, he would lose and die. And he replied that he had only come to the conclusion that the current Michael would never defeat this monster. It was worth it for him to use the power of God because, although with limitations in the state of apostleship, he could do it. The demon said that he would give the guy a signal at the right moment, but for now he needed to catch the enemy by surprise. Askold added that Michael would have only one chance. After all, there was only a little over a minute left before the end of his apostolization. Suddenly he felt a new strength filling his body, and with it came lightness. He had never felt this before. And even though the enemy had already gone behind him, the guy didn't even flinch. He suddenly looked straight at him, making it clear that he was watching his every move. And then, with unexpectedly fast speed, he rushed past him, attacking Zarin's sphere. But he only laughed, asking if the guy really thought he could hit him with such a banal fencing technique. But everything went according to plan for Michael. He activated the technique of the white sword cutting through the sea. Suddenly, a huge energy gathered around his blade, which he brought just a little closer to Zarin's face. He was clearly not prepared for this and was unable to react in time. Therefore, the attack was successful and unexpected, as Askold said. Now all that was left was to finish off the enemy with divine power. But suddenly Michael froze in surprise because it turned out that this was not enough. Zarin screamed again, activating his new attack to kill him. He said Michael's skills and techniques were quite interesting. However, this was not enough to defeat him. At this moment, Askold told the guy to get ready. Zarin attacked, and Michael noticed that the speed of his attacks increased even more. He dodged each one at the last second but didn't back down. All he needed was to wait for the moment when the enemy opened up. But he didn't seem to be planning to stop. On the contrary, he increased the intensity. Then Michael decided that if not now, then never, and he put his swords forward. Space itself grabbed his swords, and now he could control it, reflecting attacks with them. It was the idea of the 7 white sword techniques that he copied, after seeing it only once. But Zarin asked if he really thought he would be so easily exposed to attack. Michael thought that he could escape from his clutches by balancing the situation with the white sword. He wanted to use the white sword that creates emptiness, but suddenly Askold told him not to do it. The demon asked to trust him, saying that the boy should have taken the brunt of the enemy's attack. All that was required of him was to simply stand still. A moment later, the attack reached him and Michael knew he had to take the hit. This, however, was quite difficult to do because the enemy used all his power. Zakrin asked mockingly if he really hoped to block it with his own strength. He approached the guy, thinking that he could kill him completely, and Askold suddenly gave a signal. When the attack was right next to Michael's eyes, he used his divinity. This was exactly what the demon had advised him, but so far there was no effect from it. Although Zaren's attack pierced the boy's eye, the future apostle was very surprised. He saw that Michael had activated his divinity, and with it, the death block. Askold, meanwhile, explained that it was not to stop the blood-chi. This was only necessary to make the enemy weaken his defense, and so it happened. Now it was Michael's turn to attack. Using his Bloodseeker skill, he bound Zaren's body into a bloody ball. He swelled up more and more, and the future apostle realized that he could not move. However, this effect would not last long, so Michael had to destroy the enemy. Due to becoming an apostle, divine power was consumed at an insane rate. Michael realized that this was enough for him to use divinity just one more time. This time he used one of his keywords, namely death. And then he swung his sword, imbued with inevitable death towards Zaren. The attack hit the future apostle straight, who was unable to dodge it. Askold added that now was just the right moment for complete destruction. Michael himself understood this. He pounced on his opponent, who could only move a finger. The next second, the bloody ball with Zaren burst, and he flew a short distance away. The demon told Michael to stop, saying that the enemy could still do something. And he asked the guy if he really thought that the body in which the deity was located would be the same as a human one. Instead of responding, Michael used a double sequential attack. First, Demon's Sword. The special effect of this attack has been activated. Michael swung it again, directing all his power into his opponent's headless body. He even got scared because the situation was no longer in his favor and asked the guy to stop. But Michael did not heed his request. He only increased the power of his attack, which Zaren was no longer able to contain. The god of battle thought that he had never seen anything like this on the 13th floor before. Meanwhile, the guy finished his attack, cutting the body of the future apostle into pieces. The next moment, the system announced the successful completion of the 15th floor. His reward was the Protective Bracelet of the Unknown God, of Epic Plus rank. He also received 10,000 SO and an additional reward, Divine Orb of an Unknown God. Seeing that everything was finally over, Askold laughed, saying that he had already begun to doubt. But Michael proved that he was capable of much. Now he could return to Earth. The boy landed, his wings slowly beginning to guess. He also earned the Reincarnation and Opponent achievements, increasing his stats by 8. All of the Heavenly Blood Demonic Sword's soul skills were also deactivated. His durability decreased by 9.4%, and Michael asked if the demon was okay. But Askold was in no hurry to answer him, and this puzzled the guy a little. Then the demon suddenly asked if he could be okay after such a battle. He added that Michael was lucky that it was not a completed descent, otherwise they would have died by now. Michael, meanwhile, looked at Askold, who actually turned out to be a girl. However, she said that the guy shouldn't judge her by her gender, although he himself realized this in the battle with her. And yet Michael was very surprised because her voice seemed masculine to him when he fought with her in the form of an apostle. Then he asked if the girl had had the opportunity to show herself like this from the very beginning. But she answered in the negative, saying that she thought the reason for this was Michael himself, or rather, his divine power. With these words of Askold approached him. The girl said she couldn't maintain this form for long, so they should get straight to the point. Michael didn't understand what she was talking about, but he prepared himself just in case. And Askolda suddenly extended her hand, using some kind of blood consumption power. An unknown energy emerged from her hand, reminding Michael of his Bloodseeker skill. The system reported that due to the activation of the sword's special effect, his rank had increased. There was also talk of a new ability engraved on Michael's soul. Askolda said it was the consumption of a real form, and now the effectiveness of the ability will be much better. She also asked how it happened that he fought with God, but for now she needed to rest. Using her abilities made her feel sleepy, so she told him to tell her everything later. After that, she again became a sword, which Michael took into his hand. This discovery of the girl's abilities surprised him, as did the very fact that the demon turned out to be female. The guy approached the body of the defeated Zaren, who lay motionless. Michael's attention was drawn to his wings, which he used so masterfully. However, suddenly the guy saw how they began to move and prepared to attack again. He didn't understand how this was possible, since he even received a notification about the successful mission. But Zaren's body was actually aiming at him, so something had to be done about it. In place of the severed head, it created a sphere similar to an eye, which was still directed at the boy. And Michael didn't understand why this was happening if he had already defeated his opponent. And then he suddenly remembered that successfully passing the test meant winning the war. However, it must have been because Zarin could do nothing else that the tower counted it as a successful completion. Michael remembered the notice of a significant expenditure of divine energy when the inspection god tried to meet with him. Therefore, the god of war also had to spend a significant amount of divine energy to descend. But this was already going beyond the limits. The god of war suddenly growled that he would definitely kill Michael. He added that he should not think that this was the end. And Michael decided that this was the first thing he understood as an apostle. So this is what one who receives divine power without connection with God gains the opportunity to strive to become a god. And the reason the god of war is so hostile towards him is because he fears the birth of a new deity. The boy clutched his sword, thinking that now everything was falling into place. The god of war even used dissent to kill him, but he was just a dog at the tower. He shouted that he would make the guy regret it, but the guy instantly appeared next to him and pierced his eye. Michael added that he always kills those who consider him their enemy. The system reported that the heaven-piercing sword destroyed a difficult-to-destroy item, and its rank increased. The last thing the god of war managed to say in this form was that he would definitely tear the guy to pieces. Michael was even a little surprised by such confidence, but decided not to attach any importance to it. Askold advised him to absorb it, and the boy listened to her advice. He used divine power and his darkness consumed the designated target. The god of war could do nothing in this state. He had to come to terms with the loss of the future apostle. The system announced that Michael had successfully absorbed Zarin's soul, increasing his skill by 7.7%. As expected, this was exactly what the soul of the body that served as the carrier for the descent of the god was. And then he suddenly read that he had swallowed a soul stronger than his own, and some kind of sentence began. The presence of will in the soul of the promising candidate Zarin was confirmed. The system extracted it for Michael's benefit, which surprised him. As a result, the will of Instant Step 1 Plus was engraved on Michael's soul. Now he could instantly move to a place within his field of vision. This meant that from now on he could move anywhere, which made the guy very happy. He decided to check it out immediately, but unexpectedly the system failed him again. After all, she reported that the time spent in the state of an apostle had expired. And now, Michael had only his powers again, and his usual form had returned. Michael remembered running around with his school friends as a child. They played football together and had fun, and he really enjoyed that time. There before his eyes, one of his friends turned around to ask why he wasn't running, and Michael looked at him, not understanding where he should run, but this was only from the side. And Michael, who was a child then, understood perfectly well what he had to do. A moment later, they were already celebrating the victory in a football match with their team. The boys headed towards the entrance to the school when suddenly an unknown creature invaded the playground. It was incredibly big and the guys were very surprised by its size. Michael's sweat dropped, realizing that there was a monster from the portal in front of them, right on school grounds. His dimensions and build were somewhat reminiscent of a human, although greatly exaggerated. Apparently, before them stood a god who took the form of one of his apostles. But Michael didn't understand it then. He was a child and incredibly scared. Moreover, the monster reached out with its huge hand to finish him off. Michael screamed for help. He was paralyzed with fear and could not move, and therefore could not run away. And then he woke up, scared and sweating from the nightmare. The guy was breathing heavily. If he hadn't woken up, it would have been very bad. The system, meanwhile, reported that thanks to the will of cold reason, all his negative emotions disappear. But Michael didn't even understand where he was. Apparently, he lost consciousness. The guy stood up and headed towards the exit of the tent, where he saw something interesting. All his main comrades and, more recently, friends were waiting for him near the barracks. Seeing him come out, everyone was very happy, not hiding their delight. The big guy apologized again for being so impudent with him all this time. But suddenly someone addressed Michael, calling him an apostle. It turned out to be a senior priest who said that the guy was the true savior of the cult of darkness. Then for some reason he fell to his knees and asked why the apostle did not help them when everyone was in such a difficult situation. Hearing this, Michael frowned a little. He made a serious face, saying that everything must be in a timely manner. He explained that he could not act earlier to express the apostle of the god of war, but their cult won the holy war, and that was the most important thing. He told the old man to wipe away his tears because they had won, so they should be happy. Michael then activated the absolute charm skill to make his words sound as convincing as possible. The system announced that the crowd had entered a state of worship, which caused people's judgment to weaken. They were now acutely aware of Michael's presence, whom they perceived as their protector. Suddenly, the boy received a message from the god of verification, who was impressed by his deception skills. The god of darkness also smiled with satisfaction. and Michael meanwhile began to absorb faith. It was collected from nearby territories and accumulated enough to create a new myth. Michael was very happy with this news because he would get a new effect. This time he was called the First Savior and was successfully brought into his divine power. When using this myth, the rescue effect was activated, and also the effect of Truth Seeker. Both effects increased his stats and divine power. Michael raised his hand saying goodbye to the people and wishing them good luck. Then he gave them his smile and took off into the sky, flying to the right place. People looked at him with admiration. Michael had completely managed to take control of their hearts. Meanwhile, he himself was flying to that place, hoping to get there as quickly as possible. Soon the guy found it and smiled happily, because finally he could leave this fictional world. There was a portal in front of him, which he approached to return to the waiting room. Michael landed a little awkwardly, thinking that the first thing he would need to do was rest. He also noted that he had never taken so long to get through floors. But at this rate, he could have become attached to all these people in their world created by the tower. Soon he entered the portal and returned to the waiting room, and the administrator began to congratulate him. Two of them, namely the White Crane Sword and the Steel Bloodlord, invited him into their domain. Michael apologized for worrying them, but said he would come see them another time. He thought about the divine power that used to simply accumulate in the heart. It could be used and spent on myths and wills, but much has changed. Through apostolization, Michael was a pseudo-god and could directly use divinity. He also remembered that for some reason it began to darken, and he realized that the description said something about the god of death. The guy concentrated the divinity in his hand and aimed it at the floor. He then struck and broke through the tiles in the waiting room, which was a common occurrence. Michael was very surprised by the effect, because the walls of the waiting room, which usually recover in seconds, now they didn't regenerate at all, or rather they did it much more slowly. It was quite unexpected and surprising, so Michael decided that it spoke of the power of his force. Then he moved on to the 15th floor rewards. The first one was the unknown god's protective bracelet. He also received a divine orb from an unknown god. Both items were worthwhile. Plus, they must have been pretty strong to be an epic minus rank. Michael absorbed Zarin's soul and increased his stats by an average of 3 to 7 points, as well as one of the apostle's skills, Cry of the Strong, rank 1. But Michael noted that, given his efforts, it was not much of a reward. He extracted the divinity from Zarin's soul and it was successful. Michael felt his own divinity increase greatly. He then opened his tasks, looking through the requests from the administrators. There were up to 87 of them in total. Each administrator wanted to give him their own special task. Michael was surprised to see so many tasks, but there was nothing wrong with it. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a task from the administrator of the Soldier of the Fallen World. He gave out his quest, Savior of the End, and the reward was the ability to impose the indestructibility effect on 2 products. This task came in handy for Michael, as he was thinking about how to fix the Heavenly Demon Sword. Because of his ego, his soul was heavily burdened, so the guy did not hesitate and accepted this task. The system reported that the 16th floor test has been replaced with the Savior of the End task. It was also said that only a few administrators would be able to monitor it. The test began and the theme was simply, Warrior given 48 days to complete. The condition for successful completion was to make a choice that he would not regret. It was a bit of an odd wording, but Michael figured he'd find out about it later. Suddenly, he found himself somewhere in the room on a bed and noticed that his body was in unbearable pain. His equipment was limited and some items were moved to his inventory. It was also said that the guy's strength exceeded the trial limit, so all his stats were set to 50. Michael got out of bed and realized that he felt unwell. It felt like he was sick. Suddenly, he developed a gag reflex and the guy covered his mouth with his hand to keep from splashing everything out. He hurried out of the room where he was. For some reason, it again reminded him of a fighter's barracks. Meanwhile, some girl approached him, saying that he had finally woken up. Michael turned around and wanted to ask what was going on, but he couldn't finish. He suddenly felt the urge to vomit again, and this time the guy couldn't hold back. The girl who came to him told him not to overdo it, and that she would call the others in the meantime. She added that they would be arriving soon and suddenly turned to Michael, calling him Neil. At first, he didn't understand why she suddenly said this name, but when he looked at his reflection, he understood everything. After all, it was different, and the system reported that the admin hero of the destroyed world was looking at it attentively. Michael thought that in this test he became a character named Neil, which he now saw in the reflection of the water, and his physical condition left much to be desired. The main item, the True Blood Heavenly Demonic Sword, and all the armor were sealed. And although the pain was making itself felt, The guy thought that it would be better to first properly play out the role of Neil. Luckily, he still had the items he had bought just in case, including the detection eye patch, and also handcrafted explorer gloves that helped adapt to unfamiliar situations. Suddenly, he saw people in front of him, all of whom were glad that he had finally opened his eyes. It turns out that he was an apostle chosen by the goddess, and his return was also called a miracle. Suddenly, the bandage reported the approach of several enemies. This was very useful information. Michael began to look around, and then he simply activated the exclusive auto-detection effect. According to him, enemies that came into view were surrounded by a red halo. The guy realized with great surprise that it turned out that all these comrades were his enemies. Now he understood why the quest settings were aimed at psychological difficulties. To begin with, he reasoned that nothing strange should have happened in the tent. By that time, they had moved right there, and Michael thought his skills were still working. The old man with green hair looked at him questioningly, asking if he had lost his memory. Then Michael decided to answer positively, saying that he couldn't even remember who he was. The girl who saw him first said the consequences were worse than she thought. However, she said that they didn't have time, so she would explain everything briefly. The girl said that Niall is the only apostle of the Dragon God Church. They set out on a journey together to defeat the Demon King, with the boy being seriously injured in the battle with the great evil. That's why he lost his memory. Plus, the Demon King serves the Demon God. And together, they planned to bring the Demon God into this world. And if this suddenly happens, then their world will end. Summing up, Michael realized that in this world, only a warrior under the protection of God can kill the Demon King. Because of this, the people had to force him, who was pretty battered in the battle, to join the campaign. And he, the warrior, will have to face all kinds of enemies until he gets to the Demon King. In the meantime, he needs to restore his skills as soon as possible. The girl suggested discussing the rest on the way. They were already on their way to the demonic kingdom. There were 3 of them in total, not counting the guy. One guy, a blonde one, asked if Michael, that is, Neil, really didn't remember anything. He asked if he didn't even remember his name, but Michael, of course, didn't know it. The guy then introduced himself, saying that his name was Alan Nix, and he added that Michael should stop using that kind of speech. She was too respectful, and Michael realized that his character didn't talk like that. Then Michael turned to the old man, who introduced himself as Jack, saying that for an old magician like him, titles no longer meant much. Alan noted that even when the world is on the brink of destruction, the belly clock is running at full speed. He suggested that they hunt some game while they were traveling. After all, they lost all their food, so if they don't hunt, they won't have anything to eat. The boys stopped, saying that they would get something edible and that Michael could rest for now. After some time, they were already roasting the killed game, and it was already dark outside. For now, they were sitting without the guy, and Jack said that Neil was so broken that he couldn't act as a rescue warrior. However, they were not mistaken. Although it was vile, it was the only way to save this world. Acting in moderation so that the boy would not die, Alain offered to deliver him to him. Everyone agreed with this decision, recognizing the fact that Michael was only a tool to save the world. However, they did not even suspect that he had been watching them all this time. He suddenly thought about just finishing them all off right here and now, but he held back. The guy shook his head, driving away these thoughts, and thought about what he should do. After all, it was worth remembering that in order to complete this quest, you need to fulfill certain conditions. And if he acts in a hurry and something goes wrong, it can complicate the situation. After this, the comrades continued to go hunting whenever they had the opportunity. This gave Michael some free time, which he used for personal purposes. He ran away from where they were stopping and stopped in a spacious clearing. The guy thought it was the perfect place to train, when suddenly he heard someone growling. Suddenly, a monster appeared behind him, and Michael thought that he had wandered too deep into the forest. A moment later, he had dealt with the monster and was sitting on it, wondering what to do next. To begin with, he decided to have a snack and cut off a raw piece of the monster, the taste of which resembled chicken meat. At present, his body had no problems with physical activity, even if he did not eat or sleep. Eating rat meat for several days was a difficult task for him, and his comrades banged pots at night. It seemed to him like the usual childish antics, but for now he was able to tolerate them. However, Michael thought it was time to slowly take the initiative into his own hands. He activated the Ash Blood skill and instantly improved his body condition. Thanks to this, he fully recovered, but no one but himself knew this. When he returned, his comrades were already sitting near the carriage, and he had to explain that he had been away for a short time. Michael noticed that the hunt ended earlier than usual today, and the girl from his team stood up, She said that he was not feeling well, so he might have difficulties if he acted on his own. But Michael replied that he thought the girl was simply irritated by the fact that he was out of her control. He added that he had been lying in bed for several days and was getting bored, and Jack suddenly stopped him. The old man was able to see that he had completely healed his body and asked how he had managed to do this. Michael replied that he was just taking a few days off, but added that it was funny. After all, the old man said that he was not a magician specializing in healing. However, somehow he was able to understand at a glance what changes had occurred in his body. Jack didn't know what to answer, so Alain came to his aid, saying that they needed to hit the road. A moment later, they were riding again to the demonic realm. They had very little left. Jack asked the boy hesitantly if it was possible that his memories had returned, but he replied that his memory had still not been restored. He wanted to add something else when suddenly their carriage jumped on the road. It all happened because the horse that was carrying her refused to go any further. So the boys got out of the carriage and looked at the place where they had arrived. The system reported that they had entered an environment filled with demonic energy, and the longer they were exposed to it, the more spiritually exhausted they became. The girl, whose name was Isabella, said that from now on they would not be able to travel in a carriage. This meant that they would no longer be able to take care of Michael, but he suddenly responded negatively. He said that, on the contrary, he liked this option better. In the demonic dimension, the demon chi drove people crazy. There were countless monsters here, capable of destroying hundreds of people single-handedly, and even warriors who had gone through all sorts of difficulties spoke that no one could survive in the demonic dimension unless they were prepared to die. Michael and his team stood in front of the exit to the dimension. Everyone looked surprised. Even Michael himself admitted that this place gave him goosebumps, and Alain was shocked that he didn't even remember this. Apparently, his memory was completely lost. Jack suddenly turned to him and took out a strange object from somewhere. It turned out to be a sword, and the old man said that it was a weapon that the boy guarded more than his life. It was called the Holy Sword, and Michael immediately felt its power. The guy was also surprised that Jack showed him this because the gesture was clearly made out of goodwill. Meanwhile, the monsters in the demonic dimension saw them. They prepared to attack people as soon as they entered their territory. The owner of this quest test was watching all this time. The administrator of the Soldiers of the Fallen World thought that he could handle it since so much time had passed. He could no longer bear the bitter memories of that time. After all, back then he was weaker than ever and needed the help of his comrades. However, what they did to him still boggles his mind to this day. The administrator remembered this battle very well, because it was because of it that he lost his life. But now it was a quest test for Michael, who saw no obstacles in front of him. He did not depend on the support of his comrades and was the first to rush into battle. This forced Neil to simply watch him, not interfering with the boy as he went through his test. He activated the exclusive effect of his homemade gloves, and now his mind was protected. Due to the large amount of demonic ki, his mana was also increased by 2. His comrades noticed that although he had lost his memory, he remained just as impatient. However, they thought it would be difficult for him to fight these monsters alone, and Alain came up with a solution. They just pretend to help and wear him out, just like he said. This had to be done to make the guy feel despair, but for now, Michael was only overthrowing enemies. His comrades were forced to admit that he was incredibly strong, and this surprised them. Because in reality, at this time in his past life, the real Neil was not so strong. He used his sword's ability, Holy Light. A sphere of powerful and bright energy formed at the tip of his blade, which he directed at the monsters. They were not ready for this, and the attack was successful, flying a little further. There she encountered an obstacle in the form of the first monster she encountered. And then there was a huge explosion that severely damaged the monsters' bodies. He dealt them such serious damage that they even started swimming from it. Michael realized that this blade was indeed incredibly powerful. He might even gain some unexpected abilities. His comrades were discussing one night that he had forgotten who they were and had probably lost some of his combat experience. So they had no other choice, they had to end everything during this battle. However, now everything looked completely different, and Alain and Isabella did not understand what was happening. James also noticed that it was strange because the guy fought as if he had been fighting all his life. Alain nervously asked why Neil had suddenly become so strong. This was clearly not part of their plan. In the evening, they set up camp again to spend the night. Everyone sat silently and slurped up the soup that had been prepared in advance. Michael glared at them all, but no one dared look him in the eye. There was an awkward silence. The guy thought that he had become stronger and had destroyed many monsters, but no one was happy about it. Disgust, excitement, guilt, anxiety, and other similar feelings were in the air. But Michael saw only negative emotions. and this even irritated him a little. A few minutes later, they finished eating and went to bed without further ado. He himself also lay down on the bed in his barracks, thinking about the situation. The guy closed his eyes, and when Jack looked at him, he saw that he was sleeping. However, when the old man left, Michael instantly opened his eyes and realized what he had to do. A few minutes later, he was already flying away from the camp on his steel wings. Looking around, the boy wondered whether it was worth going hunting alone. In front of him was a large and dense forest, and beyond that began a mountain range. Then he activated the will instant step, with which he could move to any place in his field of vision. The reload time was 10 minutes, but that was enough for him. In an instant, he was over the mountain, saving about 50 kilometers. Michael was pleased with this because he covered such a distance in a second. He thought that this will was incredibly useful and worth preserving. He could perform such instant movements with the help of his divinity. However, this only worked if the object was in his field of vision. Accordingly, if there is some obstacle, he will not be able to jump over it. But this power will be very useful for choosing the right moment during the battle, and also for emergency exit in dangerous situations. Everything indicated that he had acquired amazing strength, but now it was time to decide what to do next. Michael looked around. He used the skill Fire Dragon's Eyes and looked at his sword. It was a plus-rank epic dragon god sword. By introducing divine power, it was possible to obtain the exclusive effect of holy light. And when he prayed sincerely, he could activate the prayer, receiving the power for the offering to the dragon god. The exclusive punishment effect he could activate against demons and monsters. However, this item will disappear after the challenger Michael Nodfort's personal challenge is broken. The guy thought it was quite sad, but still expected. He decided to use the sword's sense to absorb the weapon's abilities in advance. He cut his arm and activated his Bloodseeker skill. And then he directed the bloody spikes towards the monsters wandering below. They didn't understand what it was, so they couldn't even defend themselves. And the bloody streams knocked them off their feet, piercing through their bodies. There were quite a few of them, but Michael left no one alive so that they would not interfere. He himself landed near them and made their bodies his guinea pigs. And then he thrust the sword into the stone, preparing to exchange it for another. Now he took the high plus rank Akutagawa's destructive heavenly sword. He could acquire the item's exclusive effects as skills. Michael could only convert 2 of the 3 effects of the holy sword into skills. And of course, the abilities he should have chosen were the best ones. The first one he chose was the holy sword, which he immediately mastered completely. The same thing happened with the second one, which became the punishment skill. The system reported that the number of uses of the sword sense skill has been exhausted. Michael decided that it was worth it because the holy sword's abilities were too good. In particular, an effect such as Holy Light, the power of which is much higher than even that of the counterattack shield. And most importantly, like the shield, it can be used immediately. The boy activated this skill. Now, having absorbed the effect as a skill, he could use it without a sword. It was enough to simply put out his hand and concentrate, which is what he did. However, at the last second, he suddenly noticed that something had gone wrong. A large explosion had occurred, which, however, was directed in the wrong direction. Michael had to use his Bloodseeker skill to heal his wounds because he had learned the entire lesson himself. He didn't understand why he couldn't control the direction of this sword's attack, and the monsters that surrounded him began to laugh at him, which Michael did not like at all. He pointed the blade at them and used the holy light again. This time, everything went more successfully and the monsters succumbed to incredible power. The guy didn't understand why when he used the holy sword everything worked as it should, and then suddenly a crazy idea came to him. He thought about what would happen if he controlled it without using mana, and by divine power, with this thought, he again prepared to attack. This time he gave direction with the help of divine power. As expected, this was the answer. The attack worked perfectly. She pounced on the monsters that stood right in front of her as test subjects. The power of this attack was also incredible. Michael liked that he understood how it worked. Now he was able to control this skill more freely. One time Michael even decided to use it at full power. Alain, who had meanwhile gone off to relieve himself, did not expect to hear something like that. At first there was a small sound somewhere in the direction of the mountains, and the guy turned around. And then the sky was illuminated by a bright light from an explosion that occurred in the mountain area. Alain was very surprised by what he saw. It even made him tense up. Michael, meanwhile, was delighted with the effectiveness of his attacks. She was mind-blowing, and of course, he was sorry to part with this sword after the test was over. He obtained the achievement Warrior's Successor and the special power Dragon Transformation. Currently, there are restrictions on obtaining it due to the penalty of a special test. Michael, who had not heard of this power, was surprised that it was so powerful. The system then announced that the dragon god had sensed his significant presence. He was very impressed by his exploits and watched the guy with interest. Unexpectedly, he offered him the position of apostle, but Michael refused. However, the dragon god didn't seem to take no for an answer, and offered him the position again and again. Michael soon realized that he had a tiresome nature and would not leave him alone. The next day, he prepared to continue his journey with his comrades. They were just having breakfast, and Michael had time to think it all over. Looking back at the history of the 16th floor, the dragon god was the one who protected this world. To be honest, he didn't make the best impression on him personally, since he had been threatened by a deity before, a subject who abandoned even the warrior who tried to save this world. The subject, who never gave the warrior the proper strength, was clearly not to Michael's liking. Therefore, in order to avoid being noticed, he did not use the prayer effect. The moment when the dragon god persistently offered him the position of apostle. God then asked why such an insignificant being refused to serve him as an apostle. He added that one day the boy would realize his greatness and become his apostle. The other gods seemed to support Michael, with the god of verification and darkness on his side. The dragon god then hid his presence, asking Michael to consider his proposal one last time. The Lord of Steel Blood praised the boy for his unwavering faith, and the White Crane Sword was proud and admired his willpower. The administrator of the Warrior of the Destroyed World thought his choice was interesting. All this time he continued to watch the guy. They were even somewhat similar. While Michael was thinking about what to do next, Alain told about his experience yesterday. He said he saw a beam of light flash from a distant mountain, but Michael said he must have imagined it. Jack then said that it would be more correct to think of it as a natural phenomenon created by demonic energy. Isabella agreed, saying that she saw no other normal explanation. Soon they encountered monsters again, which were again taken on by Michael alone. He did this because he could try out different abilities, including the new rescuer myth that he activated, and his stats increased. However, he immediately received a message about a special test penalty, and all stats decreased again. Then Michael used the Search for Truth effect, but he needed to find followers for it. Based on this, he realized that both skills would not be fully realized here. However, everything went smoothly, his comrades never got in his way, and all because he single-handedly defeated everyone and continued to do so. His comrades were really just standing around doing nothing, waiting for him to finish. Michael had just killed the gatekeeper of the Demon King's castle, and they could enter inside. But the more he demonstrated his power, the gloomier their faces became. This was perhaps the main change he noticed in the boys. Opening the doors, they entered the castle and immediately found themselves in a rather beautiful living room. Suddenly, Alain approached Michael, asking if perhaps he had never lost his memory. Michael decided to tease them a little and asked them what they thought. Then Jack came up to him with some kind of jug, saying that now they should focus on the battle. He handed him the jug, adding that it was a rare rank enhancement potion, and Michael used the skill Fire Dragon Eyes to verify his words. Alain, meanwhile, reminded that he would soon have to face the Demon King. So this potion was supposed to help him, and Michael asked if they had put poison in it. Then Isabella asked in response if he doubted them, to which the guy responded negatively, saying that he was even touched by such concern. He raised the jug to his mouth and drank some of the liquid from it, when suddenly the system reported that he was sent by the poison of the demonic swamp sea worm. After 5 minutes, the poison will spread throughout his body and he will no longer be able to use mana. Meanwhile, his comrades approached him. They told him not to hold a grudge against them, since they had no other choice. But Michael only smiled. This puzzled the boys a little and they stopped, and Michael added, he said he would never have thought that all of the warrior's comrades would turn out to be traitors. This made his comrades feel uneasy, but they had their own motivation. Taking advantage of their moment of confusion, Michael tried to summon the sword to himself. However, he did not respond to the summoning. The old man held him back with his magic. He said that he sealed his holy sword and the boy would no longer be able to use it. Then Michael asked since when and why they had thoughts about the warrior's betrayal. Isabella screamed. Did he really think they wanted to betray him? She said they simply had no other choice. Michael thought about it. He wanted to understand why people acted like this. But this explanation seemed incomplete to him, and suddenly, everything came together when he heard someone's new voice. He said that it was stupid to ask his comrades about this because nothing would change. They are simply faithfully fulfilling the contract they made with him, the Demon King said so. Michael asked if he was the one behind all this from the very beginning, and he smiled evilly. The king added that they had already met once when Michael had defeated the great evil. Then Michael realized that it was the warrior who was the master of this test, and this demon became close to his comrades when he lost consciousness during a battle with a great evil. But Michael didn't understand why he used betrayal when he could have simply killed the warrior. He asked the king about it, and he replied that it would be too boring. The guy was also amazed that the dragon's fire eye skill did not find any lies in these words. The demon king meanwhile added that that was far from all. He suddenly laughed loudly, saying that he was so smart and clever. In truth, the situation itself was a tribute to him, and it surprised Michael greatly. And the king continued, saying that just like Michael, he went through a lot of suffering to be recognized as a warrior of the dragon god. He also goes through trials to become an official apostle. And finally, all that remains for the guy is to be sacrificed on the altar of the demon god and die. Then the mind, the demon king, will succeed in becoming an apostle. He asked Michael what he was feeling now. Perhaps he was in despair or simply angry. In any case, it amused the king. And then he suddenly added that the guy should have guarded his companions better, and Michael didn't like that. The warrior's memories of each of his comrades flashed before his eyes. They were all good people and his best friends and partners. He had always been with them for as long as he could remember, and every time he felt that these people could be trusted. He always believed in them, but he still doesn't understand their choice. But still, the reason for all this was that damned demon king. If he hadn't told his comrades something, they would never have betrayed him. He was sure of that. Neil thought he was getting too excited, but no matter how much he looked at the scene, his blood continued to boil. The system informed Michael that the administrator of the Hero of the Destroyed World was closely monitoring his choice. He was really interested in whether this guy, who probably also has his own friends, would apply. The Demon King, meanwhile, activated his power, with which he wanted to carry out his plan. He used it, grabbing Michael by the throat and arms, saying that now they would move on to the final stage of the test. Suddenly, huge jaws lined with sharp needles hung over the guy. The Demon King was looking forward to the beginning of the sacrifice ceremony. By offering the warrior on the altar of the demon god, he will finally become an official apostle. With this thought, he pushed with his foot the lever that controlled the trigger mechanism. And then the huge, spiked jaw came down on Michael with incredible speed. The boy looked at the approaching spikes, but he couldn't do anything. Suddenly, for some reason, he held his breath and concentrated his energy. But it didn't seem to help, because the thorns still fell on him and crushed him. Blood seeped out from inside the altar, and the Demon King was delighted. After all, this testified to the activation of the offering ritual, and therefore its apostolization. The king turned to the demon god, saying that he had sacrificed the warrior's blood to him as he had requested. However, the system suddenly informed him that the demon god looked at the king with pity, because he gave him poisoned blood. Suddenly, Michael said from behind him that it seemed like the demon god was a little angry. With these words, he activated the skill Holy Light, saying that he wanted to make the best choice. But no matter how much he thought about what happened, it seemed that this world had lost hope of salvation.